Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 243 to Chapter 293. The platform was very big, and there were dozens of people leaping towards the south gate at every moment. However, only 1/3 of them could succeed, and most of them started to fall halfway. There were also a few people who were only a few meters away from the south gate, and unfortunately, they fell down. It was a pity that everyone felt sorry for them. You can't even make it to the south gate, and you still want to join the competition? On the south gate, someone sneered. Soon, it was Yi-Chen's and the others' turn. I'll go first. Lu Hanzhan took a deep breath, pushed his great Luo Xianxia to its limit, took a few steps forward, then leapt into the air, shooting towards the south gate like an arrow. The red light left a trace in the air, and soon, Lu Hanzhan was less than 20 meters away from the south gate. At this moment, an invisible gravitational force burst out from the bottom of the abyss, dragging Lu Hanzhan's body. Right after that, countless roars of evil beasts could be heard, piercing into his ears and disturbing his mind. Ah! No! Lu Hanzhan's face twisted. His Xianxia slowed down, and his whole body fell down from the air. In the end, he was pushed to the side by the airflow in the abyss, and was disqualified from the competition. Seeing Lu Hanzhan fail, Zhu Mei's face turned serious. She pushed her Xianxia to its limit, releasing a sharp Xianxia from her body. She flew towards the south gate with a pair of cold eyes. On the way, her body shook intensely, but she finally made it to the top. She had successfully jumped through the dragon gate. As soon as Zhu Mei went up, Su Jing also went up. She didn't stop even for a second, as if the invisible gravitational force and the roars of the evil beasts didn't affect her at all. This girl is not bad. I wonder which martial institution she is from, but she is qualified to be my concubine. The head disciple of the Sky-Falling Martial School, Lin Yun, looked at Su Jing with a judgmental look. Although Su Jing didn't have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, nor did she have a temperament that could bring calamity to a country, she was definitely a rare beauty. Her bright eyes and slim body gave people a sense of heroism, but also a sense of elegance. Other than those who were ranked at the very top, everyone else treated Su Jing as their greatest enemy. The Dragon Gate Leap was the last of the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate, and it was also the most difficult one. It was not rare to pass it, but it was rare to pass it without any pressure. At least until now, there were less than 50 people who could pass it easily. The others more or less struggled, and some almost failed. Yi-Chen wasn't surprised that Su Jing had passed. With a sway of his body, he also arrived at the south gate. His speed was even faster than Su Jing's. An expert, an absolute expert, someone exclaimed in a low voice. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this year's competition. I didn't expect there to be such an expert. I haven't heard anything about him before. Leaping through the dragon's gate doesn't mean anything. A battle isn't something that can be resolved by leaping through the dragon's gate. Only strength is fundamental. There were also people who were unconvinced. Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng let out a slight gasp. They could obviously tell that Yi-Chen had become much more powerful than before. It seemed that after they separated, Yi-Chen had improved once again, and this time, he had improved tremendously. At least, he could threaten the top 30 contestants of the last Dragon Gate now. Long time no see. Morong Qingqing gave a faint smile. Last time, if Yi-Chen hadn't shown up in time, she and Qi Xiaofeng wouldn't have been able to make it here. Now that they met again, it would be too rude of her not to greet him. It wasn't her style. Yi-Chen grinned and said, "It seems like you've improved a lot." "So have you." Morong Qingqing said in an easygoing tone. The 2 of them walked quite close to each other, chatting with each other. Their actions instantly attracted a lot of gazes, which contained admiration, confusion, and even more jealousy. Who was Morong Qingqing? She was the second disciple of the Rank 6 martial institution, the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, and one of the top 2 beauties of the Black Dragon Empire. She had both talent and beauty, and was the most perfect partner in the eyes of many warriors. Normally, it would be great to talk to her, and no one would dare to have too much hope. If it had always been like this, it would have been fine. After all, if they couldn't have her, no one could have her. But now, Morong Qingqing and Yi-Chen were walking so close to each other, and they even seemed to be a bit intimate, which was a huge blow to their self-esteem. They couldn't help but think to themselves, this brat is not as talented as Xianxia and the other warriors, and he is not that handsome either. What right does he have to walk together with Xianxia? Eh? Yichen seems to know Xianxia, Zhu Mei said to Su Jing. Su Jing nodded and did not say anything. Zhu Mei sighed, it is getting more and more difficult to see through Yichen. He has been out training for more than a year, and I wonder what kind of experiences he has had. Even Xianxia has some connections with him. She had been living in the Windy Nation for a long time, and was the pride of the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, she still knew herself. No matter if it was appearance, temperament, or talent, Xianxia was way more powerful than her. Plus, her status was way beyond hers. Therefore, in her imagination, Yichen, who had the same status as her, would not have any connections with these people. Lin Yun and Mo Yen had a cold look on their faces. As the head disciple of the Rank 6 Martial School, the Skyfall Martial School, Lin Yun thought that he was the most talented one. Even Xianxia might not be able to beat him. His biggest advantage was his keen bloodline. All the women that he had his eyes on were all extremely talented and beautiful. Plus, he had already ranked them in his mind. For example, Su Jing was top rank, and could be his concubine. Xianxia was naturally top rank, and would be his woman in the future. If it were Xianxia who was talking to Xianxia, he might not be this annoyed, since it was a fair competition. But who was Yichen? He did not know him at all, and he only had a bit of power. What gave him the right to talk to his woman, Mo Yen, was different from Lin Yun. He and Xianxia were both disciples of the Sky Demon Martial School. They were not really close, but they were not strangers either. All this time, he had always treated Xianxia as his woman, and thought that the others would not have any chance at all. What made him happy was that Xianxia had never had too many interactions with anyone, including the princes of the Black Dragon Empire. However, today, Xianxia was talking to someone he had never seen before, and her tone seemed to be even better than him, the head disciple. A strange sense of danger appeared in his heart, and he started to hate Yichen. Qingqing, who is this guy? Why don't you introduce us? Lin Yan revealed a warm smile to Xianxia. He then glanced at Yichen, which was as sharp as a blade. Xianxia said lightly, just a friend. You do not need to get to know him. Hee, is that so? The poetic perspective of the sky falling great art was poured into his eyes. Lin Yan looked at Yichen with a big smile on his face. His eyes were like shooting stars falling onto the ground, ready to destroy everything. You are finally here. Oh right, I still do not know your name. Tua Baku stood between Lin Yun and Yichen as he said with a smile. Yichen said, Yichen. My name is Tua Baku. If there is a chance, let's have a drink together. Tua Baku had taken over Yichen, and even Xianxia was blocked out. Maybe for him, politeness did not matter at all. Talking to someone he was interested in was the happiest thing for him. Xianxia did not mind it at all. She smiled and went back to where she was standing. Huh. Not being able to trick Yichen, Lin Yan thought to himself, count yourself lucky. Don't ever run into me in the competition. Otherwise, you will lose all your face. Zhu Mei opened her eyes wide, no way. He knows Yichen as well. But how come he does not even know Yichen's name? Tua Baku's power was obvious to everyone. He was able to compete with Xianxia and the rest. Although it was just his aura, it had already proved his power. Brother Yi, I knew it. You will definitely come to the competition. Haha, Yichen, it has been a year, and you have grown even more powerful. Yichen, I did not expect you to know the second night as well. Tian Hao, the disciple of the alchemist martial school, Lin Yu, the disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, the fourth knight and the sixth knight from the Moon Pavilion all approached Yichen. They were all his old friends. This scene had shocked a lot of people. Who is this brat? It seems like a lot of people know him. It is indeed unexpected. Perhaps he is a hidden warrior. We should not underestimate him. Tian Hao was Meng Chao's junior disciple, and was quite powerful. Lin Yu was ranked 70th in the last Hidden Dragon competition, and had improved a lot by now. He was one of the most popular contestants for the top 72. As for the latter two, although they didn't know them, judging from their Xianxia vibration and the sense of power they released, they were obviously not ordinary young warriors, and they also had a chance to get into the top 72. So many people knew Yi Chen, and seemed to be quite close to him, which was quite surprising. It also meant that Yi Chen was not as simple as he looked. After all, geniuses usually made friends with other geniuses, and rarely made friends with ordinary people. A bunch of ants, Lin Yun said with disdain. Si Kongxing and the rest of the people did not even look at Yi Chen. If it were not for Morong Qingqing, Lin Yun and Mo Yan would not pay attention to Yi Chen either. They were a group of people who were high above the masses. No matter their status, talent, or comprehensive ability, they were all above the others. In their eyes, Yi Chen and the rest of the people were indeed ants. Perhaps they still had some power right now, but after 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. In the true spirit continent, the gap between martial geniuses was way bigger than one could imagine. Some martial geniuses would stop at the clasping yuan realm, while some would stop at the astral reaching realm. Only a small part of them would be able to reach the seas of soul's realm. Without any surprises, they would all reach that realm, and even have the chance to reach the life and death realm. But what about Yi Chen and the rest of them? Being able to reach the late astral reaching realm would already be their limit, and they would not be able to catch their attention at all. As he was talking to the crowd, Yi Chen glanced at Lin Yun. His subtle movements were not hidden from him at all. If it were not for Tua Baku's timely appearance, he would not mind competing with his eyesight first. The poetic perspective of the lone peak kill and the sky-shattering clouds had been trained to an extreme by him, and he had never used all of his power before. He had hidden his 70% sword intent even more, because once he released it, it would hurt innocent people. Gradually, there were less and less people making it to the top of the dragon door. There were only a few of them left. Some of them did not have much confidence and were trying to figure out a way, while some of them were waiting for the others to make their moves and calculate their own success rate. Regardless, making it to the top of the dragon door was their biggest goal. If they could not even make it, it would be a huge blow. As time went on, the last person had made his move. It was a failure. Clatter, the 3 challenges of the dragon door sank down, and the cracked ground started to close up in the middle. The South City gate was tightly shut, locking the young generation inside. Then, the side doors on both sides of the city gate opened up, which was the entrance for the rest of the people. The South City gate was the Dragon's Gate. Only the younger generation who had leapt onto the Dragon's Gate could pass through. The others had to enter through the side doors on both sides, including the experts of the 7 rank 6 sections. The city gate was closed, and the young generation in the city were qualified to participate in the knockout competition. The young generation who did not pass the 3 tests of the Dragon's Gate had lost their qualification and were reduced to spectators. Yi Chen estimated that there were around 700 people who had passed the 3 trials. This was less than 30% of the total number of people who had come. This was a frightening elimination rate. As for the young generation of the Windy Nation who had gone to this place, quite a lot of them had passed the test, including Young Master Emerald, Zhuang Fei, Young Master North Snow, Young Master Su Wen, Fast Blade Lynch, Fairy Lotus, Qin Yulian, Yi Chen, Su Jing, and Zhu Mei. There were a total of 15 participants from the Windy Nation. 13 of them were disciples from the top 5 martial institutions, and the other 2 were Young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family and the head disciple from a rank 9 institution. 7 out of the 15 participants had made it to the Dragon Gate, which was unimaginable. Among the 36 small nations, some of them only had 1 disciple who had made it to the Dragon Gate, and the lucky ones only had 2 or 3. Even the Rudra nation, which was the leader of the 36 small nations, only had 6 disciples who had made it to the Dragon Gate, which was not as good as the Windy Nation. This was something that was almost impossible to happen in the past. No matter what, the Windy Nation was still in the middle or lower reaches of the 36 small nations, which was at the bottom. Of course, among the 7 people from the Windy Nation who had passed the 3 challenges, the Skycloud Martial School had taken 3 of them, which was the main reason why the Windy Nation was so outstanding. In the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions, only the young Master Emerald from the Windy Nation had made it into the top 72. Whether he could make it into the top 72 was still unknown, since a lot of people from the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions had not grown up yet. Now, after 3 years of training, their power had already reached a horrifying level, which had surpassed many of the older martial geniuses. Yichen was a living example, and so was Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy. There were so many martial geniuses who had grown up from other nations. All in all, this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions were full of uncertainties. No one could make a decision until the last moment. Damn it! How could he improve so fast? How could he reach the late clasping Yuan realm in just 1 year? In the crowd, Yuan Hing had a bad look on his face. As the head disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, Yuan Hing had never lost to anyone. It was normal for him to lose the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions, since he did not think that he had the power to be the champion. But among the 9 nations, there were not many people who could scare him. Normally, it was people who were scared of him, which made him feel so good. Until he met Yichen. He thought that he was just a prey, but he did not expect that this prey would be so powerful. Even if he and Zhuangfei joined hands, they would still not be able to beat him and were badly wounded. Since then, Yuan Hing had been training like crazy. He planned to reach the mid-clasping Yuan realm within a short period of time, and then find Yichen to make him pay. With the support and spending of all the resources from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, Yuan Hing had reached the mid-clasping Yuan realm 2 months ago. Added with the few powerful martial skills that he had learned, he thought that he could beat Yichen, humiliate him and torture him. On the South City Gate, just when he was feeling proud of himself, Yichen attacked him again. He could not understand how Yichen had improved his cultivation. Even if he had been taking pellets every day, it would still be impossible for him to improve so fast, not to mention the side effects of taking pellets. He must have used some great treasures to improve his cultivation, which is why his foundation is not stable. Although my cultivation is still 1 level lower than his, I have improved a lot in other aspects. My attacking power is more than 2 times more powerful than when I was in the Heaven Dream Ancient Place. Since he could not figure it out, Yuan Hing thought that Yichen did not get his cultivation by himself, and that he might have a chance to beat him. After looking around for a while, Yichen's eyes focused on the rows of walls on both sides. There were some strange carvings on the walls, which were all strange paintings. The content of each mural was similar. Below, there were martial artists and demons with the strength to uproot mountains and overturn rivers and seas. They were terrifyingly strong. However, in the sky, there was a humanoid figure with its arms spread open. Chains descended from the void and bound the bodies of the martial artists and demons. Ancient cities are completely different from modern cities. I wonder what these paintings are for. Yichen did not understand, so he moved his eyes back. Right then, some people walked in from the side door. Powerful warriors from the 7 rank 6 martial institutions were leading the way, followed by hundreds of rank 7 martial institutions. Behind them were the most common rank 8 and 9 martial institutions. Disciples from the Floating Mountain Martial School, follow me to find a place to live. Disciples from the Fire Spirit Martial School, come out. All the rank 6 martial institutions had more than 1 or 2 people who had passed the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate. Instead, there were dozens of them, which made up almost 40% of the martial institutions. With so many geniuses, as long as they did not make any mistakes, they would continue to be powerful. If there were 1 or 2 powerful martial geniuses, they might be able to bring their martial institutions to the next level. Compared to them, the martial institutions below rank 7 were much weaker. Many of them were just going through the competition, and there were many rank 7 martial institutions among them. You 3, come with me to find a place to live. Luo Xinglia and the others walked over and said. Zhu Mei asked, Leader, aren't we going to compete today? The headmaster laughed, there are more than millions of warriors out there. We can't just let them watch, can we? Therefore, there is no competition for the first 2 days. We will let all the martial institutions and all the lone warriors choose a place to live. Once everyone is settled, the competition will officially begin. That would work, since the Hidden Dragon Ancient City was empty anyway. There were a lot of buildings, which would be more than enough for everyone to live in. If the competition started right after they arrived, it would be very chaotic, which would cause a negative impact. Yichen nodded to himself. He did not know who had made this rule, but it was very humane. The buildings in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City did not belong to anyone. Therefore, if one wanted to choose a place to live, one would have to consider the power and status. Some of the more luxurious buildings would not be something that normal clasping Yuan realm warriors would dare to touch. Only the astral reaching realm warriors would have the priority. As for the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was a ranked martial institution after all. Warriors below the astral reaching realm would not dare to mess with them. Soon, under Luo Xinglia's lead, everyone had chosen a big yard in the middle of the city. The buildings in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City were simple but elegant. Inside the building, it was not as broken as they had imagined. Instead, it had an ancient feel to it, and the furniture was very clean. After slightly cleaning the room, Yichen stopped. Walking out of the room, Yichen saw Luo Hansan. Luo Hansan had lost the right to join the competition, but as a clasping Yuan realm warrior, he still had the right to enter the Hidden Dragon Ancient City to watch the competition. "Brother Luo, are you all right?" Yichen did not know how to address Luo Hansan. In terms of power, he should call him Brother Luo, but it did not feel right, and it would make him feel like an outsider. If he called him Luo Hansan, it would sound a bit mushy and inappropriate, and calling him Luo Hansan would still make him feel like an outsider. In the end, he decided to call him Brother Luo, since there were no outsiders here anyway, and he was older than him. Luo Hansan forced a smile and said, "It's all right. It's my own problem that I couldn't make it to the Dragon Gate. The world rewards the diligent. Speaking of which, when I reached the clasping Yuan realm, I was not as hardworking as before. Therefore, this is a lesson that I will never forget." Yichen secretly sighed. In fact, if Luo Hansan had made it to the Dragon Gate, he might have been able to beat a couple of martial geniuses who were at the same level as him, which would help him train himself. Unfortunately, he had failed at the last step, as he had not been able to block out the evil sound. Otherwise, the gravity of the abyss would not have dragged him down all of a sudden. If he missed this opportunity, Luo Hansan would not have the chance to join the next competition, since he was already too old. "Let's go out for a walk. This is my first time coming to the Hidden Dragon Ancient City," Luo Hansan said. "All right." Yichen nodded. The Hidden Dragon Ancient City was huge. If a family of 4 people lived in it, it would be able to accommodate tens of millions of people. However, all the martial artists who came here were above the clasping Yuan realm, and none of them liked to live in the same house with others. Therefore, basically, each of them had their own building, and those who were close to each other would live in the same yard. Correspondingly, the roads in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City were very wide. At first glance, it was at least hundreds of meters wide. The ground was paved with gray ancient stones, which were perfectly square. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see some patterns carved on them. The two walked on the road side by side, sighing at the ancient buildings. Life and Death Realm warriors can live for 1,000 years, which means they have experienced 10 lifetimes for normal people. This ancient city has been standing for at least hundreds of thousands of years, much older than Life and Death Realm warriors. Sensing the ancient chi coming from the buildings, Luo Hansan could not help but say. Yichen said, "Everyone will die one day, unless they have surpassed life and death." This sentence was said unintentionally, but it made Yichen confused. Is there a realm above the Life and Death realm? There were a lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors walking on the road. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the crossroad in front of him. "Damn. My attacking power is only 42, how is this possible? Mine is only 43, let's try again. Hehe, mine is more than 50. Yichen was a bit curious. He said to Luo Hansan, "Let's go check it out." There were a lot of people at the crossroad. The two squeezed into the crowd and found a stone pillar standing in the middle of the crossroad. It was 1 meter tall and 3 feet wide. A thin crystal piece was stuck on the bottom half of the stone pillar, which was deeply embedded in the stone pillar. There were 8 rows of crystal stones on the top of the stone pillar, 10 crystals in each row. Earlier, a clasping Yuan realm warrior had hit the crystal on the bottom, and the crystals on the top had lit up. 53 crystals had lit up in total, and the highest was 80. Is this to test the attacking power? Luo Hansan was surprised. Yi Chen's observation was even more detailed than Luo Hanshan's. He found that early clasping Yuan realm warriors could barely get more than 50 crystals, and late clasping Yuan realm warriors could get between 50 and 60 crystals. In other words, these crystals corresponded to the levels of the warriors. The first and second rows were for mortal realm warriors, the third and fourth rows were for condensing reality realm warriors, the fifth and sixth rows were for clasping Yuan realm warriors, and the seventh and eighth rows were for astral reaching realm warriors. Let me try. A young warrior walked up to the stone pillar. Boom, as he kicked on the crystal piece, more than half of the crystals on it lit up. 54 crystals. He is only a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior, isn't he? His attacking power is even higher than that late clasping Yuan realm warrior. If 60 crystals were the limit of a clasping Yuan realm warrior, then 54 crystals were already a very high attacking power, not to mention that he was only a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Luo Hansan couldn't help but go up and try, and the result was 45 crystals, which was quite normal. I didn't expect that there would be an attacking power testing pillar here, let's just play around. Another young warrior walked up, and someone recognized him. He was Xianxia, the second disciple of the Rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, one of the most popular contestants for the top 10 this time. Boom, the crystal pieces lit up, 60 crystals, full value. The 60th crystal shone for a long time, and finally turned red, which meant that his attacking power had already surpassed 60 crystals, but was still not at the level of 61 crystals. The attacking power is as high as 60, and the color of the 60th crystal stone has turned red. It has definitely reached the first limit of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Indeed. Although this attacking power testing column is rare and extremely hard to make, some of the top rank 7 martial institutions still have them. The martial city has 3 of them as well. Normally, being able to light up 60 crystal stones is already the maximum value. However, some of the clasping Yuan realm warriors have trained extremely powerful martial arts and martial skills, which means that they have special ways to increase their attacking power. Therefore, when they were making the testing column, they had purposely done something on the last crystal stone of every 2 rows, allowing it to shine with 3 colors. The first color is red, which means that the warrior's attacking power has already surpassed most of the peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors, and would be able to compete with the rank 6 tyrant beasts. The second color is purple, which means that the warrior would be able to kill the rank 6 tyrant beasts without too much difficulty. The third color is black. I heard that in the whole South River region, there are less than 10 clasping Yuan realm warriors who could make the 60th crystal stone shine black, which means that they would be able to kill the rank 6 tyrant beasts within seconds. They are the most powerful warriors below the astral reaching realm. Xianxia's attacking power has reached the level of red, so he would definitely be in the top 10. There should not be too many freaks among the young generation. Yeah, I think so too. The powerful attacking power is too much of an advantage. As long as one gets hit once, the defense would be broken immediately. All of the clasping Yuan realm warriors were discussing, looking at Xianxia with admiration in their eyes. Xianxia had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. That powerful? I can also reach 60 stones. A young warrior did not believe it. He walked out from the crowd, wanting to get a better result than Xianxia. A lot of people had recognized him as one of the powerful warriors in the last hidden dragon rank, and he was ranked quite high. His weapon was a blade. The blade light flashed as he threw a heavy attack onto the crystal stone. The crystal stones lit up row after row. When it reached the 59th stone, it stopped. He was still 1 stone away from 60, not to mention turning the 60th stone red. Impossible. One more time. This time, it was not as good as the last time. It was 58 stones. Obviously, he had lost his focus, and his spirit had not been pushed to its limit. 59 is not bad. Anyone who can light up 60 of them is qualified to compete for the top 10 of the hidden dragon rank. No one laughed at him. If it were them, they might not even be able to light up 55 of them. Luo Hansan said, Yi Chen, why don't you try? Yi Chen smiled. His hands were indeed itching. Someone else is up. I wonder how many stars will light up. Probably more than 55. His aura is quite strong. He is not a weakling among the younger generation. Who in the younger generation is a weakling? However, there should be 55 of him. While everyone was talking, Yichen walked towards the testing pillar step by step. He did not take out his star scar sword, as he wanted to see how much attacking power he would have without using his sword. Xianxia had an impression of Yichen. When he was climbing the dragon door, his speed was very fast. He should be able to rank in the top 30 or 20. Unfortunately, the attacking power test was different from climbing the dragon door. What was needed was the most powerful attacking power. A bright yellow mountain shadow appeared on Yichen's right fist. The shadow was extremely condensed, and eventually shrunk into a ball, shining with bits of gold light. It stuck closely to Yichen's fist. It was indeed the third movement of the 5-mountain godly fist art, the 5-mountain one art. Dong, a muffled thunder-like sound was heard. The crystal board had taken such a huge attacking power, but it was not damaged at all. The crystal stones on it lit up row after row, eventually reaching the 60th stone. However, it did not turn red, which was a lot weaker than the head disciple of the Sunset Martial School, Qianyun. 60 stones. Am I seeing it right? Another one of the young warriors who could reach the top 10. Although it is slightly weaker than Qianyun, it should not be that bad. I wonder what kind of realm Si Kongxing and the rest of them would reach. Everyone was very surprised. It was not easy to light up 60 stones. Even a lot of peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warriors did not have this kind of attacking power. Yichen was also very satisfied. He knew that with only the third movement of the 5-mountain godly fist art, he would not be able to hit 60 stones. But with his almost 50,000 pounds of physical strength, it was not surprising that he could do it. In other words, even if he did not use his sword, he would still be one of the top warriors among the peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warriors. Not bad. He is barely qualified to be my opponent. I wonder what his real attacking power is like. Qianyun was not interested in watching anymore, so he was about to leave. Qianyun's raised foot was put back down again. His eyes landed on Yichen's left hand. No one knew when, but Yichen had already taken out his star scar sword. He pulled it out, raised it up with one hand, and threw a heavy sword attack onto the crystal board. This sword attack was the combined sword movement, sky-shattering clouds. However, he did not use his sword intent, since the 70% sword intent was one of his ace attacks. There was no need to show it off. The sword pressure was too intense, and there seemed to be lightning flashing through the air. The next second, the 6 rows of crystal stones lit up almost at the same time. Then, the 60th crystal stone shone intensely and turned into a red color. The color was even darker than the one Qianyun had hit out, almost purple. So he is using a sword. He has actually reached the first limit of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. He is not far from purple. All of the warriors who were watching were shocked. Alright, let's go. Yichen did not want to continue. He put away his star scar sword and said to Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan forced a smile and said, "You have really shocked me. Besides those extremely powerful martial geniuses, almost no one under the astral reaching realm would be able to beat you." The two walked further and further away. Touching his chin, Qianyun seemed to be thinking about something. That time, he had almost used 90% of his attacking power. The reason why he did not use 100% of his power was because he did not want the 60th crystal stone to turn purple. He thought that no one here would be able to break this record, but he did not expect it to be broken so soon. Interesting. I hope we can meet in the competition. Then, I will use all of my power to beat you. Glancing at Yichen's back, Qianyun turned around and left. There were a lot of crossroads in the Hidden Dragon ancient city, and there were also a lot of attacking power testing pillars. A lot of people who had never seen it before had gone up to test one by one, including those young warriors who were full of confidence. Scary. The Demon Eyes Mo Yen is indeed worthy of being ranked 8th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. The 60th crystal stone has turned purple. Morong Qingqing is not bad either. It is also purple. Just as I expected, she did not use all of her power in the last competition. The two are both disciples of the Sky Demon Martial School. This time, the Sky Demon Martial School is going to be the winner. Hearing the discussions, Mo Yan did not look proud at all. The Sky Demon Martial School also had some attacking power testing pillars, and he had already tested them, so he was very confident. However, Morong Qingqing's attacking power had surprised him a lot. It seemed like she had indeed had some great experiences outside. Not only had she trained her Sky Demon Great Art to its 10th level, but her Sky Demon palm print had also improved drastically. She was one of his powerful enemies. Morong Qingqing still had her face covered with a light cloth, and no one could see her real face. At the other crossroads, gasps could be heard one after another. The 60th crystal stone has turned purple. The head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Bing Ling, lives up to her reputation. That fist art must be the top-rank Earth-realm martial skill, the ice-breaking fist, right? I have just come from that crossroad. The head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian, also got a purple result. Besides that, the Demon Eyes Mo Yan and Morong Qingqing also got the same result. So powerful. I guess the top 10 of this year's Hidden Dragon rank will be these people. The young generation, they are all top warriors. Yeah. I wonder what the others' results are like. Tua Baku got purple. The Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua's result is out. It is black, and it was a casual attack from him. No way. A casual attack from him could reach the third limit of a clasping Yuan realm warrior? He is almost at the astral reaching realm. Lin Yan's casual attack is also black. Too black. Yan Qihua is indeed the Fire Spirit Prince. Lin Yan has also caught up. In the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, he was ranked 5th. This time, he will definitely make it to the top 3. Oh right, does anyone know about Si Kongsheng's result? I did not see him. The king-level bloodline is not something to be underestimated. Black is for sure. Let's go look for him. On a crossroad close to the center area, all of the Floating Mountain Martial School's disciples who had passed through the 3 challenges had finished their tests, which had shocked all of the warriors watching. Right then, one of the disciples suggested to Si Kongsheng, head disciple, I think those people have all finished their tests. Why don't you show some of your power as well, in case everyone thinks that they can take your throne away? Yeah. Head disciple, show some of your power. Otherwise, they might think that you are scared of them. Si Kongsheng sneered. Besides Yan Qihua and that weird Lin Yun, he did not really care about the others. Even these two were only qualified for him to show some of his power. They did not have the power to compete with him. That's good too. I will show them a despairing result. Flicking his sleeves, Si Kongsheng walked towards the test column. All of a sudden, the place became dead silent. Everyone was watching. They wanted to see how powerful Si Kongsheng, who was the champion of the last Hidden Dragon rank and the descendant of the Song King, was. After a while, they would be able to tell from his attacking power. Pap, no one could see how Si Kongsheng had attacked. They could only vaguely see a palm-shaped pattern flash in the air before disappearing. Everyone's attention was focused on the crystal stone. 1 row, 2 rows, 6 rows, 7 rows, 7 rows, the crystal stones had lit up to the 7th row. Although there was only 61 in total, it was the attacking power of an astral-reaching realm warrior. It seemed like Si Kongsheng had not even used all of his power. As for how much power he had used, no one knew. Only Si Kongsheng himself knew. Regardless, the result of 61 crystal stones was enough to shock the whole South River region. It meant that Si Kongsheng had the power to compete with early astral-reaching realm warriors. Like a plague, the news of Si Kongsheng hitting 61 crystal stones spread out like wildfire. 1 to 1, 10 to 10. Within half a day, most of the warriors in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City had heard about it. A lot of powerful young warriors had heard the news and shook their heads with a forced smile. They had not planned to challenge Si Kongsheng in the first place, and now that they had heard about it, they decided not to go even more. 61 stones, indeed impressive. Inside the yard, Yi Chen, Su Jing, Zhu Mei, and Lu Hanshan were all there, surrounded by 7 or 8 core disciples who hadn't reached the clasping Yuan realm yet. They were here to watch the competition with the leaders of the school. When they heard the news, they immediately came to tell Yi Chen and the other two. Zhu Mei shook her head and forced a smile. 61 stones is a result only early astral-reaching realm warriors can achieve. I only got 48 stones, and Su Jing got 60 stones. Yi Chen, what about you? Lu Hansan answered for Yi Chen. Yi Chen got 60 stones when he didn't use his sword, and the last stone he got was red, almost purple. Brother Yi is so powerful. Hearing him, all the core disciples who came to watch the competition were shocked. Although Yi Chen was not as powerful as Si Kongxing and the others, the Sky Cloud Martial School was a rank 9 institution, which was not as powerful as a rank 6 institution. For a genius like Yi Chen to appear, it was already a miracle, and it was even more exciting. What could be more exciting than breaking the rules? In fact, everyone had the ambition to challenge the authority. Sister Su is also very powerful. She is only at the early clasping Yuan realm, and she already got 60 stones. If she reaches the mid-clasping Yuan realm, how powerful would she be? All of a sudden, all the core disciples who came to watch the competition were extremely happy. The more powerful their brother and sister were, the more glorious they would feel when they walked out. Plus, they had also heard something about luck. The higher the rank, the more luck the individual and the martial institution would have. In the future, with the luck of their brother and sister and the martial institution, their training would be even smoother, and they might even be able to reach a realm that they couldn't even imagine. Hearing everyone's words, Yi Chen thought to himself, this year's competition level is super high, and the popular candidates for the top 10 have even reached the limit of clasping Yuan realm warriors. They are the top of the top. Fortunately, I have prepared a lot of ace attacks. Otherwise, I might not be able to make it. Let's see who is the most powerful warrior below the astral reaching realm. No matter if it was the Yi Chen from his previous life as a university student, or the Yi Chen now as a sword artist, he was still a young man with the desire to fight inside him. Right now, he felt like he had been ignited, and his spirit and chi kept on increasing, surpassing his previous level. Inside a massive building in the center of the Hidden Dragon ancient city, a lot of leaders from different martial institutions had gathered. The leaders of the top 7 rank 6 martial institutions were the only 7 Sea of Souls realm warriors there. Everyone, the reason why I have gathered you here is about the judges. The competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank are not simple, and using people from any martial institutions as the judges would not be enough to convince the crowd. Therefore, just like before, the judges will be chosen from the astral reaching realm warriors who do not belong to any martial institutions. Do you have any objections? The leader of the Floating Mountain Martial School stood in the middle of the 7 people. His voice was not loud, but it had covered the entire building. I have no objections. Me neither. No one objected. The leader of the Sky Demon sect took the lead and said, the previous chief judge, Luo Jiaqing, was fair and impartial. He should be the chief judge this time. Senior Luo. He is indeed an impartial man, I agree. That would be for the best. Luo Jiaqing was an elder in his 70s. He chuckled as he walked out, holding his fists together as he said, thank you, everyone, for thinking so highly of me. Since Leader Mo has recommended me, I will reluctantly accept it. Of course, don't worry, everyone. Even if it is a disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, a loss is a loss. I will not be grateful just because Leader Mo recommended me. The leader chuckled. The competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank were sacred and solemn. If someone tried to cover up for a disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, he would be the first one to disagree. Otherwise, he would not have recommended him to be the chief judge. There were 1 chief judge and 12 judges in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank. Now that the chief judge had been selected, it was time to choose the 12 judges. There were 3 requirements to be a judge: 1 must be fair, 2 must have a high cultivation, and 3 must have good eyesight. The chief judge, Luo Jiaqing, had been a judge for many times, and he was a late astral-reaching realm warrior himself. Adding his impartial attitude, it was quite expected for him to be the chief judge. Although the other judges did not need to be as powerful as Luo Jiaqing, they could not be too weak either. Otherwise, if they became a joke, no one would be able to look good, especially the leaders of the 7 rank 6 martial institutions. Under everyone's expectation, 2 long days had passed, and it was already the morning of the 3rd day. The sky had just begun to brighten, and the clamor had already swept through the entire Hidden Dragon ancient city. Looking from the sky, one could observe that numerous torrents of people were converging towards the center of the ancient city. They were like numerous complicated black rivers that flowed endlessly. Inside the yard, all of the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School were there. Today is still the elimination competition. Let's take it slow and steady. If you are confident, try not to expose your real power too early. Luo Xianxia reminded the 3 of them. Yes. Yi Chen and the other 2 nodded. Alright, let's not talk anymore. Let's go. The same reminder was happening in the other martial institutions as well. Although there were only 72 people in each Hidden Dragon rank competition, everyone wanted to go further. After all, in this kind of intense battle, the chance of making a breakthrough was very high. It was not like there had never been cases of people making a comeback before. The central area of the ancient city was a vast flat land. Around the flat land were densely packed spectator stands, extending far into the distance. The whole place looked like an iron pot. The bottom of the pot was flat land, and the walls of the iron pot were the spectator stands. Sitting in the spectator stands, one could see the scene on the flat land by lowering their head. The competition is finally starting. Let's get a good spot first. Damn. These people are here way too early. They are even 1 step ahead of us. Look over there. A lot of people are training. Perhaps they have been here since last night? What a miscalculation. Luckily, there are other good spots. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. People flooded into the audience stands. All of the warriors looked like they had gone crazy. They flew everywhere, trying to get a spot near the center. Some of them had even started to fight, glaring at each other. The good thing was that this was the Hidden Dragon ancient city, so everyone was more reserved. They did not dare to make too big of a scene. Otherwise, if there were a lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors fighting, it would definitely be a disaster. Under the first row of the audience stands, all of the young warriors who were qualified to participate in the competition stood together in groups of 3 to 5. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhume glanced at the flat land, frowned and said, "This battling platform is too simple. There is only a flat land. How are we going to compete?" Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, there should be something else." The head disciple of the South River Martial School, Qin Yulian, walked over with a smile on her face and said, "You don't mind if I stand with you guys, right?" Yi Chen laughed, "Of course not. Last time in the scorching ancient desert, it was the headmaster of your South River Martial School who helped us out. We are all from the Windy Nation. We should help each other." Qin Yulian shook her head and said, "This year's competition is full of hidden dragons and tigers. It will not be easy to make a bloody path. The good thing is that I do not have a big goal. I just want to beat one opponent after another and push myself to the limit." Su Jing said all of a sudden, "The terrain has changed." The few of them raised their heads and looked over, only to see that the vast flat ground had been torn apart and stored away. After that, 12 square-shaped battle stages rose up from the ground, all of them symmetrical to each other. At the opposite corners of the battle stages, there was a hollowed-out stone pillar. The stone pillars emitted rays of light, and in the end, they formed 4 ink-blue light screens that were as thick as a fist, resembling ink-blue crystals, protecting the battle stages within. A woo, a dragon roar came out from the deep abyss between the platforms. It was so loud that it startled a lot of the warriors in the audience seats. I don't think there was any dragon roar last year. Strange. Some of the warriors were surprised. I think this year's young warriors have too much blood and chi, which triggered some kind of mystery, which made the dragon fountain chi even more obvious. You are right. But luck is too mysterious. I wonder if it is real or not. I would rather believe it than not. The Hidden Dragon Ancient Place and the Hidden Dragon Ancient City are very mysterious. After a while, the audience seats were filled with people. Then, all of the powerful warriors from different martial institutions sat in the first row. The 13 judges split up. The head judge sat right in front of them while the rest of them kept an equal distance from each other. They were all observing the battling platforms down there so that they could make a decision at any time. As usual, the head judge would explain the rules of the competition. The rules of the competition were very simple. Besides the low-rank attacking great weapons, no other great weapons were allowed to be used. No pellets or destructive weapons like the Silver Light Thunderbolt bomb was allowed. Anyone who broke the rules would either lose the competition or lose the right to participate and be kicked out of the arena. Besides, the 700 contestants would be divided into 12 groups to compete for points. There would be 10 rounds of competition, and only 12 people from each group would be able to make it to the next stage of the competition. Once they made it to the next stage, they would be able to join any 2 groups and continue with the second stage of the competition. 12 people from each group would also make it to the next stage of the competition. It sounded very easy, but it was not easy for the young generation of contestants. There were 10 rounds in the first stage of the competition, and 10 rounds in the second stage as well. It would be 20 rounds in total. 20 rounds of battles would definitely be extremely tough. If one did not have a strong mentality, he or she would definitely break down under the pressure of the competition and lose the upper hand. Therefore, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank would not only test one's power, but also one's mentality. Of course, there would also be an element of intelligence, since no one else would be able to win 20 rounds in a row except for the top 10. For most of the people, it was worth considering when to fight and when to give up. They would not be able to act recklessly. Everyone, please take a look at the jade tags that you got from the challenge stage. There is your group number on it. The head judge Luo Jiaqing activated his Xianxia and said loudly. Hearing him, all of the young warriors took out their jade tags from their storage rings. Group 3. Yichen looked at the jade tags and said. I am Group 5. I am Group 6. Group 10. Su Jing and the other 2 announced their groups. The 4 of them separated and went to the judges of their groups to fill in their personal information and get their individual numbers. Then, it would be the group elimination competition. He is also in this group. After getting his number, Yuan Hingying noticed Yi Chen, who was standing nearby. He was both surprised and nervous. He was surprised because he had the chance to beat Yi Chen right away, but he was nervous because he did not have much confidence. The 2 conflicting emotions made him clench his fists tightly. Soon, the elimination of the group began. In Group 3, the first 2 contestants on the stage were early clasping Yuan Realm. One of them was using a blade art while the other one was using a fist art. Both their blade art and fist art were at high levels. The aftershocks of their attacks landed on the fist-thick, dark blue light wall, making a loud booming sound and sending sparks everywhere. After over 100 rounds of attacks, the contestant who used the fist art was slightly more powerful. He avoided the blade light and shattered his opponent's Xianxia layer with one punch, winning the battle. The second battle, Yuan Hingying against Huang Lang. In the first row of the audience seating, the judge of Group 3 yelled. Hearing him, Yuan Hingying sneered and flew towards the battling platform. That powerful dark blue light wall was like a water curtain. Waves spread out, but it did not stop him. Please. Huang Lang looked ordinary. He cupped his hands and said politely. Yuan Hingying said impatiently, cut the crap, eat my claw first. As he spoke, Yuan Hingying quickly activated his Xianxia and made a grabbing gesture in the air with his right hand. Dark cyan Xianxia shot up into the sky and transformed into a huge eagle claw. Once this Xianxia eagle claw appeared, it gave people a sense of ancient evil, as if it was a demon's claw. His ace attack has turned into a normal attack. It seems that Yuan Hingying has improved a lot. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Back in the Heaven Dream Battle Palace, Yuan Hingying and Zhuang Fei had attacked Yi Chen together and used this attack. However, that was his most powerful attack. Right now, he had used it right on the stage. Obviously, it was not because he was serious about his opponent, but because he had an even more powerful attack. Huang Lang was a contestant who had passed the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate. Facing this attack from Yuan Hingying, although he looked serious, he still tried his best to block it. However, Yuan Hingying did not want to give him a chance to rest. He kept attacking with his claws, aiming at the weak point of his Xianxia layer. Boom! Under Yuan Hingying's powerful attack, Huang Lang's Xianxia layer only lasted for a short while before it was broken. The Group 3 judge nodded silently. Yuan Hingying was indeed one of the top young warriors in the last Hidden Dragon rank. He had a great chance to make it into the rank again. Clearing his throat, he announced his opponent for the third battle. Yi Chen's number was towards the back, and the first round of the competition was arranged according to the order of the number, so it would take some time before it was his turn. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no intense matches in Group 3, he raised his head and looked towards the other dueling platforms. It's Lynch. On the Group 7 battling platform, Lynch was facing a mid-clasping Yuan realm contestant. In terms of cultivation, Lynch was only at the peak level early clasping Yuan realm, which meant that he was not as powerful as his opponent. However, in terms of fighting power, that contestant was no match for Lynch. First, his weapon was knocked away by a single blade attack, and then his protective Xianxia layer was cut open. Amazing. He is currently the first contestant to defeat an opponent who is a level higher than him. The Group 7 judge had a look of admiration on his face. After sizing up Lynch, Yi Chen shifted his gaze. Coincidentally, he saw another familiar person. It was the second disciple of the alchemist martial school, Tian Hao. However, he was unlucky, as he had encountered a rather powerful opponent. He had been completely defeated after 30 attacks. After that, Yi Chen watched a few more battles. Most of the contestants were at the early or mid-clasping Yuan realm. There were only 30 or 40 people who had reached the late-clasping Yuan realm, and as for peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm, there were less than 10 of them. The head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Bing Ling, is on the stage. In the last Hidden Dragon rank, she was ranked 7th. Her opponent is not weak either. He was ranked 23rd in the last Hidden Dragon rank. No way. He was defeated with only one punch. Around the Group 4 battling platform, all of the young warriors were shocked. The warrior who was ranked 23rd in the last Hidden Dragon rank could not even take one punch from Bing Ling. It seemed like Bing Ling had not used all of her power at all. As for how much power she had used, only she herself would know. The hot candidates for the top 5 are indeed not something we can predict. The top 10 and below are not even worth mentioning. In the end, everyone came to a conclusion. The contestants who had the power to compete for the top 5 were already way beyond the others. They were not even on the same level. If they ran into them, they would probably be killed within seconds. Yi Chen had also noticed this. Although his opponent was very powerful, he was still not able to compete with him. He only had one opponent, which was Si Kongsheng. His powerful soul power allowed him to sense the opponent's power with amazing accuracy. The 10th battle, Yi Chen against Xiaoheng. Finally, it was Yi Chen's turn to compete on the stage. Unfortunately, his opponent was also a late clasping Yuan realm contestant, who was ranked 35 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. His weapon was a long silver spear, the tip of the spear shining with a cold light. I got the first point. Obviously, his opponent did not take Yi Chen seriously at all. He tapped his feet on the ground and his body flashed, floating in the air. The long spear in his hand was like a poisonous snake coming out of its cave. The spear shone with a bright light, looking extremely cold. Yi Chen stood where he was without moving. He released the poetic perspective of his lone peak kill, covering his opponent's mind. What? This is an illusion. There would not be 1,000 mountains and rivers appearing on the battling platform. His opponent's mind had been disturbed, and his spear art had lost its accuracy and power. Casually walking, Yi Chen appeared in front of his opponent at a normal speed and broke his Xianxia layer with one punch. His back bumped into the dark blue light wall. His opponent looked at Yi Chen with a slight fear in his eyes. If he could, he did not want to face Yi Chen ever again. That feeling of being unable to use his power, and having his sense of space messed up, was driving him crazy. He believed that if he fought with Yi Chen for a few more battles, his condition would drop to an unprecedented level. Thank you. Not daring to look at Yi Chen, his opponent hurried to run out of the exit. He was afraid that Yi Chen would perform that horrifying poetic perspective on him again. Yi Chen touched his chin, thinking that he might have gone too far. Although the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was useful, it would make his opponent's condition drop. If he ran into someone with a bad mentality, it might even affect his battling condition completely, and he would only be able to perform 80 to 90% of his power. Never mind, I will not use the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill unless it is absolutely necessary. I will use the sky-shattering clouds poetic perspective for now. In the previous battles, Yichen did not plan to use his sword intent. Therefore, he could only choose between the two poetic perspectives of the lone peak kill and the sky-shattering clouds. What is going on? Is he going easy on me? The poetic perspective of the lone peak kill only had a range of 10 meters. A lot of people had no idea what was going on, including Yuan Hingying, who had a very bad look on his face. Only the Group 3 judge looked shocked. His mental power was extremely powerful, and he could sense all the tiny changes on the stage. Yichen's lone peak kill poetic perspective did not hide from him. To be honest, among the clasping Yuan realm warriors, he had rarely seen anyone who could push their martial poetic perspective to this level. It could even affect the senses of the warriors. No wonder that contestant was so scared towards the end. Interesting. The judge of the third group smiled. It had only been 10 battles, and there had already been an outstanding warrior. After a few more rounds, it should be easy to tell who would be powerful enough to make it to the next round. The 11th battle, Teng Mo against Gao Feng. Just as the judge's voice landed, the third group had been quiet for a while. Then, the discussion started like a tide, never stopping. In the last hidden dragon rank, Teng Mo was ranked 19. I did not expect him to get on the stage so soon. There are no powerful warriors in the third group. Without any surprises, he would definitely be in the top 2. I wonder if this contestant named Gao Feng could last a little bit longer and force out part of Teng Mo's power. Difficult. It would be impressive if he could last 3 attacks. Teng Mo is not a normal young warrior. As the crowd continued to discuss, Teng Mo and Gao Feng walked onto the stage. Teng Mo was wearing a black outfit with a gold crown on his head. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, extremely sharp. Normally, a teenager with eyebrows like this should be very handsome, or at least very handsome. Unfortunately, Teng Mo's appearance had broken this rule. His face was long and narrow, and his eyes were long and narrow. His nose was pointy, and his lips were extremely thin. He did not give people a good first impression, like a combination of a snake and a fox. The young man standing in front of Teng Mo was about 19 to 20 years old. He was tall and skinny, wearing a light gray long robe. His long hair was casually tied behind his head with a string, which made him look fresh and elegant. Facing a powerful opponent like Teng Mo, he did not have any expression on his face. He had been very calm, so calm that it was creepy. This Gao Feng is not simple. Yichen's opinion was different from everyone else's. In his eyes, Gao Feng, who looked calm and collected, was very powerful, almost as powerful as Teng Mo. Besides that, Yichen sensed a similar mentality from Gao Feng. It was the mentality of not being bound by the rules, and walking on his own path. If it was not hard to guess, his martial arts should be just like his mentality as well. On the battling platform, the two stood 50 meters away from each other. What? You don't want to give up? Teng Mo squinted his eyes. Gao Feng shook his head. I'm thinking, how many moves do I need to defeat you? Once he said that, not only did Teng Mo's expression change, even the people who were watching the battle could not help but roll their eyes. They felt that Teng Mo was just too arrogant. Who was Teng Mo? He was ranked 19 in the last hidden dragon rank, and had already reached the late clasping Yuan realm. His martial arts and martial skills were among the top of the young generation. He was only slightly weaker than Xikongxing and the others. If it were not for the fact that there were so many martial geniuses in this year's hidden dragon rank, he would definitely be one of the hot candidates for the top 10. Even so, no one could guarantee that he did not have the power to fight for the top 10. Haha. As if he'd heard the funniest joke, Teng Mo roared with laughter, and then his expression turned ghastly. Very good, I want to see how many moves it will take for you to defeat me. But before that, I plan to defeat you in 10 moves. I don't know if you're mentally prepared. Our chances of winning have increased a little. Gao Feng did not answer the question. Arrogant. Teng Mo was enraged. A dim light flashed on his storage ring, and a thin sword appeared in his hand. He shook his wrist, and hundreds of thousands of sword lights shot out of the thin sword. Each of them was mixed with a fiery red intent, sealing the space where Gao Feng was, trying to defeat him with one sword attack. It has appeared. It is Ting Mo's signature sword art, the Starfire Burning Sword. The Starfire Burning Sword is a high-rank Earth Realm sword art. With one sword attack, the sword light will be like a prairie fire, covering a huge area. It is almost impossible to dodge. And once you can't dodge it, you will have to face wave after wave of powerful attacks. Hearing the discussions of the contestants around him, Yichen touched his chin. Disciples from big martial institutions were indeed powerful. All of their sword arts were high-rank Earth Realm, which gave them a natural advantage. If he had guessed it right, this Starfire Burning Sword was not only powerful, but also the follow-up attacks. That kind of prairie fire poetic perspective was quite horrifying. Of course, the premise was that Tang Mo had learned the poetic perspective of the Starfire Burning Sword. Otherwise, no matter how powerful it would only be powerful. Let's see how you are going to dodge it. Tang Mo was extremely confident about the Starfire Burning Sword. He believed that Gao Feng would not be able to dodge this attack. And once he failed to dodge, it would just be the beginning of his nightmare. Gao Feng indeed would not be able to dodge the sword attack. Therefore, he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he rushed towards the countless sword lights. A sword appeared in his hand as well. It was a shiny silver sword. The sword was 4 feet and 1 inch long, and 3 fingers wide. As he waved his arm, balls of silver white sword light started to move around in the air. Along with the puffing sound, that burning sword light was shattered halfway, turning into thousands of sparks, looking extremely beautiful. What? It was broken? Tang Mo could not believe his own eyes. Although this sword attack was the starting movement of the Starfire Burning Sword, among the warriors at the same level as him, no one had ever broken this attack with skills. When Gao Feng rushed towards him, he was actually very happy, because those sword lights were not normal sword lights. They were sword lights that could explode, just like a fire explosion. When hundreds of sword lights exploded one after another, no matter how powerful the Xianxia layer was, it would not be able to block it out. Among all the contestants off the stage, only Yichen could see through it with just one glance. Completely seeing through the tracks and weaknesses of the sword light, using the vibrating power to break the exploding power of the sword light from the inside. This is not something that normal people could do. What had just happened was as fast as lightning, and there were countless sword lights blocking it. However, Yichen's eyesight was extremely good. He only needed to see how Gao Feng had broken the sword light just by looking at the scene of the sword light shattering. Impressive, Ting Mo's first attack has been broken. What a surprise. How come this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions are all so crazy? I have never seen this Gao Feng before. Most of the people could not see through it, but it did not stop them from knowing how powerful Gao Feng was. The battle that they thought was going to be one-sided had now turned into an even match, and the tables had even been turned. All of a sudden, everyone became interested and stared at the stage without blinking. Starfire Ring. Tang Mo was, after all, one of the top young warriors, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body jumped high into the air. He swung his sword downwards, and the flame-like sword light, under the effect of inertia and rotational force, turned into a blazing ring of fire, and shot toward Tang Mo. I have underestimated him. Gao Feng's pupils shrank. He could naturally see the power of the fire ring. It was different from the simple sword light, and this fire ring was made of sword light. It would be very hard to break it with one sword attack. If he was not careful, he would be wounded by the exploding power of the fire ring. Since this is the case, then let's fight it head-on. The silver long sword was pointed at the ground. Streams of gray smoke appeared out of nowhere on Gao Feng's right arm. The smoke slowly rose up like a fire without any temperature. Sword explosion. Taking a step forward with his right foot, Gao Feng threw out a sword attack towards the sky. Woo! Woo! A horrible crying sound was heard. As Gao Feng threw out his sword attack, the burning fire ring was blown out. The gray sword wind blew right towards Tang Mo, seeming unstoppable. Gao Feng has won. Seeing this, Yichen shook his head. Ting Mo was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, he had not mastered all of the essence of the star fire burning sword art. He had not learned the mentality of the sword art either. Otherwise, Ting Mo would not be able to break through his sword movement so easily. If it were him performing the star fire burning sword art, even normal astral reaching realm warriors would not be able to break through it with skills. Just like Yi Chen had expected, Ting Mo had lost. Instead of saying that he lost to Gao Feng, it would be more accurate to say that he lost to himself. From the very beginning, he had underestimated Gao Feng. He did not bring out all of his power and his peak condition for the competition. By the time he realized what had happened, the situation had already gone out of his control. After beating Ting Mo, Gao Feng's popularity had skyrocketed. No one could compete with him in Group 3. Contestants from other groups could not help but pay attention to Gao Feng as well. It was not that they did not have powerful young warriors in their groups, it was actually the exact opposite. It was because the powerful warriors in their groups were too powerful that the competition had no suspense at all. One could even guess the result with one's butt. Battles like this between Ting Mo and Gao Feng, where both of them were equally powerful, had rarely happened before. That Gao Feng is pretty powerful, and he is quite lucky as well. He is in Group 3, which does not have any powerful warriors. Yeah. Out of the 12 groups, 5 of them are known as the death groups. There are a lot of powerful warriors, and Group 3 is the safest group. The contestants in that group also have the highest chance of making it to the next round. No matter what, one's own power is the most important thing. In the first stage of the elimination competition, 12 people from each group will make it to the next round. Then, any 2 groups will be combined into one group, and the second stage of the elimination competition will begin. By then, out of the 24 people, 12 people will be eliminated. Being able to stand out from the group competition, who doesn't have a few ace attacks? I can already imagine how cruel the second stage of the elimination competition will be. None of the battles will be easy. The battles started one after another, and ended one after another. The speed was surprisingly fast. Many of the battles were finished within 10 attacks, and some people even gave up right away. Of course, it was a very rare situation after all. Most of the battles would take around 100 attacks to decide the winner. During the battles, Yichen would occasionally pay attention to some familiar people, such as Su Jing, Zhu Mei, and Lynch. Su Jing indeed did not need anyone to worry about her. Up until now, no one had been able to last more than 10 attacks from her. She was just like a female warrior from the ancient times. Her movements were fast, and her power was fast. Every movement she made contained the power of a thunderbolt, which made people scared. This situation lasted for about 3 or 4 rounds, and finally, someone chose to admit defeat, and it was a young master who was neither too old nor too young. Regarding this, the others did not show a look of disdain. Su Jing's strength was obvious to all, and there was not the slightest bit of falsehood. Moreover, what gave them a headache was that Su Jing's moves were big and wide, and she liked to force her opponents to fight her head-on. As a result, under repeated head-on clashes, no matter how strong one's body was, they would not be able to bear it. Their bones and muscles would be sore, and it would inevitably affect the later rounds. What surprised them was that Su Jing, who had a graceful figure and slender arms, did not even blush, nor was she out of breath, as if the previous battle was just a drizzle. Compared to Su Jing, Zhu Mei was having a much harder time. After 4 rounds of battles, she had lost 2 and won 2, which was considered average. She could not blame herself for losing the 2 battles. Her opponents were way more powerful than her. Even if she had tried her best, she would not have been able to win. As for the 2 battles that she had won, it was not easy at all. The first battle was over 200 rounds, and the second battle was even. No, Zhu Mei was slightly weaker than her opponent. Since the beginning of the battle, she had been at a disadvantage. After 400 rounds, Zhu Mei had caught on to her opponent's flaws and launched a thunderous counterattack. She had completely turned the situation around and won the battle. Needless to say, in terms of disciples, the North Snow Martial Academy had already completely surpassed the Emerald Martial Palace. Judging on the number of disciples, only the Emerald Child from the Emerald Martial Palace had the right to participate in the knockout competitions. Ji Shuiyan and Lu Wuxiang had both been knocked out in the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, there were 2 disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy who had the right to participate in the knockout competitions, namely the North Snow Child Su Wen and the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. Judging on the quality, Su Wen might be a bit weaker than Zhuang Fei, but Lynch was definitely better than Zhuang Fei in every aspect. In the 4 rounds of battles, Su Wen was the same as Zhuang Fei, he had lost 1 and won 3. There were 1 or 2 that he barely managed to win, and he had almost lost. As for Lynch, who had mastered the blade intent, he seemed to be much more relaxed. Without using all of his power, he had already won 4 battles in a row. Without any surprises, he should be able to smoothly advance to the next stage of the knockout competitions. The last one was the head disciple of the South River Martial School, Qin Yulian. Her power was not to be underestimated, and she had trained the Sky First Holy Water spell, which was quite a high rank. She had lost 1 and won 3 out of the 4 rounds, so there was still hope for her to advance to the next stage. This year is not only the peak of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, it is also the peak of our Windy Nation's young generation. Sitting in the first row of the audience, Luo Xinglia said emotionally. The headmaster nodded, not to mention Zhuang Fei and Su Wen, the 2 famous young warriors, Su Jing, Zhu Mei, Qin Yulian, and Lynch have all grown up. Plus, Yi Chen, this rare martial genius, it is indeed the peak of the Windy Nation. Among the 7 of them, if Yi Chen is not the second one, then out of the other 6, who do you think has a higher chance of making it to the next stage? The headmaster thought for a while. First would be Su Jing, then Lynch. The rest of them are almost at the same power level, so it is hard to say. About the same as I thought. Let's wait and see. Eh? Yi Chen's battle has started. The 2 stopped talking and looked towards the Group 3 battling platform. On the battling platform, Yi Chen was standing 50 meters away from his opponent, and his opponent was indeed the head disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle, Yuan Hingying. Yi Chen, don't think that you can beat me easily just because you are 1 rank higher than me. For this Hidden Dragon rank competition, I have prepared quite a lot of ace attacks. Yuan Hingying was very scared of Yi Chen. If it were any other contestant, he would not even bother to tell his opponent about the ace attacks that he had prepared. However, facing Yi Chen, Yuan Hingying did not dare to be careless at all. He hoped that Yi Chen would know that he had hidden his ace attacks, and that he would not be able to do anything during the battle. Yi Chen secretly laughed. How could he not know what Yuan Hingying was thinking? Of course, this method seemed simple, but it was actually quite practical. Unfortunately, he had used it on the wrong person. Alright, what's the point of talking so much? The battle will be over soon. Let's do it. Yi Chen decided to finish the battle as soon as possible. He was not interested in wasting time with Yuan Hingying at all, because Yuan Hingying was not at the same level as him at all. Yuan Hingying's face turned red. Yi Chen's impatient tone had pissed him off. Since when could he, Yuan Hingying, be looked down upon? Demon Eagle World. Hit. Growling, Yuan Hingying pushed his Zhenqi to its limit. The dark cyan-colored Zhenqi spread out from his body like the wings of an eagle. After that, an incomparably huge Zhenqi eagle claw swooshed across the sky, releasing an ancient evil power. Pop. The sword light flashed, and the Zhenqi eagle claw was shattered. Yi Chen walked towards Yuan Hingying step by step. Damn. Yuan Hingying was shocked. Although he knew that his ace attack, Demon Eagle World, would not be able to stop Yi Chen's counterattack, it was still out of his expectation that it would be broken within a second. His heart was beating intensely. Yuan Hingying was a bit panicked. However, when he saw Yi Chen walking towards him step by step, his panic was replaced by anger. So arrogant. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Demon Eagle revealing fist. Taking a heavy step forward with his right foot, Yuan Hingying clenched both of his fists and threw out a punch from the middle. That crazy dark blue Zhenqi was arranged in a weird pattern, and all of it was poured into his fist. In the next second, a horrifying eagle screech was heard. A slightly blurry demon eagle flew out. Before, Yuan Hingying had only thrown out the claws of the demon eagle. But now, under his anger, he had created the entire demon eagle, which had increased the power by at least 50%. no wonder he was a bit confident. Let's see how you are going to block. Before he finished his sentence, Yuan Hingying's face froze. In his sight, that extremely aggressive demon eagle had been cut in half by Yi Chen's sword before, and turned into nothingness. Then, a bright sword light filled his sight, and he could not see anything anymore. Swoosh, his protective Xianxia was broken, and Yuan Hingying was blown away, crashing into the dark blue light wall. One sword attack. Instant kill. Seeing this, people from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School did not look good. Yuan Hingying had lost way too fast, which caught them off guard. However, Yi Chen's improvement had shocked them even more. Back in the scorching ancient desert, Yi Chen could only fight against the outer masters of the multiple mountain martial school, and was not an opponent for any of the inner masters. But in just 1 year, his cultivation had not only reached the late clasping Yuan realm, but his attacking power had also increased drastically. Among all the people from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, besides the leader of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School who was an early astral-reaching realm warrior, no one dared to say that they could beat Yi Chen. In fact, they were all very clear that Yi Chen had not used all of his power yet. Yuan Hingying did not lose for nothing. They are not at the same level at all. The leader of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School frowned as he glanced at Yi Chen, who had just walked off the stage. Yi Chen wins. After announcing the result, the judge of the group 3 touched his chin and smiled. He thought that he had seen through Yi Chen, but it seemed like he was far from it. Yuan Hingying, who had a great chance of making it to the top 72, could not even handle one sword attack from him. Seriously speaking, there was no such thing as handling the attack, because Yuan Hingying did not even see how the sword got there. It seems like he should be the number 1 in the group 3. The fact that there were not many powerful young warriors in the group 3 was already known to everyone. Otherwise, the judge of the group 3 would not dare to make such a claim. Off the stage, on the audience seating, everyone who had seen this battle was very surprised. They started to discuss it passionately. Another one who has hidden his strength. That sword was so fast. I thought that there were only Teng Mo and Gao Feng in the group 3, but now, I do not dare to think like that anymore. At least, this guy named Yi Chen is not weaker than Teng Mo. He might even be stronger than him. Yeah, I think so too. His sword art was way too fast. Even I was shocked. I wonder how much of his power he had used. Maybe only 70 to 80%. Hearing everyone's words, Gao Feng shook his head. He did not think that Yi Chen had used 70 to 80% of his power. He might not even have used 60% of his power. He was a horrifying opponent. Of course, if he had used 60% of his power, Gao Feng would still have 30% chance of winning against Yi Chen. What he was afraid of was that his opponent did not even use 60% of his power. That would be horrifying. I don't think he would be that powerful. Gao Feng shook his head again. He looked at Yi Chen seriously. He might be a contestant that he would have to face in the group competition. Zhu Mei had also watched Yi Chen's battle. She could not help but ask, Yi Chen, how much of his power did you use? Half of half. Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian looked at each other. They both knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but they did not expect him to be this powerful. Half of half, that meant that he had not even used 30% of his power. His opponent was Yuan Hingying, who was ranked 59 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Right then, Yi Chen had become a stranger in their eyes. It was not a stranger in terms of friendship, but a stranger in terms of power. There was a kind of strangeness called gap. Glancing at Lynch and Zhuang Fei, Qin Yulian forced a smile and thought to herself, you have set Yi Chen as your goal. Unfortunately, you do not know how tiring and desperate it is to catch up with him. From the moment he surpassed us, the gap between us had already been decided. Su Jing's 5th battle had ended with her victory. She walked down from the stage and saw Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian's expressions. She knew what was going on, but she shook her head silently. In her mind, Yi Chen was a monster. He had a calmness and willpower that did not match his age. Even she, who was always calm, felt ashamed of herself. With her sharp observation, she had never seen such horrifying qualities in any young man. Sometimes, she wondered if there was anything that could make him lose his mind. Unfortunately, besides Yi Chen himself, no one really knew him. In fact, Yichen sometimes did not know himself too well. Because Yichen was an orphan in the other world, he had to work hard and improve himself. Therefore, when other kids were playing around, he was already very mature. In some aspects, he was even more mature than an adult. After he became an adult, his mind was even more outstanding, and nothing could shake him. Of course, not every orphan was like Yichen. After all, everyone had a different way of growing up. However, after coming to this world, Yichen, who was seen as a piece of trash by others, was actually very smart. When he was bullied by his cousin Yichen, he knew how to be patient and think about the big picture. He didn't want to make his father feel bad, so he worked even harder behind the scenes, using 10 times the effort in exchange for a little reward. Otherwise, with his talent, it would be almost impossible for him to become an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, everything has its pros and cons. Years of forbearance had caused the Yichen of this world to lose his sharpness, a sharpness that allowed him to advance bravely. Sometimes, losing one's sharpness was even more terrifying than having no talent. If everything had developed normally, and the current Yichen had not appeared, the chances of him becoming an inner disciple would have been extremely small, let alone becoming a core disciple or even his current position. Everything was like smoke in the past. After merging with Yichen's soul from this world, Yichen's weaknesses were infinitely reduced, while his strengths were infinitely magnified, creating a monster in the eyes of others. The 5th round, Yichen vs. Cui Chong. I admit defeat. Yichen's power was obvious to everyone. He was the first contestant to admit defeat. To this, Zhu Mei laughed and said, "You will have it easy from now on." Except for a few people in Group 3, basically no one would be able to compete with you. Instead of wasting time and being killed by you within a second, it would be better for you to save up your energy and spirit to fight against other contestants that you can handle. Yichen did not really care if there were people who had admitted defeat or not, since all he needed to do was wave his sword once on the stage, and it would consume almost no energy at all. On the other hand, Zhu Mei's battle would not be easy at all, so he reminded her, "With my estimation, in your group, there would be around 3 to 7 people who would get the full score. In the following battles, if you do not lose a single one, you would have a 100% chance of making it to the next round. If you lose one, you would have 50% chance of making it to the next round. If you lose 2, you would have less than 10% chance." Although Yichen's words were not accurate to a certain degree, it was still very close. It should be known that in terms of vision, even astral-reaching realm warriors might not be better than him. All the information of every contestant in Zhu Mei's group was in Yichen's head. Even if they were hiding their power, he could still see through most of them. Then, he added the probability and statistics, and finally came up with this number. Zhu Mei did not doubt him at all, so she said, "Then, in the next 5 battles, I would have to lose one. It would be a bit difficult, but I will try my best." She had just won the 5th battle, and now she had won 3 battles and lost 2. The first stage of the competition could be a bit lucky. As long as you are lucky enough, it should not be a problem for you to make it to the second stage. In the first stage of the competition, there would be more than 50 contestants in each group, and everyone would have to go through 10 battles. At most, they would run into 10 people, and the remaining 40 or so people would not have a chance at all. Therefore, even the weakest contestants would be able to get into the top few of their group if they were lucky enough. With Zhu Mei's power, it would not be a miracle for her to make it to the next round. Eh? Looks like Lynch has met his opponent. Right at that moment, the two's attention was attracted by the battle of the 11th group. The 2 people on the stage were none other than the North Snow Quick-Blade Lynch, and the other was Xianxia, who was ranked 37th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. On the stage, the blade light was flying everywhere, and the human shadows were moving in a blur. Both of them were young warriors who had made great achievements in their blade arts, and it was hard to tell who they were. Yichen shook his head. Lynch was a bit unlucky. No matter cultivation or blade intent, Xianxia was way more powerful than Lynch. The reason why they were evenly matched right now was because Xianxia had not used all of his power yet. Obviously, he was just excited about the result. Good, not bad. Even if I give you another 1 or 2 years, I might not be able to beat you. Xianxia laughed out loud. His blade aura suddenly became even more powerful, pushing Lynch into an absolute disadvantage. Snow Dance Sky. Lynch did not have any expression on his face. He held his air-shattering blade with both of his hands, and his blade aura started to roll up. All of a sudden, it was like a snowstorm had started to fall on the stage, and the blade light was everywhere. Break! Without any technique, Wei Renjie held his blade with only one hand, jumped into the air, and threw out a blade attack. Boom! The snow-like blade light was shattered one after another, and Lynch crashed into the dark blue light wall. Thank you. Wei Renjie held his fists together as he put away his great blade and jumped off the stage. Off the stage, a lot of people were watching this battle and discussing it. Wei Renjie is indeed a blade art master of the young generation. His blade intent has at least reached the entry level. Lynch is not bad either. His blade art skills are no weaker than Wei Renjie's. The only thing he is lacking is his cultivation and blade intent. With enough time, it would not be impossible for him to catch up with Wei Renjie. Indeed. Normal blade artists are nothing in Wei Renjie's eyes. He obviously likes Lynch. Oh right, can Lynch make it into the top 10 new stars this year? It would be a bit difficult. Even if he could make it, he would probably be at the bottom. There are too many new warriors this year, and it would not be easy to stand out from the rest. Plus, there are also insane martial geniuses like Tua Baku and Qianyun. There would be 2 less spots for no reason. Do not forget that Si Kongxing's disciple sister, Gu Yuyun, is also not to be underestimated. Back in the day, the life and death realm king of the floating mountain martial school, the Stone King, had offended too many people, which led to his whole family being killed. His bloodline had been cut off. But, no one knew that the Stone King had an illegitimate daughter outside, and Gu Yuyun was indeed the descendant of that illegitimate daughter. She has the king bloodline of the Stone King. Adding Gu Yuyun, the top 3 of the top 10 new stars have already been decided. The rest of the 7 new stars still need to be discovered. The top 10 new stars were not a regular title, because there would always be some extremely talented martial geniuses appearing in every Hidden Dragon rank competition. If they were bright enough, they would all be ranked. After the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank had finished, those warriors who did not come to watch the competitions would be able to know how powerful those young warriors were through their understanding of the top 10 new stars. That way, they would be able to have a better understanding of them. Otherwise, with so many contestants in the competition, it would be really hard to understand all of them. The 6th battle, Yichen against Shueqiuyan. I give up. The pretty-looking young lady raised up her hand, indicating that she had given up. The 7th battle, Yichen against Guaheng. I give up. The 8th battle, Yichen. The 9th battle, Yichen. No one knew if it was because Yichen had killed Yuan Hing with only one sword attack, but from the 5th battle onwards, all of the contestants who were going against Yichen had given up, not wanting to waste any more time. As for the other people from the Windy Nation, they seemed to be having a hard time. Out of the 9 battles, Su Jing had won 8 and lost 1. It was not a bad loss, as her opponent was a young warrior who was ranked 22 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, who was extremely powerful. Even so, Su Jing did not lose immediately. She had fought for hundreds of attacks before the winner was decided, which had surprised a lot of people and made her into the top 10 new stars. After Lynch had lost to Wei Renjie, he had lost another battle. His opponent was also a young warrior who was ranked at the top of the last Hidden Dragon rank. Zhuangfei had won 7 and lost 2. Suwen had won 6 and lost 3. Qin Yilian had won 6 and lost 3. Zhu Mei's luck seemed to have run out. From the 8th battle onwards, she had lost all the way to the 9th battle. Without any surprises, there was no chance for her to make it to the next round. It would be a lie if Zhu Mei said that she was not disappointed. But she also understood that it was rare for her to be able to make it this far. She still had one last battle, and no matter if she won or lost, she would have to use all of her energy and make a breakthrough from there. Only then would she not waste this opportunity. The 10th battle, Yichen against Xianxia. Xianxia did not choose to give up. He was not a nobody. In the last Hidden Dragon rank, he was ranked 43, so he did not think that he would lose to Yichen. Take my most powerful attack, Tiger Break Kill. His aura was like that of a lion or a tiger. Xianxia had crossed dozens of meters, throwing out a punch towards Yichen. Driven by that aura, the air in front of him seemed to have been sucked out instantly. Chin, two beams of sword light flashed through. The first one had broken the aura, while the second one had torn apart Xianxia's protective Xianqi layer. The sword pressure had blown his opponent away. Yi Chen wins. The Group 3 judge was not surprised at all. He raised his hand, indicating that Yi Chen had won the last battle. Impressive. Once he makes his move, the battle would be over instantly. Top 10 new stars, he could be ranked 5th. That Su Jing would be ranked 8th, and Gao Feng would be 9th. Lynch's cultivation is a bit weaker, so it would not be his turn to be in the top 10 new stars. In everyone's mind, Tua Baku would be ranked 1st without a doubt. Xian Yun, a disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, and Gu Yuyun, a disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Floating Mountain Martial School, would definitely be ranked 2nd and 3rd. The 4th would be a rare martial genius from a rank 7 martial institution from the Ice Crystal Empire, and the 5th would be Yi Chen. The 6th and 7th would still be the top disciples from other rank 6 martial institutions. The 8th would be Su Jing, the 9th would be Gao Feng, and the 10th would be a top disciple from another rank 6 martial institution. This ranking might not be accurate, but judging from the battles right now, it should be about right. After all, some of the people had been hiding their power, and no one would be able to tell. The first stage of the competition had officially ended. There were 4 people who had gotten full marks in the 3rd group, Yi Chen, Gao Feng, and 2 other famous young warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank. The 4 of them had not run into each other in the past 10 rounds of competition, or else there would be 1 or 2 less people with full marks. The other groups had almost the same number of people with full marks as the 3rd group. The group with the highest number of full marks only had 8 people. After all, sometimes when 2 powerful warriors were fighting, one of them would definitely lose. It was not like the group with the most powerful warriors would have more people with full marks, it was a completely different concept. Unfortunately, except for Yi Chen, Su Jing and Lynch, the other 4 people from the Windy Nation had all been eliminated. Qin Yulian's competition was a bit unfair. The Sky Holy Water spell from the River Martial School was at least a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, but the lack of Zhenqi was its biggest weakness. She had the upper hand in the beginning, but after hundreds of rounds, Qin Yulian still lost, because her Zhenqi was not as dense as her opponent's. The leader of the River Martial School, Long Bai, smiled lightly. She did not seem to care much about it. She mumbled to herself, it's time to teach her the real martial art. The reason why she did not teach her martial arts before was because the Hidden Dragon rank competition was just around the corner, and it would be hard to improve her power in a short period of time. If she was too impatient, it would actually lower her power. Martial arts were different from martial arts. Martial arts were the foundation, and could not be changed easily. Leader, it seems like using the small blue dragon tag to help the Sky Cloud Martial School was a wise move. This brat is not simple. The headmaster of the River Martial School, the mature lady, smiled. Long Bai nodded, as long as he can get into the top 10, he will be qualified to be noticed by my great-grandpa. I will tell him when the time is right. I believe he will be interested. Telling the leader after getting into the top 10? Isn't it too early? No, I think it's too late. Didn't you notice the time of his rise? He has only used 3 years to get to where he is now. This is not something that normal people can do. That's true, I almost forgot. The 2 were talking through their Zhenqi, so people around them could not hear what they were talking about. In the Sky Cloud Martial School's formation, the 4th elder said happily, Yi Chen and Su Jing have both advanced. Below the rank 7 martial schools, the Sky Cloud Martial School is definitely one of the best. The great elder smiled. Don't be too happy yet. The second stage of the elimination competition is about to begin. That will be the most brutal competition. Half of the 24 people will be eliminated. Wait and see. I can't wait anymore. Luo Xinglia was so excited. Luo Hansan, who was standing aside, let out a bitter smile. He was happy for Yi Chen and Su Jing, but at the same time, he was also very envious of them. If only he could join the match, even one match would be worth it. After resting for about an hour, the second stage of the knockout stage began. According to the rules of the competition, any two groups would be combined into one group, which would be the 12th group. However, the number of the group would not be 3 or 12, but 7, because these two groups would be the 7th group to be combined. Different from the previous groups, each group now had 24 people. Out of the 24 people, only 12 of them would make it to the next stage, while the other 12 would be eliminated. As for the 12 people who made it to the next stage, no matter what their results in the ranking competitions were, they would all be the top warriors in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. 24 people fighting for 12 places. It seemed like there was only a 50% chance, but for the contestants, it was extremely cruel. Being able to stand out from all the groups was already a symbol of glory and power. Without exaggerating, they would be the elites among the young warriors of the South River region. However, in the second stage of the knockout competition, half of the elite warriors would be eliminated. The pressure would be huge, more than 2 times more than what they had experienced before. There were quite a lot of powerful warriors in the 7th group. Not to mention Yi Chen, Gao Feng, Ting Mo, and the 2 famous young warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank. The 12th group would not be less powerful than the 3rd group. They might even have more powerful warriors than the 3rd group. For example, the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, who was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Wu Lianyu, who was ranked 25th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Tang Xiaoshan, who was ranked 4th in the top 10 new stars, and Gu Tingfang, who was ranked 10th in the top 10 new stars. The first battle, Tang Mo against Gu Tingfang. The first battle of the first round had begun. Both of the contestants were not unknown warriors, they were all powerful warriors from their groups. In the 3rd group, Ting Mo had only lost to Gao Feng, and was ranked 5th in terms of points. Gu Tingfang, who was ranked 10th in the top 10 new stars, had only lost one battle as well, which was against Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Ting Mo did not dare to underestimate Gu Tingfang. Ever since he had lost to the unknown Gao Feng, he did not dare to underestimate any of the young warriors anymore. Shu, taking out his thin sword, Ting Mo did not attack right away. Instead, he stared at Gu Tingfang. Gu Tingfang's weapons were 2 light red short blades. They were 2 feet and 8 inches long, and the back of the blades was curved like a snake. The edges of the blades shone with a cold light, drawing out beams of light under the sunlight. Please teach me. Stomping on the ground, Gu Tingfang attacked first. Her whole body seemed to have become weightless as she traveled dozens of meters and appeared in front of Ting Mo within a second. Dang 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 dang, the sound of the dagger colliding with the thin sword was endless. Blazing sparks flew in all directions. It was exceptionally gorgeous and ostentatious, filled with the beauty of violence. Wild goose attack. Gu Tingfang yelled with a low voice. The 2 short blades were thrown out at an unimaginable speed, attacking towards Ting Mo, who was trying his best to defend. Chin, countless sparks flew out, turning into 2 beautiful light bands that looked like the wings of wild geese. This was the horrifying power of the wild goose attack. Even the direction of the sparks would be affected. Ting Mo kept backing out, it seemed like he could not stop Gu Tingfang's attack at all. Ting Mo is going to lose. Although Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian had lost the right to participate in the second stage of the knockout competition, since they had participated in the first stage of the knockout competition, Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian could still watch from below the stage. They did not need to return to the audience seating. Yi Chen shook his head, within 10 attacks, Gu Tingfang is going to lose. What do you mean? Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian looked at Yi Chen curiously. Yi Chen said, the first round of attack, the second round of attack, the third round of attack. This is the unchanging truth. Gu Tingfang's attacks seemed to be very aggressive, but she had used too much power. She did not save any power. She might be able to win against a weaker contestant, but Ting Mo's power is not weaker than Gu Tingfang's, and he is even more experienced than her. It would be impossible for her to win with one attack. Once she loses her momentum, it will be Ting Mo's time to fight back. At that time, it would be almost impossible for her to win. Zhu Mei asked, is it not a good thing to attack too aggressively? Not necessarily. What I mean is that Gu Tingfang's battle experience is a bit lacking. When facing an opponent at the same level, she should never let her opponent control the rhythm. Right now, the situation seems to be in Gu Tingfeng's favor, but the rhythm is already in Tingmo's hands. If I were her, I would change my fighting style before my momentum is exhausted, and I would disrupt the rhythm. That way, I would have a higher chance of winning. After all, she already had the upper hand. As soon as Yichen finished talking, the situation on the stage changed. Gu Tingfeng, who had the upper hand since the beginning, was forced to step back. Just as Yichen had expected, the momentum could not keep rising without falling. When it reached a certain level, Gu Tingfeng's momentum and blade finally started to fall back. Right at that moment, Teng Mo found a small flaw and launched a fierce counterattack. His thin sword, which was only as thick as 2 fingers, was like the autumn wind, like the flowing water. It was aimed at Gu Tingfeng's weakness, completely disrupting her rhythm and mind. Gu Tingfeng was in a hurry, and she had lost all of her previous elegance. Right now, she just wanted to win. Unfortunately, Teng Mo would not let her do that. His thin sword maintained a stable rhythm, continuously stabbing out. In this way, he did not have the weakness of having too much momentum, and he could always suppress Gu Tingfeng, who did not have enough time to adjust herself. Dang, with a horizontal slash, the short blade in Gu Tingfeng's right hand flew out. I lost. Gu Tingfeng stopped moving and said with a bitter smile. Teng Mo was shocked. This time, he had won by luck. In the situation where they were at the same power level, the battle experience had decided the result. If they were to compete again, he would not have any confidence to win. Luckily, he had won, and he would not have to worry about running into her in the next 9 rounds. Both of them left the stage, and the second battle of the first round began. Just like what you said. Yichen, it is such a waste that you did not become a martial skill master. Zhu Mei's face was full of admiration. There were masters in the Sky Cloud Martial School who taught them martial skills. Besides teaching them martial skills, they would also teach them battling experiences. However, those experiences were obviously not as advanced as Yichen's, because Yichen was always able to get to the point and come up with countermeasures. Yichen smiled. Some of the powerful warriors would teach their disciples, and some would not. Although his eyes and experience were very advanced, he might not be able to teach his disciple well. Teaching a disciple was not about holding his hand, but about letting his disciple learn by himself. In Yichen's world, there was a saying, the master leads the way, but the training depends on the disciple himself. Of course, in a short period of time, Yichen could indeed teach someone a great battling experience. But in the long run, he would not be so sure anymore. After all, there was nothing that could be more practical than learning by oneself. Other people's knowledge would always be separated by a layer, and it would not be easy to break it. The battles of the 7th group were not too fast or too slow. In the next few battles, Bing Ling, Gu Qing, Tang Xiaoshan and a couple of other powerful young warriors had all won their battles. Bing Ling was indeed the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Her opponent had not even attacked before he was blown away by a punch. Gu Qing, as a warrior ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, was also extremely powerful. He had blown away his opponent within a second. As for Tang Xiaoshan, besides Yichen, who was a hidden rank 9 martial institution martial genius, he was without a doubt the brightest one among all the new stars. He was only second to Tua Baku, and even Qian Yun and Gu Yuyun, who were ranked above him, could not compete with him. The martial institution he came from was only a normal rank 7 martial institution in the Ice Crystal Empire, which was not as powerful as the older rank 7 martial institutions, not to mention the top rank 7 martial institutions. But somehow, he had appeared, a martial genius who was thought to be one of the most powerful martial institutions. He had the chance to compete for the top 10, and even if he did not make it, he would still be able to make it to the top 20. Without any effort, Tang Xiaoshan had won the battle. His powerful power had even made Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, frown. The 8th battle of the first round, Yichen against Gao Feng. After a couple of powerful warriors had appeared, it was Yichen's turn. His opponent was the popular warrior from the 3rd group, Gao Feng. Even Teng Mo was not his opponent. Tang Xiaoshan was very confident in his observation. He said to the few people next to him, Gao Feng is still not quite there yet. He has about 30% chance of winning. But if Yichen wants to win against him, it would not be that easy. Hearing his own name, Gao Feng jumped onto the battling platform with a serious face. Yichen did not hesitate. He tapped his foot on the ground and appeared on the battling platform almost at the same time as Gao Feng. The two stood 50 meters apart. You are very powerful. But, if you want to win 1 point from me, it will not be that easy. With his right hand holding onto his sword handle, Gao Feng said word by word. Yichen smiled lightly, it will be easy. Gao Feng frowned. According to his estimation, he should have 30% chance of beating Yichen, and it was not like he did not have any chance at all. But somehow, seeing that calm expression on Yichen's face, he did not have any confidence at all. For the first time, he felt like he did not know where to start. Shocked, Gao Feng thought to himself, perhaps he still has more power? On the judge's seat, the Group 3 judge and the Group 12 judge sat together. The Group 12 judge said, Gao Feng is a good seed. I can tell that he has been hiding part of his power. His sword intent should be close to completion. The Group 3 judge nodded. What I am curious about is that up until now, Yichen has not shown any trace of sword intent. I guess he has not learned it yet. Although the sword intent is a benchmark for sword artists, not every powerful sword artist has it. So, who can tell for sure? You are right. But it is a pity. If he had the sword intent, it would not be impossible for him to get into the top 10. The Group 3 judge had been watching Yichen win every single battle, so he was more or less looking forward to it. He hoped that Yichen would be able to shine, and that there would be more to watch. But of course, he knew that the sword intent was not that easy to learn. It was related to the comprehensive ability, but it was also related to the talent in the sword arts. But, it did not mean that just because one was talented in the sword arts, they would be able to learn the sword intent. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm sword artists in this true spirit continent who had not learned the sword intent yet. And some of the warriors who did not have the comprehensive ability and the sword art talent, and did not have a high cultivation, had somehow learned the sword intent. There were some rumors about the sword intent in the true spirit continent. It was said that in order to learn the sword intent, one would need to have a pure spirit or reach the Sea of Souls realm. These two conditions were the easiest to learn the sword intent. The rest would depend on the situation, since there would always be exceptions. Senior brother Gao, if you defeat him, it will be your 11th consecutive victory. At this moment, a young woman's voice came from the audience stands. Gao Feng's expression changed. He looked over and shook his head with a bitter smile. Defeating Yichen was easier said than done. He could only hope that Yichen's strength was not beyond his imagination. The star scar sword appeared in his left hand. Without taking it out of the scabbard, Yichen said, "It seems like your sister disciple really wants you to win. Unfortunately, I will not go easy on you. You better not go easy on me. I will beat you fair and square." Gao Feng clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The person who spoke was his junior martial sister, who was also his childhood sweetheart. This time, he had promised her that he would definitely achieve 12 consecutive victories to commemorate the 12 years they had known each other. Chin, Gao Feng's sword was taken out of the scabbard. The sword light flashed once, and an invisible sword pressure attacked toward Yichen. The calm air suddenly started to ripple like water, being pulled to an extreme. Pop! The sword pressure and the watery air had been cut open. Yichen's sword was only halfway out of the scabbard. Such a powerful sword aura. The judges of the 3rd and 12th group were shocked. Right then, Yichen seemed to be a little bit more serious. Over at the 2nd group, the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian, had accidentally noticed this. He shook his head lightly, knowing that it would be useless to not learn the sword intent. Sword explosion. The sword pressure was only the beginning. Gao Feng performed the ace attack that he had used to beat Ting Mo. He threw out a sword attack, bringing up the sword wind and the sword qi. Pop, another crisp sound was heard. The sword wind and the sword qi had been shattered, and the tip of Yichen's sword was finally revealed from the scabbard. The sword light that was as deep as the stars shone. Impressive. Gao Feng took a deep breath. He had never seen a sword artist at the same level as him who could break his ultimate move with only sword momentum. However, this was just the beginning. He was a sword artist who had comprehended the sword intent. Unfortunately, 2 months ago, his sword intent had officially entered the entry level. Pushing his sword intent, Gao Feng's sword aura was extremely condensed. It was indestructible, and nothing could shake it, including Yi Chen's sword aura. In the next second, Gao Feng suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. The sound of metal clashing and the burning spark spread out in all directions. Below the stage, in the spectator seats, many of the younger generation and the spectating martial artists could only see 2 blurry figures, one blue and one green, crisscrossing and flashing. The most eye-catching thing was the sword light that was everywhere. Every single one of them was breathtaking. After which, they saw numerous shallow scratches appearing on the stage. The scratches were incomparably sharp. With a glance, even one's mind would be pierced through. Judging from the current situation, Gao Feng and Yi Chen's power were almost the same. One had learned the entry-level sword intent, while the other had unparalleled sword art skills. His sword aura was horrifying. On the huge battling platform, the long sword in Gao Feng's hand kept moving. The sword light was extremely sharp, and every time he waved it out, it would be extremely threatening. Sometimes, when his Xianxia was extremely powerful, before the tip of the sword even reached its target, there would already be burning sparks shooting out between the two, which was quite shocking. Compared to Gao Feng's unpredictable sword light, Yi Chen was like an enhanced version of his opponent. His star sword was unrestrained and untraceable. Every time he attacked, it was flawless, which was out of everyone's expectation. It made Gao Feng unable to gain the upper hand even with his sword intent. Of course, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. Without using his sword intent, he would still have to use the poetic perspective of his sky-shattering clouds. He did not plan to use the poetic perspective of his lone peak kill yet. It was not because the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was not as powerful as the sky-shattering clouds. In fact, once the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was completed, it would be even more powerful than the sky-shattering clouds. However, without the help of the sword intent, the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill would not be able to reach its peak. The poetic perspective of the lone peak 13 swords was the origin of Yi Chen's sword intent. After it had been completely combined, the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill would also be closely related to the sword intent. If he did not have the sword intent, Yi Chen would not be able to completely combine the lone peak 13 swords and create his most powerful sword movement, the completed lone peak kill. As for the sky-shattering clouds, it would also need the sword intent to reach its peak. However, it was less dependent on the sword intent than the lone peak kill. Plus, the sky-shattering clouds was a frontal attack, while the lone peak kill was different. The poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was the essence of the lone peak kill. Without the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill, the power of the lone peak kill would drop by at least 1 level. On the stage, human figures flashed everywhere. The sword light flew everywhere. Beams of sword chi occasionally leaked out from the affected area, creating ripples on the dark blue light wall. How is this possible? I am older than him, and I have also learned the sword intent. How could I not have the upper hand at all? Just how powerful is his sword art? The long sword in his hand was waved out like lightning. Gao Feng was getting more and more shocked. Towards the end, he had already been convinced by Yi Chen's sword art. As the battle entered the most intense stage, Gao Feng's face looked extremely serious. His eyes had almost stopped blinking. Together with his mental power, he watched every single movement of Yi Chen, hoping to find a tiny flaw. As long as there was a tiny flaw, he would be able to fight back aggressively. After a while, Gao Feng finally gave up. Yi Chen did not have a single flaw. At least for him, Yi Chen was flawless. Even if there was a flaw, that kind of weird flaw could have been purposely made by his opponent to disrupt his rhythm. Taking a step back, Gao Feng held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. Ghost Wind. Since there is no flaw, then I will create one myself. Gao Feng had used all of his power for this sword attack. His sword intent had been completely condensed into the sword wind. A ghostly cry was heard. That horrifying sword wind turned into sword chi from time to time, then disappeared from time to time. The sword intent is not bad, but the poetic perspective of the sword art is not that high. The reason why Yi Chen was able to fight on par with his opponent without using his sword intent was not only because of his powerful sword techniques and sword aura, but also because of his powerful poetic perspective. With the two combined, even Gao Feng, who had learned the entry-level sword intent, could not force him to use his sword intent. As Gao Feng took a step back, Yi Chen also took a step back. He held up his Star Scar sword with both of his hands and threw it down vertically with an aura of thunder and lightning. Sky-shattering clouds. Swoosh, swoosh, there was a light sparkle in the air. Gao Feng's sword wind had been shattered immediately, splashing everywhere like water. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's attack had disappeared as well. Gao Feng's expression changed suddenly as his eyes looked determined. I was planning to save this attack for the last moment. But now, you have what it takes for me to use it. His entry-level sword intent spread out, surrounding Gao Feng. He held the sword handle tightly with his right hand, while his left hand was on the end of the handle. In the next second, an extremely sharp sword aura exploded. Together with his slim body, his whole body looked like a great sword that was about to be taken out of its scabbard. Hehe, this Gao Feng is not bad. I did not expect that he would have an even more powerful ace attack. Yi Chen is going to lose. Tang Xiaoshan crossed his arms in front of his chest, a smile appearing on his face. Facing Gao Feng, who had an extremely sharp aura, Yi Chen shook his head, sword intent. I know it too. I was planning to fight more. As for Gao Feng's sword art skills, Yi Chen was a bit impressed. It was just like how Wei Renjie felt about Lynch. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to waste so much time. He could have taken care of his opponent as soon as he got on the stage. With his power, it was not impossible. What? He has also learned the sword intent? The judge of the third group was shocked. A horrifying sharp intent burst out, and Yi Chen's aura was completely different from before. His blue robe danced in the air, and an invisible sword aura that had been infused with sword intent had pierced through Gao Feng's sword aura without any mercy. Gao Feng's sword aura, which had been rising up, seemed like a child's joke under this attack. It was like a balloon that had been deflated, and it started to deflate. Gao Feng was terrified. Is this his real power? Only Gao Feng himself knew how powerful the ace attack that he had prepared so carefully was. As long as he threw out this sword attack, even those who were slightly more powerful than him would have a hard time. However, he had not expected that Yi Chen had not only learned the sword intent, but also used it to a higher level than him. A sword light flashed across in the air. Gao Feng did not even have the chance to attack. His Zhenqi layer had been shattered, and he was thrown into the dark blue light wall. One sword attack, Gao Feng had lost. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. The whole place was dead silent. Before this, no one would have thought that Yi Chen had hidden his sword intent, which was the pride of a sword artist. He had only used his sword art to compete on the stage and beat all the top young warriors, winning 11 battles in a row. What was even more unexpected was that once Yi Chen had released his sword intent, Gao Feng did not even have the chance to attack. He had lost right away, and in such a straightforward manner. If Gao Feng were only a normal young warrior, people would not be so shocked. But in the first stage of the competition, he had beaten Ting Mo, who was ranked 19 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. And just like Yi Chen, he had won all the battles. Therefore, no matter how you looked at it, Gao Feng was not a normal warrior. He was definitely one of the top warriors among the young generation. However, a powerful warrior like him could not even handle one attack from Yi Chen. The huge contrast had shocked a lot of people. Amateurs would just watch for fun, but the experts would see for themselves. Most of the clasping Yuan realm warriors only knew that Yi Chen had the sword intent, but they did not know what had happened in that second. However, the powerful clasping Yuan realm warriors and astral reaching realm warriors had seen some of the details. For example, Yi Chen's sword intent flashed once and then disappeared, and it was hard to tell exactly what kind of realm he had reached. Also, right now, they could finally feel how fast Yi Chen's sword was. It had already surpassed the reaction speed of warriors at the same cultivation level. Most importantly, the second he threw out his sword, Yi Chen had shown the elegance of a sword artist. Not only did his sword art move as he wished, but it was also very fast. So impressive. Is this the power of the fifth in the top 10 new stars? Why do I feel like he could be the second? Some of the warriors who were watching the battle could not help but say. Someone next to him said, I have the same feeling. Gao Feng is the ninth in the top 10 new stars after all. But he still could not handle one serious sword attack from Yi Chen. It is not certain whether he is serious or not. Haven't you noticed? Until now, has Yi Chen tried his best? Only Gao Feng was able to force out his sword intent. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions are indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Before, there were top young warriors like Xianxia, and now, there are the top 10 new stars. All of them are hiding their powers. Before the most crucial moment, no one would know what kind of realm they have reached. Now that's hot-blooded. What's the point of a match that can be seen through at a glance? Haha, this is really exciting. I really want to see who among the younger generation can laugh until the end, and who can be ranked in the top 10. There were way too many people who were paying attention to this battle, since there were only 6 groups left. It was obvious which group would be more interesting to watch. The battle between Yi Chen and Gao Feng was very exciting. In the beginning, it was clear that they were evenly matched, but in the end, the situation changed drastically. First, Gao Feng was forced to use his ace attack, and his momentum increased drastically. It seemed like he was going to win, but who would have thought that Yi Chen would have even more attacks, which exposed the fact that he had comprehended the sword intent and killed Gao Feng with one sword attack, showing off the power of a sword artist. Such an exciting battle had made people's blood boil. Their faces turned red, and they could not help but want to scream out loud. The Group 12 judge froze for a while before he said, a real sword artist needs both a powerful attacking power and the power to kill with one attack. This kid has both, which is very rare. The Group 3 judge nodded, it is easy to become a warrior, but it is hard to become a sword artist. Most people only have the talent to be a sword artist, but not the qualities that a sword artist should have. As astral-reaching realm warriors, the two had seen a lot of powerful sword artists. They knew how hard it was to deal with a sword artist, since they did not seem to have too big of a weakness, because they were experts in finding weaknesses. That sword attack of Yi Chen seemed to be very fast and casual, but it had actually landed on Gao Feng's weakest spot, which gave Gao Feng no chance to fight back at all. A light flashed through the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian. Yi Chen, who had learned the sword intent, had piqued his interest. As for how long this interest could last, it would depend on how powerful Yi Chen really was. If it was only this much, then it would only take 3 sword attacks to finish him off. Xianxia and the other top young warriors did not have any expression on their faces. The power that Yi Chen had shown so far was nothing special to them. Reaching their level, the gap between them was huge. If one's power could not be ranked in the top 5 or top 10, then he would not even be worth their attention. There are too many people who have not shown their real power yet. He is only a clown. The head disciple of the Skyfall Martial School, Lin Yun, sneered. The head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Mo Yen, used his Sky Demon eyes. A dark red light flashed through his eyes as he said lightly, he will not be in the top 10. Morong Qingqing frowned slightly. This head disciple of hers looked very calm and collected on the surface, but he was actually very prideful. As one of the top 2 martial arts of the Sky Flying Demon Martial School, the Sky Demon art was indeed very powerful. The Sky Demon eyes that came with it could see through a person's aura. However, martial arts were not omnipotent. Moreover, his Sky Demon art was only at the 10th realm, so how could he see through a person's power? On the battling platform, putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said thank you before flying off the platform. Gao Feng covered his chest with his left hand, but he was not hurt at all. He knew that Yi Chen had held back. Yi Chen's control of his power was just like his sword art, which had already reached the realm of being able to do whatever he wanted. It was not a shame to lose to him. Plus, he had learned something from this battle. Getting off the platform, Gao Feng sent a Zhen message to his sister disciple, sorry. I have lost. It's okay. He is just too powerful. I just want to watch your battle. I don't care about anything else. You are right. He is indeed too powerful. I think his power is even more powerful than what everyone thinks, Gao Feng said in shock. Unfortunately, besides his sister disciple, no one else heard what he said. Pap, the iron ball in his hand had been crushed. Tang Xiaoshan's face froze. He had just said that Yi Chen was going to lose, but the result was completely different from what he had expected. He had been humiliated. His power is not bad. It seems like I have underestimated him. Tang Xiaoshan twitched the corner of his mouth. The battle continued. The next contestant was the third disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wu Liangyu. His opponent was the young warrior who had made it to the next round with all his wins. The two had exchanged 3 rounds of attacks. Wu Liangyu won. The Sky Demon Martial School is slightly more powerful in terms of the number of top disciples. In addition to the top 3 disciples, there are also 3 disciples who have made it to the second stage of the knockout competition, adding up to 6 disciples. As for the other 6th grade sects, the most disciples who have made it to the second stage of the knockout competition are no more than 5, and at least 3. Of course, the Sky Demon Martial School has the advantage in terms of quantity. But in terms of quality, no one can compete with the Floating Mountain Martial School. There is no other way. The Floating Mountain Martial School has Xing. Besides the Fire Spirit Prince, no one else would be able to compete with him. Not necessarily. That Ling Yanzhi is not weaker than the Fire Spirit Princes. In some aspects, he is even more powerful. The fight for the first place should be between the 3 of them. Not necessarily. Tuabaku should be counted in. The last Hidden Dragon rank 9 young warrior had been blown away by him with only 1 punch. Is this kind of power not enough to compete for the top 3? Although Wu Liangyu had performed very well, unfortunately, with Yi Chen's performance in front of him, Wu Liangyu was definitely not as good as him. Therefore, with his status, the crowd started to discuss about the battle between the top young warriors and the Sky Demon Martial School. They all had their own opinions. Yi Chen and Su Jing stood together. Next to them were Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian, who had lost the right to compete. Qin Yulian watched the matches of each group and sighed. This year's competition is too intense. Many of the contestants from last year's ranking have been eliminated. I wonder how many of the contestants from last year's ranking will remain after the second round of elimination. Zhu Mei said. Looking at the current situation, at least 30 to 40% will be eliminated. 30 or 40% was more than 20 people. This was a shocking number. Yi Chen did not say anything. The first stage of the competition had indeed eliminated a lot of contestants from the last Hidden Dragon rank, such as Lin Yu, who was ranked 70th, Zhuang Fei, who was ranked 68th, Wei Dongxi, who was ranked 66th, Kai Weiyao, who was ranked 61st, Lu Zhao, who was ranked 61st, and Yuan Hing, who was ranked 59th. These were all powerful warriors from the Hidden Dragon rank that Yi Chen had met in the scorching ancient desert, but now, they had all been eliminated. These were only the Hidden Dragon rank warriors from the 9 nations, including the Windy Nation. Including the other nations, up until now, there had already been 20 people who had been eliminated. Therefore, the 30 to 40% that Zhu Mei said was still an understatement. After the second round of elimination, the total number of people who had been eliminated from the last Hidden Dragon rank should be around 25 to 30. Of course, there were also a couple of people from the 9 nations who had not been eliminated, such as Mo Wuxue, who was ranked 54th, and Shui Hen, who was ranked 57th. The 2 of them used to be the top warriors in the Heaven Dream Ancient region, but unfortunately, when they arrived at the Hidden Dragon Ancient City, they had barely managed to struggle on the edge of being eliminated. Whether they could make it to the next round or not would depend on the luck that they usually did not care about. The new generation had replaced the old generation. How many old warriors had been eliminated meant how many new young warriors had been replaced. Not to mention the other nations, just the Windy Nation alone had Yi Chen, Su Jing, and Lynch, which was 3 times better than the last Hidden Dragon rank, when only Zhuang Fei was in the Hidden Dragon rank. Therefore, the Windy Nation had not only not declined, but had actually become a lot stronger. The 12th battle of the second group had begun, and the contestant was indeed Su Jing. Seeing that Su Jing had easily suppressed her opponent, Yi Chen had realized something. He thought to himself, it turns out that Su Jing's martial arts and martial skills have not been trained to a very high level. It seems that she has not trained for a long time after all. Give her one more year, and she might be able to compete for the top 10. Yichen had figured out that Su Jing had changed her martial art. If he had guessed it right, Su Jing had changed her martial art after she came back from the Heaven Dream Ancient region, and it was an extremely high-level body-strengthening martial art. However, it was only a year before the Hidden Dragon rank competition, and body-strengthening martial arts were extremely hard to train. It would be impossible for Su Jing to train her body-strengthening martial art to a very high level within a year, which was her weakness. After all, those old generation young warriors had all trained a martial art for 3 years or even more. If Su Jing had 3 years to train, even Yichen could not be sure what level Su Jing could reach, because Su Jing's current power was already horrifying. With a thunderous punch, she had broken her opponent's protective Xianxia layer. Su Jing had easily won the first point in the second stage of the competition. Yichen chuckled as he turned his attention to his own group. The second round of the competition was about to begin. Who would be his opponent? The first battle of the second round, Bing Ling against Gu Qing. As the judge's voice faded, the huge audience suddenly quieted down. Warriors who had the right to participate in the second round of the competition were not weak warriors. If the Hidden Dragon rank could be expanded to 144 people, then all of the contestants in the audience would be on the rank. They would all be the elites of the elites, the top warriors of the young generation. And Bing Ling and Gu Qing were undoubtedly the top warriors. Bing Ling, the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, a rank 6 institution in the Ice Crystal Empire. She was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was one of the most popular contestants for the top 5 this time. Gu Qing, the head disciple of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, a rank 7 institution in the Grey Mystery Nation. He was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was one of the most popular contestants for the top 10 this time. Judging from the surface, Gu Qing was obviously slightly weaker than Bing Ling. His martial institution was 1 rank lower, and his Hidden Dragon rank was 3 ranks lower. Do not underestimate the rank of a martial institution. The higher the rank of a martial institution, the higher the rank of the martial arts they collected would be. If the rank of a martial institution was low, then the rank of the martial arts would naturally be low. There were very few rank 7 martial institutions in the South River region that could compete with rank 6 martial institutions. However, coincidentally, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was one of those rare rank 7 martial institutions. They did not lack high-rank Earthrealm martial arts, and they even had a top-rank Earthrealm martial art. With this top-rank Earthrealm martial art, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was able to sit firmly as the number 1 rank 7 martial institution in the Black Dragon Empire. If the leader of the Blue Cloud Pavilion was not stupid, he would have taught the top-rank Earthrealm martial art to Gu Qing for sure. In order for a rank 7 institution to become a rank 6 institution, besides having enough top battling power, they would also need a Sea of Souls realm warrior. With Gu Qing's talent and comprehensive ability, he would have a great chance to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior in the future. The two would meet in the first battle of the second round, which would definitely be the highlight of the battle. In everyone's eyes, no matter how powerful Bing Ling was, she would not be able to beat Gu Qing with only a couple of attacks. And Gu Qing would not just sit there and let Bing Ling beat him easily. He would definitely try his best to beat her, which would be a great treat for the audience. Who do you think will win this battle? Some people could not help but ask their friends. Isn't that obvious? Of course, it's Bing Ling. It's easy to surpass the younger generation that's ranked at the bottom, but to be able to enter the top 10, their talent and comprehension are all top-notch. Coupled with the top-notch martial arts, it's almost impossible to surpass them. Not necessarily. Gu Qing was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, only 3 ranks behind Bing Ling. His martial arts are almost the same as well. It would not be that easy for Bing Ling to beat him. It might be very hard. 3 years can bring the Hidden Dragon rank competition to its peak. There must be a lot of changes happening to Bing Ling and Gu Qing. No matter how we argue, it will be useless. Let's just wait and see. While everyone was talking, Bing Ling and Gu Qing went on stage. It's been 3 years, but you're still as cold as ever. Gu Qing smiled faintly, and a dark blue iron rod appeared in his hand. The iron rod was 4 feet and 8 inches long, and as thick as a child's arm. Its surface was engraved with circles of simple spiral patterns, and in the center of the spiral patterns, there was a dot. 3 spiral patterns made up 3 dots, making the iron rod look heavy and a little strange. Bing Ling said, "Bring out all of your power. Otherwise, you will lose to me just like last time." "Of course, I will use all of my power." The two exchanged a few words, then stopped talking and stared at each other. The first one to attack was Gu Qing. His body flashed, and when he was still 10 meters away from Bing Ling, the iron stick in his hand smashed down. The heavy air-breaking sound was like a mountain, giving people the feeling that it was not an iron stick, but a huge mountain, a sky-reaching stone pillar. Bing Ling stood where she was without moving at all. Only when the iron stick was smashed down did she throw out a punch. Bang! Ice shards scattered all over the sky. Gu Qing's heavy and powerful strike, which was enough to split a mountain, was actually broken by Bing Ling with her bare hands. Not only that, the dark blue iron stick was covered in a layer of frost, emitting cold air. Amazing, not only does this punch contain a large amount of Xianxia, it also has the power to shatter ice. Yichen recalled the scene just now. When Gu Qing's iron stick smashed down, Bing Ling's right fist had already gathered a large amount of ice Xianxia. When the two collided, the ice Xianxia turned into solid ice and exploded, easily shattering the mountain-like power. Su Jing said, "This should be one of the secret skills of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Ice-Breaking Fist." On the stage, Gu Qing's eyes looked serious. Xianxia flowed through his palm and into the iron stick. Suddenly, the 3 round dots on the iron stick lit up, and the blue halo rippled, shattering the ice. "Take my attack, Blue Cloud 9 consecutive strikes." Gu Qing yelled out as his body flashed randomly. Within the space of dozens of meters, his figure was everywhere, and it was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Immediately after, pieces of ice shards suddenly exploded around Bing Ling's body. It turned out that Gu Qing had already arrived at Bing Ling's side, and kept smashing down with his iron stick. Unfortunately, Bing Ling's defense was just as terrifying as her fist art. Before the iron stick that was covered by the blue halo could even land, it had already been weakened by layers of ice Xianxia. Ice shards flew everywhere, looking extremely beautiful, but also extremely shocking. 1 hit, 2 hits, 7 hits, 8 hits. It was not until the 9th hit that Gu Qing suddenly jumped up and split into 3. 3 Gu Qings held the iron stick and smashed it onto Bing Ling's protective Xianxia. Under Gu Qing's storm-like attacks, it was not easy for Bing Ling to block out the first 8 hits. However, the 9th hit had thrown away all the techniques, and all it had was an unparalleled power and momentum. With 1 hit, all the air had been sucked out, and all that was left was a vacuum. Crossing her arms in front of her chest, pieces of oval-shaped ice frost appeared in front of Bing Ling's body. Boom, the ice frost exploded, and Bing Ling backed out 9 steps. With every step, she would leave behind some ice shards on the stage. Ka-la-la, seeing that Gu Qing had the upper hand, a lot of people did not even have the time to catch their breath before Bing Ling's counterattack came. This attack was even more violent than Gu Qing's 9th hit. With 1 punch, the water yuan qi in the air had been sucked over, and was thrown out along with the extremely cold fist power. His protective Xianxia was frozen, and Gu Qing's whole body was sealed in a few meters wide ice block. He was smashed heavily onto the dark blue light wall. The ice block shattered, and Gu Qing's black hair danced in the air as he yelled, "If you can take this hit, I will admit defeat." "Bring it on." Bing Ling still looked cold. Her aura kept increasing, and a bright blue qi flow exploded around Gu Qing's body. The blue qi flow spun around Gu Qing once, and then dove into the iron stick. The next second, the iron stick vibrated intensely, and the blue light started to change, eventually forming into a stone pillar's shadow. It was 3 meters long and half a meter thick. Blue stone great art. Lose. After throwing out that stick attack, half of the battling platform had changed color. The powerful and heavy stone column's shadow was like a real sky-piercing stone column, ferociously smashing towards Bing Ling, who was dozens of meters away. That kind of power that could crush a mountain and crack a river was unimaginable. It was hard to connect it with the handsome Gu Qing. Right then, someone yelled out, "It is the blue stone great art of the Blue Cloud Martial School." I heard that an inner master of the Blue Cloud Martial School had killed 2 warriors at the same cultivation level with 1 hammer attack, and was famous in the South River region for its heavy power. People who trained the Blue Stone Great Art would usually choose heavy weapons, like iron sticks or hammers. Only then would they be able to bring out the full power of the Blue Stone Great Art. Gu Qing's power is indeed not to be underestimated. I wonder how Bing Ling is going to handle it. Bing Ling should have some ace attacks as well, right? Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. Bing Ling's ace attack was about to come. All of the water yuan qi on the battling stage suddenly gathered towards that elegant fist. Ice break. Bing Ling groaned as she threw out a punch with a horrifying aura. At that moment, a lot of people felt like they could hear the sound of ice breaking. Boom, the battling stage shook a little, and the air twisted. That blue-colored chi flow and freezing frost filled up everyone's vision. If it were not for the dark blue light wall, it would have spread out in all directions. Pooh, the stone column's shadow had been shattered, and Gu Qing's hand, which was holding the iron stick, had cracked open. His chest felt like it had been struck by lightning as he puked out a mouthful of blood while his body was blown away. Bing Ling was not feeling any better either. Her face was slightly pale, and there was blood dripping down from the corner of her mouth. The result of the exchange of ace attacks was that Gu Qing had lost completely, while Bing Ling was slightly wounded. Bing Ling wins. The judge came back to his senses and announced the result immediately. It was not the time to be amazed by the two's power. In the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, even the slightest injury could affect the rest of the battles. Even the leaders of the Ice Extreme Martial School and the Blue Cloud Martial School looked very anxious. Bing Ling had just gotten off the stage when she was taken away by the leader of the Ice Extreme Martial School. Without any surprises, she would be using her Seas of Soul's Realm cultivation to heal Bing Ling, so that she would be able to recover to her peak condition when she encountered a powerful opponent. That way, she would be able to avoid further injuries and possibly losing the competition. The people from the Blue Cloud Martial School were not slow either. They brought Gu Qing, who looked very tired, into the training room nearby. Although the Blue Cloud Martial School did not have any Seas of Soul's Realm warriors, Gu Qing's injury was not that serious. With the help of a couple of astral-reaching realm warriors, plus the top healing medicine, it would not be a big problem for him to recover within a short period of time. Compared to that, the ranking of the Hidden Dragon rank was what they cared about. The departure of the two did not cool down the atmosphere. Instead, it got even more heated. I did not expect Gu Qing to be able to fight with Bing Ling like that. It would be hard for those young warriors to surpass him. Yeah. Bing Ling could be counted as one of the top young warriors. There were not many people who could injure her. Although it was just a small injury, if there were no competitions, she would not need to rest at all. She would be able to recover completely after a couple of days of rest. In the Group 5, the top 4 are almost out. They are Bing Ling, Gu Qing, Tang Xiaoshan, and Yi Chen. I wonder if the 4 of them will run into each other. If they do, it would be another intense battle. Everyone was full of anticipation for the upcoming battles. Of course, it was not just the Group 5, the other groups' battles would be exciting as well. After all, there were only 24 people in each group, and in 10 rounds of battles, they would run into 10 people. There would be scenes where the top 2 would run into each other. When Bing Ling and Gu Qing were battling, Lynch was also battling. Because the 2 of them were not as eye-catching as the 2 on the other side, not many people were paying attention to them. Right now, the battle had ended, and Lynch had won. Time passed slowly, and 5 battles had already ended in the Group 5. The 6th battle was Yi Chen's, and his opponent was the 3rd disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wu Liangyu. Everyone who had not calmed down yet suddenly became excited. On the surface, Wu Liangyu was indeed not as powerful as Yi Chen, but he would not be weaker than Gao Feng, and might even be more powerful. What they were looking forward to was how would Yi Chen beat Wu Liangyu. A huge pair of black wings appeared on his back as Wu Liangyu floated above the battling platform, looking down at Yi Chen. Huh. As long as I can keep the distance, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Being considered weaker than Yi Chen and many of the people before him was a huge blow to Wu Liangyu. He did not know how the others thought about him, but in his opinion, the reason why Yichen could beat Yichen with one sword attack was because of the close distance and the sudden attack. Plus, Yichen had just finished preparing his most powerful ace attack, so he was a bit relaxed. That was why Yichen was able to take advantage of him. Right now, he was in the air, maintaining 100 meters distance from his opponent. As long as Yichen made any move, with the speed-increasing effect of the Black Crow Great Art, Wu Liangyu would have enough time to react, and would not let Yichen get close to him easily. On the first row of the audience seating, the Black Crow man nodded satisfyingly. What Wu Liangyu did was the best way to deal with Yichen. Only with enough distance would he be able to maximize the advantage of the Black Crow Great Art. As for Wu Liangyu trying to increase the distance, Yichen did not care too much about it. The gap between them was not just a little bit, so it did not matter if there was a distance or not. Death Tornado. Wu Liangyu attacked. As the third disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, ranked 25 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, his power was still very powerful. Both of his wings flapped intensely, and the pitch-black light shone brightly. Countless arc-shaped cutting waves accumulated in the air, forming into a tornado-like black light wave, attacking towards Yichen. It covered the whole sky, making it impossible for Yichen to dodge. Swoosh, a weird sound of cloth tearing was heard. A scratch appeared in the sky full of black light, expanding quickly. Yichen walked out from it with his sword in his hand, completely unharmed. Wu Liangyu's pupils shrank. He subconsciously flapped his wings, backing out quickly. Shoo, a beam of sword chi brushed past his protective Xianxia layer and landed heavily on the dark blue light wall, bringing up circles of patterns. I will see how you are going to break it this time. Death Storm. The wings on his back combined with the two scimitars in his hands, the Death Tornado had been upgraded into an even more horrifying Death Tornado. Countless arc-shaped chopping waves interweaved together, attacking towards Yichen with a destructive aura. Wu Liangyu believed that under this attack, as long as Yichen showed even the slightest flaw, he would be badly wounded. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Yichen took 3 steps forward, then lifted up his Star Scar sword and attacked back. Whoosh, there were light blue electric sparks flashing in the midair, and the black tornado was split in half like a curtain being pulled open. Wu Liangyu, who was behind the curtain, did not even have the time to react before his protective Xianxia layer was sliced open. He flipped 4 times in the air before sliding down from the dark blue light wall. This sword attack contains both the poetic perspectives of cloud and thunder. How is this possible? An inner master of the Sky Demon Martial School said with surprise. Before, although Yichen had used his sky-shattering cloud's poetic perspective a couple of times, he was still not eye-catching at that time. Plus, he was still holding back his poetic perspective. Therefore, not many people had noticed it. But now that his opponent was Wu Liangyu, it had naturally attracted everyone's attention. Another inner master sighed, although poetic perspectives are not as hard to understand as sword intent, it is still a test of one's comprehensive ability and talent. Compared to him, Liangyu is still way too weak. The crowman forced a smile. He could not help but look at Yichen a couple more times. He had seen Yichen 3 times, and his power had been completely different each time. To be honest, he had never seen such a horrifying speed of improvement from any young man before. Even Xikongxing was not as fast as him. What a little monster. The crowman's love for talent was aroused. Yichen's win was not out of the judge's expectation, so he announced the result immediately. They all more or less had the same thought. They wanted to see how long Yichen's winning streak would last, and whether it would stop at the second stage of the competition. It was definitely a crazy idea. 12 wins in a row. Why do I feel like watching Yichen's battles is so exciting? It seems to give people a sense of anticipation, and I can't wait for him to keep winning. Me too. I was just wondering. Logically speaking, the power he has shown so far has not reached the top 10 yet. Maybe it is because he knows everything about the others, but only he is a stranger. He belongs to the real nameless warriors. In the martial world, a nameless warrior beating a powerful warrior who had been famous for a long time would be the most sensational and widely spread news. Someone pointed out the key point. The others heard him and were all enlightened. Indeed, among the young generation, Yichen was indeed a nameless warrior, and he had been hiding his power all this time. He was not like Tua Baku, who had shown his power that was enough to compete with the top young warriors from the very beginning. It had reduced the expectation that the crowd had for him, since he only had a few opponents, and the battles before were obviously just child's play. Wu Liangyu, who had just crawled up from the ground, puked out a mouthful of blood. His chest felt a lot better, but his mind was not. He remembered that when he met Yichen in the Gold Tripod City, his power was almost the same as his. The reason why he was able to escape from the Wind Wolf's attack was not because of the difference in power, but because of the difference in perception, which allowed him to avoid the Wind Wolf's sound wave attack in advance. It had only been a couple of months, and Yichen had not only reached the late clasping Yuan realm, but his attacking power had also increased drastically. It was like 1,000 miles in a day, leaving Yichen, who had only made some progress, far behind him. Right now, Yichen was thinking, how did Yichen train? Is the gap between us really that big? His 3 years of hard work could not even compare to Yichen's 1 year, or even a couple of months. All of a sudden, Wu Liangyu looked depressed. Before, he was so arrogant because he was confident that he had made more progress than the others. But now, it seemed like it was not the case at all. The people in front of him had made more progress than him, and the people behind him had also caught up with him, which put him in an awkward situation. Could it be that he, Wu Liangyu, could not be one of the top martial geniuses? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and all of Wu Liangyu's ambition had disappeared. He felt that he was a bit ridiculous before, like a clown. Yichen did not know what Wu Liangyu was thinking, and he did not care. But if it happened to him, he would not be as negative as Wu Liangyu. A real powerful warrior would first have to have a strong will and a strong heart. Even if the sky fell and the ground cracked, even if there were thousands of obstacles, they would face it with a smile. Only with a strong heart would one have the essence of a powerful warrior. The 6th battle had finished, and the 7th battle had begun. The 2 contestants were Tang Xiaoshan and a young warrior from the last hidden dragon rank. It seemed like he was fighting against Yichen. Tang Xiaoshan only threw out 1 blade attack and beat the powerful opponent, winning the 12th battle. A lot of people were talking about Tang Xiaoshan and Yichen. Among the top 10 new stars, Tang Xiaoshan was ranked 4th, while Yichen was ranked 5th. Right now, Yichen had overshadowed Tang Xiaoshan, which made him feel a huge pressure. He wanted to use his sword art to prove that he was more powerful than Yichen, and that he deserved to be ranked 4th. In the following 3rd and 4th battles, Tang Xiaoshan's performance had proved this fact. First, he used the blade scabbard to beat the 3rd opponent, then he used the normal blade draw art to beat the 4th opponent, which made him the most famous one. Yichen did not have that kind of interest. Even if he did, he would not use Tang Xiaoshan as a competition target. He only needed to win 1 battle after another. Even so, Yichen's 14 wins in a row were still so eye-catching. His not competing was actually more convincing than Tang Xiaoshan's competition. The battles here were getting more and more intense, and the other groups were not any weaker. In the first group, Tua Baku had just beaten the young warrior who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank. What was more interesting was that he had taken an attack from his opponent before fighting back. His horrifying defense had made a lot of people frown. No matter what, that young warrior who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank was not some random warrior. Who would dare to take an attack from him? In the second group, Wei Renjia, who had beaten Lynch, had lost a battle. His opponent was none other than one of the top young warriors, the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian. Wei Renjia's entry-level blade intent was without a doubt one of the top 3 warriors among the young generation. Unfortunately, his opponent was Li Daoxian, whose sword intent had reached 60%. Once his sword intent was released, even the air had frozen. He had blown away Wei Renjia's great blade with 1 sword attack. In the third group, Morong Qingqing and the head disciple of the alchemist martial school, Meng Chao, faced each other. Meng Chao's power was at the same level as Wu Liangyu's. His red burning godly palm was even hotter, able to melt gold and iron. However, facing Morong Qingqing's sky demon power field, his red burning godly palm was completely useless. He had only thrown out 3 attacks before he was caught by Morong Qingqing's sky demon power field, falling on the ground and making him dizzy. In the fourth group, the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Demon Eyes Mo Yen, had performed the power of his Sky Demon art. Every movement was almost perfect. In his eyes, his opponent was full of flaws. There were openings everywhere, and he could attack from anywhere. In the sixth group, the Fire Spirit Prince, Xianxia, had shown the people what it meant to be aggressive and unstoppable. The long blade in his hand was like a dancing fire dragon. With one blade attack, the young warrior who had set up layers of defense had been blown away while puking out blood. It was a clean cut. Right then, everyone was very clear that the following battles could happen at any moment. The fourth battle of the fifth round, Yichen against Tang Xiaoshan. As the judge's voice was heard, the atmosphere in the audience seating became heated. Yichen was not surprised at all. Right now, the contestants were divided into 6 groups, and each group had 24 people. Excluding himself, there would be 23 people in total. 23 people would go through 10 rounds of battles, and each of them would have 10 opponents. Therefore, the chance for Yichen to fight against Tang Xiaoshan was around 40%. So, it was expected that he would fight against Tang Xiaoshan. The 4th and 5th of the top 10 new stars are finally going to fight against each other. I wonder who will be more powerful? You will know when you see it. Before, they had been winning all the time. After this battle, one of them will lose his winning record. Tang Xiaoshan sneered. His body flashed and went through the dark blue light wall directly, appearing on the battling platform. He twisted his wrist, and a long blade appeared in his hand. Seeing Yichen get on the battling platform, Tang Xiaoshan looked down, staring at the blade and said, "Let me remind you, my blade intent has reached 50%. If you do not want to get hurt, you can choose to give up." What? Tang Xiaoshan's blade intent has reached 50%? It seems like his ranking in the top 10 new stars will increase by 1 or 2. If it is not the second, then it will be the third. Xianyun and Gu Yuyun might not be able to beat him, and they might even be beaten instead. He has hidden his power too well. 50% blade intent. Among the young generation of blade users, he is only second to the Fire Spirit Prince, Xianxia. The blade intent was just like the sword intent, it was hard to comprehend, and it was also hard to increase. It would only get harder as one progressed. Learning the blade intent would be a process from nothing to something, which was the first level. Reaching the entry level of the blade intent would be another level, and after the entry level, it would be even more horrifying. Almost every 10% would be a level. For example, 40% blade intent would be a level, 50% blade intent would be a level, 60% blade intent would be a level. The entry-level blade intent would be a huge level. As for the completed blade intent, it could not be described as a level anymore. More accurately, it would be a review and refinement of the blade intent. Without enough experience and determination, the completed blade intent would be an unreachable dream for all blade artists. Among the young generation, once the sword intent and blade intent had reached the entry level, they would definitely be the top warriors. After every 10% increase, the battling power would increase by 1 level. In other words, Tang Xiaoshan who had mastered 50% blade intent was 2 levels higher than Wei Renjia who had mastered the entry-level blade intent. The difference was very obvious. 50% blade intent, interesting. The Fire Spirit Prince, Xianxia, was a bit surprised. He thought that besides him, the entry-level blade intent would already be the highest level. He did not expect that there would be another warrior who had mastered 50% blade intent, and it was not even a disciple from a rank 6 martial institution. Lin Yun glanced at Morong Qingqing intentionally and said with a smile on his face, at least he would be able to save some face by giving up. But looking at him, he does not seem to have that intention. Morong Qingqing brushed her long hair behind her ear, it is still too early to tell. We will know soon. Back in the Three-River City of the Spirit Nation, Yichen's sword intent had already reached the entry level, and he had beaten Gao Yuan who was at a higher realm than him. Now that his cultivation had increased drastically, his sword intent might have made a breakthrough as well. Tang Xiaoshan wanted to scare away Yichen with only one sentence, but it was obviously not realistic. She believed that Yichen must still have something up his sleeves. Since that is the case, then let the result speak for itself. Lin Yun squeezed his eyes. On the battling platform. Yi Chen put his palm on the sword handle and said lightly, the use of the blade intent is also a skill. I wonder to what extent you can use your 50% blade intent. Although Gao Feng's sword intent had reached the entry level, his method of using it was too rough and not flexible enough. It was far from pushing his entry-level sword intent to its limit. 50% blade intent is enough to crush you, why would I need to use it? Clang, a bright blade light appeared as Tang Xiaoshan took out his long blade, pointing the blade tip at Yi Chen. The shocking blade aura was poured in with the blade intent, and it was like a long river, endless and unstoppable. Bring it on. I hope you won't get a shock later. Taking out half of his star-scar sword, Yi Chen sensed Tang Xiaoshan's blade aura and shook his head. Just as he had expected, Tang Xiaoshan did not use his blade intent well enough. The blade aura looked powerful under the blade intent, but it was not tight enough, and had a lot of flaws. From this point of view, he was no different from Gao Feng. Otherwise, in the previous battles, Yi Chen would not have destroyed Gao Feng's sword aura with only his sword aura, since he had only used a little bit of sword intent. Of course, Yi Chen actually hadn't completely grasped the usage of sword intent. Currently, he had only figured out the rough relationship between sword momentum, sword intent, and sword intent. In the early stages of sword training, the first thing one would touch would be the sword aura. Once the sword aura reached a certain level, one would be able to understand a bit of the sword art poetic perspective. Once the sword art poetic perspective was completed, the sword intent would start to grow. When all the conditions were met, it would be much easier to understand the sword intent. Therefore, the sword aura was like the grandfather of the sword intent, and the poetic perspective of the sword art was the father of the sword intent. The sword intent was the youngest, meaning that each generation would be more powerful than the previous one. However, for the others, Tang Xiaoshan's blade aura was indeed horrifying. It was like a long river was pouring towards them. No one could do what Yi Chen did, being able to see the flaws only from the blade aura. Perhaps even the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, could not do it. Waves rise. Waiting until the blade aura had been pushed to its limit, Tang Xiaoshan threw out his blade. His body flashed once, crossing dozens of meters and appearing above Yi Chen's head within a second. He threw out a blade attack. Boom, that blade attack was extremely aggressive, like a river breaking its dam. Shocking Cloud Limitless. Judging on the rank of the martial arts, Yi Chen's Shocking Cloud sword art was obviously not as good as Tang Xiaoshan's blade art. However, the Shocking Cloud sword art he performed right then was different from the normal ones. With the help of the sky-shattering cloud poetic perspective, every movement had an extreme explosive power. It was like the wind was blowing, the clouds were surging, and the thunder and lightning were mixed together. Dang, a long string of sparks flew out, and Tang Xiaoshan's long blade had been blown away. Milky Way upside down. Tang Xiaoshan was shocked. His body spun in the air as he threw out a blade attack. That kind of aura was so powerful that it could crush the ground. A lot of young warriors were shocked. They thought that under that blade attack, there was only death, and there was no doubt about it. Shocking Cloud Indefinite. Turning into a shadow, Yi Chen flashed twice in a row and appeared in Tang Xiaoshan's blind spot. He performed the most unpredictable sword attack of the Shocking Cloud sword art. Crack, the platform was cracked open by the blade qi, and Tang Xiaoshan lost sight of Yi Chen. He immediately turned around and twisted his body like a fish in the water, avoiding the attack of the sword qi and throwing out a blade attack at the same time. The high-rank Earth-realm flying art, the river-swimming body spell, Tang Xiaoshan was able to become one of the most powerful young warriors in the whole South River region as a rank 7 martial institution disciple. It would be impossible if he did not have some kind of power. The high-rank Earth-realm blade art combined with the blade intent, along with the river-swimming body spell, would allow him to fight at any time he wanted. If it were someone else who was slightly weaker, they would have been defeated by him right away without any chance to fight back. Separate. The blade qi attacked, and Yi Chen's body was separated into two. He flew out from the two sides, while the blade qi went through the middle and landed on the dark blue light wall. So fast. My eyes cannot keep up. In such a short period of time, they could not only avoid their opponent's attack, but also fight back. It is unbelievable. In everyone's eyes, Yi Chen and Tang Xiaoshan were like two ghost shadows. The sword chi and blade chi could not even touch the edges of their bodies, as they landed on the battling platform and the light wall in vain. Let's see how you are going to dodge this. Tang Xiaoshan's body flashed once, approaching Yi Chen. Although the blade chi and the sword chi were powerful, in order to determine the winner, they would still need to have a real battle, unless one's power was way more powerful than the opponent's. Obviously, with only the blade chi, it would be almost impossible for Tang Xiaoshan to win against Yi Chen. The blade light flashed once as Tang Xiaoshan attacked toward Yi Chen with a powerful aura. Almost there. Yi Chen stood there without moving. Up until now, he had not even used 50 or 60% of his power. Besides adding some fun for himself, most importantly, the others were all hiding their power, like Si Kongxing, the fire spirit prince Yan Qihua, and Lin Yun. None of them had brought out their real power to battle, including Yi Chen. Tang Xiaoshan's 50% blade intent was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, in front of Yi Chen who had learned 70% sword intent, it was not enough at all. It could not affect his condition, nor could it attack him. It was like a kid holding an axe, except for the slightly higher attacking power, it was still a kid. The battle had reached this point, and it was time to end it. Without using his 70% sword intent, Yi Chen held back a bit and used his 50% sword intent, mixing it into the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill. Tang Xiaoshan looked shocked. It was like there were thousands of mountains and rivers between him and Yi Chen, and he could not get close to him no matter what. It was an illusion. Tang Xiaoshan realized it immediately, but it was already too late. For a blade artist, an illusion would be a fatal flaw. It did not matter whether he had seen through it or not. Shoo, the sword light stabbed over at a speed that was way beyond Tang Xiaoshan's reaction speed. The next second, a stream of blood shot out, which was extremely eye-catching. Tang Xiaoshan staggered backward. His left shoulder had already been stabbed by the sword. The sword hole was extremely small, seeming to have only broken the skin, which showed the control of the sword owner. How was this possible? An unbelievable expression flashed through Tang Xiaoshan's eyes. His face twisted as he yelled, "I have not lost yet. Your sword could not hurt me at all. I want to kill you." That sword attack had already succeeded. Now, I am telling you that I am going to throw out a sword attack. Try and block it. His body flew out as Yi Chen threw out his second sword attack. All of the young warriors below the stage were shocked. What had just happened? Tang Xiaoshan, who had been evenly matched with Yi Chen, had been stabbed. Yi Chen's sword attack was indeed fast, but it should not be fast enough for Tang Xiaoshan to react at all. Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what was so special about Yi Chen's sword attack. However, it was destined to be futile. Without being able to feel Yi Chen's poetic perspective, they would not be able to see anything special about it. Even the astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to see through it. They could only feel a hint of it. Shoo, blood spilled out. This time, Tang Xiaoshan had been wounded on his throat, which was a little bit broken. No one doubted that Yi Chen would not be able to kill Tang Xiaoshan. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. Do I need to throw out a third sword attack? Yi Chen had already held back a bit. He did not push his sword speed to its limit. Otherwise, not to mention Tang Xiaoshan, who was having an illusion, except for a few powerful clasping Yuan realm warriors, no one would be able to see the track of the sword. They would only be able to see the effect of Tang Xiaoshan getting hit. Of course, Yi Chen could also slow down his sword speed, but a slow sword attack would be way more horrifying than a fast sword attack. Yi Chen had only learned a little bit of it, which was not as easy as a fast sword attack. Tang Xiaoshan's blade-raising posture froze. Just then, he did not even have the time to throw out his blade attack. His throat felt cold, and at that moment, he was so close to death. How could this happen? I could not even block one sword attack? Tang Xiaoshan did not understand, not at all. All of a sudden, he felt fear. It was the first time he realized how horrifying Yi Chen was. He did not attack at all, but once he attacked, he would definitely kill. In all the previous battles, he had never been serious at all, because no one would be able to block even one sword attack from him. Yi Chen knew what he was thinking. Seriously, the lone peak kill was indeed quite extreme. It was all about killing with one attack. As long as the opponent was weaker than him, he would be able to kill them with one sword attack. Even if the opponent was at the same power level as him, it would still be very likely for him to die. It was a killing sword attack. Once it was thrown out, there would be only a slim chance of survival. Even the creator of this attack, Yi Chen, would sometimes feel frightened by it. When he performed this sword attack completely, Yi Chen believed that there would not be more than 5 people in the young generation who could survive. As for whether he had underestimated or overestimated it, he would need to confirm it further. The 2 judges of the Group 5 were shocked. They indeed thought highly of Yi Chen, and thought that he was not an ordinary person. He had the power to compete for the top 20, and it was not impossible for him to make it into the top 10. However, that was all they thought highly of him. They did not think that Yi Chen could compete with the top 10 young warriors, not to mention killing Tang Xiaoshan with only one sword attack. They wondered if they had seen it wrong. The original Group 12 judge touched the arm of the original Group 3 judge. "We have made a mistake this time. We have indeed made a mistake. I am thinking, is this his real power?" "You mean, he is still hiding his power? That is not possible, right?" "Why is it not possible? Since the beginning of the competition, he has surprised us time and time again. His hidden power has been revealed bit by bit. Who knows if this is his last ace or not?" The original Group 3 judge let out a long breath, waking up from his daze. That is true. No matter what, with his power to beat Tang Xiaoshan with only one sword attack, he must be another top young warrior. The Group 5 judge was not the only one who was shocked. All of the young warriors and warriors who were watching the competition were shocked as well. Tang Xiaoshan, who had learned the 50% blade intent, could not even survive one sword attack from Yi Chen. It was beyond their imagination. If it were the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian, who had performed that attack, they might not be this shocked. But Yi Chen was only a newcomer, a rising star. Before, no one had ever seen him, and no one had heard of his name before. In their eyes, winning one battle after another was nothing. Beating Gao Feng with one sword attack was still acceptable. But now, even Tang Xiaoshan had been beaten by him with one sword attack. How could they not be shocked? Damn, I bet that Yi Chen is definitely one of the top young warriors. Even Tang Xiaoshan, who had learned the 50% blade intent, could not even take one sword attack from him. Who said he is not one of the top young warriors? I am going to argue with him. That's right. This Yi Chen has hidden himself well enough. He has hidden himself deeper than anyone else. This is what it means to hide yourself so deeply that no one can see the bottom. Below the battling platform, Yi Chen's expression showed that he had expected it. His power was far weaker than Yi Chen's, but it did not mean that his intuition was worse. Judging from some of Yi Chen's subtle movements and expressions, Yi Chen had always had an aloof attitude, as if nothing could shake him. Of course, if one did not fight with Yi Chen himself, it would be hard for others to notice. The first place of Group 5 will be decided between him and Bing Ling. I wonder if they will meet each other in advance. Gao Feng was looking forward to it. Gu Qing, who had almost recovered, frowned as he simulated the battle with Yi Chen in his mind. The conclusion he got was that before his iron stick could reach Yi Chen, he would be stabbed in the throat. As for the strength of his protective Xianxia, he did not think that he would be that much more powerful than Tang Xiaoshan. It would be almost the same. Lin Yun, who had made a big promise earlier, twitched his mouth. He did not know what to say. Tang Xiaoshan, whom he had high hopes for, could not even handle one attack in front of Yi Chen. He did not even have the power to fight. And he still wanted Yi Chen to admit defeat. Wasn't that just slapping his own mouth? Hee, Qing, you have the best eyes. This Yi Chen is quite lucky. Even Tang Xiaoshan could not stop him. Lin Yun forced a laugh. He did not directly say that Yi Chen was powerful, but he said that he was lucky. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he would beat him once it came to the ranking competitions anyway. Morong Qingqing did not care about Lin Yun. All of her attention was on Yi Chen. Just like the Black Crow Man, Yi Chen's improvement was way too fast. It was almost inhuman. If she had to use one word to describe him, it would be monster. A monster-like sword artist, what an honor it would be. Ting, a sword ting sound was heard. It was Li Daoxuan's sword. His expression changed. This sword attack from Yi Chen had made him lose control of his sword intent, and it seemed like it was about to explode out. Before, I was still disappointed. I thought I would not run into a sword artist worth fighting seriously in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions. Taking back his sword intent, Li Daoxian took a deep breath. Someone had noticed the strange look on Li Daoxuan's face, and they were secretly shocked. The heartless sword artist, Li Daoxian, had finally started to get serious. In the following competitions, the two top sword artists would definitely run into each other. Yi Chen wins. The judge did not waste any more time and announced the result of the battle. Putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen looked at Li Daoxian from a distance. His opponent's out-of-control sword intent could fool the others, but not him. If Si Kongxing was his biggest opponent, then Li Daoxian would be his biggest opponent among all the sword artists. No matter if Li Daoxian could be a threat to him or not, when the two battled, they would both learn a lot from each other, which was exactly what Yi Chen needed the most. Oh. Such sharp senses. Li Daoxian flicked his eyebrows. His sword intent had only gone out of control for a second, and the others would not be able to sense it. They would only be able to see something from his expression. He believed that Yi Chen was different from the others, as he had sensed his heartless sword intent. The leader of the Heartless Martial School flicked his fingers, a light smile appearing on his face. What Daoxian lacked was a sword artist-worthy opponent, and this Yi Chen had the right to do so. It would be great if he were a disciple of our Heartless Martial School. Why do I think he is more suitable to train the Heartless spell than Daoxian? As a powerful Sea of Souls realm warrior, the leader of the Heartless Martial School could see it more clearly than anyone else. That kind of detachment of Yi Chen was not something that he purposely showed. It was his nature, and the so-called Heartless of the Heartless Martial School required this kind of detachment. In comparison, Li Daoxian seemed to be a bit weaker than Yi Chen. But of course, the leader of the Heartless Martial School was very confident in Li Daoxian, and did not think that he would lose to Yi Chen. The heartless sword intent of the Heartless Martial School was not just for show. Getting off the stage, Yi Chen went back to where he was standing, but he was still the center of attention. Everyone had acknowledged Yi Chen's identity as a top young warrior, and some of the female disciples kept checking out Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing blue robes, looking very handsome. His extreme calmness and detachment on the stage added a mysterious aura to him, which was exactly what the girls liked the most. If it were not for Su Jing and Zhu Mei standing right next to Yi Chen, a lot of the female disciples would have already gone over to talk to him. The path of a martial artist was very lonely. If one could have someone to rely on, a partner who could support each other, then the journey of cultivation would be much more interesting. Moreover, martial artists were different from normal people, especially those who had reached a certain level of cultivation. For example, astral-reaching realm martial artists could live for 200 years, which was twice as long as normal people. Sea of Souls realm martial artists could live for 300 years, which was 3 times as long as normal people. If the partner's talent and comprehension were not good, it would be hard for them to grow old together. With Yi Chen's age and the talent he had shown, no one would think that he could not become an astral-reaching realm martial artist. He might even reach the Sea of Souls realm in the future. In the audience seating, Ji Xueyan, who had been paying close attention to Yi Chen, had a complicated expression on her face. She bit her lower lip. It was not that she had never regretted it before, but it was not as intense as today. Every time Yi Chen won, her mind would be shaken. Seeing his calm expression and detachment, she felt very sad, as if she had lost something. Back then, she had focused all her attention on cultivation, and did not like Yi Chen, who was engaged to her. Therefore, she had come to the Sky Cloud Martial School to cancel the engagement, hoping that he would not bother her anymore. What was out of her expectation was that Yi Chen had agreed without hesitation. At that time, she was very surprised and annoyed at the same time. It seemed like Yi Chen did not care about her at all, and her coming here was unnecessary and childish. This should be what made her annoyed. After returning to the Emerald Martial School, she quickly forgot about this. The two of them were not from the same world, and there would not be any interaction between them in the future. Training hard was the most important thing for her. She thought that the days would go by peacefully like this, until the Emerald Martial School held a celebration party to celebrate their head disciple's breakthrough into the clasping yuan realm. That was when Yichen arrived. During the competition, he had beaten the #1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial School, Qingjun, and the third core disciple of the Emerald Martial School, Xianxia. Only then did Ji Xuan know what kind of identity Yichen had used to come to the Emerald Martial School. At that time, she was very surprised. She had no idea how Yichen had trained himself to be able to get rid of his mediocre appearance in such a short period of time and put on the clothes of a genius. Xianxia had to stay in the Emerald Martial School for 7 to 8 years to reach that level, while Yichen had only spent less than a year to surpass him, which sounded very unbelievable. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. But what happened in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region had completely shocked her. First, he had saved her from the hands of young Master Chen, and then he had left right away, as if he had saved someone who had nothing to do with him. This made her feel neglected, but at the same time, she also had a strange feeling. She couldn't help but pay attention to him. Even when Yuan Hengying wanted to kill him, she couldn't bear it anymore and asked for help from her head disciple, Zhuangfei. But later, she realized that it was unnecessary. In the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, he had not only broken through to the clasping yuan realm, he had also defeated Yuan Hengying and her head disciple, which made him the biggest winner in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region. Even that hidden dragon-ranked martial artist, Han Qianjun, seemed to have been killed by him, and it was even before he entered the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. This made her realize that Yichen had already become the #1 martial artist among the young generation of the Windy Nation, and also the #1 martial artist among the young generation of the entire Windy Nation. He had left everyone behind, and walked further and further on his own. His name had already become a legend in the Windy Nation. In the martial world, everyone was talking about him. Those female disciples, young ladies from big families, rich families, and even young ladies from government families, all of them were talking about Yichen. They were talking about this rare martial genius of the Windy Nation. Some people even called him the 1,000-year genius, thinking that with his amazing cultivation speed, he could possibly become the first Sea of Souls realm martial artist in the Windy Nation in the past 1,000 years. This speculation had come true, and it had become a reality. Right now, Yichen was indeed the top martial genius of the Windy Nation. After going out for a trip, he had reached the late clasping yuan realm from the early clasping yuan realm, which meant that his power had increased by more than 2 times. It could not be more accurate to describe him as 1,000 miles in a day. He had passed the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate in an amazing way. In the first stage of the elimination battles, he had won 10 out of 10 battles, and every battle was extremely easy. In the second stage of the elimination battles, he had first beaten Gao Feng, who was ranked #9 in the top 10 new stars, and then he had beaten the third disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wu Lianyu. Then, he had beaten Tang Xiaoshan with an unimaginable sword attack, letting everyone know that he had not been serious about the previous battles, and that it was just the beginning. Meanwhile, all of the older young warriors of the Windy Nation had already been eliminated a long time ago. They could only watch him battling on the stage, moving forward with determination and power. The Hidden Dragon rank was the top competition in the South River region. No matter how good Yichen's later battles were, he was already shining enough right now. His fame was catching up with the top young warriors of the South River region. As for the Windy Nation, it was only his starting point, and could not catch up with him at all. Right now, his stage was the South River region, where he would compete with all of the top martial geniuses from the super martial institutions, becoming a real powerful warrior step by step. With that thought in mind, Ji Xuan looked at Yichen again. The next opponents would be more and more powerful, especially Xikongxing and the others, who were terrifyingly powerful. It was hard for people to even think about fighting back. Could he create another miracle? Perhaps this thought was a bit too crazy. Time flew by, and the competition entered the 7th round. I admit defeat. Below the stage, a contestant looked at Yichen, raised his hand and said to the referee. The judge nodded. He didn't find it strange at all. Apart from this match, in the 6th round, there were also people who chose to surrender. They were Bing Ling, Gu Qing, Yichen, and a few others. Now that the second stage of the elimination round had entered its later stages, it was unwise to waste time and energy on opponents they couldn't win against. Wouldn't it be better to save it for others? The next battle was between Wu Liangyu and Gao Feng. Judging from the previous battles, Gao Feng, who had mastered the entry-level sword intent, was obviously slightly more powerful than Wu Liangyu. However, power was power, and battling was battling. Although the two were directly related, it was definitely not equal. It was not that rare for a weaker warrior to win against a stronger warrior. Plus, the gap between the two was not that big. It would still take a battle to decide who would win. Right from the start, Wu Liangyu had used his Black Crow Great Art to increase the distance between him and Gao Feng. Gao Feng also knew that his speed was not as fast as Wu Liangyu, so he decided to use the strategy of taking it slow and steady. Deathstorm. The wings combined with the twin blades, Wu Liangyu's attacking power had been pushed to its limit, attacking towards Gao Feng. Ghost Shock Wind. If Wu Liangyu's attack was the stacking of the cutting wave, then Gao Feng's attack was the stacking of the sword wind. It could be gathered and scattered at will. When it was gathered, it would be an unstoppable sword chi, and when it was scattered, it would be a bone-piercing sword wind that could destroy great steel. Once the two clashed, the cutting wave and the sword wind flew everywhere, cutting the entire platform. Whoosh, a human shadow flashed as Gao Feng rushed out from the chaotic chi flow. He appeared in midair within a second, throwing out a sword attack towards Wu Liangyu. Unfortunately, Wu Liangyu had sensed it, so he dodged it and returned with two dark light blade chi attacks. Gao Feng's body twisted in the air, spinning intensely like a spinning top. He drew an exaggerated path in the surreal sky, attacking Wu Liangyu again. Middle rank Earth Realm Movement Art, Void Twist. Competing in Qinggong. Do you think you can compete with the Black Crow Great Art? Wu Liangyu said with disdain. His hand shook as his body flew up like lightning. Flying sword drawing technique. Unexpectedly, Gao Feng was already prepared. He didn't stop spinning, and his whole body rose into the air. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and a stunning sword light flashed. Pucci, Wu Liangyu's left wing had been cut off, and his balance had been broken. His speed was drastically reduced, and the next second, he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. Thank you for letting me win. Gao Feng returned his sword to its sheath and landed on the ground. Wu Liangyu landed on the platform as well. He looked down and saw a red dot on his chest. He said with a low voice, I lost. I did not expect you to have this kind of attack. In Jianghu, although sword drawing art manuals were not as common as cabbages, but if you looked hard enough, you could still find them. However, famous sword drawing arts were relatively rare. For example, the sword drawing art that Gao Feng performed was definitely not higher than low-rank Earth Realm, but if it was used well, its power would not be weaker than mid-rank Earth Realm or even high-rank Earth Realm martial skills. If he had known that Gao Feng had this attack, Wu Liangyu, who was prepared for it, would not have lost the battle so easily. This was the uncertainty factor in a battle. You would never know if the opponent still had other hidden cards. Gao Feng wins. The original Group 3 referee revealed a look of admiration. It was rare to see a swordsman as agile as Gao Feng. The flying sword drawing technique is so cool. Why did he not use this attack when he was fighting against Yu Qin? Maybe it would have worked? Are you stupid? Did you not see how fast Yu Qin's reaction was? How fast was his sword attack? Plus, would Yu Qin give Gao Feng the chance to win? Every time after an exciting battle, the warriors who were watching would talk about it, and this time was no exception. Qin. 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 The battle here had already ended, but Lynch's battle had just begun. His opponent was a sword artist. Although his sword intent had not even reached 20%, which was not as powerful as Lynch's blade intent that was almost at the entry level, because of his high cultivation and high-rank sword art, he was able to suppress Lynch completely. The blade and sword clashed, bringing up a bunch of burning sparks. Lynch's forehead was dripping with sweat, but his eyes were still determined. Even though he was at an absolute disadvantage, he did not have the thought of giving up. He kept waving his blade and blocking out the attacks. Lose for me. Blowing away Lynch's long blade with one sword attack, the sword artist pointed out his finger. Shoo, the finger light was extremely sharp, piercing through Lynch's protective Xianxia layer. Innate chi. With a strange light in his eyes, Lynch did not back out. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white light. What? The sword artist was shocked. His finger attack could wound Lynch badly, but that white light was as fast as lightning, and it could wound him badly as well. He did not plan to trade injury for injury. His power was higher than Lynch's. Even if he lost this chance, he could still win the battle without any injuries. Shoo, all of a sudden, the sword artist's body moved to the side, and the white light brushed past his ear. However, right then, the long sword that had been pushed away by Lynch suddenly flew out of his hand and landed in his left hand. The blade light flashed once, and the sword artist looked at his chest in disbelief. The clothes there had been cut open, and his skin felt cold. Breathing heavily, the young sword artist felt very annoyed. He stared at Lynch angrily, unable to control his emotions. It seemed like he was about to attack. Huh. The judge snorted. With the help of his Jinyuan, his voice was like thunder on a sunny day, waking the young sword artist up. You're good this time. Next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying those words, the young sword artist waved his sleeves and got off the stage. Lynch was expressionless as he put his blade back into its scabbard. Just like that, Lynch used an unimaginable method to turn defeat into victory, and won the battle with great difficulty. Meanwhile, the audience had already started talking about it. Damn. That works too? Why not? Does the competition have to be one move after another, and whoever is stronger will win? Powerful. This is an eye-opener for me. Unfortunately, there were too many people watching the battle. Otherwise, I could use it as my trump card. Although the crowd did not have the innate chi that Lynch used, they could find some similar martial techniques, such as a sword in one's mouth, a sword formed from sound, or a hidden weapon in one's mouth. During the battle, one just had to push their Xianxia and spit it out. As for the weapon after that, it was even easier to change hands. Almost everyone could do it. Of course, it would not be easy to train it to an extremely fast level. All in all, after this battle, Lynch had become famous as well. Not far away, Yichen took back his sight from Lynch. He knew that Lynch had hidden something, and it turned out to be so. It seemed like the young warriors who had been hiding their power did not want to lose anymore. Out of the 24 people, only 12 would make it to the next stage and become powerful warriors on the hidden dragon rank. If they did not use their full power now, it would be too late for regrets. Shifting his attention, Yichen looked over to where Su Jing was fighting. Just like the previous battles, Su Jing was still the same. Her power had been kept stable, and had not weakened at all. She also did not use her ace attack like Gao Feng and Lynch did. In fact, she would definitely make it to the hidden dragon rank, so there was no need for her to reveal her ace attack right now. Boom, a fist landed on her opponent's crossed arms. Su Jing's right arm shook, and a gold light exploded, blowing her opponent away and smashing him onto the light wall. Su Jing wins. Up until now, Su Jing had only lost one battle, and that was against the head disciple of the Fire Spirit Martial Hall, the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua. Yi Chen and Su Jing will definitely make it to the Hidden Dragon rank, and Lynch also has more than 80% chance. I really did not expect that the Windy Nation would have such potential. On the audience seating, the leader of the Rudra Martial School, Long Bai, looked at the three of them with a judging look, and a light smile appeared on her face. The headmaster of the Rudra Martial School, a beautiful middle-aged woman, said, "Yeah. When we first came to the Windy Nation, there were no martial geniuses at all. It has only been a couple of years, and now there are so many martial geniuses. Even a top martial genius like Yi Chen has appeared. But geniuses are always envied, and I am afraid that there will be people who want to kill them." Long Bai sneered, "Geniuses need to go through hardships in order to achieve great things. But if someone tries to bully you, then don't blame me." Looking at Long Bai's cold face, the headmaster of the River Martial School did not say another word. She was very clear that the leader of a rank 7 martial institution, which seemed to be very powerful in other people's eyes, could easily destroy it. Coming to the Windy Nation and establishing the River Martial School was only a temporary interest of hers. Of course, the old leader was also very supportive of it. The 7th round had finished, and so had the 8th round. The 9th round had begun. The third battle of the 9th round, Yichen against Bing Ling. Boom, once the judge's voice came out, the audience started to clamor. Finally, they are going to fight each other. I thought it would be in the ranking competition. I wonder who is more powerful between Yichen and Bing Ling. Both of them are top young warriors, and their attacking power is extraordinary. I think Bing Ling is more powerful. Her attack and defense are both flawless. Yichen might not be able to break her defense. I think Yichen will win. His power is obvious. Everyone was expressing their opinions. On the battling platform, Yichen and Bing Ling stood 50 meters away from each other. Creak. Creak, Bing Ling did not dare to underestimate Yichen. She pushed her ice element Xianxia as soon as she got on the platform, creating layers and layers of oval-shaped frost around her body. The shocking cold chi had even frozen the ground. Countless rice-sized ice crystals fell from the sky, flying everywhere. Ice rock crack. With everything prepared, Bing Ling attacked first. Her body flashed, and her fist that was wrapped in ice broke through the air, attacking towards Yichen. An invisible sword intent spread out, causing a light pattern to appear in the air. Yichen took a step forward, holding his star scar sword in his hand as he threw out a heavy attack. Sky-shattering clouds. Boom, ice shards splashed everywhere. Bing Ling backed out, while Yichen only backed out 3 steps. The sky-shattering clouds with 50% sword intent was even more powerful than the lone peak kill with 50% sword intent. After all, the lone peak kill was only a fatal attack, and was not suitable for fighting head-on. Right now, he was not confident that he could beat Bing Ling with 50% sword intent, because her defense was way too powerful. She could even block out Gu Qing's full attack. Plus, Yichen did not want to expose his 60% or even 70% sword intent. It was not the right time yet, so using the sky-shattering clouds would be the wisest choice. After pushing back Bing Ling with one sword attack, Yichen's body split into 3, attacking from 3 different angles. This is the real body. Bing Ling could tell with a glance that the 2 Xianxia shadows did not have any weapons. Only the real body had weapons, which was slightly different from Gu Qing's separating body art. Of course, it did not mean that Yichen's separating body art was not as good as Gu Qing's separating body art. It was just a different focus. Ice stone rolling. Although she had confirmed where Yichen was, Bing Ling still did not dare to be careless. She stabilized her body, and the ice chi on both of her fists intensified. She performed the attack with the largest attacking range in her ice-breaking fist art. Boom! 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 The sound of rocks cracking was heard. Within 10 meters in front of her, every inch of space was under Bing Ling's attack. There was no blind spot at all. You guessed it right, but you were too cautious. Bing Ling had guessed it right. The one holding the weapon was indeed Yichen's real body. Unfortunately, Yichen did not plan to confuse his opponent's vision. He did it on purpose, to make his opponent worry about his Xianxia shadows and split up his attacks. Just as he had expected, Bing Ling had indeed done that. Although the main target was still himself, Yichen would not care about the attacks that had already been split up, which meant exposing an opening for him. Of course, if Bing Ling chose to ignore the Xianxia shadows, it would not hurt Yichen at all, since the battle had just begun. Shoo, the star scar sword was thrown out vertically, and a sword chi that was almost like a full moon appeared. All of the fist shadows in a straight line had been cut open. The next second, a huge crack appeared on Bing Ling's ice frost protective Xianxia. It had almost been broken through by that sword attack. The power contained in the sword chi had made her chi and blood boil, forcing her to back out. Continuously. Not good. Actually, when she had thrown out that attack, Bing Ling had already regretted it. Yichen's attacking power was obvious to everyone. Trying to split up the attacks in front of him would definitely be a waste of effort. Her ice frost Xianxia had almost been broken. Bing Ling opened her mouth and took a deep breath, fixing her defense again. She then stomped on the platform behind her, stopping her backing out. Eventually, her body jumped up and threw out a punch. All of these movements had been completed in a split second, giving people the feeling that after Yichen threw out his sword attack, Bing Ling had instantly fought back. Ice break. He had once used this move against Guqing. With a single punch, glaciers would shatter and the earth would collapse. It was one of the killing moves of the ice-breaking fist. The platform collapsed, and Yichen disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already on the right side of Bing Ling, and he swiftly slashed out with his sword. Crack! This time, Bing Ling's ice frost protective Xianxia collapsed even more severely. There were cracks all over her body, and it seemed like it would break at any time. At the place where the sword chi had struck, a deep sword mark was left. The scene of ice chips and icebergs exploding in the air were just as breathtaking. For other people, Bing Ling's reaction might be very fast, and she would be able to fight back even when she was in a disadvantageous position. But for Yi Chen, losing the advantage meant losing the advantage, and there was no way he could turn it back. Therefore, when Bing Ling threw out that punch, Yi Chen's real body had already left the spot, leaving behind a vivid Xianxia shadow, which was used to confuse Bing Ling's judgment. Real and fake, fake and real, no one would be able to tell them apart after using it too many times. Plus, in a battle between powerful warriors, it was all about that slim chance of survival. Before, Bing Ling had not been confused by the Xianxia shadow, because she had been confused by Yi Chen's plan. But right now, she was truly confused by the Xianxia shadow, and her mind was in a mess. Damn. This is insane. He has already suppressed the top disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Bing Ling, who was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Yi Chen is indeed Yi Chen. Not only is he powerful, but he is also smart. Not to mention Bing Ling, even we were confused. Now that we have thought about it carefully, we have finally understood the key. Indeed. Back then, they had been battling so fast that there was no time to think. Bing Ling's mistake was forgivable. But in such a short time, how did Yi Chen manage to come up with so many plans and trick Bing Ling? This is so horrifying. How could we understand the mind of a genius? Didn't Gao Feng and Lynch tell us with facts that battles are not only about power, but also about brains? The young generation should not be underestimated. From their battles, we have learned so much. Not only the normal clasping Yuan realm warriors were shocked, even some of the top clasping Yuan realm warriors were shocked. Seeing Yi Chen's second sword attack approaching, Bing Ling's pupils turned snow-white. Deep inside her pupils, there seemed to be a horrifying snowstorm. Ice spirit exploding spell. The sound of ice breaking was heard. Almost all of a sudden, all of the protective Xianxia around Bing Ling's body had been pushed to the left side, forming into a half-meter wide ice ball. The ice ball rushed towards Yi Chen and exploded in the air, bringing up circles of cold chi. Bing Ling's ace attack had finally been released. Off the stage, Guqing forced a smile. When he was fighting with Bing Ling, he had used all of his power without holding anything back. He did not expect that Bing Ling had hidden an even more horrifying ace attack. Once she performed it, there would be no way he could survive. That cold chi ring alone could freeze his protective Xianxia. Right then, everyone was watching this battle. They really wanted to know how Yi Chen was going to break Bing Ling's ace attack. Yi Chen did not choose to use the shadow explosion from his separating shadow flying art, because he knew that he would not be able to completely escape from the explosion range of the ice ball with only the shadow explosion, not to mention defending with all his strength. It was not his style, and his defense was not strong enough to block out this attack. Then, he would attack with offense. Before, Yi Chen had performed his sky-shattering clouds with only one hand. But now, he used both of his hands. He held up his star scar sword with both of his hands. The air twisted, and lightning arcs appeared. Part of the space above Yi Chen's head darkened. It was like a sunny day had turned into a thunderstorm. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed everywhere. Without the influence of the sword intent, this was the real sky-shattering clouds. Pooh, as he threw out a sword attack, a black sword mark appeared in the air. It was an absolute vacuum that was not affected by any external forces. Swoosh. Countless lightning arcs spread out, covering half of the battling platform. In the middle of the lightning arcs, there was a shining sword body. It cut towards the center of the exploding ice ball. Boom, the explosion of the ice ball was already loud enough, but as Yi Chen threw out his sword attack, the center of the explosion exploded again. At that moment, the light wall around them expanded a little bit before shrinking back again. Bing Ling kept backing out as blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth. The first explosion was under her control, but the second explosion had broken free from her control and hurt her body instead. Luckily, the two explosions had cancelled out part of the damage. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as a light wound. On the other hand, besides taking dozens of steps back, Yichen looked normal. Snow, come. The light wounds did not affect Bing Ling much, and she did not want to admit defeat. She waved her hand, and all the broken ice gathered on her palm, spinning crazily and compressing continuously. In less than a blink of an eye, a crystal mini blizzard appeared. Whoosh, she threw out her hand, and the mini blizzard was thrown towards Yichen. It expanded rapidly on the way, and instantly turned into a real blizzard. No, it was more than 10 times more terrifying than a real blizzard. It was like a cold meat grinder, cutting everything in front of it. Creating one blizzard was not enough. Bing Ling created 3 more in a row, and threw them towards Yichen one after another. She set up a simple formation, making it impossible for Yichen to escape. After doing all this, Bing Ling's graceful body bent slightly, and her right arm hung down. All the ice element Xianxia in her body was poured into her right fist. She actually still had a trump card. Almost everyone was shocked. Up until now, Yichen's victory was already within his grasp. No one thought that Bing Ling would be able to make a comeback. However, the truth was not like that. Bing Ling was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and her battling power could not be estimated with common sense. Her graceful fist was covered in frost, turning from light white to dark white, and then from dark white to crystal clear, as if it was made from ice crystals. It did not look like a human body at all. The leader of the Ice Extreme Martial School smiled. Before, Yichen's power had made her frown. Fortunately, Bing Ling did not disappoint her either. She had even mastered that attack, which would increase her chance of winning. Beating Yichen might not be impossible. Boom! Boom, boom. Boom, with 4 sword attacks, Yichen had broken through the blizzard. In the blizzard, Bing Ling lowered her body, increasing her speed to its limit. She held her right wrist with her left hand as her eyes locked on Yichen. Yeah. Yichen had noticed that Bing Ling's right fist was covered in a layer of ice crystals, and he could not even see the color of her skin. You want to decide the winner with one attack? Bing Ling's speed was way too fast. He had just come out, and she had already appeared in front of him. He only had time to flash his mind. Of course, the reason why he could not dodge it was because he had been trapped by the blizzard. Without thinking too much, Yichen threw out his sword attack. It was not the sky-shattering clouds, but the lone peak kill. The sky-shattering clouds with 50% of his sword intent might not be able to block out his opponent's fist attack, and he did not want to push his sword intent to 60%. Therefore, he could only use the lone peak kill, using skills to break the power. However, the condition was that his sword speed had to be fast enough. Otherwise, he would lose his only chance. Ice Crystal Fist. The ace attack that Bing Ling had performed this time was none other than the last third movement of the ice-breaking fist art. It was also the movement that she could barely perform. The ice-breaking fist art was a top-rank Earthrealm fist art, and it would be extremely hard to train it to completion. It was only a little bit easier than top-rank Earthrealm martial arts. However, among the young generation, there were not many people who had trained top-rank Earthrealm martial arts to the 10th realm, not to mention the 15th realm, which was the highest realm. From this, it could be seen how hard it was to train the ice-breaking fist art. With one punch thrown out, the air had completely melted down, completely unhindered. One could no longer feel the fist aura or mentality of the fist art, because all of the power had been infused into the fist. Only when it exploded would one be able to truly understand the horrifying destructive power. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for Yichen, Bing Ling's right arm suddenly dropped down. The ice crystals on her fist had been shattered and scattered on the ground. Vaguely, people could see a little bit of red around the joints of Bing Ling's arm. It had not hurt the muscles and bones inside, but it had made the ice crystal fist art fail before it even landed on her opponent. What was going on? Most of the people could not understand, and a few of them frowned. How is this possible? I can't see the sword light? The head disciple of the heartless martial school, Li Daoxuan's expression changed. He was one of the few people who knew that Yi Chen had thrown out his sword attack. He only knew it but did not see it with his own eyes. It was purely an instinct that came from a sword artist. How did you do it? Bing Ling's face was pale. The ice crystal formed by all of her Xianxia had been shattered, and the remaining Xianxia in her body was less than 5%. Not to mention threatening Yi Chen, even a normal clasping Yuan realm warrior would be able to beat her easily. Therefore, she had already lost, and she only wanted to know how Yi Chen had done it. Putting his star-scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said, "Your ace attack is not perfect, that's all." He was telling the truth. Bing Ling's ace attack looked powerful and unstoppable, but it was not perfect. There were a lot of flaws in it. Perhaps for others, those flaws were not even flaws at all, because she was moving so fast that it would be hard for her to block it out. Finding the flaws and attacking would be suicide. However, Yi Chen was different. His soul power was powerful enough, and his senses were extremely sensitive. Not only did he see through Bing Ling's weakness, but he also attacked it with his extremely fast sword speed, winning the battle instantly. Not perfect? Bing Ling seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Chen did not plan to hide it from her, so he said, "The second you performed the ice crystal fist art, there were obviously a few important Xianxia routes on your right arm. Normally, these few Xianxia routes could be hidden and protected by the ice crystal on the outside, so there would not be any flaws or weaknesses. However, I could tell that you had just learned this attack not long ago, and had not mastered it yet. The Xianxia routes were quite obvious, and the ice crystal defense was only connected to your forearm. I only needed to cut off one of the important Xianxia routes, and the ice crystal fist art would be broken on its own." Hearing Yi Chen, Bing Ling gasped. She was not shocked by the weakness of the ice crystal fist art, but by her opponent's attack. As one of the top 3 ace attacks of the ice-breaking fist art, the speed of the fist was extremely fast. Even if there was a weakness, normal people would not be able to compete with it. However, Yi Chen had not only seen through the main Xianxia routes of the ice crystal fist art, he had also cut one of them with only one sword attack. How fast would it take to do that, and how much control would it take? Looking at Yi Chen, Bing Ling shook her head. "No, I did not lose because of the weakness of the ice crystal fist art. I lost to you." She had known about the weakness of the ice crystal fist art since a long time ago. In fact, all martial arts that had not been trained to completion would have weaknesses. It was common knowledge in the True Spirit continent, and she knew about it. However, before she met Yi Chen, she did not think that anyone would be able to defeat her by seeing through the weakness. At most, they would be able to beat her with brute force. Therefore, she did not need to worry or be scared. Who would have thought that in this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, there would be a monster like Yi Chen? He was so good at seeing through weaknesses, with such a fast sword speed and control. He was almost a perfect sword artist. Yi Chen did not say anything. What she had said was pretty much the truth. It did not matter whether he had seen through that weakness or not. The key was whether he could hit it or not. If he could not hit it, then what was the point of seeing through the weakness? As for why he had to cut off his opponent's Xianxia route, wouldn't it have been better to hit her body? At that time, she was almost defenseless. However, if he had done that, although he could have killed Bing Ling, the ice crystal fist art would have landed on his body as well. Even if he did not die, he would be disabled. Plus, it was just a competition, not a battle of life and death. There was no need to fight to the death and ruin the other person's hope. Before she got off the stage, Bing Ling turned around and said, "Thank you for holding back." Cutting off the Xianxia route on her right arm was no different from cutting off her right arm. Yi Chen had chosen the method that would cause the least damage to her. No, that sword attack did not hurt her at all. Yi Chen touched his nose. "No need to thank me. Cutting off the Xianxia route was my limit." "Really?" The corner of Bing Ling's mouth twitched. Until now, Yi Chen was still hiding his power. Did he really think that she would not notice? Letting out a breath, Yi Chen was quite surprised by Bing Ling's power. She had even forced him to use his fast sword attack. Now, he had one less ace up his sleeve. Whatever, if I have to expose myself, then so be it. Even if I have to expose myself, there would not be one more person who would be able to dodge this sword attack. It would still be those few people. As for the fast sword attack that was derived from the lone peak kill, Yichen was quite confident. Up until now, the lone peak kill was no longer just a simple lone peak kill. It contained a lot of things, such as the completed poetic perspective of the lone peak kill, the fast sword perspective that was derived from it, and the slow sword perspective that he had not fully understood yet. Plus, he had learned some things recently, which made this attack quite complicated. It could be used separately, and each of them had their own advantages and disadvantages. It would not be any weaker than the lone peak kill. For example, the fast sword perspective, he had already trained it to the point where he could not even see the sword light. If he used it alone, it would still be a killing sword attack. If he could learn the slow sword perspective, then not only would his attacking power increase drastically, the fast sword perspective might even reach a higher level under the stimulation of the slow sword perspective. Why would the lone peak kill become more and more complicated and more powerful? Before, Yichen could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. But later on, he realized that it was because of the sword intent. The lone peak kill was the combined sword movement of the lone peak 13 swords, and Yichen's sword intent originated from the poetic perspective of the lone peak 13 swords. The connection between the two was extremely complicated. With the improvement of the sword intent, the lone peak kill's sword movement and poetic perspective had both reached the completed realm. It would not be able to increase anymore, but it did not mean that the power would not increase as well. Because sometimes, things were not just one-sided, but multi-sided. For example, when a person's potential had reached its limit, it would be impossible for him to increase anymore. At that moment, if you gave him a more powerful weapon, would his power still be the same? Obviously, that was not the case. With a more powerful weapon, his power would continue to increase. It was the same reason why the lone peak kill had created a lot of powerful poetic perspectives. The lone peak kill was the main body, and the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective were temporarily attached to it. They were one. Once the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective had improved, the power of the lone peak kill would naturally increase as well. One day, when the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective had reached completion, it would be able to break away from the lone peak kill's poetic perspective and become one. It could also be combined to form an even more powerful ace attack. Compared to the lone peak kill's poetic perspective, the sky-shattering cloud's poetic perspective seemed to be a lot purer. Up until now, there were only the poetic perspectives of the clouds and thunder. Plus, the thunder and the clouds already had a huge connection, so it was not like they were attached to each other. It was just a reference. Because of this, Yichen had more or less understood the sword intent above the completed sword intent. The Battle King's sword intent had not disappeared for 500 years. Obviously, it could not be achieved with just the pure sword intent. There must be something deeper within it, but Yichen had not reached that level yet. All of these thoughts had passed by in just a couple of blinks of an eye. Bing Ling had just walked off the stage. Putting away his star-scar sword, Yichen looked at the judge. Yichen wins. The original Group 3 judge came back to his senses and hurried to announce the result. Do any of you know what happened? Can you tell me? Over at the audience seating, people started to discuss and ask questions could be heard everywhere. How would I know? Why would I ask you? Could it be that Bing Ling did not know how to use that movement and lost the battle herself? Impossible. Didn't you hear what Bing Ling said? Yichen had already shown mercy. The question now is, how did Yichen make his move? How did he show mercy? There was no trace at all. Bing Ling was already very powerful. She had used all of her ace attacks. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yichen. Up until now, he had not lost even once. Yeah. Not to mention what had just happened, the fact that he could beat Bing Ling, who had hidden her power quite well, was enough to prove his power. There is no doubt that he is one of the top young warriors. We are also clasping Yuan Realm warriors. I can't believe that we have become outsiders at this moment. This is really killing us. What can we do? Battles between sword artists have always been like this. In the ranking competition, Yi Chen and the heartless sword artist Li Daoxian would definitely have a battle. I think that battle would be even more mysterious. Both of them are top sword artists at the same level. If they were to fight with all of their power, I am afraid that even people would faint. The more they could not understand how Yi Chen had made his moves, the more people were interested in Yi Chen. Humans' curiosity was always uncontrollable, just like how mysterious powerful warriors were unforgettable, and young girls were easily attracted by mysterious men. Li Daoxian took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Yi Chen's fast sword attack had made him lose his focus slightly. For a sword artist, it was a very serious problem. A sword artist would have to be absolutely calm at all times. Even if the sky was falling, they would not even frown. Yi Chen, this battle between you and me, bring out all of your power. Only your fast sword attack is not enough to beat me. This time, Li Daoxian did not hide his sword intent at all. In the audience seating, feeling Li Daoxian's sword intent, the leader of the Heartless Martial School's frown disappeared. He then looked down at Yi Chen, the young sword artist who had surprised him quite a bit. As a powerful Sea of Souls realm warrior, the leader of the Heartless Martial School had seen all kinds of powerful sword artists. But at the Clasping Yuan realm, people who had learned one or two powerful sword art mentalities were not that rare. And up until now, Yi Chen had already performed 4 different sword art mentalities. There was the Cloud mentality, the Thunder mentality, the Illusion mentality, and now the Fast Sword mentality. 4 in total. Among the 4, the Cloud and Thunder were the most common ones. Although Yi Chen could increase their power to a very high level, he still could not go beyond that limit after all. The Illusion mentality was extremely rare, and he was sure that normal sword arts would not be able to create such a horrifying sword art mentality. It should be something that he had figured out himself. Judging from this, he was even more powerful than Li Daoxian. As for the last fast sword mentality, it had shocked him even more. As everyone knew, the simpler something was, the harder it would be to study it. Fast and slow were 2 extremes. Normally, a fast sword art would not be able to create the fast sword mentality, because most of the fast sword arts were not advanced sword arts. Even the ones that could reach the low-rank Earth realm were rare, so how could they contain anything special? At most, they could increase the sword speed through the use of Xianxia and the posture of the sword attack. However, Yi Chen was different. What he had learned was the poetic perspective of fast sword. It was a poetic perspective that had gone beyond the surface. It was no longer limited to the usage of Xianxia and the posture of throwing out the sword. Instead, it was a more mysterious way of increasing the speed of the sword, reaching one limit after another. This was extremely horrifying. The Heartless sword art is a top-rank Earth realm sword art. The emotionless mentality that it has created is extremely horrifying. Combined with the emotionless sword intent, it would be even more powerful. This is Daoxian's advantage. I hope he can use this advantage to its limit. The leader of the Heartless Martial School still thought that Li Daoxian had a higher chance of winning, but he did not want Li Daoxian to be careless, so he had to give it his all. In the direction of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Turning his head, he saw the headmaster and the 4th master had the same expression. The headmaster was the first to come back to his senses. He forced a smile and said, "Leader, we really could not see through Yi Chen." He did not say that he had underestimated Yi Chen, because Yi Chen's power had already far surpassed them. Plus, Yi Chen had been creating miracles for a long time. Right now, it was obviously not appropriate to say that he had underestimated Yi Chen. Once was underestimating, twice and thrice could barely be counted as underestimating, but after 3 times, it would just be blind confidence. Luo Xinglia nodded heavily. Although I am the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School and have reached the peak level late Clasping Yuan realm for a long time, I would not be able to survive one attack from him. He estimated that if he participated in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, he would only be above average, and would not be able to compete with the top martial geniuses. The 4th master said emotionally, in the Windy Nation, besides the astral-reaching realm warriors, Yi Chen would be the number 1. If he wanted to, he could totally create a small martial institution. With proper management and no one to suppress him, it would only take him 10 years to grow into a rank 9 martial institution. Yeah, with Yi Chen's power, he would not have to worry about people wanting to join him. But which of you have seen a top martial genius create their own martial institution? Even if you give them the leader position of a rank 8 martial institution, they would not care. Only the leader position of a rank 6 martial institution would be attractive. But of course, not everyone wants power. The headmaster laughed. Although he was shocked by Yi Chen's power, no matter what, the more powerful Yi Chen was, the better it would be. After all, he was a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if he left the Sky Cloud Martial School in the future, he would still be a friend of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luo Xinglia was in a good mood as he said, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank only happen once every 3 years. Now that Yi Chen and Su Jing have both achieved amazing results, we do not need to worry anymore. Now, we can just watch the competitions from an appreciative point of view. Besides the martial institution that Yi Chen was in, the other martial institutions were also talking about him. Some of them were friendly, some were curious, and some were evil. In the direction of the Purple Sun School. The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, had a gloomy look on his face. He was already quite annoyed by the fact that his disciples were not able to keep up with the current situation, and the main culprit was, without a doubt, Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, his eldest and second disciples wouldn't have died in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, and if they were still alive, they would definitely have stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm by now. And this was only the direct effect. The indirect effect was that his disciples had lost their leader, and had lost the competitive spirit that they used to have. Their progress would be very slow, and in the long run, the Purple Sun Martial School would definitely decline and be suppressed by the Sky Cloud Martial School. Leader, this brat is no longer someone that Clasping Yuan Realm warriors can fight against. Even if we send out dozens of late Clasping Yuan Realm warriors, they would not be able to stop him. They might even be killed by him. Are we just going to watch him grow stronger and stronger until he becomes an astral-reaching realm warrior? A core master of the Purple Sun Martial School sent a Xianxia message. Tu Chongshan snorted coldly, watch him grow stronger. In your dreams. Last time, the leaders of the hunting hall didn't kill him, it was our miscalculation. We didn't expect that the Cloud Dreamer would ask the Thunder Freer to escort him out of the Windy Nation. But this time, he will die for sure. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School frowned and sent a Xianxia message. Do we have to ask the Great Elder to do it? Although the Great Elder can kill Yi Chen, we still need to think about it carefully, in case something goes wrong. The Cloud Dreamer is keeping an eye on the Great Elder. Plus, the leader of the South Rudra Martial School obviously thinks highly of Yi Chen. If she knows about this, she might take this opportunity to wipe out our Purple Sun Martial School. Tu Chongshan shook his head. No, the Great Elder can't do it, but it doesn't mean that we can't do anything to him. There are too many astral-reaching realm warriors in the South Rudra region. Hearing him, the other core elders suddenly realized what was going on. Although the Great Elder couldn't do it, but if they paid a certain price, it would not be impossible to invite an astral-reaching realm warrior who didn't belong to any school to do it. Then, even if the Great Elder was killed, no one would know who did it. A mid-astral-reaching realm warrior might be a bit hard to invite, but a powerful early astral-reaching realm warrior should be no problem. Huh. Tu Chongshan sneered, he felt a lot better. The leader of the Emerald Martial School, Xianxia, was also feeling uneasy. Yi Chen's progress was simply incomprehensible. During Zhuangfei's celebration party, he was only at the late condensing reality realm, and when the Heaven Dream Ancient Place ended, he was at the early Clasping Yuan realm. It had only been a year since they last met, and he had already reached the late Clasping Yuan realm from the early Clasping Yuan realm. If it was only this, it would not be a big deal. Moreover, his battling power was horrifying. Not to mention the Clasping Yuan realm warriors in the Windy Nation, even in the whole South Rudra region, there were only a few Clasping Yuan realm warriors who could beat him. In other words, the current Yi Chen had become a threat to the Emerald Martial School, a threat to their dominating position. Given time, when Yi Chen became an astral-reaching realm warrior, the Emerald Martial School would not be able to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School anymore, because with the addition of Yi Chen, the Sky Cloud Martial School would have 2 astral-reaching realm warriors, and at that time, Yi Chen would not be a normal astral-reaching realm warrior. As for the Emerald Martial School, they only had 3 astral-reaching realm warriors, which would not be able to compete with the top-rank 7 martial institutions. I will watch from the sidelines for now. Once the Purple Sun Martial School attacks Xichen, they will definitely make their move. Xianxia, who was very cunning, did not plan to make his move yet. Not to mention the consequences of this incident, he did not want to make the Purple Sun Martial School take advantage of him. He would wait until the Purple Sun Martial School failed, then he would think about it. Plus, he did not think that the Purple Sun Martial School would fail, because they had failed way too many times. This time, they would definitely make a big move. Looking at Xichen, Xianxia could not calm down for a long time. Why was he not a disciple of the Emerald Martial School? If he was, how great would that be? Xianxia felt that it was a pity that Xichen was not a disciple of the Emerald Martial School, but also a pity that a top martial genius was about to fall. Xichen did not know what the Purple Sun Martial School and the Emerald Martial School were thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care too much. At most, he would be a bit more cautious. Mo Yan, his ability to see through weaknesses is no weaker than yours. Yichen's power had made Lin Yun very uncomfortable. Up until now, he already had the power to fight for the top 5. Therefore, he had to pay attention to him. But before that, it was necessary to provoke Mo Yan a little. Among the young generation, there were a lot of people who liked Murong Qingqing. Those who did not like her basically did not care about her on the surface, but who knew what they were really thinking. The demon Mo Yan did not like Murong Qingqing, of course, Lin Yun would not believe it. But since Xichen and Murong Qingqing were quite close, Mo Yan would definitely mind it. Right now, Xichen had revealed his shocking ability to see through weaknesses, which would undoubtedly affect Mo Yan the most. Mo Yan sneered, "There is no need for you to provoke me. There will be a battle between him and me." Lin Yun said, "I think you and I both know about his weaknesses. His martial art rank is obviously low, and his protective Zhenqi layer is not that strong. As long as you can hit him once, it will not be hard to win. The key is how to hit him. His flying art rank is not low at all." The importance of martial arts went without saying. No matter how powerful a martial genius was, they would not mind a powerful martial art, because it would not only increase the quality and quantity of Zhenqi to a higher level, it would also increase the Zhenqi layer of the warrior's protective Zhenqi layer. Situations like this often happened in the martial world. 2 lone warriors with similar power and talent, if one of them had a lucky encounter and got a powerful martial art, and the other one did not, the lone warrior would not even be able to break through the other's defense. Then, the lone warrior would only need one attack, and he would puke out blood and die. Therefore, under the same condition, the rank of the martial arts would be very important. Right then, Lin Yun was a bit glad that Xichen had not trained a top-rank Earthrealm martial art. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to win against Xichen, and the possibility of him losing would be huge. Mo Yan did not say anything. How could he not know about Yichen's weaknesses? But it would not be easy to hit him. In the battle with Bing Ling, Xichen had performed his flying art to its fullest. If it were not for the fact that Bing Ling had used her ace attack, which had increased the attacking range, it would be hard for him to catch Yichen's position. Huh. With my sky demon eyes, I will definitely be able to see through your movements and beat you completely. Mo Yan took a deep breath and thought to himself. The 9th round of the competition had ended, and the last round of the competition had begun. Without any surprise, Yichen's opponent had given up. What a joke! Xichen had even beaten Bing Ling. If he did not give up, he would definitely be laughed at by the others. They would think that he had overestimated himself and made a fool out of himself. Group 5 was calm and peaceful, while the group that Mo Yan was in. The second battle, Mo Yan against Tua Baku. A stone had raised 1,000 waves, and the audience seating was once again heated up. Demon Eyes Mo Yan, the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, ranked 8th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, one of the top young warriors. Tua Baku had a mysterious background. Among the top 10 new stars this year, he was ranked equal with Xichen, one of the new top young warriors. For an old top young warrior to meet a new top young warrior, just the name alone was enough to make people's blood boil. On the battling platform, Demon Eyes Mo Yan looked at Tua Baku coldly. Up until now, Tua Baku had not lost a single battle yet, and was on par with Yi Chen. Unfortunately, it was him who had seen through all of his opponent's weaknesses. Haha, finally a powerful one. Let's do it. Tua Baku laughed out loud once he got on the platform, his battling intent rising. Sky-reaching hand. Mo Yan moved. He extended his body, leaving layers of shadows behind him, dragging them far away. He waved his hand, and countless black palms attacked towards Tua Baku. Not enough, not enough. Show me something more exciting. Tua Baku stood there and took an attack from his opponent. Even his protective Xianxia layer was not broken. What? This defense is way too horrifying. Mo Yan's attack could not even break through his defense. He is indeed worthy of being ranked equal with Yi Chen in the top 10 new stars. Just his defense alone is enough to make people speechless. I wonder what Mo Yan can do. The crowd discussed in a low voice. Mo Yan squeezed his eyes. When he opened them again, a dark red light shot out from his pupils like two beams of light. In his sight, Tua Baku's protective Xianxia layer showed different colors. There were a couple of red dots, which were the weak points of his protective Xianxia layer. Shoo, his body disappeared all of a sudden, and Mo Yan appeared in front of Tua Baku. He put up his index and middle fingers, poking at the weak spot of his protective Xianxia layer. Swoosh, his protective Xianxia layer had been punctured through, and that sharp finger light landed on Tua Baku's body. Tua Baku could not stop that attack and was blown away into the air. He finally landed on the light wall and stood up like a mountain. There was a small hole in his chest, but his skin was not hurt at all. Mo Yan's deadly attack still could not break through Tua Baku's defense. Everyone was shocked. Yi Chen could not help but be shocked. Back in the north of the Black Dragon Empire, Tua Baku had taken one of his punches without being hurt at all. At that time, Yi Chen was not surprised at all, because the 5-mountain godly fist art was only a mid-rank Earth-realm fist art. Even with 50,000 pounds of physical strength, it would still not be as powerful as his sword art. Facing some clasping Yuan realm warriors with extremely powerful defense, it would naturally not be effective. However, even if Mo Yan's attack had not been at 100% of its power, it would still be at least 80 to 90%. Still, it could not break through Tua Baku's defense, which was quite shocking. A peak-rank Earth-realm defensive technique seems to be more than that. There were a lot of martial arts in this true spirit continent, and they all focused on different things. Some focused on attacking power, like Lu Hanshan's Great River Godly Art, some focused on speed, like Wu Liangyu's Black Crow Great Art, some contained special effects, like Morong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art, some focused on defense, and were called defensive martial arts. Tua Baku should have trained a defensive martial art. Defense cultivation techniques and body forging cultivation techniques were a bit similar. From the outside, the physical defense was very high. However, from a more detailed look, defense cultivation techniques and body forging cultivation techniques were completely different. Defense cultivation techniques attached body protection Xianxia to the surface of the body, and did not directly increase the physical defense. Body forging cultivation techniques, on the other hand, allowed Xianxia to merge into the body and produce strength, directly increasing the physical defense. Tua Baku had obviously trained a top-rank Earth-realm defense martial art, and he had trained it to its 10th level. But, a 10th level defense martial art would definitely not be able to block out Mo Yan's attack. Don't forget that Mo Yan had also trained a top-rank Earth-realm martial art, so it would be at its 11th level. If it was at its 11th level, then it might actually be able to achieve this kind of effect, since defense martial arts were all about defense. Mo Yan was both shocked and furious. What kind of joke was this? He couldn't break through the defense? Demon Spirit Finger, break for me. His index and middle fingers were dyed black as Mo Yan yelled and pointed at Tua Baku's ribs. Good timing. Wild God Fist. Tua Baku did not try to dodge at all. He threw out a punch, planning to trade wound for wound. He had no concept of defense or dodging at all. With a punch, a dragon roared and a tiger roared, and the air collapsed. Facing this punch, Mo Yan even felt so tiny, as if he was admitting defeat. He could not help but be shocked. His finger attack could indeed wound Tua Baku, but he knew very well that Tua Baku would only be slightly wounded, and would still be able to fight. But if he was hit by this punch, he would at least be badly wounded. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps. His body flashed, and Mo Yan's body blurred, as if he had turned into a black chi flow. He dodged Tua Baku's deadly punch and went around to his back. Chi, as he pointed out his finger, Tua Baku's protective Xianxia layer had been punctured through. His 2 fingers, which were dyed black, stabbed right into his body. Just when he was about to move forward and cause more damage, a layer of dark blue light blocked out his finger light and bounced back, almost breaking his fingers. How is this possible? Even the demon spirit finger couldn't do much damage to him? Mo Yan hurriedly retreated. His facial expression changed again and again. Turning around, Tua Baku touched his back. There was a shallow finger hole, about half an inch deep. Blood was pouring out of it. Very good. Now I am going to use my real power. Without wasting any more time, Tua Baku's body shook, and his aura increased drastically. Blue veins popped out of his neck, and his face turned red. He reached out both of his arms, and the muscles on his arms bulged out. There was a dark blue light inside, which looked like snakes and dragons. Ruin 18 fist attacks. Taking a step forward, Tua Baku threw out a punch towards Mo Yan. Then, the second punch and the third one followed right after, blocking all of Mo Yan's escape routes. Mo Yan pushed his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps art to its limit, traveling between the incoming fist power. It looked extremely dangerous, like a small boat in the middle of a huge ocean. He could die at any second. However, being one of the top young warriors, Mo Yan would naturally not lose so easily. Until Tua Baku threw out his 17th punch, he still could not hurt Mo Yan. 18th fist attack, brutal dragon movement. As he threw out a punch, the fist power turned into a dragon, waving its claws and roaring into the sky. It opened its mouth and bit onto Mo Yan's body, bringing him towards the dark blue light wall. When it was less than 3 meters away from the light wall, the dragon-shaped fist power suddenly cracked open, and Mo Yan jumped out from within. His face was pale, and there were some blood stains on his body. The heavenly demon eye that came with the heavenly demon art was not just for show. Being bitten by the dragon-shaped fist power, Mo Yan activated the heavenly demon eye and soon found the weakness of the fist power. With a single finger, he broke the restriction. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be helpless. Interesting. An excited light flashed through Tua Baku's eyes. Ever since he left the place where he had lived for more than 10 years, besides the battle with the powerful warrior Yi Chen, he had not met any worthy opponents yet. All the battles before were just for fun. Morong Qingqing shook her head. Her head disciple had met his nemesis. Facing Tua Baku's super powerful defense, the sky demon eyes that could see through all the weaknesses had been pushed aside. Judging on Jin Chi capacity and attacking power, Tua Baku was still slightly more powerful than her head disciple. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had the same opinion. Among all the contestants, Tua Baku was without a doubt Mo Yan's biggest nemesis. It did not mean that Mo Yan was weak. In fact, his overall power was almost the same as Tua Baku's. If it were someone else who had the same power as Tua Baku, Mo Yan would not be in this kind of situation. He might even have the upper hand. Thinking about that, Yi Chen could not help but be shocked by Tua Baku's defense. Back in the north of the Black Dragon Empire, Tua Baku did not use all of his power. As for the reason, he did not really know. Mysterious Spirit Finger. Performing his Ghost Shadow art again, Mo Yan's eyes were cold and sharp. He pointed out his index and middle fingers, and that finger light shot towards Tua Baku's throat. Tua Baku threw out a punch, his fist power covering that finger light. That punch had missed. That finger light was very unpredictable, as if it could teleport. It suddenly appeared right in front of Tua Baku's face, seeming like it was about to destroy his attack. Right then, Mo Yan did not plan to think about anything else. As long as he could beat Tua Baku, it would be fine. Therefore, he decided to attack Tua Baku's eyes, trying to blind him. This Mo Yan is so cruel. Other wounds could still be healed, but blindness would be almost impossible. Unless he could find some rare spirit medicine or reach the life and death realm, he would be blind for the rest of his life. What else can he do? Tua Baku's defense is just too insane. Regarding Imo Yan's method, everyone had different opinions. Tua Baku performed his flying art for the first time. He bent his back, looking like a huge dragon swimming in the air, barely dodging that finger light. Mysterious Spirit 7-Finger. Imo Yan sneered as he reached out both of his hands, shooting out 7-finger light in a row. Swoosh, Tua Baku's flying art was still not as good as Imo Yan's. Although he had dodged 6 of the finger light, he would not be able to dodge the last one. Luckily, he managed to tilt his head at that critical moment. That finger light did not hit his eyes, and only his eyebrows were shaved off. It was not Tua Baku's style to be attacked passively. He did not wait for his body to stabilize before he threw out a punch onto the ground. The blue and black light spread out like waves, turning into a Xianxia black dragon, attacking toward Imo Yan. Imo Yan was about to perform his flying art to dodge when the Xianxia black dragon suddenly exploded. It turned into a black halo and shot out, landing on his protective Xianxia layer. Boom! Imo Yan was blown backward. His previous small wound combined with the new wound made him unable to hold it anymore. He puked out a huge chunk of blood. Brutal dragon movement. Without stopping, Tua Baku threw out another punch. The fist power turned into a dragon and bit onto Imo Yan's body for the second time, bringing him toward the dark blue light wall. A loud sound was heard as Imo Yan fell onto the ground. Tua Baku wins. The judge announced the result in time. Imo Yan's wound was not light, and everyone from the Sky Demon Martial School must be panicking. They would not dare to waste any more time. This is great. Tua Baku was enjoying himself. It had been a long time since he had this kind of feeling. Looking at Tua Baku, who only had one eyebrow left, Yichen shook his head and laughed. It was Imo Yan's misfortune to run into him. But even if he could not run into him now, he would still run into him in the ranking competitions. It would be impossible for him to avoid it. Plus, he and the top young warriors would each have their own battles, including Murong Qingqing. Yichen looked over at Murong Qingqing, and she happened to look over as well. Murong Qingqing smiled lightly and said with her Xianxia, in the ranking competitions, I will not give up. Of course. Yichen would not underestimate Murong Qingqing, because judging from her soul power, she was even more powerful than Imo Yan, just like the fire spirit prince Yan Qihua, Lin Yun, and the heartless sword artist Li Daoxian. No. One would believe it even if he said it out. Although there was a difference in power and battling power, and the more powerful warriors might not be able to beat the slightly weaker ones, the more powerful ones would have a higher chance of winning. It was rare for the weaker ones to beat the stronger ones after all. Plus, Murong Qingqing was one of the calmest warriors he had ever met. She could be ranked in the top 3, and Lin Yun and Imo Yan were both weaker than her in terms of calmness. The two looked away and did not look at each other again. The 10th round of competitions was a bit slower. It was the last round, and a lot of the young warriors who might be able to make it to the next round had revealed all of their ace attacks. Whether they could make it to the Hidden Dragon rank or not, it all depended on this moment. After a while, Su Jing had beaten her opponent and was ranked 4th in the ranking. She would definitely make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. Right now, only Lynch was left on the stage. After 2 battles, Lynch went up. His opponent was not easy to deal with. His score was 1 point higher than his. One of them was ranked 10th while the other was ranked 11th. Whoever lost would probably fall out of the top 12 and lose the chance to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. The battle had been going on for a long time, and both of them had been wounded. Roar, as his Xianxia was running out, Lynch had exploded. He did not care about his defense at all as he attacked his opponent in a brutal and bloody way. It seemed like he was going to risk his life. His opponent was very strong, but unfortunately, he was not as brave and fearless as Lin Qi. Under Lin Qi's crazy attacks, his opponent retreated again and again. In the end, he revealed a flaw and was defeated by Lin Qi, whose white clothes were stained with blood. Right now, Lynch was almost certain to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. Time flew like water. After half an hour, the 10th round had finished completely. The top 12 warriors of each group would make it to the Hidden Dragon rank and become the new powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon rank. The rest of them would lose the chance to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. However, those who were older than 21 years old would still have a chance to make it to the next Hidden Dragon rank. Those who are not involved, please leave. The head judge stood up right then. He pushed his Zhengyuan and raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. Hearing him, all of the young warriors who had been eliminated walked out of the battling ground. There were only 72 people left, who were indeed the powerful warriors in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. Alright, you all stand on the battling platform and accept the baptism of the Dragon Fountain Chi. Do not panic when the time comes. The head judge was very familiar with the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, so he knew some of the secrets of the Hidden Dragon ancient city. Shoo! 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 Most of the young warriors had participated in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank before, so they were not surprised at all. Only a small part of the young warriors who had not heard much of the news were a bit confused. However, seeing the others flying onto the battling platforms, they did not say much and followed suit, standing with the people who were close to them. There were 6 battling platforms in total on the abyss. The number of people on each platform was different. Some had more than 20 people, while the others only had 7 or 8 people. On the 5th battling platform, Yi Chen, Su Jing, and Lynch stood together. Next to them were the young warriors from the other few countries around the Windy Nation. Yi Chen said, I think this Dragon Fountain Chi is related to luck. I wonder how it will baptize us. Su Jing was just about to say something when she suddenly noticed that more than 50% of the young warriors had something different on their bodies. Outside of their bodies, countless dragon-shaped shadows were waving their claws, roaring towards the sky. The dragon-shaped shadows were of different sizes, clear and blurry, majestic and weak. Among them, Xianxia and the other top young warriors were the most powerful. The dragon-shaped shadows outside of their bodies were 70 to 80 meters long, with clear shapes and majestic expressions. A strange pressure had covered the whole place. This is the Dragon Fountain Chi? Lynch seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Chen looked around and realized that all the warriors with dragon-shaped shadows outside of their bodies were all the powerful warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank, who had been baptized by the Dragon Fountain Chi. Meanwhile, the new young warriors were just like them, with nothing different on their bodies. They all looked at each other. After about a quarter of an hour, the faint roar of a dragon came from the abyss between the stages. Immediately after, streams of dragon-shaped chi rushed out and entered everyone's body. Soon after, they drilled out again and floated outside their bodies. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Just now, he clearly felt the existence of the dragon-shaped chi flow. It first entered his body through his Baihui acupoint, and then circulated through his flesh and bones. Finally, it escaped from various acupoints in a unique way and formed a dragon-shaped shadow outside his body. It might have been an illusion, but Yi Chen sensed that his condition had improved. Ours are only this small. Look at them, they are all 3 to 4 zhang in size, and there are even some that are 7 to 8 zhang in size. Some of the up-and-coming youngsters didn't understand what was going on, and were discussing spiritedly amongst themselves. The contestants from the last Hidden Dragon rank already had dragon-shaped shadows floating outside of their bodies. After the dragon-shaped chi flow had been poured in, the dragon-shaped shadow had become even bigger, almost twice its original size. For example, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Xianxia's body was already the biggest, reaching 8 zhang. But now, it had become around 8 and 20 meters long. Standing on the battling platform, it was extremely eye-catching. The fire spirit Prince Xianxia, the heartless sword artist Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, Bing Ling, and Mo Yan were all above 7 zhang. Morong Qingqing was also more than 5 zhang. As for the new young warriors like Yi Chen, their dragon-shaped shadow was only 3 meters long, which was nowhere close to these people. Steel. Yi Chen and Su Jing looked at each other. If their guess was right, the dragon vein chi was not static. There should be some way to steal the opponent's dragon vein chi. However, this was a competition, so there was only one way to steal it, and that was to defeat the opponent and win the competition. In the audience seating, Luo Xinglia smiled and said, right now, the Dragon Fountain Chi can only increase one's luck, and cannot be used on the martial institutions. Once we get back to the martial institutions, the dragon fountain chi will be infused into the foundation of the martial institutions to increase their luck. As for the mysteries, I don't think even the Seas of Soul's Realm warriors would be able to understand them all. The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School said, then, after this competition, let Yichen go to the Sky Cloud Martial School first? It depends on his personal will. We can't force him. However, he will most likely go back. The Dragon Vein Chi can not only bring prosperity to the sect, but also the clan. The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, looked at the Dragon Vein Chi on the young warriors with envy. If the Purple Sun Martial School also had the Dragon Vein Chi, they would definitely continue to prosper. However, all of this had been ruined by him. He looked at Yi Chen, and a deep killing intent flashed through his eyes. The leader of the Emerald Martial School, Xianxia, thought to himself, the Emerald Martial School has been dominating the Windy Nation for a long time. Even without the Dragon Vein Chi, they would still continue to prosper. It will not be easy for the Sky Cloud Martial School to catch up. When the next Hidden Dragon rank competition starts, the Emerald Martial School will definitely have the Dragon Vein Chi again. Both of them valued the Dragon Vein Chi very much. Plus, the Dragon Vein Chi in the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place was different from the outside world. The Dragon Vein in the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place was the main Dragon Vein in the whole South Rudra region. The Dragon Vein Chi that was produced was extremely powerful and full of luck, which was very important to the development of the martial institutions. After all, who would not want their own martial institutions to be covered with luck and have many geniuses? Waiting until the dragon-shaped shadow on the young warriors' bodies had stabilized, the 8-foot-long dragon-shaped shadow outside of Xing's body suddenly roared into the sky, looking extremely majestic. Right after that, the dragon-shaped shadows outside of Yan Qihua and Lin Yun's bodies also started to roar, followed by Li Daoxian, Bing Ling, and Mo Yan. In the end, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen and the rest's bodies started to roar as well. However, compared to those people before them, their roars seemed to be very weak, and did not have enough power. From this, it could be easily seen who had more Dragon Fountain Chi. Xingxing made a face and said lightly, in the past 1,000 years, the largest dragon-shaped shadow had only been 28 meters. This time, I want to reach 23 meters and surpass the ancient warriors. 9 is the most powerful part of the dragon-shaped shadow. Head brother, you are way more powerful than them. It will be easy for your dragon-shaped shadow to grow to 23 meters. Indeed. Head brother, you have the king-level bloodline inside your body. Together with the 23 meters dragon-shaped shadow, it will be perfect. The others will just be the background for you. There were a lot of powerful warriors in the Floating Mountain Martial School. The few core disciples did not think that Xingxing would lose the first-place title. Once he got enough Dragon Fountain Chi, it would be very easy for his dragon-shaped shadow to grow to 23 meters, since this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition would be the most exciting one in the past 1,000 years. Yan Qihua and Lin Yun looked at Xingxing at the same time. This time, I will not only beat you, but also increase my dragon-shaped shadow to 23 meters. Xingxing, wait for me. No matter who it is, they will all be defeated by me, Lin Yun. As for the Dragon Fountain Chi, I will take it all. The difference between the first and second place of the Hidden Dragon rank's dragon-shaped shadow was too huge. Xingxing was the first place, and his dragon-shaped shadow had reached 23 meters. Meanwhile, Yan Qihua, who was ranked second, had only reached 23 meters, and Lin Yun, who was ranked fifth, had also reached 23 meters. In other words, the difference between the second place and the top 10 was not that big. Only the first place was the most powerful, and the gap between the two was very obvious. Correspondingly, the luck of the first place could be compared with 2 or 3 top 10 warriors, which was very eye-catching. The ranking competition had not yet begun, but the gazes of the younger generation were no longer the same. It was an undisguised fighting intent. Tua Baku glanced at Xingxing, then glanced at Yi Chen. In his eyes, there were only these two that he could not see through, which was extremely horrifying. Xingxing's power did not even need to be mentioned. He was ranked number 1 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and had the bloodline of a king. His attacking power was extremely powerful, and it was definitely not something that one could handle with brute force. And then there was Yi Chen. If Xianxia was a flying dragon that everyone knew about, then Yi Chen would be a hidden dragon hiding in the deep abyss. No one would know how much potential he could bring out until the critical moment. Whether or not the hidden dragon would shock the whole world would still need to be confirmed. Of course, Tuabaku was not looking down on the other top young warriors. In fact, besides Xianxia and Yi Chen, he did not have much of a chance to win against the other top young warriors. For example, the Fire Spirit Prince, Xianxia, who was ranked second in the last hidden dragon rank. His blade art was unparalleled, and his aura was aggressive. Each movement of his was wide open and could split the sky and the ground. He was definitely a horrifying warrior. Lin Yun's aura was slightly weaker than the others, but his chi was way too powerful. With Tuabaku's experience of training his defensive martial art to its 11th level, Lin Yun had definitely reached this level, and should not be underestimated. Li Daoxian did not seem to be that famous, but in this true spirit continent, who would dare to underestimate a sword artist who had learned the sword intent? Once a sword artist threw out a sword attack, it would be the moment of life and death. Lastly, Morong Qingqing. Facing this extremely mysterious and attractive girl, Tuabaku had the feeling that he was facing Yi Chen. It was not the pressure from her chi, nor the dominance of her temperament. It was a horrifying feeling of being shrouded in a dense fog that people could not see through. There are too many experts. It won't be easy to carve out a bloody path. Tuabaku was a carefree and fearless person, but he could not help but shake his head. He was not an idiot who would rush forward whenever he saw a powerful warrior. Actually, every time he encountered a powerful warrior, he would evaluate his opponent's power. On the other battling platform, Bing Ling, who had recovered to her peak condition, frowned. Before she came here, her lowest goal was to get into the top 3 of the hidden dragon rank. But now, it was basically impossible for her to get into the top 3. She might be able to fight for the top 5, but she was very clear that the battles for the top 5 would be even more intense than she had imagined. At this moment, the head judge spoke again. After a day of continuous competition, everyone is a little tired. If you don't have enough stamina for the ranking competition, you won't be able to handle it. Therefore, before the ranking competition, there will be 3 days of rest. Everyone, try your best to adjust your condition to the peak. You must participate in the most difficult competition with your strongest abilities. Now, everyone, go back and rest. The ranking competition will officially begin in the morning 3 days later. Just as he finished speaking, all of the young warriors who had entered the ranking got off the platform one after another. The head judge was right. After a whole day of competition, all of their spirit and chi had been exhausted. This kind of exhaustion was something that they themselves could not even notice. Once they entered into a high-intensity competition, or a battle with a powerful warrior with similar power, even the slightest bit of difference would be enough to make them regret for the rest of their lives. They are not tired, but I am a little tired. My eyes are getting sore. 2 stages of the competition, thousands of battles. Even if we only watch 1/10 of them, our eyes would still be tired. Going back and resting for 3 days would be great. Otherwise, when the top young warriors battle, we might not be able to see the results. Hearing him, all of the warriors who were watching the battles left without a trace of dissatisfaction. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 4th day, the audience seating was filled with people, and the sound of their voices could be heard everywhere. Looking at the 6 battling platforms above the abyss, they had already merged into one, forming a 300 meters long and 200 meters wide rectangular battling platform. The battling platform was still surrounded by a dark blue light wall. Outside of the light wall was a bottomless abyss, where chi flow was surging. At the 9 entrances that led to the surrounding areas of the battling platforms, the young warriors walked in groups of 3 to 5, including Yi Chen and Su Jing. The atmosphere is different. Once he entered the arena, Yi Chen could immediately feel the intense atmosphere, and a lot of it was directed at him. It was not surprising though, since the previous competitions were only for eliminating the unqualified warriors. Those who were supposed to make it to the next level would still make it to the next level, and there would be no conflict. But now, it was different. All of the warriors present were powerful warriors who had made it to the hidden dragon rank. The higher the rank, the more powerful the dragon fountain chi would be, which would bring unimaginable benefits to themselves, their martial institutions, and their families. On the path of a warrior, if one did not move forward, one would fall behind. It was also very suitable for the competitions of the hidden dragon rank. Yichen had even sensed that there was a subtle atmosphere between the disciples of the same martial institution. Although it was a little warmer and more subtle, there were still quite a lot of sword lights and sword shadows. Facing the competitions of the hidden dragon rank, not to mention the disciples of the same martial institution, even brothers would have to compete to see who was better. Plus, if one did not use all of his power, the others might not show any mercy. After everyone had arrived, the head judge started to announce the rules of the competitions. The hidden dragon rank competitions were also known as the super points competitions. The competitions would be held on the same battling platform, and would be divided into 71 rounds. Each round would have 36 battles, which meant that there would be one opponent in each round, and 71 rounds would have 71 opponents. In this situation, there would be a battle between all 72 people, which was unavoidable. As for those who had already fought against each other in the elimination competitions, they could still fight again in the ranking competitions. It would be up to them whether they wanted to give up or not. No matter what, the loser would have a part of their dragon fountain chi taken away, while the winner would have their dragon fountain chi strengthened. Of course, the 71 rounds of competitions would not be held in one day. When the sky was getting dark, the competitions for the day would be finished, and the competitions would continue the next morning. Therefore, the time of each hidden dragon rank competition would be different. The shortest would be 2 to 3 days, while the longest would be 4 to 5 days. If there were some special circumstances, it would even be delayed to ensure that it would be as fair as possible. 71 rounds of competitions, 36 battles in each round. This way, everyone's power would be exposed gradually, and no one would be able to hold back. Maybe we will see the battles between the top young warriors in the first few rounds? Yeah. This possibility is very high. You guys have not watched the last hidden dragon rank competitions, right? This possibility does not exist. Later, the 13 judges will vote for the 10 seeded warriors, and the battles between the seeded warriors will be in the last 9 rounds. It will not be brought forward. Oh, I see. Just like what this person had said, the head judge had already discussed with the 12 judges about the 10 seeded warriors. Si Kongxing will definitely make it. And Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, Bing Ling. Mo Yan is qualified as well. Right now, there are 6 seeded warriors. I think Tua Baku is qualified. Yeah, Tua Baku is very powerful. He is definitely qualified to be in the top 5. I would like to recommend Murong Qingqing. Her power is no weaker than Mo Yan's. Then, only the last 2 are left. This is easy. Yichen is definitely a seeded warrior. If he does not make it, people would think that there is something fishy going on. Hehe, I don't need you to tell me. Yichen is definitely in there. I am thinking about the 10th seeded warrior. Do you think it should be Qian Yun or Gu Yuyun? This is indeed a bit hard to choose. Qian Yun is the second disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, and is very powerful. Gu Yuyun is the second disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Floating Mountain Martial School, and has the Stone King bloodline. The power that she has shown would not be weaker than Qian Yun at all. No matter who I choose, the other one will not be happy about it. What can we do if we are not happy? We are the judges, and the job of choosing the seeded warriors falls on us. There is nothing we can do about it. How about this? Let's all vote, and whoever has the most votes will be the seeded warrior. The other things have nothing to do with us. Alright, I choose Qian Yun. I choose Gu Yuyun. What was more dramatic was that Qian Yun and Gu Yuyun had the same number of votes, which were both 6. Obviously, in the eyes of the judges, it was indeed hard to tell who was more powerful. The good thing was that including the head judge, there were 13 judges in total. Right now, only the head judge had not voted yet. Whoever he voted for would be the seeded warrior. It could be said that one vote would decide everything. The head judge took a deep breath and said, Gu Yuyun. In the end, the 10-seated warriors were announced. They were Xikongxing, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, Bing Ling, Mo Yan, Tua Baku, Morong Qingqing, Yi Chen, and Gu Yuyun. Regarding this result, Xikongxing and the rest did not look surprised at all. All 13 judges were astral-reaching realm warriors, and they would be able to judge one's power from their qi. Adding all the performances in the previous competitions, it would be too easy for them to pick out the 10-seated warriors. Only Qianyun looked very upset. He had not been chosen. Although the seated warriors might not be able to make it into the top 10, it was still a shame for him, a huge shame. Just you wait. I will make you regret not choosing me. Qianyun looked very bad. He was not happy about the judge's decision. The leader of the Sunset Martial School and all of the core masters were also not happy about it. No matter how they looked at it, Qianyun did not seem to be at a disadvantage. However, he was still not a seated warrior, which had undoubtedly humiliated the Sunset Martial School. But of course, no matter how unhappy they were, they would not say anything. The 13 judges were chosen by all of the leaders of the South River region. No matter how arrogant the Sunset Martial School was, they would not criticize the judges recklessly. Plus, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank were extremely sacred. Even life and death realm warriors would not dare to mess around. As long as Qianyun works hard, we will get our Sunset Martial School's face back. The leader of the Sunset Martial School let out a breath and said lightly. Huh. If I had known this earlier, I would have asked Qianyun to show more of his power in the elimination competitions. Don't worry. Although the top 5 might be a bit difficult, the top 10 should be very promising. I hope so. Although people from the Sunset Martial School were very confident in Qianyun, the appearance of Yi Chen and the other young warriors had made them feel threatened. Otherwise, Qianyun would not have failed. Second brother disciple, you have to work harder. The luck of the Sunset Martial School is on you now. The head disciple of the Sunset Martial School was sitting among the core masters. He was ranked number 6 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. If it were not for the fact that he was over 24 years old, he would definitely be able to make it to the top 10. But what could he do? Even the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire, who was ranked number 3 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, was over the age limit. His power was no weaker than Yan Qihua. As the head judge announced the names of the 10-seated warriors, there were more or less some discussions among the audience. Not only the second disciple of the Sunset Martial School, Zhang Feng, who was ranked number 9 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and Gu Qing, who was ranked number 10 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, had also failed. Gu Yuyun was quite lucky. In this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, there were 2 top young warriors who were over 24 years old who did not participate. Otherwise, the competition for the 10-seated warriors would be even more intense. You must be talking about the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire and the head disciple of the Sunset Martial School, right? Indeed, I wonder what level their strength has reached now. The ranking competitions have begun. Everyone's eyes landed on the battling platform in the middle. The 300-meter-long, 200-meter-wide battling platform was huge. It stood in the middle of the abyss all by itself, attracting a lot of attention. Right then, the first battle was happening on the platform. Both contestants were not weak. One was at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, while the other was at the peak-level early clasping Yuan realm. Both of them performed their ace attacks as soon as they got on the platform, without any intention of testing each other. Eventually, the mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior won the battle. A shocking scene occurred. After the victor was decided, the dragon-shaped phantom outside the victor's body flew out and pounced on the loser's body. Visible to the naked eye, the dragon-shaped phantom outside the loser's body shrank by a size, shrinking from 1 zhang to 9 feet. As for the victor's dragon-shaped phantom, it grew to around 11 zhang. I knew it. Yichen did not need to guess to know that it was a way to steal the dragon fountain qi, which was not controlled by the contestant. The battles went on one after another, and soon, it was Lynch's turn. His opponent was a warrior who was ranked at the bottom of the last Hidden Dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow was around 1 meter long, but after being beaten by Lynch, it had shrunk a lot, from 1 meter long to 1.5 meters. Meanwhile, Lynch's dragon's shadow, which was originally 1 meter long, had shrunk to 1.5 meters. Su Jing seemed to have figured it out: the richer the opponent's dragon fountain chi, the more dragon fountain chi one would get after beating him. Yi Chen nodded. On the other hand, if the winner's dragon fountain chi was more abundant, and the loser's dragon fountain chi was weaker, then the amount of dragon fountain chi one could get would be less. Perhaps, there would not be any increase at all. The dragon-shaped shadow outside Xianxia's body was around 8 meters long and 2 meters long. If he randomly beat a young warrior, he would be able to get a lot of dragon fountain chi. After a couple of battles, the dragon-shaped shadow would be able to reach 9 meters, which was obviously against the rules. That was why Yi Chen had made this assumption. What Su Jing and Yi Chen had guessed was not wrong. Then, there was a young warrior who had beaten a young warrior who was ranked quite high in the last hidden dragon rank, and the dragon-shaped shadow had increased by a lot, almost by half. On the other hand, a young warrior who was ranked quite high in the last hidden dragon rank had beaten a young warrior, and the dragon-shaped shadow had only increased by a very small amount, not even 1 foot. There were 36 battles in one round, and each battle would have 2 people battling. After one round, everyone would have a chance to go on stage. This time, it was the Fire Spirit Prince, Xianxia. His opponent was a young warrior who was ranked at the bottom of the last hidden dragon rank, who was only at the early clasping Yuan realm. I admit defeat. The young man admitted defeat without hesitation. Roar, it was unknown what was so mysterious about the illusory dragon. As soon as his opponent admitted defeat, it leaped out from Xianxia's body and devoured the latter's illusory dragon. However, no matter how much it swallowed, it was still 25 feet long. There were no changes to it. The difference between the two was too great, so it was difficult for it to gain anything. The 24th battle, Yi Chen against Mo Wuxue. Before Yi Chen showed up in the world, Mo Wuxue was the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the 9 nations. Even Yuan Hing and Lu Zhao were slightly weaker than him. But now, he was only a kid in front of Yi Chen. There was no comparison at all. Lightly tapping his foot on the ground, Yi Chen appeared on the battling platform, looking at Mo Wuxue who was in front of him. Mo Wuxue's pupils shrank. Right now, Yi Chen was giving him too much pressure. Not to mention Yi Chen's late clasping Yuan realm cultivation. Only his 50% sword intent was already enough to shock the entire 9 nations. Before he entered the Heaven Dream Ancient region, he didn't even have the interest to look at Yi Chen. Calming himself down, Mo Wuxue said, "One blade attack, what do you think?" He didn't expect to beat Yi Chen, he only wanted to know how big the gap between them was. "Sure," Yi Chen said lightly. Shoo, without much hesitation, a blood-red long blade appeared in Mo Wuxue's hand. This blade was something he got from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace. It was the top of the low-rank Great Blades. Its power was almost equal to a normal mid-rank Great Blade. Taking the blade out of the scabbard, a thin beam of blood flashed out, and an air-tearing sound was heard. The Star Scar sword was pulled out by 3 inches, a beam of sword light shot out, cutting the blood beam in half. The remaining power of the sword light did not disappear, it landed heavily on Mo Wuxue's protective Zhen Qi layer. Mo Wuxue's protective Zhen Qi layer had been shattered. A woo, a dragon roar was heard. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen's body jumped onto Mo Wuxue's body, devouring his dragon fountain chi. Within a blink of an eye, the dragon-shaped shadow returned, from 1 meter long to 16 meters long. Not only had it grown a lot bigger, but it also looked a lot clearer, with a serious look on its face. The gap is unimaginable. Mo Wuxue forced a smile. After Yi Chen got off the stage, the next battle was none other than Xianxia. His opponent was not weak either, it was Ting Mo, who was ranked 19 in the last hidden dragon rank. Without a doubt, Ting Mo had lost, and he did not even choose to give up. After devouring Ting Mo's dragon fountain chi, Xianxia's dragon-shaped shadow was still 2 meters long. Looking at it more carefully, it was only half a foot longer, and that was because Ting Mo was ranked pretty high in the last hidden dragon rank. If it were another young warrior, it would not even be 1/10 of a foot longer. The battle was carried on in an orderly manner. As long as it was a top young warrior, his opponent would either give up or decide the winner with one attack. The result was obvious. The gap between them could not be seen clearly, because they did not even have the power to force out 50% of their power. After Morong Qingqing had beaten her opponent, it was Su Jing's turn. The 27th battle, Su Jing against Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng was ranked 38th in the last hidden dragon rank. The gathering in the three-river city of the Spirit Nation was organized by him. Back in the 100,000 mountain forest, Yi Chen had even saved his and Morong Qingqing's lives. He was very powerful. His weapons were two special weapons, the waning moon curved wheel. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of his body was 12 meters long, and had an abundant dragon fountain qi. Within 100 attacks, the two were evenly matched. After 100 attacks, Su Jing was getting more and more powerful. Her whole body was covered by a layer of golden light. It was not Jin Qi, but the materialized form of Qi power. Judging on the destructive power, it was way more powerful than most Jin Qi, which made Qi Xiaofeng feel quite exhausted. After 158 attacks, Qi Xiaofeng's palm had gone numb, and he could not hold his weapon anymore. Su Jing seized the opportunity and threw out 3 punches in a row. After devouring a part of Qi Xiaofeng's dragon fountain qi, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Su Jing's body had grown extremely fast. Within a blink of an eye, it had expanded to almost 10 meters, which was no weaker than the middle-ranked young warriors in the last hidden dragon rank. You are quite powerful. I almost do not want to beat you anymore. Losing one part of dragon fountain qi would not make any difference. Lin Yun was very excited. If he could, when he met Su Jing again, he would definitely not devour her dragon fountain qi so that she would remember him. Unfortunately, the dragon fountain qi could not be controlled. Once it sensed something, it would jump out on its own, and he would not even be able to stop it. You have overestimated yourself. Tua Baku made a face. Although he did not care about Su Jing's power, the person behind her was Yi Chen. Among all the warriors, only Si Kongxing and Yi Chen had given him a mysterious feeling. The others were slightly weaker. The first round had finished, and the second round began immediately. After 5 rounds, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 28 meters. His luck was not that good, as all the opponents he had met were not that powerful. After 5 rounds, none of them were as powerful as the one where Su Jing had beaten Qi Xiaofeng. Among them, the luckiest one would be Tua Baku, who had beaten Zhang Feng, who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 12 meters. Added with the previous 4 battles, it had grown to more than 12.5 meters, which was almost as powerful as the top 30 warriors in the last hidden dragon rank. In the 6th round, Yi Chen had finally met an opponent who had a very rich dragon fountain qi. It was Cui Xiao, who was ranked 15th in the last hidden dragon rank. After devouring his opponent's dragon fountain qi, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 12 meters. Among all the young warriors, he was only second to Tua Baku. Lynch was not that powerful after all. He had lost 3 and won 3 out of the 6 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow was still at 18 meters. Su Jing had won 6 battles in a row, and her dragon-shaped shadow was still at 19 meters. Soon, the 7th round of the competition had finished. The 8th round. Yi Chen's opponent was Gu Qing, who he had never fought before. Gu Qing was ranked 10th in the last hidden dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow was originally 21 meters long, but after winning 7 battles in a row, it had grown to 21 meters. Take my blue cloud 9 attacks. Gu Qing had no reason to give up right away. In fact, he really wanted to fight against Yi Chen, who was good at attacking the weak spots. Only battles like this would allow him to notice some of the flaws that he had not been able to notice and perfect them. Qin, taking out his star scar sword, Yi Chen held the long sword in his hand and pointed in the air. Gu Qing's continuous stick art had been broken immediately. He had only performed 1 attack, and the other 8 attacks had all been blocked. How is this possible? Gu Qing was shocked. The blue cloud 9 attacks were all connected. If it were the last few attacks that had been broken, he would have been able to understand it, since the later attacks would be harder to control, and there might be flaws. However, the first few attacks did not have any flaws at all. Yi Chen said, I have seen the blue cloud 9 attacks once. It is indeed a very powerful attack. Each stick attack is faster than the last, but the first to the second attack is the slowest part. As long as the sword speed is fast enough, you will be able to find that crucial point. Right now, what you need to pay attention to is not the speed, but how to make it uneven so that people will not be able to grasp the pattern. Thank you. Gu Qing thought about it. Just like what Yi Chen had said, the previous Blue Cloud 9 attacks had been connected one after another, and each stick attack was faster than the last. However, the first to the ninth attack would take time, and people would not be able to watch you perform it all the way until the ninth attack. If you wanted to increase your speed, the weakness would still be there, but it would be reduced by a lot. After all, there would always be people who were better than you. No matter how fast your attacking speed was, there would always be people who were faster than you. Therefore, if you wanted to make up for this weakness, the only way would be to make people unable to grasp the pattern. Thinking about that, Gu Qing could not help but admire Yi Chen. The first few attacks of the Blue Cloud 9 attacks were not fast, but it was actually already very fast. Only his opponent could find the gap and hit the crucial point with one sword attack. I give up. There was no need to compete anymore, since Gu Qing had already learned a lot. Oh whoa, Gu Qing had just finished speaking when the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen's body jumped over. When it came back, the 43 meters dragon-shaped shadow had already grown to 57 meters, which had surpassed Tua Baku and was the same as Murong Qingqing. Eh? This dragon fountain qi has the effect of nourishing the spirit and qi. When the dragon-shaped shadow was only 43 meters long, it was only good for the condition, as it would not be easily affected by negative emotions. However, after growing to 57 meters, the spirit and qi that Yi Chen had lost had obviously been replenished. Spirit and qi were the most important things in the human body, and would be consumed in everything they did. For example, raising one's hand would consume a little bit of spirit and speaking a word would consume a little bit of spirit and qi. However, the consumption was so small that it could be completely ignored. But what was undeniable was that spirit and qi were indeed being consumed all the time, and would need to be replenished through careful rest. Otherwise, it would have a big or small effect. After 7 or 8 battles, Yi Chen had consumed a little bit of spirit and qi, but right now, it had been replenished completely. Thinking about it, Yi Chen could easily think of training. Training for warriors would consume a lot of spirit and qi. Ever since he had the spirit replenishing pellets, qi replenishing pellets, and spirit replenishing pellets, Yi Chen's training speed had increased drastically. He was no slower than any of the martial geniuses. The reason why he could reach late clasping Yuan realm within 1 year was all because of these 3 pellets. Right now, with the dragon fountain qi that could replenish his spirit and qi, together with the spirit and qi replenishing pellets, his training speed would definitely increase to the next level. No wonder the warriors in the last hidden dragon rank could train faster than the others. It must be because of the dragon fountain qi. Yi Chen thought to himself. The 10th battle, Gu Yuyun against Qian Yun. Gu Yuyun was the second disciple of the floating martial school. Just like Qian Yun, she did not make it into the last hidden dragon rank. She was only 19 years old, and she was very small and pretty, just like the girl next door. She did not seem to have the Stone King bloodline at all. Compared to Gu Yuyun, Qian Yun looked more arrogant and aggressive. Whenever he opened and closed his eyes, there would be a bright light shining. The two had formed a huge contrast. Huh. I don't care what Stone King bloodline you have. I will beat you. Qian Yun naturally knew that it was Gu Yuyun who had stolen his seated contestant status. He planned to use all of his power to beat her and show everyone that only he could be a seated contestant. Please. Gu Yuyun cupped her fists. Qian Yun said impatiently, there's no need for pointers. You and I have to decide who's the winner. Take this. Yelling in a low voice, Qian Yun extended his body and appeared in the sky above Gu Yuyun. He threw out a palm attack. This palm strike was like a thunderbolt, as if it had stirred up all the clouds in the sky. It was the top-rank Earth Realm martial art of the Sunset Martial School, the Purple Sunset Thunder Palm. Crack! Gu Yuyun was not surprised at all. She swung her fist to meet the attack. With a loud bang, the two of them flew backward. Cloud Shadow. Since his palm attack had failed, Qian Yin performed his high-rank Earth Realm flying art, Phantom Cloud Shadow. His body flashed once and disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already right next to Gu Yuyun. Then, his body was like a ghost, like a cloud, circling around Gu Yuyun. Bang 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 bang, being caught off guard, Gu Yuyun was hit 6 times in a row. Her protective Xianxia was almost shattered, and her blood and qi were boiling. It looked like she was going to lose. Stone King Protective Fist Art. In that critical moment, Gu Yuyun stabilized her qi and blood. She lowered her center of gravity and pushed out all of her Xianxia, throwing it out along with her fist aura. After throwing out one punch, her protective Xianxia had increased by 1%. By the third punch, her protective Xianxia had increased by 3%. Qian Yin had not only failed but had also lost his balance because of the fist power. It is the Stone King's unique martial art, the Stone King Protective Fist Art. This fist art is different from most other fist arts. It focuses more on defense, but its attacking power is weaker. With this fist art, it would be impossible for Qian Yin to finish the battle quickly. Now, let's see who has more stamina. Qian Yin had never seen such a weird fist art before. It could actually strengthen his protective Xianxia and shake away part of his power. Then let's see if your Stone King Protective Fist Art is more powerful, or my Purple Sunset Thunder Palm. Giving up on using his flying art, Qian Yin threw out all of his attacks, attacking towards Gu Yuyun one after another. Pap. Pap, within a blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of attacks. The sky was filled with palm shadows and fist shadows. Thunder 4 movement. As the battle reached its climax, Qian Yin yelled out and threw out both of his palms. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The sound was not any weaker than the thunder in the sky. There was obviously the poetic perspective of thunder contained within. The protective Xianxia layer outside of Gu Yoyun's body started to peel off layer by layer. It started to weaken rapidly as she backed out 4 steps, leaving 4 deep footprints on the battling platform. Sunset 5 movement. Qian Yin was not going to let his opponent go easily. Before the Thunder 4 movement was finished, he performed the last movement of the Purple Sunset Thunder Palm, the Sunset 5 movement. Compared to the Thunder 4 movement, the Sunset 5 movement's attacking speed was much faster, and it had endless power. Gu Yuyun did not even have the chance to fight back. She could only passively step back, and step back again. Even with the Stone King Body Protective Fist Arts buff, the Xianxia layer outside of her body had already been weakened to the point where it could break at any second. In everyone's eyes, Gu Yuyun was basically going to lose. Only Yi Chen and a few other people could see that something was not right. Every time Gu Yuyun backed out, a wave of power would be accumulated inside her body. This power was not released at all, but it was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it was already showing signs of breaking through. Waiting until the last movement of Qian Yun's Sunset 5 movement landed, Gu Yuyun did not back out. Instead, she moved forward and fought back like a thunderbolt. The aggressive fist power was like a collapsing mountain. The Stone King's anger. It was said that the Stone King was a good-tempered man back in the day, and would not get angry easily. No matter how his opponents tried to provoke him, he would not fight back. However, once his emotions had accumulated to the limit, anyone who tried to provoke him again would face the Stone King's anger. Not many people knew how horrifying an angry Stone King could be, because they were all dead. Strangely, the good-tempered Stone King ended up with enemies everywhere. After his death, even his bloodline was almost wiped out. No one knew why. The Stone King Protective Fist Art was a top-rank Earthrealm fist art created by the Stone King. The Stone King's anger was one of the top 3 ace attacks. Right then, she performed it with a horrifying aura, as if the space was about to be shattered by her. Puking out a large amount of blood, Qian Yun was blown backward. This little girl is not simple. She is able to stay so calm and turn the situation around at the last second, beating Qian Yun. Unless she could easily break through Gu Yoyun's protective Xianxia layer, once the Stone King's anger comes out, anyone who is more powerful than her would lose. There are not many people who could break through her defense. Gu Yoyun's defense is even more powerful than Bing Ling's. The Stone King Protective Fist Art is not something to be trifled with. Everyone was quite impressed with the Stone King's martial art, so they could not help but think more highly of Gu Yuyun. A part of his dragon fountain chi had been taken away, and Xianyan's heart was bleeding. He had lost the battle that he was so confident in, and in such a strange way. Thank you. Gu Yuyun looked like she was from a powerful family. She held her fists together again before leaving the stage. However, this made Xianyan even angrier, as he thought she was mocking him. It was already the afternoon, and the competition had already reached the 19th round. Yi Chen had won 18 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow had finally reached beyond 5 meters, reaching 21 meters. However, Tua Baku had also caught up, and was at 21 meters, while Morong Qingqing was at 63 meters. The three's dragon fountain chi was almost the same, and they could easily surpass any warrior with a rich dragon fountain chi. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had encountered a young warrior who was ranked 14th in the last hidden dragon rank. After taking away his opponent's dragon fountain chi, his dragon-shaped shadow had grown again, reaching 24 meters. Judging on the amount of dragon fountain chi, he was already in the top 20 of this hidden dragon rank. Su Jing had won 15 out of 18 battles, and her dragon-shaped shadow was 12 meters long. Lynch had won 9 out of 18 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow was around 25 meters. As for Xikongxing and the rest of the warriors, their growth was very small. Xikongxing was still 24 meters, while Yan Qihua was 25 meters, Li Daoxian was 24 meters, and Lin Yun was 24 meters. All of them had grown within 1 or 2 feet, and could not be like Yi Chen and the rest, who had grown at an insane speed. When the 21st battle had ended, the sky had turned dark. The head judge announced that the battles for the day had ended, and it would continue tomorrow morning. Under everyone's expectation, the long night had passed by slowly. The second morning. Battles continued to happen on the battling platform. The 22nd battle had ended. The 33rd battle had ended. The 38th battle had ended. Until the 39th battle had ended, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen's body had grown to 24 meters, only one step away from 24 meters. Up until now, there were only 10 warriors who had reached 24 meters in dragon-shaped shadow. Among them, 6 of them were old top young warriors, and the other 4 were the top 10 young warriors in the last hidden dragon rank. They were quite lucky, as they had not encountered any top young warriors, and were still undefeated. As for Tua Baku, Morong Qingqing, and Gu Yuyun, they were just like Yi Chen, still not able to reach 24 meters. Zhang Feng, who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank, and Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th, could have made it, but unfortunately, they had lost to Tua Baku and Yi Chen respectively. Right now, they were only around 6 meters, which was still a long way away from 24 meters. The 5th battle of the 40th round, Yi Chen against Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was indeed the young warrior who was ranked 13th in the last hidden dragon rank, and whose dragon-shaped shadow had reached 22 meters. However, when he found out that his opponent was Yi Chen, he could not help but feel nervous. Although he knew that there would be a battle, when the time came, he was still a bit annoyed. Increasing his Jin Qi layer to its limit, Lu Chuan stared at Yi Chen cautiously. Facing this year's top young warrior, it was not that he did not want to be lucky. Sky-shattering clouds. Yi Chen did not plan to waste any more time. He held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. Thunder and lightning appeared in the sky, and the wind started to pick up. An invisible mass of sword chi was thrown out with the sky full of thunder and lightning. Lu Chuan, who was prepared for this, was shocked. He had only managed to dodge half of the attack, while the other half had completely shattered his Jin Qi layer. Half of his body had gone numb, and he had lost the battle within a second. Woo! The dragon-shaped shadow jumped onto Lu Chuan's body, then turned back. Right now, the dragon-shaped shadow was 23 meters long. The 20-zhang-long dragon-shaped shadow had a huge body and a majestic look. It circled around outside of Yi Chen's body and roared towards the sky. The powerful dragon roar had even attracted the dragon-shaped shadows of Xikongxing and the other 8 warriors to roar as well, as if they were competing with each other. This feeling is so strange. My spirit, chi, and soul are not damaged at all. Instead, they are getting stronger and stronger. My condition has reached another level. Before, in order for Yi Chen to maintain his peak condition, he would have to use his sword intent to cut out all the distracting thoughts and get rid of all the negative emotions. But now, with the rich dragon fountain chi, he would not have to worry about his condition declining anymore. He would be able to stay at his peak condition all the time, and it would even increase steadily. I wonder what would happen when the dragon-shaped shadow reaches 90 zhongs. 9 was the highest number in the world. Before, it was almost impossible to reach 90 zhongs. However, this year's hidden dragon rank would be the most popular one in the past 1,000 years, so it would not be impossible for it to reach 90 zhongs. The ninth battle of the 40th round, Su Jing against Wei Renjie. 3 battles away from Yi Chen, Su Jing appeared. Her opponent was Wei Renjie, who had reached the entry-level blade intent. He was ranked 37 in the last hidden dragon rank. According to Yi Chen's estimation, he should be able to make it into the top 25 this year, which would be a powerful opponent for Su Jing. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of Wei Renjie's body was also 50 zhongs long. Together with his muscular body and the long blade in his hand, he looked like a powerful blade artist. Chin, taking out his long blade, the blade light was like water. Wei Renjie said to Su Jing, "You are worth my full power." There were not many young warriors who were worth Wei Renjie's full power. Those top young warriors were not worth it anymore, they were simply unbeatable. He would not be interested in those who were too weak. Although Su Jing was not as powerful as Yi Chen and Tua Baku, she was definitely one of the top warriors among the young generation. If he did not use all of his power, Wei Renjie might lose. Even if he used all of his power, he would not have the confidence to win against Su Jing. Su Jing said lightly, "You are worth my full power as well." The two stopped talking and stared at each other. Wei Renjie made the first move. Driven by his small success saber intent, his sharp saber chi was like a peerless fierce dragon, slashing towards Su Jing, who was dozens of meters away. Before the saber chi arrived, the air around Su Jing's body had already started to disintegrate. Her soft long hair fluttered in the wind along with her white clothes. Vast divine fist. Su Jing took a step forward, and the air vibrated. Her jade-like fist drilled out of her sleeve and punched the incoming blade chi. Creak, the blade chi twisted and shattered, turning into specks of white light. "Alright, raging waves." Wei Renjie boldly rushed up and slashed with his saber in the air. The saber light was like a tide, rolling and surging. That kind of artistic conception that could drown and devour everything was obviously the artistic conception of water or the artistic conception of the sea. It was majestic and magnificent. This Wei Renjie is indeed powerful. Although he isn't at the level of the young giants, there aren't many who can beat him in blade techniques. That's right. Besides the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, there aren't many who can compete with him in blade arts. I wonder, between him and Su Jing, who would be better? The warriors in the audience seats were all discussing. Facing this blade attack, Su Jing looked very serious. She made a fist with her right hand, and there was a golden light moving around inside, as if she was holding a golden flame. She threw out a punch toward the incoming saber light. Rumble, this punch was extremely powerful. The saber light had a gap in it, and the saber intent realm had a flaw. It was not able to form a complete attack. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. Shoo, even though the saber intent had been broken, Wei Renjie was not happy or angry. He turned his body and flew toward Su Jing like a dragon. His majestic step art was also quite ingenious. It contained the snake movement, which was powerful while the snake movement was tricky. The combination of the two seemed to be quite contradictory. Mid-rank Earth Realm flying art, dragon snake step art, Su Jing felt the difficulty of this step art. She kept backing out, trying to avoid the best rhythm of the dragon snake step art. She did not want to give Wei Renjie any chance to attack. Flying dragon riding the clouds. Seeing that he could not attack, Wei Renjie changed his step art. He got rid of the tricky snake movement and changed it to the majestic dragon movement. With one step, he appeared above Su Jing and threw out 3 blade attacks in a row. Unexpectedly, Su Jing was already prepared. Once she saw her opponent change his step art, she changed it as well. Her toes touched the ground and she jumped up into the sky. Her right fist carried a soaring aura as it exploded. Clang, the fist and the blade clashed together, causing sparks to fly everywhere. So powerful. Wei Renjia's arm had gone numb, and he had almost lost his grip on his great blade. He could not help but be shocked as he threw out a punch with his left hand. Su Jing used the same move as before. She blocked with her right arm, blocking Wei Renjia's punch. Boom, the two of them separated right after they clashed. Neither of them could do anything to the other. This is my self-created swimming dragon blade art. I hope you can block it out. Once his feet landed on the ground, Wei Renjia combined with his blade. His body was like a dragon, and his blade was like a dragon. He threw out a blade attack towards Su Jing. There was no poetic perspective, no sound or light, it was just a smooth movement. What? Wei Renjia can create his own blade art? He is only at the clasping Yuan realm. Normally, astral-reaching realm warriors would not create their own martial arts, because it would not only take a lot of time and effort, but it would also take a long time to perfect it. It would not be worth it, unless he could make sure that the created martial art was almost perfect. While everyone was talking, Wei Renjia's attack had already arrived. With a clanging sound, Su Jing's gloves emitted a blazing flame, and she was forced to take more than 10 steps back, her body staggered unsteadily. Haha, take another one of my attacks. Wei Renjia was not going to stop. He performed his swimming dragon blade art again and again. Each time, he would be able to push Su Jing back for dozens of steps. His blade aura was like a rainbow. Off the stage, Yichen studied Wei Renjia's swimming dragon blade art carefully. He eventually realized that it was not a complete blade movement. A complete blade movement would have to have a matching Xianxia route and poetic perspective. The swimming dragon blade art not only lacked poetic perspective, but also did not have the best Xianxia route. Even so, Wei Renjia was able to create a blade movement, which was already something to be proud of. Of course, Yichen also had the ability to create one or two movements. In fact, if he wanted to create a sword movement, it would definitely be twice as powerful as the swimming dragon blade art. But right now, no matter how powerful Yichen's sword movement was, it would still not be as powerful as the lone peak kill and the sky-shattering clouds. Wei Renjia was Wei Renjia, but Yichen was him. The swimming dragon blade art might be powerful for Wei Renjia, but it was nothing special for Yichen. If it were him instead of Su Jing, he would only need one glance to find the weakness and beat Wei Renjia. Therefore, either he did not create his own martial art, or he had to create a martial art that would be useful to him. Otherwise, he would not do something that would not bring him any benefits. For him, time was extremely precious, and he did not have that much energy to waste on things that could not help him increase his power. Backing out again and again, Su Jing soon reached the dark blue light wall. There was nowhere else for her to go. Lose. Wei Renjia yelled as he threw out a smooth blade attack towards Su Jing. Boundless killing fist art. At that critical moment, Su Jing had finally found the weak spot of the swimming dragon blade art. She had prepared for it in advance, throwing out a punch with a powerful destructive poetic perspective onto the blade light. Boom, the blade light was shattered. Blood leaked out from the corner of Wei Renjia's mouth as his body was blown away. As Su Jing had beaten Wei Renjia, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of her body had stolen her opponent's dragon fountain chi. It had expanded to almost 15 meters. The 40th round had ended, and the 41st round had begun. Yichen was facing Qianyun. Mad Thunder 4 movement. Without any intention of testing, Qianyun threw out all of his attacks, aiming at the weak spot of Yichen's protective Xianxia layer. Although the movements are powerful, they are a bit messy and not pure enough. Shaking his head, Yichen took out his Star Scar sword and threw out a sword attack at Qianyun's weakest spot, breaking his Mad Thunder 4 movement instantly. Before his opponent could react, Yichen threw out a sword light and pierced through his protective Xianxia layer. Instant kill. Qianyun was not Bing Ling had a powerful Xianxia layer, but Qianyun did not. Therefore, in front of Yichen, he could only be killed within a second. Since the fast sword was not a secret anymore, it did not matter how many times he used it. Plus, facing Xikongxing and the others, the effect of the fast sword would be limited. Not only did the younger generation suck in a breath of cold air, but most of the cultivators in the spectator stands were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Qianyun, who had almost become a seated contestant, could not even survive one sword attack from Yichen. If it were before, they would definitely think that it was fake news, and would not choose to believe it. But right now, it had happened right in front of their eyes, and they could not help but believe it. How powerful is Yi Chen? Comparing sword arts and eyesight, Wei Renjia, who had created his own movement, is no different than a kid in front of him. This is the real killing sword art. Gu Youyan's eyes were wide open as well. Xianxia, who she had spent so much effort to beat, could not even handle one sword attack from Yi Chen. What a monster! After devouring Xianxia's dragon fountain qi, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow did not grow that much. It had only grown from 21 meters to 21 meters. However, his opponent's dragon-shaped shadow did not decrease much either. If Yi Chen wanted to increase his dragon-shaped shadow drastically, he would have to beat the top young warriors who had the most powerful dragon fountain qi and the other 3 warriors who were ranked 10th or so and had better luck. Time passed by quietly. The second day had passed quickly, and it was already the afternoon of the third day. After beating the other 3 warriors whose dragon-shaped shadows had reached 21 meters, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had never been so powerful before. It had grown to 25 meters. Of course, the top young warriors from the last hidden dragon rank had also grown. Si Kongxing had reached 24 meters, Yan Qihua had reached 29 meters, Li Daoxian had reached 28 meters, and Lin Yun had reached 28 meters. Bing Ling and Mo Yan were slightly weaker. Right now, they were only 26 meters, which was not that far away from Yi Chen. Tua Baku and Morong Qingqing had also caught up. One was 23 meters, and the other was 24 meters. Gu Yuyun was right behind them, who was 22 meters. The rest of the warriors had lost too many battles, so none of them had reached 22 meters. The Dragon Fountain Qi had basically gathered on the top 10 seeded contestants. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but when the third day had finished, there had been 62 rounds of battles, and there were exactly 9 rounds of battles left. In the last 9 rounds of battles, the top 10 seeded contestants would not run into anyone else. There would be battles against each other, and none of them would be missing. Because in the previous 62 rounds of battles, they had already beaten 62 people. There were only 9 seeded contestants left besides themselves. All of the warriors who were watching the battles felt their blood boiling. By the next morning, they would be able to see the battles between the top young warriors. One battle after another, it would be hard for them not to be excited. Early in the morning, the whole Hidden Dragon ancient city was boiling. Looking down from the sky, one could see countless streams of people moving towards the battling field in the central area. Right then, there was still some time before the battle began. Yi Chen, just try your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. In the yard, everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School had already finished washing up. Luo Xinglia said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, "Leader, don't worry. What should be mine will be mine." Since he had joined the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, Yi Chen's goal was to be the champion. It was very simple. Alright, let's go. On the battling field, everyone's eyes were all on the top 10 seeded contestants. The rest of the young generation had become the background. The 13 judges are indeed very good. The top 10 seeded contestants had not lost a single time in the previous 62 battles. There is no doubt that they will be in the top 10 this year. I thought Xianxia would have the chance to be in the top 10. Who knew that he had not only lost to the top young warriors, but also to Gu Yuyun, Yi Chen, Tua Baku, and Morong Qingqing. He would not be able to be in the top 10 at all. It is the first time that a disciple from the Sunset Martial School has not been in the top 10. What else can we do? This year's young generation is just too shocking. Xianxia's power is a bit weak after all. He is not as powerful as the head disciple of the Sunset Martial School. While everyone was discussing, the first beam of sunlight shone over from the east and landed on the battling platform. The head judge stood up. The 63rd round of the battles begins now. The first battle was not a battle between top young warriors. It was the third knight from the Moon Pavilion and Wei Renjia. The third knight was tall and skinny, with a normal appearance. He looked to be around 22 or 23 years old, and his power was much higher than the fourth knight. After dozens of rounds, the third knight had barely won against Wei Renjia. The second battle was also not a battle between top young warriors, which made everyone a bit disappointed. It was not until the sixth battle that two top young warriors got on the stage. They were Tua Baku and Gu Yuyun. Tua Baku's background was mysterious, and no one knew where he came from. In all of the previous battles, his defense was very famous. Even the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Mo Yen, could not break through his defense. Towards the end, Mo Yen had made up his mind and tried to take out Tua Baku's eyes. Unfortunately, he had still lost to Tua Baku, which made the audience have a new understanding of Tua Baku's defense. As the descendant of the Stone King, Gu Yuyun was not as bright as Si Kongsheng, and her talent was not that amazing either. However, the Stone King's bloodline had brought her a huge potential, which allowed her to catch up and become one of the top young warriors. With her Stone King body protective fist art, she had beaten Xianxia, who was a threat to her, and made it into the top 10. The battle between the two had aroused countless people's interest. Everyone wanted to know which one was more powerful, Tua Baku's defensive martial art or Gu Yuyun's Stone King body protective fist art. Please enlighten me. Gu Yuyun was still polite as she clasped her fists. Tua Baku laughed. Why would there be so many rules in a martial competition? But, your power is not bad, and so is your Stone King body protective fist art. Take one of my fist attacks first. Without performing his savage godly fist art, Tua Baku threw out a brutal fist attack with only his own power and Jinqi. The fist power was like a mountain. Boom, Gu Yuyun threw back a fist attack. The two were evenly matched. Alright. Now, I would like to try your ace attack and see how powerful the Stone King's anger is. Tua Baku jumped into the air and threw out his Ruin 18 fist attacks. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Ruin 18 fist attacks were one of the ace attacks of the Ruin Godly fist art. Each movement did not carry any fancy tricks, it was all about brutal power and overwhelming aura. There were only two ways to break the Ruin 18 fist attacks. One would be to use an even more powerful power to shatter Tua Baku's fist aura, and the other would be to use an extreme technique to break it. Both of them were extremely difficult. Tua Baku's fist art was already powerful and heavy, and it would be impossible for Gu Yuyun to surpass him in this aspect with her current power. But, the extreme technique would be even more difficult, since once the power reached a certain level, the warrior would have the power to beat everything. Under such circumstances, the technique would have to reach another level in order to be able to break the Ruin 18 fist attacks. Obviously, Gu Yuyun had not reached the requirement in both areas. Therefore, she had to perform the Stone King's exclusive martial art, the Stone King body protective fist art, in order to strengthen her protective Jinqi. Tua Baku's fist aura was getting more and more powerful, more and more brutal. Xianyan's Thunder 4 movement and Sunset 5 movement were like a kid holding a wooden hammer in front of him. So powerful. In Gu Yuyun's eyes, Tua Baku was like a wild mountain that was rushing towards her at a high speed. Not to mention fighting back, she could barely even defend. Her chi and blood had been shaken by the fist aura, and her Jinqi was boiling, almost exploding out of her body. The 16th punch. Tua Baku threw out a punch. The air was torn apart, bringing up a series of booming sounds. Crack, her protective Jinqi layer was about to shatter. Gu Yuyun bit on her lower lip, trying her best to defend. She thought to herself, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The more pressure I get, the more powerful the Stone King anger will be. The 17th punch. A dragon roar and tiger roar was heard. Tua Baku's punch seemed to have brought Gu Yuyun back to the ancient times, where danger was lurking everywhere. Boom, Gu Yuyun's protective Jinqi layer had finally been shattered. However, by then, her fist aura had already accumulated to its limit. The Stone King anger took the opportunity to explode. It had not only shattered Tua Baku's fist power and aura, but had also been thrown back along with the Stone King anger. Facing this horrifying punch, Tua Baku's protective Jinqi layer had been shattered, and his body had been blown away. Testing the attack with his own body. This Tua Baku's defense is indeed powerful. Yichen was extremely observant. Although the power of Tua Baku's Savage 18 fist art had not been reduced by much, its speed had obviously been reduced. Plus, the power of the 17th punch and the 16th punch were almost the same, He must have saved some of his power. Otherwise, Gu Yuyun would have been defeated by the 17th punch, and there would be no chance for her to perform the Stone King Anger. Tua Baku had done this because he wanted to see how powerful the Stone King Anger was. Lynch was surprised. You mean, Tua Baku did it on purpose? He was extremely talented in blade arts, but he was slightly weaker in other areas. Before Yi Chen could answer, Su Jing said, it is not entirely on purpose. Gu Yoyin's protective Zhenqi layer and the Stone King Anger are indeed very powerful. Tua Baku did not underestimate her. When he performed the 17th punch, he had already prepared to defend, using all of his power to block out the power of the Stone King Anger. Stepping on the dark blue light wall, Tua Baku flipped his body and landed on the ground. He looked down at his chest, where his clothes had already been torn apart, and there was a light fist mark on his muscles. It was black and blue. He could not help but praise, impressive. Luckily, I had prepared my defense beforehand. Seeing that the Stone King Anger could not do anything to Tua Baku, Gu Yuyun let out a sigh of relief and said, you win. Tua Baku chuckled as the dragon-shaped shadow outside his body jumped towards Gu Yuyun. After devouring a part of the dragon fountain chi, it had grown to 26 meters, which was even bigger than Yi Chen. The two got off the stage, and the 7th battle began immediately. The 11th battle, Morong Qingqing against Bing Ling. Just as the head judge finished his sentence, a huge commotion came from the audience seating. Among the top 10 seated contestants, there were only 3 young girls, Morong Qingqing, Bing Ling and Gu Yuyun. Gu Yoyin's temperament and appearance were not as good as the other two, so naturally, her popularity was not as high as theirs. Morong Qingqing was one of the top 2 beauties of the Black Dragon Empire. Although she was wearing a light veil that covered half of her face, only the shape of her face was enough to shake people's hearts. Combined with her mysterious and noble temperament, she had won over countless young warriors. Bing Ling's temperament was completely different from Morong Qingqing. The former was mysterious, while the latter was cold. Her delicate facial features and cold aura combined together, making her look like a snow lotus that grew in an ice mountain, cold and elegant. Both of them had reached the top young warriors level, and their appearances were also extremely beautiful. Once they got onto the stage, they had caused a huge commotion. Bing Ling is one of the top young warriors from the older generation. Morong Qingqing is not really a rising star, but she has also just started to rise this year. I wonder who will be more powerful. It does not matter who wins or loses. Among the young generation of girls in the South River region, they are the top 2. If I could get their attention, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. If you are willing, why would they not be willing? But you are right. Morong Qingqing and Bing Ling could be considered as the top 2 martial geniuses in the South River region. In the recent generation of the True Spirit continent, I think they are only second to Xianhou. Xianhou is not someone that a country or a region could compare with. She is not only the #1 martial genius in the past 1,000 years, but also the #1 beauty of the True Spirit continent. Compared to her, there would be a huge gap. Even martial geniuses like Si Kongxing would be beaten by her. No one would be able to call themselves the #1. The #1 martial genius in 1,000 years. She would not be inferior even in the ancient era. Xianhou had indeed made all the other martial geniuses feel hopeless. I wonder who would be able to break this record. Alright, the competition is about to start. Xuanhou's name was known by everyone in the True Spirit continent. As long as someone talked about top martial geniuses, people would subconsciously compare her to them. Everyone watching the competition was no exception. Shoo, Morong Qingqing's body flashed, her purple clothes fluttering in the air. She disappeared from where she was standing like a bubble. When she reappeared, she was already on the stage. In front of her, Bing Ling's body was surrounded by a freezing cold qi. Wherever she went, the water yuan qi in the air would be frozen, turning into tiny ice crystals that fell onto the ground. Glacier break. Feeling the pressure brought by Morong Qingqing, Bing Ling attacked first. She performed the ace movement of her icebreak fist art. Pop, when the freezing fist power was still 10 meters away from Morong Qingqing, it suddenly exploded. Sky Demon catch. The Sky Demon power field gathered on her palm. Morong Qingqing took a step forward, grabbing towards Bing Ling, who was dozens of meters away. Crack, the stage was shattered, but Bing Ling managed to dodge it in time. While she was in midair, she made a grabbing gesture in the air with her right hand. An ice blade that was made of freezing Xianxia was thrown out. Morong Qingqing looked very calm. She pushed out her long and slim palm, shattering the ice blade instantly. In the next moment, a wave of invisible ripple instantly landed on Bing Ling's protective Xianxia layer, bringing up piles of ice shards. Such a powerful attack had shocked a lot of young warriors. The Sky Demon power field was shapeless and hard to defend against. In the previous competitions, most of the people had been caught by Morong Qingqing through the air, which made them feel dizzy. Ice Skycrack Cut. The Icebreak Fist Art was a top-rank Earthrealm fist art. There were 14 movements in total, and the last 3 killing movements were extremely hard to train. Until now, Bing Ling could barely perform the third last movement, the Ice Crystal Fist. Although this Ice Skycrack Cut was not a killing movement, its power was way more powerful than the Icebreak art, and was only weaker than the top 3 killing movements. Swoosh, the perfect ice blade appeared in front of Bing Ling's body. After a slight pause, it flew out with a power that seemed to be able to cut through the air. Because of its high speed and low temperature, it actually left a white ice trail in the air, which was beautiful and dangerous. Morong Qingqing did not dare to underestimate the ice blade. She reached out both of her hands and gripped in the air. The Sky Demon power field burst out. Squeak, the ice blade's speed suddenly slowed down, and its surface started to twist slightly. Break! Morong Qingqing saw Bing Ling's movement again, so she frowned. Her Sky Demon Xianxia disappeared like water, turning into the invisible Sky Demon power field. Bang! Ice shards flew everywhere. Right then, Bing Ling had already prepared a new ace attack, which was the Ice Spirit exploding spell that she had used on Yi Chen. The crystal ice ball spun faster, shooting towards Morong Qingqing as fast as lightning. Sky Demon Palm Print. Destroy. Although Morong Qingqing had never experienced the power of the Ice Spirit exploding spell herself, but from the battle between Bing Ling and Yi Chen, she could tell that it was definitely not a normal ace attack. It was a killing attack. The Sky Demon power field could defend against that explosive power, but it could not defend against the horrifying low temperature. Without thinking about it, she immediately cancelled the Sky Demon power field and poured all of her Xianxia into her right arm. Her slim palm carried a power that was as deep as the ocean and attacked in the air. Boom! In front of his palm, all the ice crystals within 100 meters floated up and turned into nothingness. The ice ball, on the other hand, seemed to have sunk into a swamp, and its speed slowed to a terrifying degree. Then, it exploded with a bang and was completely annihilated. If it was in the past, Morong Qingqing would consume too much of her true qi after using this move, and her combat power would be sharply reduced. However, since the Great Heavenly Devil technique had been upgraded to the 10th stage, she could now easily use the Great Heavenly Devil palm print, and the consumption of true qi was no more than 10% of her total true qi. Demonic palm print, Heaven's Rebuke. Before she retracted her right palm, Morong Qingqing's left hand struck out. A shocking scene happened. Bing Ling seemed to be repelled by the space. Her whole body was thrown out uncontrollably, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her body twisted a couple of times in the air before Bing Ling landed on the ground steadily. She said, "The Great Heavenly Devil art is indeed worthy of its reputation. I have lost." The Sky Flying Demon Martial School had 2 top martial arts, one was the Sky Demon art, and the other was the Great Heavenly Devil art. The Sky Demon art was good at seeing through weaknesses and killing with one attack. The Great Heavenly Devil art was a martial art that mainly focused on attacking. Not only could it train the Sky Demon power field, it also contained the accompanying martial art, the Great Heavenly Devil palm print. Among all the top-rank Earthrealm martial arts in the South Rudra region, it was one of the top ones, and extremely hard to train. Although Bing Ling's Icebreak Fist art was powerful, the Great Heavenly Devil art was the bane of it. Bing Ling could not even get close to Morong Qingqing. "Thank you for letting me win." Morong Qingqing held her fists together. As the two got off the stage, the audience seating was still very lively. 4 of the top 10 seated contestants had already been eliminated, and there were still 6 contestants left for this round. Among the six, 5 of them were super popular, such as Xikongxing, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, and Yi Chen. As for Mo Yan, because he had lost to Tua Baku, his popularity had dropped drastically, and he was not as popular among the top young warriors. The 15th battle, Li Daoxian against Yan Qihua. Woo, the battling field was silent for a second, then a shocking wave of voices exploded. Yan Qihua was ranked second in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was the #1 blade artist among the young generation in the South River region. His blade art was extremely powerful and aggressive. Even the older generation of blade artists could not compete with him. Before Yi Chen showed up, Li Daoxian was the #1 sword artist among the young generation in the South River region. His sword art was sharp and ruthless, and he could kill with every movement he made. He was called the emotionless sword artist. One was the #1 blade artist, and the other was the #1 sword artist. The battle between the two could ignite the blood in the hearts of the warriors watching the battle. A lot of people felt their throats go dry, their eyes wide open as they stared at the two on the stage. You and I have not fought for 3 years. I wonder if your emotionless sword art could break my blade art. If Xikongxing was the king warrior among the young generation, then the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, would undoubtedly be the tyrant warrior among the young generation. His aggressiveness was born naturally, and he could look down on the whole world. We will know after we try. Li Daoxian was wearing blue robes, looking very skinny. Standing there, he looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, once his sword appeared in his hand, a sharp and ruthless sword intent spread out. The whole world seemed to be covered by his sword intent, cutting everything in its way. Yan Qihua glanced at Li Daoxian and said proudly, 3 years ago, you were not my opponent, and 3 years later, you will not be my opponent either. Right now, I will let you attack for 3 times. Within these 3 attacks, I will not take out my blade. If you can win even 1 or 2 attacks from me, I would not mind losing to you. Li Daoxian frowned, there is no need to let me win. I will let you take out your blade for the first attack. Haha, bring it on then. If I cannot even let you have 3 attacks, how could I compete for the #1? Without saying a word, the blade aura around Yan Qihua's body had increased a little bit. His blade was not out of its scabbard yet, but it gave people the feeling of a long blade piercing through the air, which was extremely aggressive. Clang, Li Daoxian's sword had been taken out of its scabbard. The blade could not be seen, only a faint sword light could be seen sweeping out and flashing. Break for me! Yan Qihua shouted loudly. His red Xianxia shot up into the sky, turning into a huge burning blade that was 30 meters long, and slashed heavily in the air. The sword light was like the wind, invisible and formless. Although Yan Qihua's burning huge blade, which was made of Xianxia, had shattered the sword light instantly, but in the next second, the sword light had gathered together again, slicing towards his opponent's face. Such a sharp sword move, and such a strange wind mentality. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. The sword light that Li Daoxian had waved out was like a gust of wind. Even if the wind dispersed, it was still the wind. Or, it could be said that the wind would never disperse, it would always be there. So what if you have the wind mentality? Help me with my blade aura. Yan Qihua's right hand sucked in the air, and the sword light was pulled over. Immediately, beams of red blade light shot out from his palm. The blade light was like fire. After swallowing Li Daoxian's sword light, it became even more powerful, and rushed back towards Li Daoxian like a forest fire. Once this move was performed, half of the top young warrior's expression suddenly changed. How overbearing was this? He had taken the opponent's attack as his own. Li Daoxian's expression was extremely serious. After 3 years, Yan Qihua's blade art had reached an incredible level. Just relying on the wind mentality would not be able to force him to use his real power. Kill. Once the emotionless sword art was performed, Li Daoxian had thrown away all his emotions. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. His sword did not have any emotions either. All it had was an endless sharp light, cutting everything in front of it. Break it for me just the same. Without taking out his long blade, Yan Qihua's attacking power had been reduced drastically. Facing Li Daoxian's second sword attack, he pushed his spirit, qi, and soul to the peak. Using both of his arms as blades and both of his hands as blades, each of them had thrown out a couple of meters-long red blade light, clashing together in the air. Shoo! 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 The surface of the platform was instantly filled with hundreds of holes. Sword chi and blade chi were flying everywhere like a hornet's nest had exploded, which was extremely spectacular. The third sword attack. Kill. Once this sword attack had been performed, the air had strangely calmed down. The sword light pointed right at Xianxia. Xianxia kept backing out. He had let Li Daoxian attack 3 times, not only because he was confident, but also because he wanted to challenge his own limit. If he could handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian safely, then he would be qualified to challenge Si Kongxing. Otherwise, there would be no need to even talk about challenging Si Kongxing. This sword attack from Li Daoxian was extremely sharp. No matter where Xianxia backed out to, he felt like he was being stabbed by a needle, making his hair stand up. Shoo! Right then, Xianxia was finally ready to use his great blade. Without taking it out of the scabbard, he directly threw out a horizontal attack with the blade still in the scabbard. That red blade light spread out, giving people a horrifying illusion of a volcano eruption and lava shooting up into the sky. It clashed with that heart-piercing sword light. Boom! 2 colors appeared on the 300 meters long battling platform. One was a light silver color, and the other was an endless red color. They were clearly separated, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Right then, everyone held their breaths and did not even blink their eyes, afraid that they would miss the most crucial moment. In their eyes, Xianxia was unbelievably powerful. Without taking out his great blade, he was able to handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian without falling into a disadvantage. It was indeed horrifying. Yi Chen's opinion was slightly different from everyone else's. Although Xianxia's blade art was powerful, Li Daoxian was not bad either. The reason why Xianxia was able to handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian was not only because of his extremely powerful power, but also because he knew everything about Li Daoxian. If it were another unfamiliar sword artist who was at the same level as Li Daoxian, Xianxia would not have been so careless. Besides these reasons, there was another reason. As everyone knew, 3 attacks was neither too long nor too short. When 2 equally powerful sword artists and blade artists were fighting against each other, if one of them did not carry a blade, then his attacking power would be greatly reduced. However, it would not be a problem for him to hold out for 3 attacks, since he still had the mentality of his blade art. What he lacked was only the attacking power and aura. It would be impossible for one of them to lose immediately without a weapon. Of course, Xianxia's power was that he did not fall into a disadvantage within 3 attacks. The number 2 of the last hidden dragon rank was indeed not a normal warrior. 3 sword attacks have passed. 3 sword attacks were already Xianxia's limit. He took out his great blade without any hesitation and continued to attack along with his previous blade aura. He had pushed the mentality of volcano eruption to another level, which had shattered Li Daoxian's sword aura within a second. It was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, rushing towards Xianxia. Empty kill. In the previous 3 sword attacks, Li Daoxian did not seem to hold back at all. However, facing a blade artist who did not even take out his blade, his attacking power had subconsciously weakened a lot. Maybe he thought that it was not a fair win. Right then, as Xianxia threw out his blade attack, Li Daoxian's sword aura had reached another level, his sword intent surging. Ding, dang. Dang, within a couple of blinks of an eye, the 2 had exchanged dozens of attacks. Burning sparks flew everywhere, and no one could even see where the 2 of them were. That kind of soul-stirring battle had even made the audience forget to breathe, their faces turning red. The sparks did not disappear, and the 2 had exchanged more and more attacks at a higher frequency. For the first time, Mo Yan, who had been operating his sky demon eyes, felt a bit sore in his eyes. Swoosh, a human shadow flew out. It was Li Daoxian. There was a burnt mark on his shoulder, and his clothes had been burned into ashes. Looking at Xianxia again, he was perfectly fine. However, there was a strand of hair missing from his temple, which was flying in the wind and falling onto the ground. Taking my ace attack and not dying. You are the first one in the past 3 years. Putting his long blade back into its scabbard, Xianxia touched his temple, which seemed to still have Li Daoxuan's sword intent. Cough, Li Daoxian puked out a mouthful of blood. What a shame. I was still 1 point away. On the 198th attack, he threw out his sword first, cutting off a strand of Yan Qihua's hair. After that, Yan Qihua's attack arrived right at his shoulder. At the critical moment, it was flicked away by Yan Qihua's finger, saving him from a serious injury. However, that burning hot blade light still brushed past his body, causing some damage to his meridians. In the battle between the two, Li Daoxian had lost by half an attack. Oh whoa, the dragon-shaped shadow on Yan Qihua's body jumped towards Li Daoxian. When it came back, it had expanded from 29 meters to 22 meters, getting closer and closer to Xianxia. Amazing, Yan Qihua is indeed worthy of being the top young warrior who is only below Xianxia. Even Li Daoxian could not stop him. It is indeed amazing, but I could not see through anything at all. I wonder how they managed to decide the winner at the last moment. If even you could see through it, how could it be amazing? Waiting until the two got off the stage, everyone's heart was in their throat again. There were still 2 more battles between top young warriors in this round, and no one knew who would be fighting who. The 16th battle was Su Jing against the 4th knight. The two styles were quite similar, choosing to fight with brute force. In the end, it was still Su Jing who was slightly better and beat the 4th knight. The 17th battle was between Gao Feng and Wei Renjie. Gao Feng's sword art was superb, not sticking to a single style, while Wei Renjie's blade art was big and bold, with the demeanor of a master. The two of them fought for more than 30 rounds, and Gao Feng used his sword to knock away Wei Renjie's long blade, and the tip of his sword landed on Wei Renjie's neck. The 18th battle was between Mo Wuxue and Lynch. As an experienced warrior in the Hidden Dragon rank, although Mo Wuxue had just comprehended the blade intent not too long ago, his cultivation was way higher than Lynch's. The two had exchanged hundreds of attacks, but Mo Wushue's skills were still better than Lynch's. The 19th match. After the 25th match, the audience burst into cheers. Yichen was one of the 2 contestants, and his opponent was the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, the Demon Eyes Mo Yan, who was ranked 8th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Ever since Mo Yan had lost to Tua Baku, his popularity had dropped a bit. However, some of the powerful Clasping Yuan Realm warriors would not underestimate him. The reason why he had lost to Tua Baku was because his opponent's defense was on the higher side, and it would not be easy to see through his weaknesses. Otherwise, if it were someone else who was at the same level as Tua Baku, it would be hard to tell who would win. After all, as an experienced top young warrior, the Demon Eyes Mo Yan would not be easy to deal with. Of course, no one would dare to underestimate Yichen even more. Since the beginning of the elimination battles, he had been winning all the battles without losing a single one. His sword art skills were just as powerful as the heartless sword artist, Li Daoxian. Plus, he had the 50% sword intent, plus his extremely calm personality. In other words, Yichen was one of the most horrifying young warriors in this year's young generation. He and Tua Baku were the top 2 new top young warriors. His popularity was right behind the top young warriors like Xianxia and the others. What caught people's attention even more was that the Demon Eyes Mo Yan had trained the Sky Demon art, which allowed him to see through weaknesses. Once he attacked, it would be aimed at his opponent's vital parts. Judging from the previous battles, Yichen's ability to see through weaknesses was just as horrifying. What was different from Mo Yan was that Yichen was good at seeing through the weaknesses of martial arts. As long as he got serious, his opponent would not be able to perform a complete martial art. Bing Ling and Qian Yun were the best examples. On the battling platform, Yichen and Mo Yan stood 80 meters away from each other. Just like a small portion of the people, Yichen would not underestimate Mo Yan. In fact, among the top young warriors, besides Xianxia, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, and Morong Qingqing, Mo Yan would be ranked number 1 in terms of battling with him. Even Tua Baku and Lin Yun would be slightly weaker than him, because Yichen was a martial artist himself, while Tua Baku and Lin Yun were not as good at it. However, Yichen also knew that Tua Baku and Lin Yun were more powerful than Mo Yan, since the two of them had both reached the 11th realm of their martial arts, which made them extremely powerful. The Sky Demon Eyes are very mysterious. They can see through the weaknesses of things, and nothing can hide. Yi Chen's protective Xianxia layer is a bit weak. I am afraid this battle will not be easy. Indeed. Among the top young warriors, there are a few who could counter each other. For example, Tua Baku could counter Mo Yan, and Morong Qingqing could counter Bing Ling. In a way, Mo Yan could counter Yi Chen. You are right, but Mo Yan's movements might also be seen through by Yi Chen, and it would not work. Without a real battle, no one would know what would happen. The battle had not started yet, but everyone was already expressing their opinions. Your protective Xianxia layer only has 2 weaknesses, which surprised me a lot. Mo Yan did not attack right away, but said something suddenly. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Even the nature has weaknesses. As a human being, I naturally have weaknesses as well. However, knowing the existence of weaknesses and hitting them are 2 different things. He had already trained his mysterious great art to the highest realm, and it came from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace. So, it was natural that he would not have many weaknesses. As for the other top young warriors, although their martial arts were of a very high rank, none of them had reached the highest realm. They were only more powerful, and their protective Xianxia layer had even more weaknesses than him. Mo Yan sneered, I haven't finished yet. Your protective Xianxia indeed only has 2 weak points. But in my eyes, your protective Xianxia itself is the weak point. Under one attack, it won't be able to hold on for a blink of an eye. It might not even be able to hold on for half a blink. Since you are this confident, then I have nothing else to say. From now on, your attacks will not touch me even once. The star scar sword appeared in his hand as Yi Chen stopped talking. Mysterious spirit finger. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, Mo Yan moved. He put his right index and middle fingers together, and a dim light appeared on them, stabbing towards Yi Chen from a distance. He thought to himself, fake and real, real and fake, this is my fighting style. If it is not because you cannot adapt to it, then I am sorry. All of the warriors watching the battle were speechless. They had already known about Mo Yan's fighting style, but attacking when someone else was talking was a bit too petty. All of the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School frowned. They knew how powerful Mo Yan was. Even Tua Baku had been hit a couple of times. If it were not for his powerful defense, he would have been beaten by Mo Yan already. And it was a fact that Yi Chen had trained a weak martial art. He was afraid that his protective Xianxia layer would not be able to block out that finger attack. He could only try his best to avoid it. The mysterious spirit finger could change its route within a second, and this time was no exception. When it was 5 feet away from Yi Chen, the finger light suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Yi Chen. Pooh! Right at that moment, a beam of sword light sliced across, cutting open the finger light. It was like it had been waiting for the finger light to arrive. How is this possible? How could he see through my mysterious spirit finger? Mo Yan did not expect to beat Yi Chen with his mysterious spirit finger. In his opinion, Yi Chen would definitely avoid it, just like Tua Baku. If that happened, the mysterious spirit 7 fingers would be ready to attack. Even if it could not beat Yi Chen, it would at least make him look bad and lose his previous glory. He had never expected that Yi Chen would be able to see through his mysterious spirit finger attack with only one glance. Cutting open the finger light, Yi Chen said lightly, I said it before, your attack will not touch me even once. Arrogant. Mo Yan was furious. He put up his index and middle fingers, stabbing out at Yi Chen. It was indeed the mysterious spirit 7 fingers that had shaved off one of Tua Baku's eyebrows. Ting! 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 There was no need to throw out 7 sword attacks. Yi Chen had only thrown out 3 sword attacks to cut open the finger light one by one. Moreover, he did not even move an inch. Shoo! After doing all that, Yi Chen's body moved, flying towards Mo Yan at an extreme speed. Back out. Mo Yan switched to his more powerful mysterious spirit finger attack, attacking towards Yi Chen from a distance. Pooh! It was Yi Chen's Xianxia shadow that had been shattered. His real body was already less than 1 meter away from Mo Yan. His blue robe danced in the air as he waved the long sword in his hand 4 times. Ghost shadow perplexing step. His body turned into a black chi flow and disappeared. Mo Yan pushed his Xianxia and appeared behind Yi Chen within a second. However, what was waiting for him was also a beam of sword light. Pooh! His protective Xianxia layer had been cut in half. Mo Yan was shocked. Right then, he looked like he had just seen a ghost. No one had ever been this relaxed in front of him, as if he was in control of the whole situation. Meanwhile, he was like a bug on a spider's web. No matter how hard he struggled, it would all be futile. This kind of feeling annoyed him even more. I do not believe that you can predict my attack route again. Mo Yan continued to perform his ghost shadow perplexing step. His whole body turned into a black chi flow, surrounding Yi Chen. Looking over, one could only see countless black lines, but not a single human figure. Yi Chen took 3 steps to the right, then suddenly turned his body. The star scar sword combined with the fast sword poetic perspective throughout an attack. No sword light could be seen, only blood spilling everywhere. Mo Yan did not believe it, so he pushed his ghost shadow perplexing step art to its limit. Towards the end, Yi Chen was surrounded by layers of black chi flow. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. The star scar sword flashed once again, another stream of blood spilled out. This time, it was even more serious than before. When Yi Chen waved his sword for the 3rd time, Mo Yan froze on the spot, unable to move. It was not that he could not move, but that he did not dare to move. Because the tip of Yi Chen's sword was pointed at his throat. The sharp intent had even pierced through his skin a little, and a drop of blood came out. It would be fine if you do not move. Once you move, you will have a lot of weaknesses. Hearing him, Mo Yan's face turned red. From the beginning to the end, he had been under Yi Chen's control. His sky demon eyes had indeed seen through all of his weaknesses, but it was still useless. Unless he did not attack at all, once he did, all of his weaknesses would be exposed, and he would not even be able to threaten his opponent. Shoo, taking back his star scar sword, Yi Chen shook his head. Among the young generation, unless they were at the same level as him, it would not take much effort to take care of their opponents. Mo Yan was no exception. The dragon-shaped shadow outside his body had devoured part of Mo Yan's dragon fountain chi. It had expanded to 28 meters, its shape clear and majestic. The audience was dead silent. In the battle between Yi Chen and Mo Yan had lost completely. In front of Yi Chen, Mo Yan's sky demon eyes did not have much of an effect, because all of his attacks had been seen through by Yi Chen. In other words, compared to Tuabaku, Yi Chen was more like Mo Yan's nemesis. So scary. He could even see through Mo Yan's movements. How did he do it? A lot of people could not understand. If it was because he could see through other people's movements, then it would be because they had not fully mastered their martial arts yet. However, Mo Yan had trained the sky demon eyes, and had a deep understanding of martial arts movements. He belonged to the skillful martial arts school, so how could he be beaten by another skillful martial artist so easily? Phantom spirit finger, ghost shadow perplexing step, they were both seen through. Mo Yan lost completely. They are not even at the same level. Right next to Li Daoxian, a core disciple of the Heartless Martial School asked, "Head disciple, do you know what is going on? Could it be that Yi Chen's martial art realm is way beyond Mo Yan's, and he has already reached another level?" It is for sure that Yi Chen's martial art realm is beyond Mo Yan's, but the difference is not that big. The reason why Mo Yan lost was because he was not fast enough, and he was not powerful enough. As one of the top sword artists in the young generation, Li Daoxuan's eyes were obviously better than others. Not fast enough? Not powerful enough? That disciple was still a bit confused. Li Daoxian explained, it was not fast enough, which caused Mo Yan to be 1 step slower. Although he had attacked first, he could not reach first. That was the key. It was not powerful enough because the Sky Demon art was slightly weaker in terms of attacking power, and focused more on techniques. Therefore, he was not as powerful as Yi Chen in either aspect. Naturally, he would not be able to pose much of a threat to Yi Chen. Hearing Li Daoxuan's explanation, the disciple finally understood, I see. If he was fast enough, then even if Yi Chen could see through the weaknesses of his movements, he would not be able to react fast enough. However, if he was powerful enough, then he would not need to care about weaknesses, and could choose to fight head-on. Otherwise, he would not be an opponent for Yi Chen at all. Yes, that should be it. On the surface, Bing Ling's fighting ability is weaker than Mo Yan's, but Bing Ling can exchange a lot of moves with Yi Chen. Mo Yan can't. Li Daoxian was more or less right. No one knew his own situation better than Yi Chen. Mo Yan's weak point attack might seem very strong in other people's eyes, but Yi Chen was not afraid of this kind of opponent. If Mo Yan was a little stronger, he could at least exchange a few moves with him. Of course, there were some differences. Comparing Mo Yan, Tua Baku, and Lin Yun together, Yi Chen still thought that Mo Yan would be more difficult to deal with. The latter two were indeed powerful enough, but Yi Chen did not need to spend any effort at all. As long as he increased his attacking power to a certain level, he would be able to hit them easily. When facing Mo Yan, Yi Chen did not choose to use his sky-shattering clouds, which was a head-on attack, because he knew that it would be very hard to hit Mo Yan. Therefore, he might as well use his fast sword poetic perspective, which was not as powerful. Facing different people, he would use different battle plans. This was Yi Chen's style. Obviously, attacking head-on would be the easiest. Excluding the top three, Si Kongxing, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, and Morong Qingqing would be the real tricky ones. It would be impossible for Yi Chen to win against them easily. He would have to use his own power to fight against them, since it would be impossible for him to control the whole situation. However, Yi Chen still had some ace up his sleeve, such as his 70% sword intent. This guy is a special one. Those who are not as powerful as him would basically be crushed within one attack. There is no doubt about it. The head judge finally opened his mouth. Hearing him, the other judges nodded. In their eyes, Yi Chen was indeed different. Normally, if a powerful warrior wanted to beat a warrior who was not that much weaker than him, it would not be a one-sided situation. It would take at least dozens of attacks to decide the winner. However, Yi Chen was able to ignore this rule. Those who were not as powerful as him would not even have the right to bother him. The battle has ended. Let's announce the next battle. The head judge said. A judge next to him stood up. Yi Chen wins, the 27th battle. The battle continued, and Yi Chen went back to the audience. Originally, after beating Mo Yan, he should be the center of attention. However, right now, it was not him, but Si Kongxing and Lin Yun. More specifically, Si Kongxing. So far, 8 of the top 10 seeded contestants had appeared, and the remaining 2 were indeed Si Kongxing and Lin Yun. Si Kongxing, the head disciple of the Floating Mountain Martial School, was 20 years old this year. He had participated in 3 Hidden Dragon rank competitions in total. The first time he participated in the competition, he was only 15 years old. It was a dark horse and he had won the 2nd place. What was even more frightening was that he had not even reached the Clasping Yuan realm back then. He had beaten a lot of young warriors who were at the Clasping Yuan realm with his late condensing reality realm cultivation. Since then, his name had spread across the whole South River region. In the 2nd Hidden Dragon rank competition, he was only 18 years old. He had thought that there would be a fierce battle, but he had used his indisputable power to go through all the obstacles. He had beaten the top young warrior of the previous Hidden Dragon rank, the Fire Spirit Prince Yan Qihua, the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire, and the heartless sword artist Li Daoxian and the others. He had become the king warrior of the young generation in the whole South River region. His fame had spread across the whole South River region. This was the 3rd Hidden Dragon rank competition he had participated in. No one knew his real power, but it was said that he had already reached the limit of the Clasping Yuan realm, and was training his Jin Qi to prepare for the astral reaching realm. No matter what, Si Kongxing's power was obvious to everyone. Everyone thought that he would still be the king of this year's Hidden Dragon rank, and no one would be able to shake his position. Although the head disciple of the Skyfall Martial School, Lin Yun was not as bright as Si Kongxing, and not as aggressive as Yan Qihua, he was still ranked 5th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. As the top martial genius of the South River region, who knew what kind of progress he would make in the next 3 years? Just like Morong Qingqing 3 years ago, she was only ranked 27th at that time. But this year, she had suddenly become one of the top young warriors, and was one of the most popular candidates for the top 5. Lin Yun, who was ranked even higher than Morong Qingqing, would not be easy to deal with. The title of the top young warrior in the South River region was way too famous, and there would definitely be a lot of people staring at it. If Xing wanted to keep his position, he would have to have enough power. Right now, his first challenge had come, and it was Lin Yun, who was not friendly at all. The battle between the two had attracted a lot of people's attention. The 31st battle, Xing against Lin Yun. As the battles had ended one after another, the head judge had finally announced the winner of the 31st battle himself. Boom! Not only the warriors who were watching the battle, all of the young warriors had their eyes fixed on the battling platform without blinking. The sound of their heartbeats could even be heard. Xing has finally shown up. Even if Lin Yun could not win, he would at least be able to force out most of his power. Someone said. Indeed. If it were someone else, it would not be worth watching anymore. I wonder how far Lin Yun could push Xing. Let's wait and see. After hearing his name, Lin Yun's aura exploded. His body flashed once, shooting out like a meteor onto the battling platform. His aggressive posture was shocking. Different from Lin Yun's arrogance, Xing did not seem to care about Lin Yun at all. He put his right hand behind his back and walked right in front of Lin Yun with one step. The two top young warriors had officially confronted each other. Xing, I thought our battle would last until the end. I did not expect it to be brought forward. This is good as well. It would save me the trouble of hiding my power. The clothes on Lin Yun's body started to vibrate as his chi power was ready to explode. A burning hot chi that was completely different from Xianxia spread out. Xing put his right hand behind his back while his left hand was casually placed on the side. He said lightly, "You are not my opponent. If it were Xianxia, I would be interested to have a try. I will let you know my real power." Lin Yun's eyes shone with a bright light, which contained the poetic perspective of a meteor falling from the sky. It attacked towards Xing aggressively. At the same time, he roared as an iron spear appeared in his hand. The iron spear was covered in a dark red flame as he threw out a spear attack. Skyfire 4 Spear. As soon as the spear was thrown out, the dark red flame started to spin crazily, turning into countless fire patterns and shooting out. The burning temperature had even ignited the fire yuan qi in the air, adding to its power. Destroy. Xing reached out his left hand, his 5 fingers opened as he grabbed towards the fire patterns in the air. Pooh, the fire patterns had been extinguished. Right then, Lin Yun's following 3 spear attacks had arrived. Each spear attack was more violent and faster than the previous one. A huge amount of fire yuan qi had turned into pure fuel, merging into the spear aura. It had turned a small half of the battling platform into a world of fire. Inside the world of fire, 3 meteor-like spear light shot out. Interesting. Sky-pushing palm. The sky-pushing palm was a top martial art of the floating mountain martial school, but it was not the top martial art. It was only at the high-rank earth realm level. However, when Xing performed it, the whole space had been cleared out instantly. The flames had been pushed back, unable to move any further. Meanwhile, those 3 meteor-like spear light had been shattered bit by bit under the vibration of the palm power. They then disappeared completely. The other leaders of the rank 6 martial institution's pupils shrank. Xing's martial art mastery had obviously reached perfection. The wonders of the sky-pushing palm had been fully displayed. Skyfall attack. His attack had been dissolved, so Lin Yun took a deep breath and poured all of his Jin Qi into his iron spear. He and the spear had become one, bringing with them an unstoppable aura as he attacked out. The young warriors who were close to him had been affected by the poetic perspective. They felt like they were in a world of chaos, and huge flaming meteors had appeared in the sky. With his right hand still behind his back, Xing's expression started to turn serious. His left palm turned into a fist, holding it tightly together as he threw out a punch. Sky Tyrant Fist. As he threw out this punch, the surrounding sky and earth seemed to have been merged into the fist aura, carrying the will of the sky as it attacked towards Lin Yun. The air in front of him twisted and turned blurry. The space vibrated, and the people under the stage could not even see where Lin Yun was. They could only see Xing standing there quietly like a king on the stage. Boom, a crack appeared on the tough battling platform. Lin Yun held the iron spear in his hand as he puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown back. His poetic perspective had been completely destroyed. Sky Tyrant Fist. This is the secret martial art created by the mysterious king. Combined with Xianxia's status as a king warrior of the young generation, no one would be able to compete with him. Lin Yan was able to force Xianxia to use his Sky Tyrant Fist. He did not lose too badly. He could only blame Xianxia for being too powerful and being above the young generation. Xianxia, take another attack of mine. Blood Flame Break. Just when everyone thought that the battle had come to an end, Lin Yan, who was still flying backward, waved his right hand in the air. All of the blood that had spilled out gathered into a pile. Under the burning of the dark red flame, it made a cracking sound before turning into a bloody spear tip, shooting towards Xianxia. Shoo, the blood-condensed spear tip was extremely fast. It was like a beam of bloody lightning, shooting out in front of Xianxia within a second. Xianxia looked a bit surprised as he threw out a punch onto the tip of the spear. Swoosh, the tip of the spear had been shattered. The blood-red flame expanded rapidly in the air, devouring Xianxia completely. What? Lin Yan still has this kind of attack? There were a lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors who were able to compete with or even kill rank 6 tyrant beasts. They could tell with one glance that Lin Yan's ace attack could kill any rank 6 tyrant beasts within a second. That blood-red flame was not a normal flame either. It was a special flame that had been infused with the power of blood, which was extremely sticky. Xianxia's protective Xianxia layer had been melted by the blood-red flame. It was like a pile of snow in the winter, or a block of ice in the early spring. Stumbling onto the platform, Lin Yan reached out his hand and wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "This attack is a killing attack that I had specially modified for you. It is your honor to be defeated by this attack." Lin Yan, do you really think that you can beat me with this attack? You have overestimated yourself. Wrapped in the flame, Xianxia's right hand, which had been behind his back, finally reached out. That hand was long and powerful, and there was nothing special about it. However, when the 5 fingers of that right hand opened up, the space around it started to shake drastically. It was like what he had opened up was not his fingers, but the whole sky. The burning blood-colored flame started to spin and shrink crazily with that hand as the center. It eventually shrunk into an egg-sized blood-colored fireball, landing on top of Xianxia's palm. It was less than half an inch away from the center of his palm. Pooh, Xianxia clenched his fist, and the fireball turned into a beam of blue smoke before disappearing. Raising his face, Xianxia's eyes were like gods as he stared at Lin Yan and said, "The winner has been decided. Do you still want to fight?" "Humph, you're good." A reluctant look flashed through Lin Yan's face. He had prepared for this attack for a long time, but it still could not do anything to Xianxia. Although he still had other ace attacks, they were not as powerful as the blood fire break. It would be a waste to expose his ace attack. Never mind, if I can't fight for the first place, then I will fight for the second place. The dragon-shaped shadow on Xianxia's body was 24 meters long, but after devouring Lin Yan's dragon fountain chi, it had instantly reached 26 meters, which was getting closer and closer to 90 meters. Xianxia's power is still overwhelming. Even Lin Yan could not pose any threat to him. I wonder who else in this rank would be able to fight against him for real. Yeah. If I can't see the pinnacle battles, it will be quite boring. Yan Qihua should be able to make him take it seriously. As for the undefeated Yi Chen, it's hard to say for now. Only when he becomes the #1 swordsman of the younger generation will he have the basic qualifications. Yi Chen might not be able to win against Li Daoxian, not to mention Xianxia. 50% of his sword intent is still too weak after all. He might not be able to win against Li Daoxian, not to mention Xianxia. Right now, it is still too early to talk about this. The 63rd round is about to end. Perhaps we will be able to see something in the 64th round. The battle between Xianxia and Lin Yan was not that intense. Everyone was still looking forward to the next round of battles. Soon, the 63rd round had ended. The 64th round did not start right away, as some of the wounded young warriors needed to recover their energy and injuries, especially the top young warriors. Right then, the power of the martial institutions had been revealed. Bing Ling, Li Daoxian, and Lin Yun had only been slightly wounded, but the pellets they had used were worth tens of thousands of mid-rank soul stones. Combined with the healing from the Sea of Souls realm warriors, they had all been healed within 2 hours. As for Mo Yan, he had only been wounded on the skin, so it would not be a big deal even if he did not need to be healed. After 2 hours, the 64th round had begun. In the first 6 battles, it was not the top young warrior's turn yet. In the 7th round, Li Daoxian was the first one to fight. His opponent was Mo Yan, who had lost to Yi Chen in the last round. Facing Li Daoxian, Mo Yan finally did not have to worry about anything anymore. Before, he had lost to Tua Baku and Yi Chen, and most of the reasons were because he had been suppressed. Tua Baku's defense had made his sky demon eyes useless, and Yi Chen's ability to see through the weaknesses of his attacks had also made him lose. Although Li Daoxian was extremely powerful, and was not weaker than Tua Baku and Yi Chen, as long as he was not suppressed, he would be able to perform his sky demon eyes as much as he wanted, attacking the weaknesses that he was good at. Mysterious Spirit 7 Finger. His body was like a ghost as Mo Yan walked around Li Daoxian. No one could see his body clearly. He held up his index and middle fingers together, continuously pointing at Mo Yan's weaknesses. Kill. 5 beams of sword light flashed through, and the finger light had been cut open one after another. Li Daoxian extended his body, and his sword intent spread out, locking onto Mo Yan's general location. He threw out a sword attack. The black chi flow was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and Mo Yan's body was exposed. He stepped back with both of his feet, shooting out 5 beams of finger light in a row, shattering that sharp sword chi. Kill. Once he performed his emotionless sword arts ace attack, the air had strangely calmed down. A light sword light that was as calm as water appeared faintly, pointing right at Mo Yan's vital parts. Mo Yan knew how horrifying this sword attack was. The dark red light in his pupils had been condensed to its extreme. He scanned through the air and found 3 unbalanced spots in the air. Without any hesitation, he shot out his finger light, landing on those 3 spots. Pooh, pooh. Pooh, the light veil was taken off, and the sword light was exposed, attacking over heavily. Shoo, the clothes on Mo Yan's shoulder had been cut open. Tiny drops of blood leaked out of his skin and rolled down. Sky kill. After successfully shattering or dodging Li Daoxian's first 2 sword attacks, Mo Yan's confidence had been boosted, and his aura had become even stronger. However, when Li Daoxian threw out the 3rd sword attack, Mo Yan frowned. This sword attack did not have any sword light at all, nor did it have any sword chi. There were only tiny patterns that spread out in all directions. It seemed like there was sword light everywhere, but there were also sword lights everywhere. How should I defend against it? Mo Yan had a question in his mind. Thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed. You lost. Right then, Li Daoxian's voice came from right next to his ears. At the same time, he could feel a bone-piercing sharpness. Mo Yan turned his head and saw a great sword that was shining with a cold light was less than an inch away from him. The invisible sharp light on the tip of the sword had cut off a few hairs on his body. What is going on? Could it be a fake attack? I can't tell either. Besides some slight vibrations in the air, there was no attack at all. I think it was just to confuse Mo Yan. Even Mo Yan's sky demon eyes could not see through it. Whether it was a fake attack or not, it was horrifying enough. Everyone could not tell what was going on, so they started to discuss. Yan Qihua, who had fought against Li Daoxian before, twitched his mouth but did not say anything. Li Daoxian had used this attack on him before. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yi Chen slightly shook his head. It was definitely not a fake attack. It was a real killing attack, and it was a killing attack that had 2 layers of attack stacked on top of each other. One was fake while the other was real, one was in the light while the other was in the dark. When you were attracted by the attack in the light, the killing attack in the dark would come right after. When you ignored the attack in the light, then the seemingly fake attack would become a horrifying killing attack. This was a sword attack that was close to perfection. It had to be broken in all aspects, or else it would be unbreakable. Thinking about that, Yi Chen could not help but glance at Yan Qihua. Before, when the two were battling, Li Daoxian's sword speed was extremely fast, and it was hard for him to see through it. After all, everyone had their own limit, and so did Yi Chen. If he could break all kinds of attacks, then it would be too crazy, since he was not that powerful yet. Yan Qihua was facing Li Daoxuan's Sky Kill sword attack and had broken it with one blade attack. His power was way more horrifying than anyone had imagined, which was completely different from his previous aggressive style. Being rough but also careful, that was what a powerful blade artist should have. Yan Qihua was the #1 blade artist among the young generation in the whole South Shui region. He was definitely worthy of that title. Wei Renjia, who was known as the blade master of the young generation, was still 1 or 2 levels lower than him. Oh, after devouring Mo Yan's dragon fountain qi, Li Daoxian had been beaten by Yan Qihua. His dragon's shadow, which had shrunk to 23 meters, had grown again to 26 meters. Mo Yan, who had walked off the stage, looked a bit tired. Including Li Daoxian, he had already lost 3 times. The first 2 were against Tua Baku and Yi Chen. Even if he only lost 2 more battles, he would not be able to get into the top 5 of the hidden dragon rank. He would not be able to beat Xikongxing for sure, and neither would Yan Qihua. Morong Qingqing and Lin Yun were also extremely dangerous. He did not even have a 50% chance of winning. After 3 battles, the second pair of top young warriors got on the stage. Haha, I did not have enough fun in the Black Dragon Empire. This time I will try my best. Tua Baku laughed out loud the second he got on the stage. His opponent was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled, I would like to see your full power as well. Come on then. Ruin 18 Fist Art. In Tua Baku's eyes, Yi Chen was the most powerful warrior among the young generation besides Xikongxing. He did not dare to hide his power at all. His 11th level of defensive martial art had been fully used. His Zhenqi shot up into the sky as he threw out a punch towards Yi Chen crazily. It was obviously more powerful than when he was fighting against Mo Yan. Pouring 50% of his sword intent into the sky-shattering cloud's poetic perspective, Yi Chen's body turned into a blur as he flashed to the weakest part of the fist aura. He then held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack with the power of thunder and lightning. It was his most powerful sword attack with 50% of his sword intent, which was also more powerful than before. Pooh, his protective Zhenqi layer had been bitten into pieces by Tua Baku's brutal dragon movement. Yi Chen tightened his left hand into a fist and punched out the dragon-shaped fist power a little bit. It had only brushed past his body. As for his sword attack, it had completely landed on Tua Baku's body, shattering his protective Zhenqi layer. His clothes had been torn apart, and a long white mark appeared on Tua Baku's chest. He laughed and said, powerful enough. Too bad, it still could not break through my defense. Ruin Dragon Attack. This time, all of Tua Baku's fist power had turned into dragon shapes. Countless dragon-shaped chi streams rushed towards Yi Chen like a group of dragons dancing in the air. Yi Chen, who was floating in the air, shook his body. A powerful invisible sharp light spread out, shaking the air and bringing up waves of pattern. 60% sword intent exploded. What? 60% sword intent? Didn't he only learn 50% sword intent? How come it has become 60% sword intent now? Perhaps this is his ace card? Hiding the sword intent level seems to be very hard to do. How did he do it? Perhaps it would be hard to see sword intent in other places, but in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, there were already more than 20 young warriors who had learned the sword intent, which was more than any of the previous years. Among them, Li Daoxian was the most outstanding one, and he was currently at 60% sword intent. Tang Xiaoshan was at entry level, and Yi Chen was at 50% sword intent, which made him ranked second. However, now that he had revealed his 60% sword intent, Yi Chen's understanding of the sword intent was not any weaker than Li Daoxian. Plus, Yi Chen's sword art was so powerful, which made him even more powerful. More importantly, could the sword intent level be hidden that easily? It was understandable that Yi Chen did not reveal his sword intent before, since most of the sword artists could do it. But to hide the sword intent from 50% to 50% was 10 times more difficult, because the sword intent was very mysterious and hard to distinguish. The so-called 40 to 50% was just a rough estimate. Normally, there were only 3 levels of the sword intent, which were divided into entry level, and completion. Dividing it into levels was completely out of necessity, since the sword intent was so hard to learn, and every little bit of improvement would be extremely valuable. After a long time, the sword artists who had learned the sword intent had thought of dividing the sword intent into levels. If hiding the 50% sword intent was 10 times more difficult, then hiding the 60% sword intent would be even more difficult. The more powerful the sword intent was, the harder it would be to hide. People who could easily hide the sword intent were definitely those sword artists who were very good at using the sword intent. They would be able to beat another sword artist with the same sword intent. Thinking up to here, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yi Chen's mastery of the sword intent was even better than Li Daoxuan's? It is not possible. Li Daoxian had reached the 60% sword intent half a year ago. With his talent in the sword art, he would not lose to anyone in the way of using the sword intent. Everyone found it hard to believe. As soon as the 60% sword intent burst out, Yi Chen felt that his sword aura had increased crazily. For a sword artist, the sword intent wasn't just a one-sided amplification. It could increase the sword artist's attacking power, make up for the flaws in his sword art, and push his sword art to another level. Therefore, the sword intent wasn't just a matter of attacking power, it could also increase the sword artist's overall power to another level. Meanwhile, the improvement of the sword intent level would have a greater and greater effect on the comprehensive power. If the entry level of sword intent was a barrier, then every level after that would be a barrier. Therefore, Yi Chen with 50% sword intent and Yi Chen with 60% sword intent were not on the same level at all, they were on two completely different levels. Pu, the illusory sword light flashed, and the heads of the dragon-shaped energy streams were chopped off one after another, bursting into pieces. Amazing, he actually concealed a level of sword intent. Yi Chen's sword intent was too powerful. Tuabaku had just launched his attack when he realized that something was wrong. The sword intent that spread out from Yi Chen's body had made his hair stand on end. His fist aura had been blocked, as if it had been cut by countless invisible sharp blades. Savage tyrant body! Tuabaku yelled. That aggressive Xianxia had been hidden to the extreme, sticking to the surface of his skin like a thin layer of light film. It was dark blue in color. Pushing his defense to its limit, Tuabaku's eyes were wide open, shining brightly. He threw out an even more powerful punch towards Yi Chen. The dragon-shaped chi showed its fangs and claws. Break! Yi Chen waved out a sword attack, and the whole space seemed to have been cracked open. The dragon-shaped chi had been sliced apart, and could not do anything. Then, the sword chi was like lightning, landing on Tuabaku's body within a second. Chin, burning sparks shot into the sky like fireworks. Tuabaku's feet were blown into the air by that sword attack that contained 60% sword intent. His whole body landed on the surface of the dark blue light wall. Right then, the sword chi had still not disappeared completely, continuing to press on. No, my savage tyrant body will not be able to hold on for much longer. Tuabaku was shocked. The dark blue light layer on his chest had started to crack, which could not be repaired at all. It was the first time that he had felt what it meant to be unstoppable. All of the muscles in his body started to twist. A wild light suddenly flashed through Tuabaku's eyes. His right arm that had expanded to twice its original size bent and pulled back, punching onto the sword chi. Crack, the sword chi had been shattered, and Tuabaku's right fist was covered in blood. Dragon World! The blood had been shattered by his fist power. Tuabaku's left hand hit on the light wall, and with the huge pushing force, he shot out a horrifying dragon-shaped chi. The dragon-shaped chi roared into the sky, its massive head seeming to be able to devour a small house. The air around it was like a flood of water under the huge pressure, bringing up huge waves, allowing the dragon-shaped chi to travel around freely. The sharp intent had all gathered and merged into the Star-Scar sword. Yi Chen stepped on the air, his body flashing. The next second, a long and sharp sword light flashed through the belly of that dragon-shaped chi, cutting it in half. Tuabaku, who was behind it, had been blown away with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He did not follow up with another attack. Yi Chen was still in the air, putting his long sword back into its scabbard. He lightly landed on the platform, his blue robe dancing in the wind. Bang! Tua Baku had also landed, but he had been cut into the ground. The platform under his feet was full of cracks, looking like spider webs. Even my most powerful ace attack could not do anything to you. I have lost. Wiping away the blood on the corner of his mouth, Tua Baku chuckled, but he did not look like he was going to die. Yi Chen said, with only 60% sword intent, it would be hard for me to kill you. Tua Baku's defense was unimaginable. Normal top-rank Earth Realm defense martial arts would not have this kind of effect. This was at least one of the top-rank Earth Realm defense martial arts. Besides that, Tua Baku's body was extremely compatible with this martial art. His 11th realm defense would not be any weaker than other people's 12th realm. Compared to my defense, my attacking power is indeed a bit weak. Tua Baku knew his weakness, which was why he had decided to give up. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as a light wound. Oh woo, the dragon-shaped shadow jumped out, devouring Tua Baku's dragon fountain chi. Soon, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had reached beyond 80 meters, reaching 81 meters. It was right behind Xikongxing and Yan Qihua, ranking third. This battle is not going to be easy. The leader of the Heartless Martial School frowned. Yi Chen's 60% sword intent had appeared out of nowhere, which had made him lose confidence in Li Daoxian. Although there seemed to be a 10% difference between 50% sword intent and 60% sword intent, the gap was extremely obvious. Right now, Yi Chen's understanding of the sword intent was the same as Li Daoxian's. So, what they were going to compete on was their cultivation of sword arts. A core master of the Heartless Martial School said, "Leader, don't worry. Daoxuan's Heartless Sword Arts and the Heartless Sword Intent complement each other, which is way more powerful than a simple 60% sword intent." The leader of the Heartless Martial School nodded. Without this advantage, Daoxuan's chance of winning would not be more than 30%. Right now, he only has 50% chance of winning. 60% sword intent. It is indeed unexpected. I thought he would stop at the 5th or 6th place. It seems like he could still go up 1 or 2 places. Yan Qihua's eyebrows flicked, an interested look appearing in his eyes. Lin Yun, who was not far away, sneered. Right now, he thought only Yan Qihua could compete with him for the 2nd place. However, Yi Chen, who had revealed his 60% sword intent, had already made him feel the pressure. After battling with Xikongxing, he had revealed his biggest ace attack, and the others had more or less hidden ace attacks, so he had to be careful. Damn it. When these two were battling with me, they did not even use their full power. Mo Yen had suffered a huge blow, his fists tightened. Right then, the audience had already started to discuss. It is indeed Yi Chen who has the upper hand after all. Even Tua Baku had lost to him. Among the top 10 new stars, Yi Chen definitely deserves to be the number 1. Although Tua Baku is powerful, he had still lost to Yi Chen, and could only be ranked number 2. Right now, Yi Chen had beaten 3 top young warriors, Bing Ling, Mo Yen and Tua Baku. Without any surprises, Gu Yuyun would not be able to compete with him as well. Besides these 4, his next opponents would be Xikongxing, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun and Murong Qingqing. I wonder if he could continue to win all the battles. Yi Chen's dark horse status had shocked a lot of people. Since the beginning of the elimination competitions, he had not lost a single battle. No one knew how much power he had hidden, or how many ace attacks he had. All they knew was that each time he encountered a powerful opponent, he would reveal a bit of his real power, which was undoubtedly horrifying. The next battle would be Yan Qihua against Gu Yuyun. Gu Yuyun, who had the Stone King body protective fist art, was very powerful. Unfortunately, she was facing the number 1 blade artist, Yan Qihua. Yan Qihua's blade aura was extremely aggressive. With only 2 blade attacks, he had broken through his opponent's protective Zhen Qi layer. That overwhelming advantage had made a lot of people frown. Among the young generation, perhaps only Xikongxing had the power to beat him. Whether or not Lin Yun could compete with him was still unknown. The 27th battle, Xikongxing against Bing Ling. The battle continued quickly, and Xikongxing got on the stage again. Bing Ling bit on her teeth. It was not her style to give up without a battle. Without any hesitation, she pushed all of her Xianxia and gathered it on her right arm, performing one of the ace attacks of the Icebreak Fist art, Ice Crystal Fist. Xing stood where he was without moving, waiting for Bing Ling's attack. Boom, the Ice Crystal Fist had been prepared. Bing Ling's speed had been pushed to its limit as she threw out a punch. Forming a fist with his left hand, Xing threw out a punch as well. The sky was filled with ice shards. Under Xing's Sky Tyrant Fist art, the Ice Crystal Fist had been shattered. The closer the dragon-shaped shadow got to 90 meters, the slower it grew. After devouring Bing Ling's Dragon Fountain Qi, it had only made Xing's dragon-shaped shadow grow to 24 meters, only 3 feet away from 90 meters. The 28th battle, Lin Yun against Murong Qingqing. Although there had been 9 battles between the top young warriors, there were only 3 that could be considered as the most important ones. One was Yan Qihua against Li Daoxian, one was Xing against Lin Yun, and the last one would be the battle right in front of them, Murong Qingqing against Lin Yun. Murong Qingqing was just like Yi Chen, she had not been defeated yet. The Sky Demon Great Art that she had trained had made most of the people feel helpless. Her defense was the shapeless Sky Demon Power Field, which was her territory. Her attacking methods were the Sky Demon Power Field and the Sky Demon Palm Print. With the combination of the two, even someone as powerful as Bing Ling would not be able to get close to her, and could only be attacked. And Lin Yun's power was not to be underestimated either. When he was battling with Xing, he had revealed his ace attack, which could kill any rank 6 tyrant beasts within a second. His power was definitely horrifying, and he had the power to compete for the top 3. In everyone's mind, his power was even more powerful than Murong Qingqing. The battle between the two had attracted a lot of attention. Yi Chen had calculated countless times in his mind, and eventually had to shake his head. Between Murong Qingqing and Lin Yun, both of them would have a chance to win. However, it was hard to predict who would win. It was not because the two were equally powerful, but the biggest problem was Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art. As everyone knew, the Sky Flying Devil Martial School's Sky Devil Great Art was a very powerful and strange martial art. It didn't have any protective Xianxia, and its defensive method was the Sky Devil Power Field. The Sky Devil Power Field was invisible and intangible, and it needed to be driven by the Sky Devil Xianxia. Once the Sky Devil Power Field protected the body, it would be very difficult to break through it, which made it difficult for normal attacks to work, and the opponent often couldn't get close to it. If it were another opponent, Murong Qingqing would have a very high chance of winning. However, her opponent, Lin Yun, was just as powerful as her. His powerful attacking power could kill any rank 6 tyrant beast within a second, which had been proven during the battle with Xing. Therefore, even with Yi Chen's extremely sharp eyes, he could not tell who would have a higher chance of winning. He would only know after a battle. On the battling platform, Murong Qingqing, who was wearing purple robes, arrived in the air. Standing in front of her was Lin Yun, who was holding a black iron spear with burning qi. Lin Yun grinned and said, "Qingqing, it has been 3 years since we last fought. Your power has indeed surprised me. In my opinion, you definitely have the power to be ranked 5th or even 4th. However, if you want to be in the top 3, you are still 1 level away." Lin Yun's meaning was very clear. Although he had lost to Xing, but besides Xing, only Yan Qihua could threaten him. And Murong Qingqing's power was probably below the top 3. Within the top 5, she would not be able to win against him. He just did not want to say it out loud. Murong Qingqing said lightly, "Oh yeah? Why do I feel like I can win against you? Hehe, asking you to give up is indeed too much. How about this? Within 10 attacks, if you can get the upper hand, I will give up automatically." Lin Yun forced a laugh. He did not know if Murong Qingqing did not understand him, or if she was just irritated. 10 moves, fine. Murong Qingqing did not speak anymore. Instead, she secretly activated her Heavenly Devil innate qi, forming a circle of Heavenly Devil force field in an area of 30 feet around her. Heavenly Fire 4 spears. Without using his ace attacks, Lin Yun had only used normal ace attacks to fight against Murong Qingqing. No matter whether he wanted to admit it or not, he did not think that Murong Qingqing would be able to win against him. Dark red flames erupted, and the air boiled like water. Immediately after, a spiral of flame spread out and rushed towards Murong Qingqing, who was dozens of meters away. Pop! The space around Murong Qingqing shook for a moment, and the airflow surged. Heavenly Devil Palm, annihilate! Stretching out her 5 fingers, Murong Qingqing sent out a palm print. Buzz, the flame pattern had been broken down, and Lin Yun's spear aura had been blocked. His speed had been reduced instantly. He did not panic at all as he stepped on the ground and cut into the incoming palm attack in a tricky and aggressive way. He continued to perform his Heavenly Fire 4 Spears Ace attack, which was even more aggressive than before. However, his iron spear had lost control after the 3rd attack. Murong Qingqing, who was not far away, made a grabbing gesture with her right hand, drawing a spear aura to the side and throwing a palm attack back at him. Lin Yun did not dare to underestimate Murong Qingqing's palm power. His body shook once, and a flame shield appeared in front of him. The shield was thick and full of patterns. Sparks kept splashing out, and it looked like it was made of gold and stone. It was extremely heavy. Boom, the palm power that contained the Heavenly Devil power field had been blocked out by the flame shield, and Lin Yun was not injured at all. Heavenly Devil palm attack, Sky Blame. Murong Qingqing did not stop attacking as she threw out 4 palm attacks. The last one was the ace attack of the Heavenly Devil palm attack, Sky Blame. This attack was based on the reverse Heavenly Devil power field, creating a powerful repelling power that would blow away the locked objects in the space. Break! Lin Yun yelled as the flame around his body shot up into the sky. He waved his iron spear horizontally, battling against that powerful repelling power that was everywhere. He did not back out even one step. Lin Yun is indeed powerful. He could even fight against Murong Qingqing's power field. Murong Qingqing's martial art realm is 1 level lower, so it would be hard for her to perform the full power of the Sky Demon Great Art. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not be able to win this easily. The two were both testing each other. However, in everyone's eyes, Murong Qingqing had obviously fallen into a disadvantage. Even her Sky Demon palm attack, which had always been successful, could not do anything to Lin Yun. Double Sky Blame. Murong Qingqing put her left hand on the back of her right hand. The repelling power had been doubled, and it had landed on Lin Yun's body within a second. Finally, it had blown him dozens of meters away, leaving a dark red trail in the air. Lin Yun was still in the air. He did not wait to land on the ground before he shot back like a flying dragon. He threw out a spear attack towards Murong Qingqing. It was indeed one of his ace attacks, the Skyfall attack. Once the spear attack had been thrown out, the sky and the ground had been shaken. Even the air around Murong Qingqing had been dyed dark red, as if the sky had been burnt red. The Sky Demon power field could not block out the burning heat. Murong Qingqing's body disappeared and reappeared in the sky within a second. She performed the Sky Demon catch with her left hand while attacking with the Sky Demon palm attack with her right hand. 1 positive and 1 negative, the other negative, had combined together. It had somehow dissolved Lin Yun's deadly attack. Sky Demon Strangle. It was not over yet. She twisted her left hand as the Sky Demon power field twisted, shattering the protective Xianxia layer outside of Lin Yun's body completely. 6 attacks had passed. Although Murong Qingqing had not gotten the upper hand, Lin Yun had not gotten the upper hand either. He could not help but look bad. He could not care less about the idea of holding back. He stomped on the ground, bringing up a fire wave. His body shot up into the sky, stabbing towards Murong Qingqing with his spear attack. It was still the Skyfall attack. This time, the Skyfall attack was extremely aggressive. The air had been pierced through by the spear attack, creating a black vacuum tunnel that extended all the way to Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon power field. The Sky Demon power field was disrupted for a while, which had backfired on the Xianxia inside Murong Qingqing's body. She put her tongue on top of her chin, trying to control her boiling qi and blood. She threw out a palm attack to block that incoming spear light. Boom, thunder exploded. Murong Qingqing backed out a couple of steps. Lin Yun did not take the opportunity to attack. His opponent's extremely powerful palm attack had also made him lose control of his body. His body froze on the spot. Do you still want to keep fighting? Lin Yun held the spear with his right hand. The body of the spear was covered in a dark red flame, slowly accumulating at the tip. Landing on the ground, Morong Qingqing put on the low-rank great weapon, the gold silk gloves. She said lightly, "Right now, it has only been 7 attacks. It seems like you have not gotten the upper hand yet. Since that is the case, then I will defeat you within 3 attacks." As he spoke, the Zhen Qi that Lin Yun had poured into the iron spear suddenly increased. A walnut-sized fireball accumulated at the tip of the spear. The fireball kept spinning, its color getting darker and darker. Dark flame kill. When Lin Yun got serious, he was undoubtedly extremely horrifying. Once he had activated his 11th level martial art, flames shot out of his body, attacking towards Morong Qingqing like a human-shaped meteor. That iron spear that had accumulated the fireball had already been stabbed out 1 step ahead of him, its aura extremely aggressive. Morong Qingqing performed her Sky Demon Catch and Sky Demon Great Palm Print again. With the amplification of the gold silk gloves, her power field had been increased by more than 10%, blocking out Lin Yun's spear aura. Pop, the power field had been broken, and Lin Yun's spear aura had been slightly weakened. However, as Lin Yun poured in more Zhen Qi, a 12-meter-long spear light shot out, hitting onto Morong Qingqing's Sky Demon power field. The 9th attack. Lose. Lin Yun yelled, his iron spear cutting through the air like a hot knife through butter. Morong Qingqing's expression did not change. Suddenly, she did something shocking. Her left hand's 5 fingers were bent, trying to grab onto Lin Yun's iron spear. Her right hand was hidden behind her back. Invisible sharp blades kept shooting out from her fingertips, hitting onto the surface of the platform and making a swishing sound. Boom, the fireball on the iron spear exploded. The fire wave that reached into the sky covered both of them, creating a 30-meter-tall fire pillar. Lin Yun sneered. He knew the power of the fireball, which was a killing attack that was condensed with 20% of his Zhen Qi. Once it exploded, even people who were more powerful than him would be badly wounded, not to mention Morong Qingqing who was slightly weaker than him. If there were no accidents, she would have been wounded already. However, what happened next had shocked him. Inside the fire pillar, Morong Qingqing's left hand was not damaged at all. In between her palm, there was a cluster of light black light moving. He was very familiar with that light. It was obviously the extremely condensed Sky Demon power field. The scattered Sky Demon power field was already very powerful, and it was unimaginable how powerful it would be when it was condensed. It was because of the condensed Sky Demon power field that Morong Qingqing was able to take on Lin Yun's ace attack without any damage. Otherwise, even with the protection of the gold silk gloves, her arm would have been broken by the explosive power. Right then, Lin Yun could not care about anything else. He knew that Morong Qingqing would definitely have a follow-up ace attack. If he did not make the first move, he would most likely lose. The center of his left palm was cracked open, and a stream of blood shot out, being wrapped up by the dark red flame. Lin Yun backed out quickly, throwing out his ace attack that he had used on Xikongxing. Shoo, the blood turned into a bloody spear tip, shooting out at an unimaginable speed. Break! Morong Qingqing waved her left hand, and the condensed Sky Demon power field landed on the tip of the bloody spear. She did not wait for the bloody flame to burn, and her whole body shot out into the air. The right hand that was hidden behind her back reached out horizontally. She opened her 5 fingers, and a new Sky Demon power field was born, condensing into an invisible blade shape, attacking towards Lin Yun who was backing out. Power field cut. The fire shield had been broken, and Lin Yun could only watch his protective Zhen Qi layer being cut open. The Sky Demon power field that contained both positive and negative power had landed on his body. Wah, puking out a mouthful of blood, Lin Yun flipped a couple of times in the air before landing heavily on the light wall. Right then, the blood fire break had just exploded behind Morong Qingqing. The bloody flame burned the air, expanding rapidly in the wind. At the last moment, Morong Qingqing had turned the tables. Over at the audience seating, everyone could not believe their eyes. Lin Yun had lost to Morong Qingqing, who had just risen up in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. And he had lost under the condition that he had performed his ace attack. There was no mercy at all, which had really shocked them. Power field cut. I did not expect Qingqing's martial arts to have reached this level. The leader of the Sky Demon Martial School was in a great mood. The head disciple Mo Yen had already lost the chance to compete for the top 5, and the only hope was on Murong Qingqing. She had not disappointed him at all. Arrogant piece of trash. Yan Qihua sneered. Even he did not dare to underestimate Murong Qingqing's power, so he had to treat it seriously. Otherwise, it would be possible for him to fail miserably. And the reason why Lin Yan had lost to Murong Qingqing was because he had underestimated Murong Qingqing's power. He did not take the battle seriously, and at the critical moment, it would be too hard to turn the tables. One wrong move, and everything would be wrong. If Lin Yan did not limit himself with 10 attacks and put all of his focus into the battle, the result would still be unknown. Therefore, he had lost to himself. The leader of the Skyfall Martial School looked extremely pale. Lin Yan's failure was completely out of his expectation. He had already thought about it before the battle. With Lin Yan's power, even if he could not get the first place, he would definitely be able to get the second or third place. Among all of them, only Si Kongxing and Yan Qihua would be his opponents. Leader, there is still a chance for the third place. There is no need to get so angry. The headmaster of the Skyfall Martial School let out a breath and tried to persuade him. I know. This battle will be a lesson for him. Do not underestimate the others. The ranking system of the Hidden Dragon rank was based on the points system, and it was quite common for people to have the same points. Therefore, Lin Yan still had the chance to get the third place, and maybe the second place as well. However, the chance was very low, since Yan Qihua's power was right there. Besides Si Kongxing, no one would be able to beat him. Crawling up from the stage, Lin Yan puked out another mouthful of blood. It was not caused by his wounds, but by his anger. He had never thought that he would be defeated by Murong Qingqing one day. Thinking about what he had said to her before the battle, he could not think straight. He felt both humiliated and embarrassed. After devouring Lin Yan's dragon fountain qi, the dragon-shaped shadow on Murong Qingqing's body had expanded to 23 meters, which was only below Si Kongxing, Yan Qihua, and Yi Chen, ranking 4th. Without saying anything to hurt his opponent, Murong Qingqing walked down the stage directly. The 64th round had ended, and the 2-hour break began. Inside the training room, the leader of the Skyfall Martial School said while healing Lin Yan, "You were too careless this battle. In the following battles, besides Yan Qihua, I want you to win all of them. Leader, don't worry. If I have the chance to run into Murong Qingqing again, I will not be careless anymore." Lin Yan tightened his fists, blue veins popping out on his forehead. 2 hours later, the 65th round began. The first battle, Si Kongxing against Gu Yuyun. Si Kongxing and Gu Yuyun were not only disciples of the Floating Mountain Martial School, but they also had the king-level bloodline. One was the descendant of the Tsang King while the other was the descendant of the Stone King. Unfortunately, the power gap between the two was way too huge. Otherwise, it would have been a crazy battle of king-level bloodline. Sister disciple, you go first. Si Kongxing reached out his left hand. Gu Yuyun nodded. She naturally knew about her head disciple's power, and it was definitely not something that she could handle. However, in the last 9 rounds of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, no one had ever given up on their own. She did not want to break that rule. Plus, there were not many chances for her to exchange attacks with her head disciple. He would not be able to beat her with only one attack. He would at least show some respect to his fellow disciples. In front of Si Kongxing, it would be a joke to talk about defense. Gu Yuyun rarely took the initiative to attack, and each of her attacks was extremely powerful. Si Kongxing kept his right hand behind his back, using only one hand to receive the attacks. He did not plan to beat his sister disciple right away, so he only used a small amount of power. After 30 attacks, Gu Yuyun stopped her attack and stood still. "Head disciple, thank you for teaching me. You have made great progress. I think you will be able to get into the top 3 in the next Hidden Dragon rank competitions. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions would be the most popular one. After this one, besides him, Yi Chen, and Tua Baku, the others would all be over 24 years old. Plus, once he reached the astral reaching realm, the Hidden Dragon rank would only be an empty title, and he would not need to participate anymore. The Dragon Fountain Chi would not be able to increase anymore, so he might as well give it to the disciples of the floating mountain martial school and let them fight for the endless luck for the school. The seventh battle, Bing Ling against Lin Yun. Losing to Murong Qingqing, Lin Yun looked even darker. Combined with the burning hot qi on his whole body looked like a beast hiding in the fire. Kill. Once the battle started, Lin Yun threw out his most powerful attacks towards Bing Ling's Sky Fire 4 spears, Skyfall attack, and other ace attacks were performed continuously. The sky-covering flame almost lit up the entire battling platform. The flame shot up into the sky, spreading out in all directions. If it were someone else, they would have already lost under Lin Yun's crazy attacks. The good thing was that Bing Ling had trained the ice element Xianxia, which could suppress the fire element Xianxia under the same conditions. Although Lin Yun's martial arts were one level higher than hers, it would still be impossible for him to beat her easily. Looking from below the stage, the vast battling platform was covered in flames. In the center, there was a pile of ice and snow, which was protecting Bing Ling's body. Ice Crystal Fist. After taking a couple of heavy attacks from Lin Yun, Bing Ling used her most powerful ace attack. Her right forearm and fist were wrapped in ice crystals, attacking towards Lin Yun at 2 times the speed of sound. Dark Flame Kill. Lin Yun did not back out at all. A walnut-sized fireball had been accumulated on his iron spear, attacking towards Bing Ling's ace attack in a brutal manner. Boom, a burning mushroom cloud of flame rose up between the two, with ice shards splashing everywhere. The next second, blood leaked out from the corner of Bing Ling's mouth. She had lost to Lin Yun's ace attack. The 14th battle, Mo Yan against Murong Qingqing. After Si Kongxing and Gu Yoyun's match, another pair of disciples from the same martial school had appeared. Mo Yan had lost to Tua Baku, Yi Chen, and Li Daoxian one after another, which had made his popularity drop again and again. He was now out of the top 8. At the same time, he was feeling the same pressure as Lin Yun, very bad. His handsome face looked a lot more hideous now. However, Murong Qingqing and Mo Yan were completely different. She was one of the top 2 beauties of the Black Dragon Empire, one of the top 2 warriors of the young generation in the South River region. Even though she had lost the battle, her popularity was still the same. Plus, she had won 2 battles so far, and she had even beaten Lin Yun in the second battle. It had made her popularity even higher than Yi Chen. Different experiences had created different mentality. Facing Murong Qingqing again, Mo Yan had a very complicated expression on his face. Even he himself could not tell what was on his mind. Murong Qingqing said, "Head disciple, do your best." "Alright, I will not go easy on you." Her calling him head disciple was very irritating to him, and her tone was not that good either. Murong Qingqing shook her head in her mind, and did not say anything else. Activating his sky demon eyes, a dark red light shot out of Mo Yan's pupils. It was like a diamond, extremely condensed. He groaned with a low voice as both of his hands threw out a couple of attacks, performing his normal ace attack, the sky hand attack. This attack had a huge coverage, which was the best one to confuse people. Shoo, palm shadows filled the air. Mo Yan's body flashed once before appearing on the right side of Murong Qingqing. He pointed his finger at the weak spot of the sky demon power field. Murong Qingqing and Mo Yan knew each other very well, so she would naturally not be confused by the sky hand attack. She waved her right hand in the air, and the sky demon power field spread out along her palm, deviating Mo Yan's finger light. Mysterious Spirit 7 Finger. His body jumped up from the ground as Mo Yan performed his ace attack again. Sky demon palm attack, destruction, sky rebuke. Murong Qingqing did not dare to waste any time. She performed the 2 ace attacks of the sky demon palm attack with both of her hands, one to break the attack, and the other to attack. Moving like a ghost, Mo Yan avoided Murong Qingqing's sky demon palm attack. Within a second, he threw out a dark purple finger light. That finger light was like lightning, shooting through Murong Qingqing's sky demon power field, aiming for the vital spot on her waist, which was impossible to defend against. Sky demon protective strangulation. In that critical moment, Murong Qingqing used her body as the axis and spun in the air for 2 rounds. The sky demon power field outside her body twisted instantly, making that finger light fly past her body without hurting her at all. As she spun, Murong Qingqing did not stop attacking. she used the Sky Demon Catch with her left hand and the Sky Demon Palm attack with her right hand. Both attacks were thrown out together, forcing Mo Yan to temporarily dodge and lose the chance to gain the upper hand. Demon Spirit Killing Finger. His feet lightly touched the surface of the platform as Mo Yan performed his ace attack. This finger attack had broken through Tua Baku's defense, and its attacking power was no weaker than Li Daoxuan's. Unfortunately, the previous 3 opponents had made him suffer a lot. Tua Baku's defense was too high, and Yi Chen was able to see through all of his attacks. Li Daoxuan's sword attacks were unpredictable, and it would already be great if he could defend against them, not to mention attacking. Right then, he had used it on Morong Qingqing instead. Morong Qingqing of course would not dare to underestimate Mo Yan. In fact, she suspected that this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition might be Mo Yan's nemesis, since all of the opponents he had run into were not good for him. Otherwise, there might be a chance for him to make it into the top 5. But on the other hand, adapting to the environment and laughing until the end was the basic quality of a powerful warrior. Mo Yan's failure had proven that he did not have that quality yet. Facing that finger attack, Morong Qingqing had to perform her Sky Demon Power Field technique to break through that finger light. She then waved her right hand and a simple power field cut was shot out, cutting open Mo Yan's protective Xianxia layer and leaving a wound on his shoulder. This attack was Morong Qingqing holding back. However, Mo Yan did not care at all and continued to attack. The Demon Spirit Killing Finger attacked towards Morong Qingqing's vital spot. Morong Qingqing frowned. Her body disappeared as she threw back 2 power field cuts. At the same time, she performed her Sky Demon Catch and caught Mo Yan, who was still trying to escape. They knew each other very well, so how could Morong Qingqing not know where he was going to escape to? Mo Yan did not look too good, but he did not attack again. The 21st battle, Yi Chen against Li Daoxian. It seemed like the head judge cared a lot about this battle. He stood up for the second time and announced the names of the 2 in person, his voice dragging out. Boom, the audience was shocked. They had waited so long for the battle between the top sword artists of the young generation. Without exaggerating, the battle between the 2 would basically decide who would be the #1 sword artist in the whole South River region. Would it be Li Daoxian or Yi Chen? Li Daoxian was the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School with 60% sword intent. He had lost to the #1 blade artist Yan Chihua by half an attack. His power was obvious, and no one dared to underestimate him. Yi Chen was the new top young warrior, the leader of the top 10 new stars. He also had 60% sword intent. Added with his extremely powerful sword art and horrifying ability to see through weaknesses, he was highly respected. He was so popular that he was ranked in the top 4 of the top young warriors. The battle between the 2 top sword artists would be very exciting without even thinking about it. After all, sword artists were different from warriors. Their attacks were famous for their fast and accurate attacks. Even a little bit of carelessness could cause one to lose. There would not be a situation where the battle would last for a long time. On the vast battling platform, 2 human figures were standing hundreds of meters away from each other. On the left side of the battling platform, Li Daoxian was wearing a blue robe, with a long and narrow great sword hanging from his waist. The sword scabbard was simple and ancient, with a few patterns on it. On the right side, Yi Chen was standing straight, wearing a blue robe as well. He also had a great sword hanging from his waist. The scabbard was carved with star patterns, its color clear and deep. Since you have the 60% sword intent, then I do not have to worry about the unfair advantage. The level of the sword intent had nothing to do with the unfair advantage. If it were a normal sword artist, Li Daoxian would never tell him that if he did not have the sword intent, then he would not use the sword intent either. It would be very stupid. However, Yi Chen was different. Yi Chen's sword art realm was extremely high, and almost no one could compete with him in the young generation. Li Daoxian did not want to win the competition with his sword intent that was 10% higher than his opponents, because he wanted to compete with Yi Chen's sword art realm. Right now, Yi Chen had also mastered the 60% sword intent. Therefore, the 2 were basically on the same level, and the competition would be the sword art realm. Yi Chen said, "That would be for the best. I also want to know how powerful my sword art realm is." Up until now, Yichen had not revealed all of his achievements in his sword art yet. It was either because his opponents were too weak and could not use it, or his opponents were different, like Tua Baku. Therefore, if he did not find an equally powerful opponent, even Yichen himself would not be able to figure out his own sword art realm. Putting his right hand on the sword hilt, Li Daoxian stopped talking. His sharp eyes locked onto Yichen. Compared to the aggressive Yan Qihua, Yichen had given him more pressure. It was not that Yan Qihua was not as powerful as Yichen. In fact, even he could not see through Yan Qihua's power. However, Yan Qihua was a blade artist, which was different from a sword artist after all. However, Yichen was a sword artist who had mastered the 60% sword intent. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions only needed one number 1 sword artist. Kill. Flashing his body, Li Daoxian had shortened the distance between him and Yichen to only 10 meters. His sword had been taken out of its scabbard. A cold beam of light with a shocking sword intent was thrown out. The air was like water, without any ripples. There was only one person and one sword left in the world. Yan Qihua, who was watching the battle, squeezed his eyes. This Yichen is indeed powerful. Facing him, Li Daoxian's sword art realm had improved even further. His spirit, qi, and soul were condensed, showing signs of merging into one. Yichen's expression did not change. His right hand grabbed onto the hilt of his star scar sword, which looked slow but was actually fast. He gently pulled it out. The dark-colored sword light was like a poisonous snake coming out of its cave, accurately pointing at the tip of Li Daoxian's sword. The emotionless poetic perspective seemed to have no effect on him at all. Qin, the sword tips, which were filled with Jin Qi, clashed together. Sparks flew everywhere, looking extremely bright. Why do I feel a bit numb? On the audience seating, a clasping Yuan realm warrior had goosebumps all over his body as he said with a shaky voice. Me too. I heard that the battles between powerful sword artists would make the audience shiver. Today, I can see that it is indeed the case. There is a huge difference between sword artists and blade artists. Blade artists need to be bold and powerful, and their blade aura would make people's blood boil. However, sword artists are the exact opposite. They try their best to beat their opponents with the smallest cost. They are good at killing with one attack, which is the sublimation of their techniques. Therefore, they will leave a terrifying impression on people. It was an astral-reaching realm sword artist who was talking. While the audience was chatting, the battle on the battling platform had already reached its climax. Ding! 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 The sword light spread out, clashing with each other sharply. Kill! Dozens of sword attacks had been blocked by Yichen in a row. Li Daoxian took 3 steps back. During the process, he shook his wrist, and a sword light that could cut through metal appeared on his long sword. The sword light seemed to be invisible, as if it could ignore the distance between them. It pointed right at Yichen, who was not far away. Pop, the sword light was shattered. It was shattered by an invisible sword light. After shattering the sword light, Yichen extended his body, his blue robe dancing in the air. He threw out a sword attack. The shocking sword speed made the sword light not have enough time to flash. Together with it, there was also that sword art poetic perspective that could confuse people's senses. 60% sword intent, lone peak kill. I cannot block it out. Li Daoxian was shocked. He closed his eyes and pushed his flying art to its limit, shooting out violently. No one knew why he had backed out so fast, because they could not feel the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill. Shoo! A stream of blood splashed out along the tip of the sword. Yichen stopped his steps. Indeed, the lone peak kill with 60% sword intent is still a bit too powerful. It would not work on other sword artists at the same level. Yichen looked at Li Daoxian, who was 10 meters away. Li Daoxian had escaped from the poetic perspective and stopped immediately. However, there was a light sword mark on his face. This is the sword art that you had performed before. Li Daoxian's confusion had been solved. During the knockout competitions and the ranking competitions, Yichen would occasionally perform the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill. He had been wondering what kind of poetic perspective it was, but now he finally understood. Yichen did not answer, but asked instead, "The battle between you and Yan Qihua was very interesting. Why don't you use all of your ace attacks on him?" The lone peak kill had been exposed and dodged by his opponent, but Yi Chen was not worried at all. The power of the movement did not lie in the movement itself, but in the person using it. The same movement would have different effects in different hands. That sword attack before was just a test, to test Li Daoxuan's bottom line. Next time, the lone peak kill would be used at the most appropriate time. Sky kill. Needless to say, Li Daoxian naturally knew what to do. He performed the sword movement that had beaten Mo Yen with only one sword attack. The sword light was hidden inside, spreading out everywhere. His whole body stepped on sharp steps, as if he had turned into a sharp sword, shooting towards Yi Chen. Break! Yi Chen's spirit, qi, and soul were extremely condensed. The Star Scar sword in his hand was waved at an unimaginable speed. Within a second, he had thrown out at least hundreds of sword attacks. The invisible sword light had formed a layer of invisible sword net in front of him. His extraordinary style had made the eyes of some of the female disciples brighten up. Pop! Pop! Just like Yi Chen had expected, Li Daoxuan's sky kill sword movement indeed contained two layers of power, one in the light and one in the dark. The sword attack in the light might look like a fake attack, but it could not be avoided. The sword attack in the dark would definitely kill with one attack, which was where Li Daoxuan's real body was. The two complemented each other, which was enough to kill warriors at the same level. Right now, the sword attack in the light had been broken, so Li Daoxuan's dark attack was coming right at Yi Chen's throat. Ting, a metal clashing sound was heard. Li Daoxuan's sword had been blocked out. It was also a sword that had blocked him. The sword light kept spinning, piercing through the air and chasing back. It stuck close to Li Daoxuan's sword body, attacking towards his palm. Li Daoxian frowned. Yi Chen's toughness had made him feel like he did not have enough power for the first time. When Yi Chen was breaking his attack, he did not release his lone peak kill poetic perspective. When his sword attack was broken halfway, the poetic perspective suddenly appeared, which slowed down his reaction speed by half a second. His sword speed had been slowed down, and that half a second was enough for Yi Chen to use his sword to block and fight back. Moving sword steps. His feet were like swords, and his body was like a ghost. Li Daoxuan's body moved away, avoiding Yi Chen's counterattack. Small sky-shattering clouds. Holding the sword with only one hand, Yi Chen's sword art style changed. Every movement contained thunder and lightning, and the wind and clouds started to gather. It contained an endless explosive power. It was like what he had thrown out was not a sword attack, but beams of lightning and clouds, not giving Li Daoxian any chance to breathe. Pooh! 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 The sword chi left cracks on the ground. Li Daoxian did not expect Yi Chen's style to change so quickly. It had completely messed up his own rhythm, and he kept performing his moving sword steps. Earth explosion sky shock. Finding out Li Daoxuan's pattern of dodging, Yi Chen suddenly stomped on the ground. He performed the secret martial art that he had gotten from the Bloody Butcher a long time ago, the Earth Explosion Sky Shock. Although the rank of the Earth Explosion Sky Shock was not that high, and it would not be able to cause any real damage to his opponent, but its supportive effect could not be underestimated. As his Jin Qi poured into the ground, the place where Li Daoxian had landed cracked open like a spider web. Not good. Without a choice, Li Daoxian took a deep breath in the air, forcefully stopping his falling body. Then his Jin Qi exploded, barely avoiding the attack range of the Earth Explosion Sky Shock. Shoo! There was no way that Yi Chen would let go of this opportunity. He performed his separating shadow flying art. His body flickered, and he quickly appeared in front of Li Daoxian, throwing out a sword attack. Li Daoxian used his sword to block out the attack in an extremely uncomfortable position. He opened his left hand's 5 fingers, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, trying to grab Yi Chen's body. Separate. All he managed to grab was Yi Chen's Jin Qi shadow. Under the twisting suction force, it was shattered into pieces. Boom. After losing the opportunity to attack, Li Daoxian could no longer block out Yi Chen's sword attack. Under a dark sword light, his whole body was blown away, and his Jin Qi layer had been shattered. With blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth, Li Daoxian looked extremely serious. While he was still in the air, he forcefully pushed his Xianxia and performed the sword step. He changed his original flying route and avoided Yi Chen's next sword attack. Dozens of meters away, Li Daoxian tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and shot out with his long sword in his hand. This is my killing sword attack. If you can block it, you win. After throwing out the sword attack, the air became even calmer. The sword light attacked towards Yi Chen at a speed that was faster than the human eye could see. If it was only this, it would not be enough to be called Li Daoxian's killing attack. This sword attack seemed to have blocked out all the noises from under the stage. Indeed, this sword attack was called silence. It was one of the killing attacks of the heartless sword art. During the battle with Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian had used this killing attack to cut off a strand of Yan Qihua's hair. If it were not for the fact that he could not fully perform his silence attack, Yan Qihua might not be able to win against him. Because the two of them had been fighting at such a fast speed, there were very few people who had actually noticed that sword attack. There were less than 5 or even less people among the young generation. All the noise disappeared, and there was no trace left in the air. It was like the sword light was no longer a sword light, but a part of the air. What a good silence attack. It is even more perfect than when he was fighting against me. Yan Qihua was still a bit scared. Excluding the silence attack, Li Daoxian was still a bit weaker than him, so it would not be that hard for him to win. However, once the silence attack was used, even he could not react in time. He could only block and counterattack subconsciously. To win in the end, besides the achievement of his blade art realm, there was also a bit of luck. Otherwise, it would not be a strand of hair that was cut off, but an ear, or even his head. The leader of the Heartless Martial School had made up his mind. The combination of the Heartless Sword Intent and the Heartless Sword Art would be much more powerful than the Sword Intent and Sword Art. Combined with this silence attack, the situation was starting to look better. So this attack is called silence? What a vivid name. Yi Chen stood where he was without moving. He stretched his body. As for Li Daoxian being able to cut off a strand of Yan Qihua's hair, how could he not notice it? The reason why he had purposely suppressed his sword art realm was because he wanted to see the power of this attack and improve his own sword art realm. Almost within a second, the sword light that Li Daoxian had thrown out had arrived in front of Yi Chen. The sword light did not have the slightest vibration. It was shaped like a crescent moon, and the tip of the crescent moon carried a thunderous power. It was impossible to describe how fast and sharp that sword attack was. Just as the sword light was about to reach Yi Chen made his move. He held the Star Scar sword tightly with both of his hands, waving it at a speed that was even faster than the sword light. Most of the people could not even see how he waved the sword, or what angle he had chosen. Seal. This sword attack was not about breaking, but about blocking. Li Daoxian's sword light was way too fast and violent. 2 powerful sword attacks would not be able to block it in advance. Only the simplest fast sword poetic perspective would be able to do it. However, the power of the fast sword poetic perspective was way weaker than the lone peak kill and the sky-shattering clouds poetic perspective. It only focused on speed, and aimed to perform the fastest sword art with the fastest reaction speed. Shoo, countless sparks splashed everywhere. Because of the inertia, all of these sparks were shooting towards Yi Chen's direction, wrapping him up in the air. It was like a flower of fire was blooming towards him. It was unimaginably beautiful. Li Daoxian's sword light had not disappeared yet. It started to bounce violently, as if it was trying to break through Yi Chen's blocking and give him a fatal attack. Ting, the Star Scar sword pulled back a little bit, but then attacked back at an even faster speed, hitting the same spot where the sword light had been. The sword light was broken with a sound that sounded like metal breaking. The next second, 2 beams of light, one on the left and one on the right, had cut out a deep mark on the platform behind Yi Chen, stretching for dozens of meters. Silent. It turns out that the power of the sword light was compressed to an extreme extent, cutting off its connection with the air and the outside world at the same time. Sound was transmitted through the air, so naturally, it couldn't be transmitted in, creating a man-made silent world. Yi Chen's blocking was not for nothing. Through the vibration that came from the sword light and the Star Scar sword when they clashed, as well as the feeling of his soul power, Yi Chen had discovered the secret of the silent attack in a very short period of time. However, knowing was one thing. Wanting to use this move out of thin air was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For example, everyone knew that by compressing Xianxia to a certain degree, one could kill an astral-reaching realm warrior or even a Sea of Souls realm warrior. But, no one had such a powerful control over it, since it would be even harder than becoming a life and death realm warrior. There were many simple mysteries in the world, but most of them were useless because ordinary methods could not be used at all. Therefore, techniques came into being. Skill could be described as a shortcut. It could make it easier for a martial artist to grasp some difficult things and do things that they could not do in the past. The silent killing move contained an extreme technique. Through this technique, the sword light could be compressed to the extreme, causing the speed and power to increase sharply, and killing silently. He blocked the sword? After performing his silent ace attack, Li Daoxian felt like all of his energy had been sucked out of him. Seeing that Yi Chen had blocked out that sword light without a scratch, he could not help but be shocked. However, before this shock could spread out, he saw that sword light had been cut in half. It had been cut in half. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen smiled and said, "This sword attack is very powerful. Unfortunately, it is not perfect yet. Otherwise, I would not be able to break it." The sword light that was condensed like steel was extremely tough. Even Yi Chen could not cut it in half at once. He could only do it twice, since he did not have Mo Yan's sky demon eyes, which allowed him to see the weaknesses with his eyes. In fact, if it were Mo Yan, he would not be able to do anything either, since his reaction speed would not even be half of Yi Chen's. Regardless, the silent killing move was indeed a killing move. If it could be perfected in the future, if Yi Chen wanted to block it out, he would have to learn the fast sword poetic perspective to the extreme. "I have lost. You are indeed powerful. You can compete with Yan Qihua." Li Daoxian knew that Yan Qihua was still holding back some of his power. Being able to cut off a strand of his hair might have been due to luck. Yi Chen being able to take on the silent killing move without being hurt meant that he could compete with Yan Qihua. A woo, a dragon roar was heard. The dragon-shaped shadow outside Yi Chen's body had devoured Li Daoxian's dragon fountain qi, and had grown again. It was now 23 meters tall, looking very majestic. Right then, the audience had already started to discuss. Beating Li Daoxian, Yi Chen would be the #1 sword artist among the young generation in the whole South River region. What a surprise! Indeed. Right now, even Li Daoxian had lost to Yi Chen. Who would be the next one? Would he beat his opponent, or would he stop his winning streak? In everyone's eyes, Yi Chen had turned from a dark horse into a super dark horse. He had managed to get into the top 10 from the elimination competitions, and it was not over yet. Right now, he had already beaten 4 top young warriors. Gu Yuyun, who had not fought with him before, would definitely not be his opponent. Then, there were still Si Kongxing, Yan Qihua, Lin Yun and Murong Qingqing. No matter who he beat, it would make his reputation even brighter. Even if he lost, he would at least be ranked 5th in the Hidden Dragon rank, which was not something that normal people could fight for. The leader of the Heartless Martial School sighed. Even Li Daoxian had lost to Yi Chen in this kind of condition. What else could he say? The #1 young sword artist in the whole South River region would have nothing to do with the Heartless Martial School anymore. But, it was good for him. Without competition, there would be no motivation. After this battle, Daoxian might be able to reach the next level. He is indeed a powerful opponent. Yan Qihua had never looked so serious before. Yi Chen was way too sharp. If he did not use all of his power, he would most likely lose. The good thing was that this battle had allowed him to see a lot of things, and he had a better understanding of Yi Chen's bottom line. Li Daoxian, you have helped me a lot. Yan Qihua thought to himself. The 33rd battle, Yan Qihua against Tua Baku. Compared to the battle for the #1 young sword artist, the battle between Yan Qihua and Tua Baku had also attracted everyone's attention. Although Tua Baku had lost to Yi Chen, everyone knew that with his powerful defense, it would be hard for Yi Chen to beat him completely in a real battle. Great! Another powerful one. That rich Xianxia was quickly hidden inside his body, sticking to the surface of Tua Baku's skin. It looked like a layer of dark blue light membrane. An excited look flashed through his eyes as he threw out his Ruin 18 fist art. Yan Qihua took out his long blade, which was covered in a red flame. That fire element Zhen Qi had condensed into a flame that was different from Lin Yun's. It seemed to be purer and more powerful. As Yan Qihua threw out a blade attack, the area in front of him had been sliced open. Boom! Tua Baku's fist aura had not been pushed to its limit before it was broken by that blade attack. That aggressive flame drowned Tua Baku within. Dragon World. The flame was broken open, and Tua Baku shot out from within. He threw out a killing attack in the air, and that massive dragon-shaped chi swallowed Yan Qihua, who was not far away. Crack! The burning hot blade light flashed once, and the dragon-shaped chi was cut in half. Yan Qihua flew out from the crack and threw out 8 blade attacks towards Tua Baku. The 8 blade lights were extremely powerful, without any pattern. They were like 8 wild horses that had escaped from their reins, making it hard for people to predict where they would land. Boom! Boom, boom. Boom! Tua Baku had dodged 5 of the blade light, but he could not avoid the other 3 no matter how hard he tried. He had to take it head-on. He roared and his body flew backward while throwing out an uppercut punch towards Yan Qihua. Of course, it was not a normal uppercut punch. Under Yan Qihua's feet, a dragon-shaped chi appeared out of nowhere and blew him into the sky. That sharp claws and teeth had almost torn apart his protective Zhen Qi layer. All of the people watching the battle could not help but be shocked. That attack did not seem to be that powerful, but it was extremely hard to defend against. They did not expect that Tua Baku would still have another attack, but they did not know why he did not use it on Yi Chen. Tua Baku, who had landed on the ground, made a face. Of course, he wanted to use it on Yi Chen. But, he had never fought with Yi Chen before, so he did not know how powerful he was. It would not be easy to lock onto his body. Up until now, no one had managed to touch Yi Chen's body. In his opinion, the scariest thing about Yi Chen was not anything else, but that insanely powerful control. Trying to play tricks with him, he would definitely kill you. Fire Dragon Cut. Standing in the sky, Yan Qihua threw out a blade attack. That fiery red blade chi exploded in the air, turning into a sharp fire dragon, attacking towards Tua Baku. Tua Baku lifted up his palm that had turned dark blue and pressed onto the head of the fire dragon. That powerful palm power had slapped the fire dragon until it cracked open. Break! As the palm power was pushed out, the fire dragon had been shattered. Flame Cut. Seizing this slight opportunity, Yan Qihua appeared in front of Tua Baku within a second. He waved his long blade upwards, not only blowing away Tua Baku, but also shooting out a bright red flame that landed on Tua Baku's body, bringing up a rain of fire. Tua Baku did not dare to waste any more time as he endured the flame and threw an uppercut punch at Yan Qihua. Learning from experience, Yan Qihua had long been prepared for this move. He held his saber in a reverse grip and struck the ground with blazing flames. Rumble, the dragon-shaped chi and the saber aura collided and finally dispersed. Let's see how you block this blade. The long blade stabbed into the platform, but Yan Qihua did not pull it out right away. Instead, he pushed his wrist and opened up a blade mark on the ground. That sky-reaching blade light had blown Tua Baku hundreds of meters away. He landed heavily on the dark blue light wall, bringing up a series of ripples. However, before that, Tua Baku had also returned an attack. That powerful fist power had landed on the surface of his protective Zhen Qi layer, which had boiled up Yan Qihua's qi and blood. The winner had been decided. Tua Baku had lost this battle, but he himself was only slightly wounded. His insane defense had once again amazed everyone. The 65th round of battles had ended. After resting for an hour, the 66th round began. In this round of battles, the top 4 young warriors were Bing Ling, Gu Yuyun, Yan Qihua, and Mo Yan. Bing Ling against Gu Yuyun, and Yan Qihua against Mo Yan. Gu Yuyun's power was still a bit weak. Even though she had the Stone King's top martial art, the Stone King body protective fist art, it was still hard for her to block out Bing Ling's icebreak fist art. After exchanging more than 30 attacks, she was beaten by Bing Ling with only 1 punch. As for the battle between Yan Qihua and Mo Yan, there was no suspense at all. It ended with Yan Qihua's complete victory. However, the 18th battle was very eye-catching. The contestants were the super-popular Murong Qingqing and Li Daoxian, who had lost to Yi Chen. Right then, the battle had already entered the most crucial moment. The winner would be decided within a second. Silent Sword. Facing Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Power Field and Sky Demon Great Palm Print, Li Daoxian was having a hard time. No matter how powerful his sword art was, or how powerful his sword intent was, it was still hard for him to break through Murong Qingqing's defense. If it was not being messed up by the Sky Demon Great Palm Print, then he would be hit by that horrifying power field cut. Without exaggeration, Murong Qingqing was definitely the most troublesome warrior to deal with among the young generation. Because no matter if it was Xikong Xing, Yan Qihua, or even Yi Chen, they were all battling with real martial arts. Battling styles like the Sky Demon Great Art were really rare. After battling for a long time, Li Daoxian found a flaw in Murong Qingqing's defense and performed his silent ace attack. Pooh, Murong Qingqing's reaction speed was not that crazy after all. Before he could perform his power field cut, he had already been hit by the sword light. The protective Sky Demon power field was twisted, and Murong Qingqing's face went pale. His body backed out for a couple of steps. What was worth noting was that the sword light had not used all of its power yet. In that critical moment, Murong Qingqing had used the twisting power of the protective Sky Demon power field to divert the sword light, making it go past his shoulder. Otherwise, under that sword attack, he would not just be looking pale, he would at least be badly wounded. No need to fight anymore. I have lost. Although he was not wounded this time, it did not mean that he would be able to next time. So, Murong Qingqing gave up right away. Li Daoxian let out a breath and forced a smile. I really do not want to battle with you. The top two martial arts of the Sky Demon Martial School had always been famous for their toughness. For example, Mo Yan's Sky Demon art, after training the Sky Demon eyes, he would be able to see the weaknesses of his opponents. However, in Mo Yan's hands, it did not seem to be able to bring out its full power. And then there was the Sky Demon Great Art. This martial art's unique Sky Demon power field was even more difficult to deal with than the Sky Demon eyes. Within a radius of 10 meters, the whole area would be covered by the power field. Plus, the user could use the power of the Sky Demon power field through his palm to reach a very far distance. It was a nightmare for normal warriors. The 24th battle, Yi Chen against Lin Yun. The fourth pair of top young warriors was indeed Yi Chen and Lin Yun. Lin Yun had lost to Murong Qingqing more or less because of his carelessness. If he had not used 10 attacks to limit himself, he would not have been able to use all of his ace attacks in a hurry, which had allowed Murong Qingqing to turn the tables in such a short time without any chance to fight back. Of course, whether or not Lin Yun had more power than Murong Qingqing, Yi Chen did not care too much. Under the same conditions, Lin Yun would not be a threat to him at all. It was not only because of the difference in cultivation, but also because Yi Chen was not afraid of people like Lin Yun. Let's do it. With the Star Scar sword in his hand, Yi Chen and Lin Yun stood 100 meters apart. Lin Yun looked very gloomy. Losing to Murong Qingqing had made him more cautious. However, Yi Chen had given him a lot of pressure. Before the last 9 battles, he had never considered Yi Chen as a real opponent. He thought that Yi Chen was just SOSO. Beating Li Daoxian is not that big of a deal. Just lose. The Skyfall attack required the Skyfire Force Spear to store up its power. Lin Yun held the iron spear in his hand and threw it out. The red flame rushed towards Yi Chen, turning into layers of fire waves in the air. Ignoring the aggressive fire waves, Yi Chen extended his body and rushed towards the fire waves. Midway, he took out his Star Scar sword. A dark sword light flashed once before disappearing, separating the fire waves. Clang, sparks shot up into the sky. Lin Yun's Skyfall attack, which he had been waiting for, had been broken apart by Yi Chen with one sword attack. It was just when he had used up all of his previous power. With one sword attack, Yi Chen jumped into the air. The Star Scar sword in his hand was extremely powerful and full of explosive power. That intense sword light was like thunder and lightning, like an ocean of clouds. Every movement gave people the feeling that it was unstoppable. Damn. Dark flame kill. Lin Yun was shocked and angry at the same time. He had not expected that Yi Chen would change his battling style and become so aggressive. In the previous battles, he was obviously the type of person who would counter attacks as they came, and rarely took the initiative to attack. Seeing that his battling rhythm had been completely broken, Lin Yun did not even have the chance to perform his ace attacks. Without a choice, he replaced his iron spear with his left hand, accumulating an egg-sized dark red fireball and attacking towards Yi Chen. In fact, Yi Chen right now was the real Yi Chen. He was full of attacking power, showing off his power and cutting through all kinds of obstacles. Any opponent that was in his way would be cut down by his sword without any hesitation. But before that, he had wanted to learn something from the others to enrich himself. That was why he had hidden his power and countered attacks as they came. Right now, these experiences were more or less enough. As for the few people who had not fought against each other before, they did not need to compete with each other. After all, up until now, everyone had exposed all of their ace attacks. They had seen everything that they needed to see, and there was not much that they needed to think about. The fireball exploded violently, bringing up the chi everywhere. Shadow explosion. Countless overlapping shadows exploded. Yi Chen's real body flashed once, avoiding the exploding range of the fireball. He appeared on the right side of Lin Yun. He slightly shook his wrist, and that thunder-like sword light poured out. Each sword attack seemed to have been measured perfectly, and each attack was deadly. Pooh! 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 Lin Yun's protective Xianxia layer had been weakened to only a thin layer, which made him shocked. He was different from Tua Baku, who had put most of his Xianxia on his skin, so his protective Xianxia layer was not that powerful. However, Lin Yun was the exact opposite. His protective Xianxia layer had definitely reached the 11th level of his martial art, which was very powerful. However, under Yi Chen's continuous sword light, it was showing signs of breaking down. How could he not be shocked? Fire Essence Shield. More burning Xianxia poured out, forming into a shield shadow made of flames in front of Lin Yun. The shield shadow was thick and heavy, covered in patterns. Because of the intense Xianxia pressing against each other, clear sparks kept shooting out of the surface of the shield. Bang! The sword light was finally repelled by the fire elemental shield, unable to advance any further. Quick sword. His footwork was unpredictable. Yi Chen took a step forward and got close to him. The star scar sword in his hand moved at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Dang, the shield shadow had been blown away, and the sword light was extremely sharp, pointing right at Lin Yun's chest. You are too much. Lin Yun was furious. Since the beginning of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, there had never been anyone who could not even give him a chance to attack. The anger in his heart grew as he performed the Skyfall Great Art of the Skyfall Martial School. A total of 5 shield shadows were formed outside of his body, blocking all of the blind spots. Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked as he changed his sword movement from the quick sword to the lone peak kill. The poetic perspective of his 60% sword intent spread out, covering the area where Lin Yun was standing. I do not believe that you can break through my fire Yuan shield. Under the influence of the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill, Lin Yun's reaction speed had obviously slowed down a bit. Right then, he did not have the time to dodge. His right palm cracked open, blood splashing out. He was ready to take on Yi Chen's attack head-on, and at the same time, give him a fatal attack. Shoo! What was out of Lin Yun's expectation was that Yi Chen had backed out without any warning. It made Lin Yun feel depressed, as if he had just punched into the air. Even the blood fire break that he had been cultivating in his hand had almost been shattered. But right then, Yi Chen, who had backed out for dozens of meters, threw out another attack. Sky-shattering clouds. Holding the sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen's clothes danced in the air as he threw out a sword attack. Lin Yun's face looked extremely hideous. The blood on his right hand had condensed into a bloody spear tip. As he waved his right hand, the spear was shot out. Burning flames shot up into the sky. Thunder and lightning were mixed together, and the wind was roaring. The two completely different ace attacks had been combined together. Any clasping Yuan realm warriors who touched it would be killed instantly. Break! The ace attacks had cancelled out each other. Yi Chen's body had exploded again. Dozens of shadows flew towards Lin Yun. All of a sudden, Lin Yun could not even tell which one was Yi Chen's real body and which one was the Xianxia shadow. Without a sound, a sword stabbed into the gap between the Fire Yuan's shield and landed on Lin Yun's shoulder, bringing up a stream of blood. What a powerful attack! First, he had used up Lin Yun's ace attack, then he had killed him with one attack, leaving him no chance to fight back. Li Daoxian took a deep breath as he thought to himself. Pap, the leader of the Skyfall Martial School, had a bad look on his face. The armrest of his chair had been cracked by his grip. This brat is indeed cunning. Right next to him, the headmaster of the Skyfall Martial School did not know what to say. He could only say this after a long while. The leader of the Skyfall Martial School sneered, but did not say anything. After devouring Lin Yun's dragon fountain chi, the dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body had expanded to an unprecedented height. It reached 25 meters, catching up with Yan Qihua and Xikongsheng. You. Lin Yun looked down at the tiny sword hole on his shoulder. He still could not believe that he had lost, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. On the judge's seat, all of the judges looked at each other and announced Yi Chen as the winner of the battle. Next was the battle between Xikongsheng and Tua Baku. Tua Baku's power was among the top of the young generation, but his opponent was Xikongsheng, the king warrior of the young generation of the South River region. If his attacking power did not reach Yan Qihua's level, he would not even have the right to challenge him. So, he had lost the battle without any surprise. The 67th round, the first battle, Morong Qingqing against Yi Chen. Once the 67th battle began, the audience started to get excited. Morong Qingqing and Yi Chen were both very popular among the young generation. Judging only based on popularity, they could be ranked in the top 3. Adding their equally powerful power, it was no doubt that the audience was looking forward to it. On the battling platform, Morong Qingqing was wearing a purple robe with a light veil over her face. Her body was slim, and her pitch-black pupils were like 2 bright stars, making people unable to move their eyes away. On the other side, Yi Chen was wearing a blue robe, with a long sword hanging on his waist. He looked calm and elegant, as if he was standing alone in the world. At this moment, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Morong Qingqing revealed a light smile. I have not seen you for more than a year. I did not expect you to have improved this much. Winning all the battles, I am afraid that even I would not be able to beat you. It would be a lie to say that she was not surprised. Back in the Three-River City of the Spirit Nation, Yi Chen was only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior, and his sword intent had only reached entry level, which was the same as Wei Renjie. But after not seeing each other for more than a year, his sword intent had not only reached 60%, but his sword art and personal cultivation had also increased drastically, reaching an unimaginable level. It had even made Xixing, who had always been quiet, curious. It is just a matter of personal experience, Yi Chen said. Morong Qingqing nodded. Then let's begin. Looking serious, Morong Qingqing immediately pushed her Sky Demon power field. Her left hand performed the Sky Demon catch, while her right hand attacked with the Sky Demon palm. Facing Morong Qingqing's attack, Yi Chen's body flashed, avoiding the Sky Demon catch. At the same time, his Star Scar sword was taken out of its scabbard. The sharp sword chi clashed with Morong Qingqing's Sky Demon palm. The sword chi had been shattered, but Morong Qingqing frowned. In her sight, Yi Chen had performed the separating body art that he had used to beat Lin Yun. His clones were everywhere, stacking on top of each other, making it hard to tell which one was the real one. Sky Demon Strangle. Both of her hands attacked in the air. Morong Qingqing activated her Sky Demon power field and twisted it slightly. Pop. Pop, pop. At least 10 Xianxia shadows had been shattered by the Sky Demon power field, clearing out a huge area. But what welcomed her next was a sword light that was as powerful as thunder in the sky. It landed heavily on the protective Sky Demon power field, bringing up waves of ripples and boiling her chi and blood. Power field cut. Morong Qingqing moved her hand as she threw out a power field cut towards where the sword light was coming from. It contained both the positive and negative Sky Demon power field, which was extremely horrifying. It had torn apart the surface of the platform, leaving a deep mark that spread out in a straight line. Swoosh! Another Xianxia shadow had been cut into pieces. Lone peak kill. Yi Chen's real body appeared 10 meters away from Murong Qingqing, right next to the Sky Demon power field. He did not care about the effect of the Sky Demon power field as he flipped his wrist and stabbed in with his Star Scar sword with a determined posture. His poetic perspective covered his opponent perfectly. The sword chi and the Sky Demon power field clashed against each other. The ripples that were created spread out, affecting on both Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing's face turned pale. That second, her reaction speed had been affected, and she did not manage to launch the counterattack at the right time. Instead, she had been attacked by her own Sky Demon power field, which had only wounded her slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already backed out a bit, so he had only taken some of the remaining ripples of the power field. With only 60% sword intent, it was naturally impossible to break through Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon power field. Yi Chen used a separating shadow flying art to stay 10 meters away from Murong Qingqing. He kept performing his lone peak kill and sky-shattering clouds, trying to break the stability of the Sky Demon power field and not give his opponent a chance to breathe. After dozens of attacks, Murong Qingqing's face was getting paler and paler. People had always said that the Sky Demon great art was hard to deal with, but no one knew how hard it was for Yi Chen. He had gotten the upper hand, and she did not even have the chance to fight back. Right now, she could feel what Lin Yun was feeling. After another 10 attacks, Murong Qingqing said, "There is no need to fight anymore. I have lost." Hearing her, Yi Chen put his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard and backed out 10 steps. "Thank you." Yi Chen's victory was expected, but it was also unexpected. No one had expected that Yi Chen, who was full of attacking power, would be this powerful. The Sky Demon power field that even Lin Yun and Li Daoxian could not handle had been broken down by him. Head disciple, this guy is too hard to deal with. Right next to Xikongxing, a core disciple from the Floating Mountain Martial School frowned and said. The expression on Xikongxing's face was very calm, without any change. He said lightly, his battling experience is not bad. Unfortunately, in front of absolute power, all of this would be meaningless. In his eyes, Yan Qihua could only make him a little bit more serious, and would not pose any threat to him. As for Yi Chen, he was just like Yan Qihua, maybe even weaker. After Yi Chen had beaten Murong Qingqing, in the battles between the top young warriors, Mo Yen had used his Sky Demon eyes to break through Gu Yoyun's Stone King body protective fist art. He had won the first victory in the last 9 battles, which had saved a lot of face. Right after that, Bing Ling, who had performed all of her ace attacks, had lost to Tua Baku, who had a powerful defense. What was worth noting was that Bing Ling's ace attack, the Ice Crystal Fist art, was getting better and better. It was not easy for Tua Baku to win. Right now, it was Xikongxing versus Li Daoxian. On the battling platform, Li Daoxian kept performing his sword step art, trying his best to avoid Xikongxing's powerful fist power. Waiting for the opportunity, he pushed his sword intent to its limit. The sword light shone brightly, and the sword chi was extremely sharp, cutting towards Xikongxing's protective Zhen Qi at an extreme speed. River Tyrant Fist. With his right hand still behind his back, Xikongxing turned his left hand into a fist and threw out a punch. The powerful fist power directly caused the air to ripple like a tide. Pop 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 pop, the sword chi was broken, but the power of the fist did not dissipate. It brushed past Li Daoxuan's flying figure and heavily hit the dark blue light screen. The light screen swelled outwards as if it couldn't withstand the force and was about to explode. What level of fist force is this? The ceiling light screen is about to explode. The audience was silent. After a long time, someone said in a trembling voice. The strength of the ceiling light wall is equivalent to an early astral-reaching realm warrior's protective Jin Yuan layer, so it is not likely to be broken. However, Xikongxing's fist power is indeed horrifying. Even the most normal protective Jin Yuan layer is not something that normal clasping Yuan realm warriors can break. He's too far ahead of the younger generation. The dark blue light wall on the edge of the battling platform was called the stage ceiling light wall. Although it had nothing to do with Jin Yuan, its defensive power was not weaker than the protective Jin Yuan layer. In the past 1,000 years, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to break through the light wall directly. Even the light wall had barely been shaken. Naturally, no one believed that Xikongxing would be able to break through the light wall. However, judging from the previous situation, Xing's fist power had obviously reached the limit of the light wall. He's too strong. Every move he makes has such power. How are we supposed to block him? I guess Xing has not used all of his power yet. Otherwise, this light wall might not be able to handle it. The young generation was shocked as well. Only the disciples from the Floating Mountain Martial School were full of pride. Once their head disciple became the #1 disciple of the Hidden Dragon rank again, they would be able to enjoy the benefits as well. Even a little bit of that endless luck would be able to save them years of hard work. Silent Sword. Pushing his sword step to its peak, Li Daoxian crossed hundreds of meters and appeared on the right side of Xing, throwing out a sword attack without a sound. The sound coming from outside was cut off immediately, and the whole world became silent. Only a soul-stirring sword light was left, shooting towards Xing like lightning. Silent killer move, it is worth it for me to use my right hand. His body shook slightly. Xing did not make any movement, but he had already turned around, facing Li Daoxian. His right hand reached out from his back and clenched in the air. The calm air suddenly tightened up, as if it had left the whole world and become one with itself. Under this terrifying tightening force, the speed of the sword light rapidly slowed down. In the end, it became visible to the naked eye, and the sword chi was dense. Fist whirled. The clothes on his body fluttered without any wind as Xing threw out a fist attack. Crack, when the sword light was less than 5 meters away from Xing, it shattered into thousands of pieces, splashing everywhere. Then, it shot back like a hornet returning to its nest. Light dots fell like rain. Li Daoxian flashed again and again. Each time he stopped, it would not be longer than a second. However, there were just too many broken sword lights. His shoulders, legs, and arms had all been scratched by the light dots, causing blood to spill everywhere. Xing stood with his hands behind his back. You are quite powerful. Your silent ace attack has gotten a bit more powerful. Sealing the acupuncture point to stop the bleeding, Li Daoxian lifted up his head and said, among the young generation, you are indeed the most powerful warrior I have ever seen. I heard that after this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, you will be going to other regions to train. Indeed. In the South River region, I could not feel any pressure anymore. Only by leaving the South River region and seeing the top martial geniuses from other regions would I be able to train even faster. Xing had planned for this a long time ago. Although his training speed was the #1 in the whole South River region, and no one could compete with him, it would still be extremely hard for him to reach the life and death realm. It should be known that within the same generation, there would rarely be more than 3 people who could reach the life and death realm. So, it was not hard to imagine how hard it would be. In the next year or two, he would go to another region. The dragon fountain chi on his body was being devoured by Xing's dragon-shaped shadow. Li Daoxian put away his longsword and said, I have a feeling that this year's Hidden Dragon rank will not end so easily. I will end it without any suspense. Xing's tone was very calm, but it contained an unimaginable confidence. The 67th round, the 35th battle. Xianxia against Lin Yun. Skyfall attack. Fire dragon cut. The Zhen Qi that the two had trained was slightly different, but they were both fire element Zhen Qi. The fire element Zhen Qi was famous for its aggressive power. Each of its movements was extremely powerful, bringing up flames everywhere. Shooting star step, wave treading kill. His body was like a shooting star, fast as lightning. Lin Yan performed his ace attack that was just as famous as the dark flame kill, the wave treading kill. A burning spear attack was shot out along with the endless fire waves. Flame cut. Earth crack cut. Xianxia did not back out at all. He threw out a blade attack to block the tip of the spear. He then stabbed his long blade into the ground, slicing upwards, bringing up an even more horrifying fire light. Boom! Lin Yan's 11 Skyfall Great Art had been pushed to its limit, forming layers of fire yuan shields around his body. The fire yuan shields were thick and heavy, blocking out Xianxia's killing blade attack. You have underestimated me. Lose. Gold flame cut. After the earth crack cut, it was an even more powerful ace attack. The blade was covered in flames, and its color had changed from red to gold red. It had burned the air around it into nothingness, turning it into a vacuum world. Without a sound, the bright gold blade light shot out horizontally. It had been accelerated to its limit in the vacuum state, brutally attacking on Lin Yun's fire yuan shield. It was as fast as lightning. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Lin Yun could not stop his body. He was blown backward along with that burning fire wave. The fire yuan shield around his body had been completely shattered, leaving nothing behind. Damn it! Blood flame break! There were too many bleeding places on his body. Lin Yun waved his hand in the air, and a huge amount of blood gathered into a pile. Under the burning flame, it turned into a blood-colored spear tip that was as long as a forearm. It broke through the air and shot out at an extremely fast speed, leaving a bloody red light on its tail. Second kill gold flame cut. Xianxia did not dare to underestimate the power of the blood flame break. He backed out with a strange footwork. As he was backing out, the long blade in his hand suddenly performed its ace attack, clashing onto the tip of the blood-colored spear. A golden-red flame mushroom cloud rose up in the air. The ceiling light wall around the stage expanded a couple of times, looking like a bloated stomach that was constantly shrinking. Shattering the hard platform with one foot, Xianxia stabilized his body. The long blade in his hand that was covered in flames pointed at the ground as he opened his mouth. Lin Yun, you are still far from it. Lin Yun was furious inside as he sneered, if it were a life-and-death battle, I might not lose to you. The extreme power of the blood flame break is not just this powerful. Huh. If you have lost, then you have lost. What are you talking about? In a life-and-death battle, you might not even have the chance to talk anymore. Along with Xianxia's aggressive aura, the dragon-shaped shadow jumped directly at Lin Yun, devouring his dragon fountain qi to replenish its own power. Xianxia is indeed not to be underestimated. He has broken Lin Yun's fire yuan shield from the front. This attacking power is extremely horrifying. Right now, there are only 3 people who still have an undefeated record. They are Xikongxing, Xianxia, and Yi Chen. The 3 of them will have a battle for sure. I wonder what the result will be. As the battle was coming to an end, the audience knew that the most intense battle was about to begin. They could not control their excitement anymore. The next battle had ended, and the 67th round had come to an end. It was already the 68th round. This round did not have much of a challenge for Yi Chen. His opponent was Bing Ling. After dozens of exchanges, Bing Ling had to admit defeat again. The battle in front of him was between Morong Qingqing and Xianxia. Morong Qingqing's Sky Demon Sky Art was extremely hard to deal with. Xianxia could not break through her defense all of a sudden. Plus, his movement art and skills were not as good as Yi Chen's, so he could not gain the upper hand from the beginning to the end. He could only use his powerful frontal battling power to exchange attacks with Morong Qingqing. Gold flame cut. Flames were everywhere as Xianxia threw out 3 blade attacks towards Morong Qingqing. 3 beams of gold-red blade light sliced through the air, chasing after her. Power field cut, protective sky demon kill. Morong Qingqing performed her power field cut with both of her hands, breaking 2 of the blade light instantly. When the last blade light got into the protective sky demon power field, it had been shattered by the rotating power field around Morong Qingqing. Xianxia obviously did not expect to beat Morong Qingqing with 3 blade light attacks. His goal was to get closer. Once he got closer, he would throw out his second kill gold flame cut immediately. Woo, the Sky Demon power field had been broken by half, but it was eventually blocked by Morong Qingqing's ace attack, condensed power field. However, that aggressive power that had been added to the blade light had blown her away immediately. Crack ground cut. With no time to lose, Xianxia stabbed his blade into the ground and threw out a slanted attack, beating his opponent with 1 attack. After the top 4 young warriors had made their moves, there were still 6 warriors left. Without too many surprises, Xikongxing had taken out Mo Yen without any effort. Li Daoxian had broken Gu Yoyun's Stone King body protective fist art with his super powerful sword art cultivation. After that, Tua Baku had fought with Lin Yun. Seriously speaking, the battle between the two was the real battle of equals. Tua Baku's defense was super powerful, and Lin Yun's was not weak either. If the two wanted to break through each other's defense, it would be almost impossible. In the end, Lin Yun performed his blood fire break and burned through Tua Baku's protective Xianxia layer. At the same time, Tua Baku performed his dragon traveling world and blew Lin Yun away, landing heavily on the dark blue light wall. The battle was still not over yet. Crawling back up from the ground, the two continued to battle. This time, it was no longer a battle of battling power, but of stamina. Whoever could last until the end would be the winner. After half an hour, Tua Baku's stamina was still slightly better, and he had barely won against Lin Yun. Right then, he was already gasping for air, and his battling power had been greatly reduced. As the battle between the two had ended, there would no longer be any battles between top young warriors in the 68th round, which made people lose their interest. This situation did not last long. Once the 68th round had ended, the sky had already turned dark, and the battles for the day had come to an end. On the second day, it started to drizzle from the dark sky, landing on the ground. The slightly dark environment made the Hidden Dragon ancient city look even more ancient. On the battling field, there were tons of people, their voices reaching the sky. This little bit of rain did not affect them at all since they had reached the clasping Yuan realm. The first 4 or 5 rounds were fine. But don't you think that starting from the 67th round, the judges have purposely left the 3 of them until the end? What do you think the judges are doing? Their eyesight is way more powerful than us. Naturally, they could see it clearly. Otherwise, if the 3 of them were to fight right at the beginning, then the Hidden Dragon rank competitions would not be perfect. Yeah, that's true. It has been like this for the past few competitions as well. The top battles are always left to the last round. The warriors who were watching the battles had some doubts about the order of the competitions, but they were soon dispelled. As long as it did not violate the rules of the competitions, the judges still had a lot of power. They had the right to arrange their opponents. Even the leaders of the rank 6 martial institutions might not be able to decide, since their disciples were powerful enough. But at the same time, if they were not powerful enough, the arrangement would be useless. It all depended on the power. The 69th round of the competitions had officially begun. The first pair of top young warriors was Li Daoxian and Tua Baku. Compared to Yan Qihua, Li Daoxuan's movement art was slightly better. Besides Si Kongxing, who had never used his movement art before, he was only second to Yi Chen. Therefore, Tua Baku's uppercut fist could not hit Li Daoxian as he had hoped. Instead, Li Daoxian had taken the opportunity to attack him a couple of times. Eventually, Tua Baku had lost to his silent ace attack. The second pair was Lin Yun and Mo Yen. Although Mo Yen had lost the competition this time, he had finally gained some fame. Judging on power, Lin Yun was not as powerful as Yan Qihua. Judging on battling skills, he was not as powerful as Li Daoxian, not to mention Yi Chen. Therefore, he had managed to gain the upper hand with his sky demon eyes. That thick and heavy fire yuan shield had a lot of weaknesses in his eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Yun's power was not to be underestimated. He was a powerful warrior at the same level as Tua Baku. If it were not for the fact that he had suffered too much damage before and his condition had dropped a bit, Mo Yen might not even be able to get the upper hand. After being enraged, Lin Yun threw out a crazy attack. That iron spear that was covered in flames was like a dragon playing in the water, bringing up the wind and waves. The flame was so strong that it had suppressed Mo Yen until the end of the battle. After that, Si Kongxing and Murong Qingqing started to fight. Among the young generation, the 2 of them were the most popular. Si Kongxing, the king warrior of the young generation, and the champion of the last Hidden Dragon rank, it was reasonable for him to be this popular. Although Murong Qingqing's power was not as powerful as Si Kongxing, sometimes women did not need to rely on their power to win the popularity. Their looks and temperament were also part of their power, since most of the warriors watching the battle were male. You're very strong. Are you interested in going to the other domains with me? Murong Qingqing was about the same age as Si Kongxing, they were both in their 20s. But in Si Kongxing's eyes, Murong Qingqing was only a woman. It was that simple. Murong Qingqing shook her head slightly. Sorry, I will go out to train myself. But it is just a personal plan. I do not want to get involved with anyone. What a shame. Si Kongxing did not care too much about it. As a beautiful woman with both power and temperament like Murong Qingqing, no one would not appreciate her beauty. He was no exception. However, for him, besides training, everything else was secondary. He only felt a bit regretful. Let's start. Si Kongxing looked serious as he signaled to Murong Qingqing. Sky Demon Catch. Without performing any attacking movement, Murong Qingqing accumulated a huge amount of Sky Demon power field with both of her hands, attacking where Si Kongxing was from a distance. Crack, the ground 3 steps behind Si Kongxing cracked open. Blink body movement. Murong Qingqing's pupil shrank. She threw out her attack first, and Si Kongxing moved his body behind her. Because of his extreme speed, normal people would not be able to see his movement at all. It was as if the Sky Demon Catch had gone through his body and landed behind him. It was the first time that Si Kongxing had performed his movement art. It was obviously more powerful than Li Daoxuan's, and even Yi Chen's was not as powerful as it. Off the stage, Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. The movement art that Si Kongxing had performed was indeed a top-rank Earth Realm movement art, which was rarely seen even in rank 6 martial institutions. After all, it would be quite good for a normal rank 6 martial institution to have 4 or 5 top-rank Earth Realm martial arts. How could it be possible for them to have all kinds of top-rank Earth Realm martial arts? For example, Li Daoxuan's sword step shift was only top-rank Earth Realm. But of course, it was definitely one of the top-rank Earth Realm flying arts. The good thing is that my separating shadow flying art is also top-rank Earth Realm. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Back when he was on the Snake Island in the Star Region Lake, Yi Chen had already trained his Flow Ruo 3 mysterious spell to the 3rd level, which had increased his separating shadow flying arts rank to top-rank Earth Realm. However, since the beginning of the competition, he had not only restricted his sword intent, but also his flying art, which was also one of his ace attacks. Force Field Cut. Murong Qingqing accumulated 2 Sky Demon power fields with both of her hands, one positive and the other negative. The fields pressed and combined together, forming a huge cutting power, attacking towards Si Kongxing. Si Kongxing's body did not move at all, but he threw out his ace attack from his mysterious Sky Tyrant Fist art, confronting Murong Qingqing's ace attack head-on. Boom, the force field cut was shattered. Fist Tyrant River. After shattering the force field cut with one punch, Si Kongxing threw out another punch, which had shattered Murong Qingqing's protective Sky Demon power field. It was something that had never happened since the beginning of the competition. Naturally, Murong Qingqing had lost the battle. After devouring Murong Qingqing's Dragon Fountain Qi, Si Kongxing's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 80 meters, only 2 feet away from 90 meters. I am afraid that no one would be able to beat Si Kongxing anymore. No, he would not even be able to fight with all of his power. Even Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art had been shattered by him with only one punch. In the last Sky Demon rank, Xianxia was still able to fight against Si Kongxing. But this time, Si Kongxing is way too powerful. He is so powerful that most of the young warriors do not even have the right to challenge him. Yeah, Yi Chen's power is at the same level as Xianxia. Neither of them would be able to face Si Kongxing. While everyone was talking, the competition continued until Yi Chen beat Gu Yuyun, and Xianxia beat Bing Ling. The 69th round of competitions had come to an end. 2 hours had passed, and the 70th round had arrived. The next round would be the last one. This round of competitions had not started yet, but the audience seating had already been heated up. There was nothing else, because in this round of competitions, Yi Chen would either be fighting against Xianxia or Si Kongxing. He would have to face one of them eventually, and no matter how the judges arranged the order, it would not change that fact. In the crowd's anticipation, Mo Yan had beaten Bing Ling, and Lin Yun had beaten Gu Yuyun. Now, it was Tua Baku and Murong Qingqing's turn. Murong Qingqing's power might not be as powerful as Lin Yun's, and even if it was, it would not be that powerful. However, Tua Baku still could not get the upper hand. Under Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Catch, Tua Baku could not even maintain his own battling rhythm. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing's power field cut could be ranked in the top 3 among the young generation, seeming to be right behind Si Kongxing. It was even more powerful than Xianxia and Li Daoxuan's ace attacks. Tua Baku's defense would naturally not be able to handle it. but even so, he had only been slightly wounded. After Tua Baku had lost, all of the spectators were getting more and more excited, waiting for the next battle. The 23rd battle, Yichen against Yan Qihua. The head judge stood up and announced the battle himself. Boom, the sound wave was so loud that even the rain in the sky had been shaken off. A wave of slight pattern appeared in the air, covering the whole battling field. In this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, the 4th to 10th place was basically clear, and there would not be too many changes. Only the top 3 were still in the dark. To be exact, the 2nd and 3rd place were still not clear, and the 1st place had been reserved for Xikongxing. Without a doubt, the 2nd and 3rd place would be Yan Qihua and Yi Chen. Xikongxing would not even be considered, since only the 2 of them had won all of their battles without losing a single battle. Yan Qihua paid a lot of attention to this battle. He had already taken out his long blade when he was still off the stage, wearing it on his waist. His whole body was filled with blade intent as he flashed onto the battling platform. A blue light flashed, and Yi Chen followed right after him. Facing Yan Qihua's sky-high blade intent and blade aura, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. With his blue robes and the long sword on his waist, he looked very calm, with a sense of calmness. Before the battle, I had never thought that you would be the one to make it this far. The blade intent on Yan Qihua's body was getting stronger and stronger. There was only a thin line between him and the 70% blade intent, and it seemed like it could break through at any second. However, this thin line was not that easy to break. Without a certain level of mastery of the blade art, it would be impossible to break through it even after 3 to 5 years. And this was because there were powerful warriors from the Fire Spirit Palace who had mastered the completed blade intent, who had given him a lot of guidance. Yi Chen looked very calm. Yan Qihua's blade intent had undoubtedly reached the peak of 60%, which was even more mature than the 60% blade intent. Let's fight. The sword intent was like an unsheathed weapon, shooting out of Yi Chen's body. It was the same 60% sword intent, but Yi Chen's sword intent was even purer than Li Daoxuan's. Fire Dragon Cut. The blade chi turned into a dragon as Yan Qihua pushed his Zhen Qi and threw out a horrifying blade attack towards Yi Chen. A deep star-like sword light flashed in the air. No one knew when, but Yi Chen's star scar sword had already been taken out of its scabbard. Along with the 60% sword intent and the poetic perspective of the sky-shattering clouds, it accurately pointed at the head of the fire dragon blade chi. Sparks flew everywhere, looking like a rain of fire. Flashing his body, Yi Chen broke through the rain of fire and appeared in front of Yan Qihua, stabbing out his sword. That sword attack was sharp, but it also carried the elegance of a sightseeing. There was no need for any smoke or fire, and it was thrown out naturally, as if he was drawing a landscape painting with his sword. All of his experiences had been condensed into one sword attack. All of the previous battles had not been wasted. Plus, this sword attack did not combine all of the complicated experiences into one. There was not enough time. Yi Chen believed that he was not the only one who had comprehended it, but they would need more time to absorb the essence of it. What? Since the start of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, it was the first time that Yan Qihua had fallen into a disadvantage. Yi Chen's sword attack made him feel like he could not block it. The poetic perspective of his sword art was too well coordinated, so well coordinated that Yan Qihua did not even know how to fight back. Right then, he finally realized how powerful Yi Chen was. His sword art training was so powerful that Li Daoxian could not even compare to him. Explode. At that critical moment, Yan Qihua bit on the tip of his tongue. The Zhen Qi inside his body exploded like a volcano, bringing up a sky-piercing blade intent. It seemed like he was going to block out Yi Chen's fatal sword attack with his exploding Zhen Qi power. Swoosh, the star scar sword slowed down a bit, but it still stabbed in. The sword light was pointing right at Yan Qihua's chest. Open. Having gained a little bit of time, Yan Qihua did not have time to think. He threw out his burning red iron fist, landing on that sword light. A metal clashing sound was heard. The star scar sword in Yi Chen's hand had been bent by the fist power and bounced off. His whole body had been blown away, and Yan Qihua was even worse off. His left fist was covered in blood, and there was a bone-deep sword mark on it. If it were not for his high cultivation and the top-rank Earth Realm martial art from the Fire Spirit Martial School, that sword attack would have broken his left arm. Watching what had happened on the battling platform, everyone was shocked. What is going on? This is too crazy. One sword attack had wounded Xianxia? Could it be that Yi Chen had not used all of his power before, and was just playing around? In everyone's mind, Yi Chen's flying art and skills were slightly better than Xianxia's, but their overall power was almost the same. In some ways, Yi Chen was still not as good as Yi Chen. However, right from the beginning, Yi Chen had overturned everyone's judgment and wounded Xianxia with an unbelievable sword attack. Xianxia's eyes were burning with fire. You have successfully pissed me off. Now, you will have to face my anger. With a loud yell, Xianxia pushed his Zhenqi to the 7th rotation. That long blade in his hand that was covered in flames suddenly turned into a roaring fire dragon. It attacked towards Yi Chen with a momentum that could crack open mountains and break the sky. Right then, Xianxia had used all of his battling power, which was at least 30% more powerful than when he was facing Li Daoxian and Lin Yun. His spirit, qi, and soul had all exploded. Seeing that, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. His body kept flashing and drifting, easily dodging that burning attack. Then, he shook his star scar sword. That bright sword light spread out like rain, covering Xianxia, who was not far away. Xianxia sneered, "You think you can hurt me again? What a joke. I, Xianxia, will never suffer a second loss in the hands of the same person." After saying that, a scarlet wave of fire spurted out from his back, propelling his body forward explosively as he slashed with his saber in the air. Instant kill golden flame slash. The golden red saber projection sliced through the air, turning this part of the world into a vacuum. Yi Chen looked very calm as his index and middle fingers rested on the tip of the sword handle. That sword attack landed right in the middle of the golden red saber light. The air started to ripple. After a light popping sound, the saber light suddenly shattered. It was split open in the middle like a piece of cloth that had been torn apart. Why does it seem like there is a shadow of the silent ace attack in there? Li Daoxian looked surprised. That sword attack of Yi Chen seemed to have nothing to do with his silent ace attack. However, in his eyes, it clearly contained the mystery of hiding the sword light, which was extremely tough and penetrating. He had guessed it right. Yi Chen had indeed added a bit of the silent ace attack into it, but it was not as powerful as Li Daoxian's. But combined with the sky-shattering cloud sword movement and poetic perspective, this sword attack was not only tough, but also had the effect of tearing everything apart. It was the evolved version of the sky-shattering clouds. Xianxia was dazed for a second. He had never fought with Yi Chen before, so he did not know how powerful he was. But after fighting with him for a while, he felt that his opponent's mature battle experience was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare with. Every time, he would always be able to cause the most damage with the least cost. With Yi Chen as his biggest enemy, Xianxia looked extremely serious as he crazily activated his 9-turn Fire Spirit Art. 7 turns of Fire Spirit Art, Red Flame Battle Body. Every time his 9-turn Fire Spirit Art increased by 1 turn, his power would increase tremendously. At the 7th turn, he could already beat Li Daoxian in its normal state. Now that he had evolved the 7th turn to the high rank, the Red Flame Battle Body, all of his Zhenqi seemed to be burning up. His aura only increased, and very soon, he had broken through his original level. Crack, the platform under his feet could not handle that aggressive and burning power anymore. Countless twisted cracks appeared on it as the fire qi rose up. In less than half a blink of an eye, Xianxia's aura and battling power had increased to the next level. He roared as his whole body jumped up from the ground. That bright red long blade sliced through the air, dragging out a light black light mark in the air. The light mark was not affected by the gravity, which had increased the speed of the blade light drastically. Aurora Fire Lightning. Fire Cloud Earth Crack Cut. Off the stage, all of the young warriors who had seen Xianxia's powerful attack had lost their composure. They had not expected that Xianxia would be this horrifying when he had used his real power. He was like a fire demon. Lin Yun, who had also trained fire element Zhenqi, was no different from a kid in front of him. Focusing his eyes slightly, Yi Chen's body became blurry, turning into layers of shadows that spread out in all directions. It was like a startled moth flying in the sky. Xianxia, who was standing in front of him, laughed wildly. Do not waste your time. Once the fire cloud earth crack cut is performed, the ghosts and the gods will be destroyed. Just as he finished talking, the blade light spread out, looking like a fire cloud in the sky, burning the sky red. Shoo! 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 Pieces of black shadows had been burned into smoke one after another, disappearing completely. The people in the audience seats could not help but scream. The battle between Xianxia and Yichen had been full of twists and turns. At first, Yichen had the upper hand, but now, it was Xianxia who had the upper hand. And it seemed like Xianxia's advantage was much more obvious. All of the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School looked worried. Right now, it would be a lie if they did not hope for Yichen to win the first place. As long as he could beat Xianxia, Yichen would be able to fight against Xianxia. By then, no matter if he won or lost, it would be enough to shock the whole South River region and bring endless luck to the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, Xianxia was just too powerful. Only Su Jing's expression did not change at all. Yichen's real power was way more powerful than everyone had imagined. This was her instinct about Yichen. The separating shadow flying art, which had been restricted to high-rank Earth realm, was broken. Yichen was a bit surprised, since his separating shadow flying art was different from normal flying arts. It had reached its current rank with the help of the Flow Ridra 3 mysterious spell, which allowed it to maintain the effect of the separating shadow flying art, and its speed was no weaker than other flying arts of the same rank. Of course, it was not enough to make him change his expression. He backed out of the way, and his sky-shattering cloud, which had been activated with his 60% sword intent, was ready to attack. He threw out a sword attack onto that aggressive fire cloud. Swoosh, the fire cloud was blown back. Xianxia's fire cloud earth-shattering cut contained the poetic perspective of clouds and fire, while Yichen's sky-shattering cloud contained the poetic perspective of clouds and thunder. The two overlapped with each other. Playing with the poetic perspective of clouds in front of Yichen was no doubt asking for trouble. What? Xianxia backed out quickly, avoiding the attack of the fire cloud. The leader of the Fire Spirit Palace's expression changed drastically as he stared at Yichen. He was very clear about Xianxia's fire cloud earth-shattering cut, which had reached a very high level of the poetic perspective of clouds. Added with the help of the poetic perspective of fire, it was way more powerful than just two poetic perspectives. However, under Yichen's sword attack, the poetic perspective of clouds had been used by him, and had been pushed back. How could he not be shocked? Mortal realm martial arts focus on the aura, and there are very few poetic perspectives. As for Earth realm martial arts, without a poetic perspective, one would not be able to reach its peak. How could this guy's poetic perspective of clouds be more powerful than the red fire? How did he train it? There were countless powerful warriors in the Fire Spirit Palace, and a lot of them had completed the poetic perspectives of Earth realm martial arts. After witnessing and hearing about Xianxia's talent, he knew that among the young generation, he was only second to Xianxia. The leader of the Fire Spirit Palace did not believe that anyone could surpass his head disciple, Xianxia, in terms of poetic perspectives. Xianxia did not believe it, so he yelled, "Just now, my attacks were too scattered. Let's see how you can break this attack." Fire Cloud Golden Flame Cut. It also contained the poetic perspective of clouds and fire, so the power of the Fire Cloud Golden Flame Cut was extra concentrated. It was thrown out with 60% of the peak blade intent, attacking toward Yichen. Stubborn. His body was as straight as a sword as Yichen held his star-scar sword with both of his hands. The air around the sword body twisted and collapsed rapidly, looking like an ocean of clouds rolling. Then, lightning flashed, jumping around. Pap, a 1-meter-thick lightning light shot out, which was actually formed from sword chi. The sky-shattering clouds used the poetic perspective of clouds as the main one, and the poetic perspective of thunder as the support. However, the way it was presented was the poetic perspective of thunder, and the poetic perspective of clouds as the support. Therefore, at first glance, one would think that it was just the poetic perspective of thunder, but it was actually the poetic perspective of clouds combined with the poetic perspective of thunder. It could be called the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds. The lightning light attacked crazily, landing right in the middle of the golden-red blade light. Countless arm-thick electric lights exploded, looking like snakes and spears, very eye-catching. Boom! The blade light was shattered. Xianxia had blood dripping out of the corner of his mouth as he backed out a couple of steps. He could not believe that his ace attack was completely useless in front of Yichen. It had been completely suppressed, which was something that he could not accept. After shattering Xianxia's ace attack with one sword attack, Yichen shook his head secretly. If it were someone else, perhaps he would have been beaten by Xianxia. Unfortunately, his opponent's poetic perspective of clouds was not as powerful as his, which was why he was naturally suppressed. Therefore, the power of his poetic perspective of fire had been greatly reduced. The world of martial artists was always complicated. Power was only the foundation, and the most important thing was how to turn one's disadvantage into one's advantage, not being suppressed. According to Yichen's knowledge, clasping Yuan realm warriors had only touched the surface of the poetic perspective. Once they reached the astral reaching realm, the poetic perspective would be the king. Without a high poetic perspective, one's power would be greatly reduced, unless one's foundation was extremely powerful and could ignore other people's poetic perspectives. Just like the minor blood demon separating great art, which was a special earth realm martial art. It did not care about poetic perspectives, but only focused on increasing the warrior's power, which was the foundation. Therefore, for high-level warriors, the basic power was important, but the comprehensive ability was equally important. The former could increase one's natural advantage, while the latter could make up for one's weakness and win against the strong. With both, one would be a powerful warrior. I have not lost yet. Flame cut. After comprehending the peak level 60% blade intent, Xianxia's mentality was extra solid, and he would not be affected easily. Right then, he knew that the poetic perspective of clouds would not work on Yichen, so he used the pure poetic perspective of fire and threw it out together with his ace attack. The fire wave was extremely powerful, spreading out everywhere. Poetic perspectives alone are the hardest to understand. Your poetic perspective of fire is not even at the tip of the iceberg. Thunder light exploded as Yichen threw out a sword attack, cutting open the fire wave. His body flashed as he performed his separating shadow flying art. Layers of shadows spread out, spreading out in all directions. Ting, without seeing the sword light, Xianxia's red long blade flew out of his hand. His sword movement poetic perspective has obviously reached a very high level, almost the same as normal astral reaching realm warriors. It would be fine if Yichen did not expose his poetic perspective completely, but once he did, powerful astral reaching realm warriors would definitely be able to tell. Even clasping Yuan realm warriors would be able to sense the power of Yichen's poetic perspective. After blowing away Xianxia's long blade with one sword attack, Yichen jumped back to where he was standing. Talking about the poetic perspective, Yichen had found a different way. The others would use earth realm martial arts to slowly understand the poetic perspective, but he had learned it by combining sword movements. Both of them had their own advantages. Using a complete earth realm martial art to understand the poetic perspective would be easier and easier to master. However, combining sword movements was not only extremely difficult, but also easy to get stuck. But the advantage of combining sword movements was that during the process of combining, one would be able to understand the poetic perspective more thoroughly and control it more deeply. Therefore, although Xianxia had trained a very powerful martial art, he had lost to Yichen in terms of poetic perspective. Oh woo, after beating Xianxia, the dragon-shaped shadow on Yichen's body spun once before jumping onto his body, trying its best to devour the dragon fountain chi. 26 meters, 27 meters, 28 meters, Xianxia's dragon fountain chi was too rich, and Yichen's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 28 meters, just like Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia and Xianxia still had to battle, and by then, it should be more than 28 meters, reaching the level of 29 meters. You are very powerful, but unfortunately, you will lose to him eventually. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, who was still in the audience, and reached out his hand to suck back his long blade. Yichen said, "You do not need to worry about that. I still have another battle with him. You will see the gap between us." Actually, Xianxia had already suspected that Xianxia had reached that level. It was not until the battle between him and Murong Qingqing, where he had almost shattered the ceiling light wall with one punch, that Yan Qihua finally realized the truth. Because of the arrangement of Si Kongxing, Yan Qihua, and Yi Chen to the last two battles were a bit weird. Yan Qihua not only had to fight against Yi Chen, but also against Si Kongxing, because he had lost to Yi Chen. However, the referees were prepared for this situation. They allowed the uninjured Yan Qihua to rest for half an hour before he went on stage. On the stage, Yan Qihua, who had lost to Yi Chen, held a long saber in his hand. His whole body was surrounded by flames, and his momentum was strong. It was obvious that he had upgraded the 9 Revolutions Fire Spirit technique to the 7th Revolution, the Crimson Flame Battle Body. I know you have reached that level, but I will still fight with all my power. Swinging his long blade, a deep burning mark appeared on the ground as Yan Qihua said to Si Kongxing. Si Kongxing's eyebrows flickered slightly. There should be a lot of people who know about it. But I did not expect you to be able to see it when you were only at the Clasping Yuan realm. Yan Qihua said, I am not that far away from that level. Otherwise, I would have made a mistake as well. Oh yeah? Make your move then. Fire Cloud Crack Earth Cut. Facing Si Kongxing, Yan Qihua did not dare to hold back at all. One of his top 2 ace attacks, the Fire Cloud Crack Earth Cut, was thrown out aggressively, attacking towards his opponent like a flood. Fist Tyrant River. Si Kongxing took out his right hand from his back. His fist was covered in a thick qi. As he threw out a punch, boom, the fist power was like a dragon crossing the ocean, unstoppable. It split open the Fire Cloud Blade Light within a second, attacking towards Yan Qihua. Among all of Yan Qihua's ace attacks, the Blink Kill Golden Flame Cut was the fastest. He threw out a blade attack, and a gold light flashed in the air, clashing with the fist power. Fist Conquering Mountains. Si Kongxing lifted his feet as if they were light as a feather, walking over and throwing out another punch. Boom, the area around Yan Qihua had been restricted like a cage. Even the fire element Shen Qi on his body seemed to be shrinking into his body. He roared, his red flame battle body exploding. The flame was so condensed that it looked like it was real, burning fiercely. It had burned through the air and part of the restriction. His second ace attack, the Fire Cloud Golden Flame Cut, was ready for the incoming attack. Si Kongxing's battling power had increased steadily. He threw out a punch, and that powerful fist power had not only shattered Yan Qihua's blade light, it had also blown him away. That shocking power had made most of the people open their eyes wide. Yan Qihua was ranked 2nd in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and he was ranked 3rd this time. However, he could not even handle 2 punches from Si Kongxing. What kind of level had Si Kongxing reached? All of the astral-reaching realm warriors knew what was going on, but they were still shocked. So powerful. They are both from the young generation, but how could Si Kongxing be this powerful? Yi Chen could not possibly be his opponent. People from the Sky Cloud Martial School looked at each other. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School forced a smile and said, Yi Chen being able to reach the 2nd place is already beyond our imagination. There is no need to hope for the 1st place. Luo Xinglia nodded, I suspect that Si Kongxing has entered the Jin Yuan purification stage. This? Everyone was shocked, and did not say anything for a long time. His feet landed on the ground unsteadily. Yan Qihua looked like he had expected it. This should be very close to your real power. Si Kongxing said lightly, too bad that you did not have the chance to experience it. Yes, none of us had the chance to experience it. But once I make it to this step, it will not be so clear who will win or lose. Putting his long blade back into its scabbard, Yan Qihua walked off the stage. After losing to Yi Chen and Si Kongxing in a row, his rank had already been confirmed, the 3rd place of the Hidden Dragon rank. When he walked off the stage, Yan Qihua glanced at Yi Chen, as if he was saying, you saw it. Without reaching that level, you will not be his opponent. Yi Chen looked the same, as if he had not heard it at all. Huh. It seems like you still have some tricks up your sleeves. However, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, it would still be useless. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Yan Qihua probably knew that Yi Chen still had some ace up his sleeves. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful his ace was, it would be useless if he did not have the same power. The battle between two geniuses would not be that easy to win against someone stronger than you. In the 70th round, there were 9 top young warriors who had fought before. Only Li Daoxian had not fought yet. After the battle between Yan Qihua and Si Kongxing had finished, Lin Yun and Li Daoxian, who had already fought against each other, had started to fight. It was Lin Yun's last battle, and it was Li Daoxian's 8th battle. The reason for the chaos in the competition was because of the problem of arranging Si Kongxing, Yan Qihua, and Yi Chen to fight in the last 2 battles. After exchanging hundreds of attacks, Li Daoxian had barely won against Lin Yun. After resting for an hour, the 70th round had begun. In the 70th round, there were 6 battles in total. Therefore, there were only 4 battles left in the 70th round. They were Yi Chen against Si Kongxing, Li Daoxian against Bing Ling, Morong Qingqing against Gu Yuyun, and Tua Baku against Mo Yan. As for Yan Qihua and Lin Yun, they had both gone through 9 battles and fought against 9 top young warriors. So, they would not be involved in this round of battles. First, it was Morong Qingqing who had beaten Gu Yuyun, and then Tua Baku who had beaten Mo Yan again. They had fought against each other before in the elimination battles, and then Li Daoxian had also beaten Bing Ling. In the end, there was only one battle between top young warriors left, which would be Yi Chen against Si Kongxing. Yi Chen was the biggest dark horse in this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions. He had been through all the battles and had won every single one of them. Up until now, he had not lost a single battle, and had maintained his winning record. The most eye-catching thing was that his power had been increasing along with his opponent's power. He had hidden his ace cards quite well. In the last round, he had even surprised everyone by beating the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua. Si Kongxing was ranked 2nd and 1st in the last Hidden Dragon rank, the king warrior of the young generation in the South Ridra region. Even someone as powerful as Yan Qihua could not last 2 attacks against him. A lot of people suspected that Si Kongxing's real power was way more than that. As for what his real ace card was, no one knew. This battle was not only the last battle between top young warriors, it was also the last battle of the 70th round. Countless people had their eyes on the two, holding their breaths. Yi Chen got onto the stage first, with his long sword hanging on his waist. Si Kongxing sneered as he took one step forward, appearing in front of Yi Chen within a second. His horrifying flying art had caused a lot of people to gasp. Your power is not bad. Even Yan Qihua had lost to you. But the second place will always be the second place. It will not change. Si Kongxing stood there with his hands behind his back. That kind of aura spreading out through the ceiling light wall. This aura is so powerful. Has Si Kongxing decided to use his real power? Everyone was shocked. Under the attack of his opponent's aura, Yi Chen's blue robe danced in the air, his long black hair flying in the air. His pitch-black star-like eyes were calm like water, without arrogance or impatience, pure and natural. He was like a top sword artist standing on top of a cliff, neither happy nor sad. He said lightly, until the last second, no one can be sure of the real result. Do you still think so now? Si Kongxing did not try to explain as he took out both of his hands from his back. His body shook once, and that horrifying Xianxia shot out into the sky, covering the whole area. Visible with naked eyes, there were bits of broken light floating out of Si Kongxing's body. They looked like precious stones, but also like diamonds, crystal clear and extremely condensed. This is Zhenyuan. No, it is half-step Zhenyuan. Si Kongxing had actually started to train his Zhenyuan. No wonder he was so powerful. Once he used his half-step Zhenyuan, no one under the astral-reaching realm would be able to fight against him. I understand now. In the battles before, Si Kongxing had diluted his half-step Zhenyuan into Xianxia, which made it hard for people to see through his real power. Indeed, Zhenyuan could not be diluted into Xianxia, but half-step Zhenyuan could. Si Kongxing had hidden his power too well. Yi Chen would definitely not be his opponent. No, even Yi Chen would not be his opponent. A king warrior of the young generation with half-step Zhenyuan would be able to compete with real early astral-reaching realm warriors. He might even be able to kill them. Once Si Kongxing used his half-step Zhenyuan, no one thought that Yi Chen would have any chance of winning, including people from the Sky Cloud Martial School and the leader of the South Rudra Martial School. Everyone from the Purple Sun Martial School even had a gloating expression on their faces. Yichen beating Yan Qihua had already pissed them off, and if he were to get the first place, then it would be even worse. Luckily, there was Xikongsheng, so it would be impossible for Yichen to get the first place. Do you think you can win against me now? Inside his body, the half-step Xin Yuan was extremely powerful. Xikongsheng's aura kept on increasing, as if it would never stop. It attacked on Yichen's body, wave after wave. Yichen lifted his eyelids, a shocking sharp light shooting out from his pupils as he said word by word, "I have said it before, until the last one, no one can be sure of the real result." As the last word was spoken, the air around Yichen started to vibrate. The air seemed to have been pierced through, as if a legendary weapon was about to come out of its scabbard and kill the whole world. The next second, an extremely horrifying sword intent shot out of his body, piercing through the air. Even the ceiling light wall seemed to be shaking. It was an existence that had surpassed the 60% sword intent. The 70% sword intent, which contained the immortal mentality, exploded. All of a sudden, the whole battling field became so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. After 2 or 3 blinks of an eye, the crowd started to chatter again. This is the 70% sword intent. Am I seeing it right? Although there is only a 10% difference between 70 and 60%, 70% sword intent has already reached the upper realm of the sword intent, while 60% is only the lower realm. The two are completely different, just like the difference between a high-level warrior and a low-level warrior. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Yichen's ace card is the 70% sword intent. Even among the astral-reaching realm warriors, very few of them have reached this level. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe what they had just heard. In the front row of the audience seating, Song Yan, the astral-reaching realm warrior who had competed with Yichen for the sword-shaped plant in the Gold Tripod City auction, was slightly shocked. He remembered that at that time, Yichen's sword intent was only at 50%. Could it be that the 2 sword-shaped plants had directly increased his sword intent by 20%? It did not seem possible. The sword-shaped plant contained a bit of the Battle King's sword intent, but if one wanted to increase the sword intent with the plant, the chance would be extremely small. It would already be extremely lucky if 1 out of 10 people managed to do it, not to mention increasing it by 20% all of a sudden. Plus, there was a huge gap between the 60% and 70% sword intent. The 60% sword intent was still at the lower realm of the sword intent, while the 70% sword intent was the upper realm. Once one managed to reach the upper realm, it would mean that one had made a great achievement in the sword intent, which would be very meaningful. Before, Song Yan had bought a sword-shaped plant from Yichen, but it had only helped him a little bit. His sword intent did not increase at all, and was still at 90%. No matter what, in order to increase the sword intent, one would need to have an extremely powerful understanding of the sword art. Otherwise, even a life-and-death realm warrior would not be able to be one's teacher. A rare genius of the sword art. Song Yan took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. The second Yichen released his 70% sword intent, Li Daoxian had finally understood why he had that kind of instinct. It turned out that the biggest reason was Yichen, who was powerful enough to compete with Xikongsheng. This was his real ace card. Before, he had not been serious at all. The realm of sword intent is indeed terrifyingly strong. Li Daoxian made a comparison and found that the 60% sword intent didn't even look like it was going to raise its head in front of the 70% sword intent. As for Yan Qihua, he had almost bitten his own tongue. He had never thought that Yichen's hidden ace would be the 70% sword intent. The sword intent was just like the blade intent, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be. But at the same time, the power would also be more and more terrifying. Moreover, the 70% sword intent was the upper level of the sword intent. If Yichen used his 70% sword intent during the battle, not only would Yan Qihua's peak 60% blade intent not be able to compete with it, but he would also be suppressed, and would only be able to use 80% of his power. Impossible. How can his sword intent be at such a high level? The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, tightened his fists. The more powerful Yichen was, the more of a threat he would be to the Purple Sun Martial School. Given time, once he reached the astral reaching realm, even the Great Master might not be able to suppress him, which was not what Tu Chongshan wanted to see. The headmaster of the Purple Sun Martial School had a bad look on his face as he sneered, "Xikongxing is not a pushover." The half-step Xin Yuan had increased his power in all aspects, and he would be able to compete with early astral reaching realm warriors. But, Yichen cannot be allowed to live either. After the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, we will find a chance to kill him, no matter how high the price is. Indeed. This guy cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, the Purple Sun Martial School would never have a chance to rise again. Kill. All of the people from the Purple Sun Martial School had a murderous look on their faces. On the judge's seat, the 13 judges gasped. I had thought that Xikongxing would definitely win. But now, it seems like the first place of the Hidden Dragon rank is not a foregone conclusion. One of the judges sighed. The former Group 3 judge, who had been watching Yichen win all the battles, nodded, not even 18 years old, 70% sword intent. This has definitely broken the record of the sword artists in the South River region for decades. It would not be wrong to call him the rare sword art genius in the South River region. It is not easy to make a conclusion yet. The head judge said, extracting Xingyuan depends on the rank of the martial arts, and the number of times is different. For mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts, it would take 8 times to convert the Zhenqi into Xingyuan. For high-rank Earth Realm martial arts, it would take 4 times, and for top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, it would take 2 times. Xikongxing had already done it once, and he was at the half-step Xingyuan level. Although it would not be like the Xingyuan, which could burn the Xingyuan to increase the power, the quality would be way better than normal Zhenqi. The attacking power it would bring would not just be a little bit, but would be doubled. If Yichen wants to compete with Xikongxing, it would still be a bit difficult for him to do it with only 70% sword intent. Extracting Xingyuan was a very difficult process, and it would take a long time. Even a martial genius would not be able to do it in a short amount of time. But once it was done once, the power would increase drastically, and he would be able to reach the next level. With 70% sword intent coming out of his body, Yichen felt a lot more relaxed. Before, he had limited his sword intent, which made it hard for him to fight freely. But Yichen believed that if there was a Yichen who had only learned 60% sword intent, he would definitely be able to beat him, who had limited his sword intent to 60%, because the former would be the most comfortable way for him to fight, while he would have to put on the shackles of his own accord, which would make it different. The pure horrifying sword intent spread out in the air, piercing through the air. Xikongxing's storm-like aura had been shattered into nothingness by the sword intent once it got close. Right then, Yichen was like a godly weapon that had been unearthed from the ground, telling the world what it meant to be sharp and unstoppable. Pooh, Xikongxing could vaguely hear his aura being shattered. His slightly raised eyelids finally dropped down, his eyes looking at Yichen at the same level. Very good. I thought it would be a one-sided battle. Right now, you are qualified for me to be serious. But of course, that is all. His aura had stopped spreading out, and Xikongxing took back his aura. His not-so-tall body was like a mountain, an unreachable peak. Under the influence of the sword intent, the Star Scar sword vibrated slightly, seeming to want to get out of its scabbard and kill everything in front of it. Yichen did not look happy or angry as he said, "No need to talk anymore. Let's fight." Once the word fight came out, Yichen's sword intent became even sharper. Everyone seemed to see a peerless greatsword floating above Yichen's head, which would be able to kill with just a thought. All of the young girls saw this scene, their hearts beating extremely fast, and their faces blushed. Let me remind you that only with the help of half-step Xingyuan can my mysterious Sky Tyrant fist art perform its peak power. With both of his hands hanging casually on his sides, Xikongxing took a step forward. That ocean-like aura exploded again, looking down on the whole world. Xikongxing is going to attack. This is his first real attack. The young generation under the stage could feel their hearts racing uncontrollably. Their mouths were all dry, and they could not even blink their eyes, afraid to miss the most crucial moment. His aura exploding to its limit, Xikongxing yelled, "Take my first fist attack." Fist conquering the world. Boom, the battling platform shook violently, cracks appearing out of nowhere. Then, the space where Yi Chen was suddenly tightened and collapsed, forming a natural prison, trapping Yi Chen inside. At the same time, that powerful fist power attacked out along with Xing's aura. Crack! 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 After throwing out one fist attack, the battling platform, which had gone through countless battles and was only slightly damaged, created a tunnel. That aggressive chi flow made everyone's scalp numb. Yi Chen took out his Star Scar sword with his right hand. His 70% sword intent had found a target to attach to. That horrifying sharp light spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. Right then, the sword intent was the most powerful sword intent. If a sword artist did not take out his sword, the sword intent would not be able to perform its peak power. Sky-shattering clouds. A half-meter thick bolt of lightning shot out. Not only did it break free from the shackles of space, it also absorbed enough thunder and cloud elemental energy from the air. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, it heavily slammed into the fist energy. Boom, the air started to explode. That horrifying collision power formed a visible shining pattern and horrifying chi flow. The ceiling light wall could no longer handle the destructive power of the two attacks, and started to expand to its limit. Along with a popping sound, countless tiny cracks appeared. The chi flow and the remaining sword chi shot out through the cracks, looking like countless arm-thick light pillars. Looking over, the whole battling platform looked like a shining hedgehog. The ceiling light wall had been punctured, everyone was shocked. Watch out! Around the battling platform was an abyss, and on the other side of the abyss was where the young warriors were standing. Seeing those beams of chi flow and sword chi shooting towards them, the young warriors screamed out loud. They all performed their ace attacks to protect themselves while backing out step by step. So horrifying. Just the aftermath of the chi flow is enough to make us use all of our power. The young warriors could feel the gap between them and the two on the stage, so they were getting more and more shocked. Morong Qingqing waved off the chi flow attack, staring at the two on the stage without blinking. More specifically, she was paying attention to Yi Chen, the one who had shocked everyone from the beginning to the end. Yi Chen and Xingxing both backed out dozens of meters at the same time. That exchange just now was more or less a test, so it was not their most powerful attack. Half-step Xin Yuan. It is indeed powerful. It was the first time that Yi Chen had felt such a huge pressure. If he did not use all of his power, he might very well lose. The young king warriors of the South River region were always talking nonsense. 70% sword intent, the poetic perspective of cloud and thunder. Xingxing looked surprised. As Yi Chen's 70% sword intent exploded, his martial poetic perspective had also reached an extremely high level, and he could not afford to underestimate it. Waving his sleeves, Xingxing said lightly, "Being able to block out this fist attack means that you indeed have the power to compete with me. But, that was just a test. For the next one, you will have to be extra careful." The mountain-conquering fist had the effect of binding space, so its attacking power would inevitably be a bit weaker. Xingxing knew that instead of binding his opponent, it would be better to beat his opponent with absolute power. This sword attack was also my test. The sky-shattering clouds does not only have this kind of power. For this hidden dragon rank competition, Yi Chen had prepared a lot. He had more than 3 ace attacks, 2 of which he would not use unless absolutely necessary. Still just a test? No way. The first exchange between the two had already shocked everyone. Now hearing them say that it was just a test, everyone was speechless. Indeed, these two have already surpassed our level. Before the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank had started, Tua Baku had used his wild instinct to guess that Xingxing and Yi Chen were the most powerful warriors. Right now, his guess had come true. Xingxing's biggest ace was his half-step Xin Yuan, while Yi Chen's was 70% sword intent. No one in the young generation could threaten them. On the battling platform, Yi Chen held his Star Scar sword, the Zhen Qi inside his body operating at an extreme speed. His sharp sword intent and sword aura continued to climb, preparing for the next powerful sword attack. Xingxing, who was standing in front of him, was also accumulating his power. His fist aura was extremely rich, turning into waves of powerful poetic perspectives. The two had gotten rid of the feeling of testing each other, and decided to use all of their power. Boom, it was almost within the same second that the two started to attack each other fiercely. Sky-shattering clouds. 5 movements combined. Yi Chen's pupils had almost been dyed into a bright blue color, which was the color of thunder and lightning. His body was running at an extreme speed while the Star Scar sword in his hand had turned into a lightning light attacking crazily. His speed was extremely fast, with a hint of lightness in it. Fist Tyrant River. Xing looked very serious as he threw out an ace attack. That powerful fist aura had pierced through the air in front of him. Boom, the thunder sword light and the powerful fist power clashed together. The whole battling platform started to shake. The broken rocks on the platform floated up into the air, turning into a strange, still state. The next second, the air started to vibrate like boiling water. That aggressive chi power spread out in all directions, exploding suddenly. Yi Chen could not stop his body, and was blown hundreds of meters away by that chi power. Such a condensed fist power. Yi Chen controlled his chi and blood that were going against the flow. Although that sword attack was still his sky-shattering clouds, it was the combination of 5 movements of his sky cloud sword art. It was more than twice as powerful as the combination of 4 movements. After all, he had spent so many days in the competitions, and it had given him a lot of inspiration. However, Xing's fist power was even more aggressive. It had been completely combined into one. With only one fist power, it had shaken the whole world. The sword intent and the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds had both been shattered by it. His mysterious Sky Tyrant fist art is probably the most horrifying top-rank Earth Realm fist art. No matter the movements or mentality, they are all top-notch. I am slightly disadvantaged in terms of martial art rank. Although fusing sword moves could solve the problem temporarily, it was not a long-term solution after all. If he wanted to have more potential, he would have to find a top-rank Earth Realm sword art to cultivate. Of course, top-rank Earth Realm martial arts couldn't be lacking either. However, my mentality of thunder and clouds is not ordinary either. Combined with 70% sword intent, its explosive power is definitely top-notch. Yi Chen let out a breath, looking at Xing in front of him. Under the explosion of his chi, Xing had backed out less than 10 meters compared to Yi Chen. However, he was not feeling any better either. That thunder sword light was full of explosive power, and it had released its most powerful power in a very short period of time, which made the fist power of the mysterious Sky Tyrant fist unable to shatter it immediately. The reason why he was able to back out less than 10 meters was because Xing's basic power was more powerful than Yi Chen's. No matter cultivation, Xianxia quality, or quantity, he was more powerful than Yi Chen. This was his biggest advantage, but also Yi Chen's biggest disadvantage. Good, very good. In these 3 years, you are the first young warrior that could make me back out. You should be proud. Lifting up his eyes, Xing's gaze was like that of a god, full of confidence, but now, I will not hold back anymore. You need to be prepared to be badly wounded. Just bring it on. No need to talk too much. Yi Chen's sword intent was condensed without disappearing. It was getting sharper and sharper, shaking the air around him. In fact, up until now, he had never truly released his 70% sword intent, because his 70% sword intent was different from other people's 70% sword intent. From the Battle King's 2 sword intents, he had learned a little bit of immortal mentality. After a couple of months of accumulation, his sword intent could finally stay in the real world for 5 blinks of an eye. It was an extremely horrifying improvement, since even other people's completed sword intent did not have this kind of effect. Shoo, moving his body within a second, Xing wanted to get close to Yi Chen and attack him with a deadly attack. My movement art is not weaker than yours either. As the wind blew, Yi Chen's body disappeared like a pile of black smoke. Seeing that, Xing frowned. In his sight, Yi Chen's figure could no longer be seen. Yi Chen's movement art was also at the top rank Earth Realm, and it contained a very special effect. His whole body seemed to have turned into a shadow. Since this is the case, take my fist-shattering river. Stopping his body, Xing locked onto Yi Chen again, throwing out a fist attack. Immortal sky-shattering clouds. The immortal mentality from his sword intent had been poured into his sword movement. Yi Chen held his star scar sword with both of his hands, throwing out a dark blue thunder light towards Xingqing. The thunder light was like a waterfall, shooting out violently. Crack! Crack, a weird scene happened. Xingqing's fist power was extremely condensed, but no matter how powerful it was, it could not shatter the thunder light formed by the sword chi. It seemed like that thunder light had the ability to repair itself, as it continued to absorb power from the surreal space. Within a blink of an eye, the fist power and the sword chi exploded at the same time, combining together and creating a horrifying chi tornado that spread out crazily. Boom! Yi Chen's back was stuck on the ceiling light wall. He tasted something sweet in his mouth, and blood dripped out from the corner of his mouth. His protective Zhen Qi was still a bit weak after all, and could not block out the vibration of the fist power completely. Added with the aftershock of the chi tornado, he was slightly wounded. Shoo! Backing out for almost 100 meters, Xingqing's confident expression froze. Within the chi tornado, a beam of sword chi shot out, brushing past his left arm and bringing up a stream of blood. Such a horrifying chi tornado had not been able to shatter the sword chi completely. There was still a bit of it left, attacking Xingqing. Horrifying! What kind of sword chi was that? The audience gasped one after another. Everyone in the younger generation was stunned. The intensity of the battle was beyond their imagination. The ceiling light curtain was like a leaking balloon. From time to time, 1 or 2 beams of chi would shoot out, riddling the light curtain with thousands of holes. Xingqing has been hit by the sword chi. Yi Chen's 70% sword intent is way more powerful than the normal 70% sword intent. It would be impossible to destroy it within a short period of time. Otherwise, Xingqing would not be wounded at all. In the beginning, although Yi Chen had exploded with that horrifying 70% sword intent, there were not many people who thought he would win, including the 13 judges. However, after a while of battling, Yi Chen had not only not fallen into a disadvantage, but had even managed to fight against Xingqing. Right now, Yi Chen had crashed into the ceiling light wall and was slightly wounded, but Xingqing had also been scratched by the sword chi on his left arm, which was also slightly wounded. The record of being unwounded in the last hidden dragon rank had been broken. Is this still the young generation? Even the warriors who had just reached the astral reaching realm would not be this powerful. A battle between the top of the young generation. If the hidden dragon rank competitions want to surpass this battle, it would be extremely hard. It would be almost impossible in the next hundreds of years. Indeed. Their battle was already like the battle between normal early astral reaching realm warriors. It would be extremely rare. Once they reach the astral reaching realm, it would be even more powerful. Everyone was shocked. The battle had progressed to this point, and it had already gone beyond their imagination. No one knew what would happen next. Yi Chen. Ji Shuiyan could feel that her heart was beating extremely fast. All she could see was Yi Chen, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Su Jing and Murong Qingqing were all focused on Yi Chen as well. Damn. How is this possible? The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, gasped at first, then became extremely furious. He had never thought that Yi Chen would be able to fight against Xingqing. He thought that once Xingqing got serious, Yi Chen would lose. So scary. He is definitely a monster. Right now, he already has the power to threaten early astral reaching realm warriors. All of the core masters of the Purple Sun Martial School looked at each other. There was a heavy worry and killing intent in their eyes. Tu Chongshan tried his best to control his emotions. He thought to himself word by word, no matter what, you are going to die. I will let you live a little longer. What a strange sword chi. It is so hard to destroy. Xingqing sealed the bleeding meridian on his left arm as he looked at Yi Chen, who was hundreds of meters away. Even though he had the half-step Xin Yuan protection, it was still pierced through by that almost indestructible sword chi. If it were not for his fast reflexes, that sword chi would have gone through his left arm for sure, instead of just brushing past his skin. It was a very dangerous situation indeed. The immortal mentality is indeed powerful. Within 5 blinks of an eye, the sword chi is almost impossible to destroy completely. There would always be some left to attack. Even Yi Chen himself was a bit surprised. Ever since he had learned the 70% sword intent, he had never fought with anyone with all of his power. He did not know exactly what the immortal mentality could do. But through this battle, he had learned how powerful the immortal mentality was. On the other hand, the Battle King's power had shocked him even more. That was a sword intent that had not disappeared for 500 years. How much immortal mentality was contained in it? From now on, you will not have another chance. Xing's eyes were cold. His body kept flashing, as if he had teleported for a short distance, approaching Yi Chen. Yi Chen performed his separating shadow flying art to increase the distance between them. It was not yet the time for him to perform his lone peak kill. In fact, it was already unknown whether or not the lone peak kill would work. His opponent's half-step Xinyuan was not within his expectation, which had lowered the possibility of killing him with one attack. In everyone's sight, they could not even see a human figure on the vast battling platform. All they could see were piles of black smoke and human shadows flashing endlessly. The former was Yi Chen's separating shadow flying art. When pushed to its limit, the black shadow would be like smoke, leaving no trace behind. The latter was Xing's teleportation art. Because of its extreme speed, it would only appear once in a while, making it hard to tell where it was. Lose. All of a sudden, Xing flashed twice and appeared not far away from Yi Chen, throwing out a punch that seemed to be able to break through the surreal space. Danger! Yi Chen's body turned into black smoke, disappearing with the wind. Pooh, having lost its target, the fist power did not stop. It blew through the ceiling light wall, creating a huge hole. No way. The ceiling light wall has been broken through. Before, the ceiling light wall had been broken by the chi tornado created by the two's attacks. It was just a small hole, which was not that big. Right now, Xing had thrown out a punch and broken through the ceiling light wall all by himself, which made everyone open their eyes wide. They knew that it meant that Xing's full power attack could already break through an early astral reaching realm warrior's protective Xinyuan layer. Lone peak kill. Xing threw out a punch, but there was a slight pause. Yi Chen seized the opportunity, turning his body and stabbing out with his sword. With the help of the 70% sword intent that contained the immortal mentality, the fatal poetic perspective spread out, covering Xing within a 10 meters radius. Xing knew that it was not going to be good, so he forced himself to break out of the poetic perspective and teleported dozens of meters away. Pooh, a beam of sword chi shot out, piercing through the ceiling light wall. All of the clasping Yuan realm warriors in the audience seating felt their mouths go dry. The two's attacking power was unbelievable. One had pierced through the ceiling light wall, while the other had pierced through it. If it were a clasping Yuan realm warrior, who would be able to handle it? Not to mention a clasping Yuan realm warrior, even a normal early astral reaching realm warrior would not be able to handle it. Another indestructible sword chi. Xing looked serious. If it were not for his half-step Xinyuan and his powerful mental power, that sword attack would have wounded him badly. Both of them threw out one attack each, then continued to fight. Xing used his teleportation step art to catch Yi Chen's trace from time to time, throwing out his most aggressive attacks. Meanwhile, Yi Chen used the super dodging ability of his separating shadow flying art to keep dodging all of those attacks. Once he found the chance, he would throw out a dangerous counterattack. Everyone in the audience could only hear the horrifying sound of attacks, as the ceiling light wall was pierced through again and again. Boom, this time, the ceiling light wall had been torn apart directly. The fist power and the sword chi had been combined together, attacking towards the young warriors on the other side of the abyss. It turned out that Yi Chen and Xing did not want to give in to each other. During the battle, they had both made up their minds and threw out an attack. The head judge frowned as he extended his body, covering hundreds of meters in front of that horrifying chi flow. He reached out his hand to block it out. Although the combined chi flow of the two was extremely powerful, the head judge was a late astral reaching realm warrior. He could shatter the ground with just a wave of his hand, so this chi flow would not be a threat to him. The chi flow had disappeared as the head judge turned his head and said, "Back out a bit." Hearing him, the young warriors did not dare to try their best. They all backed out. The attacks from Yi Chen and Xing alone could kill them, not to mention the combined chi flow. Undying heaven-shattering clouds. Gradually getting used to the maximum distance of Xing's teleportation, Yichen intercepted him in advance. He then held his sword with only one hand, waving it out at an even faster speed. The thunder roared, attacking towards Xing. Oh! Unfortunately, my space teleport step can also teleport in midair. Before his feet had even touched the ground, Xing's body flashed once, returning to where he was standing. Whoosh, the ceiling light wall was torn apart, and the Thunder Sword Chief flew towards the audience seating. It was caught by a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. Once Xing returned to where he was standing, he threw out an ace attack towards Yichen. Boom, on the other side, the ceiling light wall had also been broken through. As for Yichen, he had already activated his separating shadow flying art the moment he missed Xing's attack. Xing had already prepared for his next attack. Aiming at the direction where Yichen was going to dodge, he bent his back and formed a fist with his left hand, throwing out a punch on the platform. Fist shaking mountains and seas. That powerful fist power spread out, looking like waves in the ocean. It was also like countless steep mountains, pressing towards Yichen, blocking his escape route. Yichen knew that there was no way out, so he held his star-scar sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. The ocean had turned violent, and the mountains had collapsed. Yichen's sword attack had directly destroyed the fist aura of the mysterious Sky Tyrant fist art. Naturally, it had also turned into tiny electric arcs and disappeared. Yichen, this fist attack was supposed to be my ace attack. I was not planning to use it in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, because no one is worthy enough for me to use it. It is still not too late for you to give up now. Otherwise, with this fist attack, you will either die or be badly wounded. Even I would not be able to control it. As one of the king warriors of the young generation, Xing would always leave some ace attacks for himself, in case his power was seen through by others. However, Yichen's power was completely out of his expectation. If he did not use this ace attack, it would be hard for him to win this battle. Yichen looked surprised. He did not know that Xing still had an ace attack, so he said, "You have left your ace attack, but so have I. Then let's use our ace attack to see who is better." Once he used it, it would be like telling them that it was him who killed Yuan Zonghua. Plus, the minor blood demon separating great art was the blood demon's secret martial art. If he used it, he would not know what the consequences would be. Yichen did not like to do things that he could not control. Besides that, he did not plan to use that bit of Jing Yuan that he had refined from the mysterious great art either. He believed that if he used it, it would be enough to beat Xing, who had only trained half-step Jing Yuan. However, the Jing Yuan was his last ace attack, and also his most powerful one. The future was unpredictable, and if he used it, he would have less chance to save his life. Then, there was only the third ace attack left. They still have more ace attacks? All of the warriors who were watching the battle were completely numb. They felt that they had never seen such powerful clasping Yuan realm warriors in their entire lives. Since you do not know what is good for you, then don't blame me for not warning you. Xing yelled. The aura around his body started to expand and spread out. His whole body did not seem to have changed much, but it gave people a feeling that he had grown infinitely tall, standing in the sky. Skybreaking Fist. This fist attack was the ace attack of the Sky Tyrant fist art. Performed by Xing, who had the aura of a giant, it shot out with an unstoppable momentum, shattering the surreal space. Just as he finished speaking, Yichen was ready to perform his ace attack. He held the sword with both of his hands, and sank his mind into the sword intent. It was like an ancient well without any ripples. It was secretly accumulating a horrifying power, giving people a feeling of the calm before the storm, or the darkness before the dawn. Waiting until Xing's fist power had been thrown out, Yichen had finished accumulating his power. He threw out a sword attack. Kill Heart. Boom, the fist power and the sword chi clashed together violently. The ceiling light wall on the four sides was shattered at the same time. It was shattered by brute force. A massive chi flow spread out, spreading out in all directions. Looking up, a shocking scene happened. Xing's fist power had been punctured through by a sword attack, quickly dispersing. At the same time, Yichen's sword chi did not disappear completely. It heavily landed on Xing's half-step protective Zhenyuan along with a determined poetic perspective. His half-step protective Zhenyuan was torn apart. Xing puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown backward. Yichen breathed heavily. Throwing out that sword attack had consumed a lot of his mental power, and his condition had dropped a bit. However, he was very satisfied with its power. He had performed this kill heart sword attack before. It was when he was fighting against the Wind Wolf in the Gold Tripod City. Back then, he was trying to combine his lone peak kill, and accidentally combined the one sword attack into it, killing the Wind Wolf with only one sword attack. Back then, he was only a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior, and the two combined sword attacks did not have much power. His sword intent was only at 50%, which meant that his power was not even worth mentioning compared to his current power. However, the Wind Wolf could not even handle that sword attack and was killed right away, although it was not in its peak condition back then. Right now, Yichen's lone peak kill had reached completion, and he had 70% sword intent, which also contained the immortal mentality. Plus, his mysterious great art had been trained to its 11th highest realm, and his cultivation had reached the late clasping Yuan realm. The power of his kill heart had increased by more than 10 times. Beating Xing was not a surprise at all. Luckily, the lone peak kill had reached completion, and the one sword attack itself did not have any flaws. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard to combine them together. I would only be able to do it occasionally. Lifting up his head, Yichen looked at Xing, who had been blown away. Xing was in the air, his left hand opened into a claw, blocking out the dark blue kill heart sword chi. There was blood dripping down from his hand, which was caused by the sword chi going through his half-step Zhenyuan. Letting out a breath, Xing crushed the sword chi with one hand and landed on the ground. He had to back out for dozens of steps before he could stabilize his body. A surprised look appeared in his eyes as he said with a dry throat, "I did not expect you to still have a killing sword art attack." The kill heart sword attack not only contained a horrifying killing poetic perspective, but its destructive power and speed were also unimaginable. Just like its name, it could kill the heart with one sword attack. Yichen was a bit surprised. Among the 3 ace attacks, the Zhenyuan that he had refined from the mysterious great art was just a suppression of power, which was not really a technique. The minor blood demon body separating great art would affect the use of the one sword attack, while the one sword attack combined with the lone peak kill would be the kill heart sword attack. Therefore, in terms of attacking power, it might not be as powerful as the kill heart sword attack. Without any exaggeration, the kill heart sword attack was his most powerful sword attack, but it still could not beat Xing right away. His opponent's basic power was way beyond his imagination. Of course, although Yichen's mental state had dropped a bit, his attacking power was still at least 90%. Xing had blocked out that kill heart sword attack, and it would be great if he could still have 60 to 70% of his attacking power. Same to you. Yichen let out a breath slowly, without changing his expression. Xing's condition was worse than Yichen had imagined. After saying that, he puked out another mouthful of blood. The kill heart sword chi did not seem to have broken through his defense, but the tiny sword chi on it had gotten into his body and clashed with his half-step Zhenyuan, which had caused him quite a bit of damage. All the warriors watching the battle were shocked. The last battle was Yichen's victory. They had never imagined this result, since Xing was so powerful and unstoppable, which had left a deep impression on them. But even such a powerful Xing had been defeated by Yichen. The impact it brought was simply earth-shattering. This dark horse is really dark. He has been dark all the way to the end. Even Xing has been killed. Someone in the audience seats said. Look, the sect leaders of the rank 6 sects are all stunned. I guess even they themselves did not expect that the first place of the hidden dragon rank would be taken by an unknown rising star instead of a disciple from any of their martial institutions. The leader of the floating mountain martial school was a bit absent-minded. This was the first time since he had reached the Sea of Souls realm. Xing losing to Yichen had shocked him. Way too much, so much so that he could not believe it even until now. He thought that he was hallucinating. Shaking his head, his expression turned gloomy. The champion of the Hidden Dragon rank was not just a simple fame, but also an unbelievable luck. It was something that the Floating Mountain Martial School and Xianxia could not live without. But right now, it had been snatched away by someone else. Damn it, where did this brat come from? His eyes landed on Yichen, and the ceiling light wall between the two suddenly changed, bringing up a series of ripples. It was the qi reaction brought by his eyes, which had actually triggered the natural yuan qi. The other leaders of the 5 rank 6 martial institutions were also shocked for a second, but soon a light smile appeared on their faces. Although their martial disciples did not get the champion, the Floating Mountain Martial School did not either. In this case, it was a tie for them, which would benefit Yichen and his martial institution. With this kind of luck, they would definitely have a bright future. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School had not come back to their senses yet, as if they were still in a dream. They had never expected to be the champion of the Hidden Dragon rank, not even to think about it. It was not because they did not dare to, but because they thought it was impossible. The top 6 rank 6 martial institutions were extremely powerful, and they had a lot of great martial arts. The young generation that they had trained with all their power would not be something that others could compare with. In the past 8 out of 10 Hidden Dragon rank competitions, the top 10 would always be occupied by disciples from rank 6 martial institutions. Occasionally, there would only be 1 or 2 disciples from rank 7 martial institutions. Since the ancient times, there had never been a rank 9 martial institution that had made it into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rank, not to mention the champion. Leader, this is not the potential that our Sky Cloud Martial School should have. It is Yichen. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School said suddenly. Luo Xianxia said, "What do you mean?" Since the ancient times, when life and death realm warriors were growing up, they would all show extraordinary potential. They could easily break the rules and create miracles. Not to mention the ancient times, even within the past 1,000 years, all of the life and death realm warriors had been pushing their way into the life and death realm. Among them, the Battle King, Su King, and Xianho had shown the most amazing potential. They were even more powerful than Yichen right now, and they had also made the biggest achievements. Of course, Yichen was born with a defect, and he had just started to rise up. It would be hard to tell how much he would be able to achieve in the future, but he undoubtedly has the potential to reach the life and death realm. Hearing him, Luo Xianxia nodded. The headmaster was right, the Sky Cloud Martial School would not have this kind of potential. The problem was most likely with Yichen. When a person's potential was beyond the martial institution, then he would have the possibility to reach the life and death realm. This had all been shown by Yichen. It seems like he had a feeling that he would not be able to achieve anything great if he stayed in the martial institution. That is why he went out to train. The martial institution was like a chain that would restrict the growth of the young generation of life and death realm warriors. This chain would get heavier and heavier as one's cultivation increased. One would have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how great one's potential was, it would all be wasted away, and one would become a normal martial genius. The path to become a life and death realm warrior has to be walked by himself. Let's let him go. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School sighed. His qi and blood, which had been worn away by time, started to boil again. What could be more exciting than watching someone become a life and death realm warrior? Nothing. While the atmosphere in the Sky Cloud Martial School was heated, the people in the Rudra Martial School suddenly became silent. Long Bai let out a long breath. I have to admit that I was wrong. This is not a flood dragon, but a real dragon that has been hiding in the deep abyss. Once the thunder roars, the hidden dragon will come out of the abyss. His power is comparable to the top martial geniuses of the True Spirit continent. According to the old leader, the purpose of the hidden dragon rank is to find the real dragon hiding in the abyss. If the real dragon does not show up, the luck of the South River region will be low. It seems like there has not been a life and death realm warrior in the South River region for 500 years. Hearing her, the headmaster of the Rudra Martial School said. Long Bai sighed, it is not that easy for a life and death realm warrior to be born. Every time one of them appears, it would consume a huge amount of luck. Luck is very mysterious, and no one knows how to make up for it. After such a long time, the luck of the South River region has basically been worn out. Only the hidden dragon ancient place is left, and no one can shake it. The leader of the Nine Ghost cult came to the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place because he wanted to absorb the luck of the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place to make up for himself and reach the limit of the life and death realm. If he succeeded, there would never be a life and death realm warrior in the South River region, and it would become an unbreakable forbidden place. The words King Forbidden Place seemed to have an endless magical power. The headmaster of the River Martial School stopped talking. Xianxia, who was known as the king warrior of the young generation in the South River region and had the highest chance of becoming a life and death realm warrior, had lost. Everyone was shocked, wondering if it meant that Yi Chen was the one who had the highest chance of becoming a life and death realm warrior, and not Xianxia. Because for people who had the potential to become a life and death realm warrior, every time they failed, their luck would be taken away. Even with the help of the Dragon Fountain Qi, the lost luck would still be valuable. Countless people in the True Spirit continent had died at the peak of the Sea of Souls realm because of that little bit of luck. There was a rumor in the True Spirit continent that a person who had walked through mountains of corpses and oceans of blood without losing once would have the chance to become a life and death realm warrior even if he did not have the potential to become a life and death realm warrior. However, if a person had endless potential but failed too many times, his luck and potential would be taken away as well. In everyone's eyes, Xianxia had lost way too badly this time. Normally, even 10 times of losing would not be as bad as this. If Xianxia managed to get into the first place of the Hidden Dragon rank without any suspense, then the rest of his life would be completely different. At least, he would be able to walk a lot less. The leader of the Floating Mountain Martial School sneered. Xianxia had the help of the Dragon Fountain Qi, added with his king bloodline, so his luck and potential would not be taken away. If he could beat Yi Chen again in the future, it would not be impossible for him to take back his luck. Shone, don't disappoint me. Oh whoa, just when all the warriors who were watching the battle were shocked, the battling platform changed again. The 28 meters long dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body jumped towards Xianxia. After devouring a huge amount of Dragon Fountain Qi, it continued to grow. 29 meters, 29 meters, 90 meters. Once it reached 90 meters, the dragon-shaped shadow stopped expanding. The scales and claws on its body started to become clearer and clearer, looking majestic and powerful. Looking at it was like looking at a real dragon in the clouds. The dragon-shaped shadow opened its eyes. Wherever it looked, there would be nothing but silence. Even the 6 Sea of Souls realm warriors did not dare to challenge its majesty, so they tried to avoid looking at it. They were not afraid of the dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body. What they were afraid of was the Hidden Dragon Ancient City that was connected with the dragon-shaped shadow. They had no doubt that once they had bad intentions, it would bring unimaginable bad luck to themselves and their martial institutions. The lesson they had learned in the past was still fresh in their minds. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. The martial arts platform above the abyss suddenly trembled. The light screen of the ceiling platform flickered in and out. It was extremely unstable. In the next second, a huge amount of dragon-shaped qi flow gathered in the abyss, forming into a huge dragon qi that was unfathomably long. The dragon qi roared into the sky, the sound wave blowing away the rain and the dark clouds. Finally, a red sun could be seen, shining down on the whole Hidden Dragon Ancient City. After everything was done, the huge head of the dragon qi broke through the ceiling light wall and landed on the edge of the battling platform. It opened its mouth, looking immeasurably deep. Yi Chen and Xianxia had always been calm and steady. But seeing the dragon qi right in front of them, their hearts started to beat uncontrollably. In their sight, the dragon qi's head was almost half the size of the battling platform. It was 50 meters wide and 200 meters long. Its whiskers were waving in the wind. Wherever it went, the space started to blur. Inside the dragon's mouth, a swirl was forming at a visible speed. It was like a black hole, absorbing the mysterious power from the surreal space. This is the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. The Hidden Dragon's secret realm that has not appeared for thousands of years. Some of the knowledgeable people let out a scream, which spread out everywhere. According to the rumors, when a young generation's dragon-shaped shadow reached 90 meters, it would sense the Hidden Dragon Ancient City and open the extremely mysterious Hidden Dragon secret realm. Only the young generation with the Dragon Fountain Qi could enter the Hidden Dragon secret realm. The Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm is the biggest martial arts sacred place in the whole South River region. However, it has never appeared before. I did not expect to see it today. Yeah, if I have guessed it right, that lively dragon Chi should be the only entrance to the Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm. Once it disappears, no one will be able to enter. I am so jealous. The young generation is already extremely powerful. If they come out of the Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm, their power would definitely increase drastically, especially Yi Chen and Xing. Their attacking power is already equivalent to warriors who have just reached the astral reaching realm. If they increase drastically, they might even be able to compete with early astral reaching realm warriors. Although the first two had broken the ceiling light wall, it was dead, while the early astral reaching realm warriors were alive. It would not be easy to hit them. Plus, after reaching the astral reaching realm, all of their Jin Qi would be converted into Jin Yuan. Under the burning Jin Yuan mode, their power would increase drastically. With the two's attacking power right now, they could only compete with early astral reaching realm warriors under normal conditions. If they ran into early astral reaching realm warriors who were risking their lives, it would be very likely for them to die. They would not even be able to compete with Xian Ho, who could kill 2 or 3 early astral reaching realm warriors at the same time. Of course, Xian Ho was the #1 martial genius in the past 1,000 years, so it was understandable that she was so powerful. But, if the two could also reach this level at the clasping Yuan realm, then it would be really shocking. All of a sudden, people started to have different opinions. A lot of the warriors who were watching the battle looked envious, including the astral reaching realm warriors. The martial arts sacred place was not a normal place. Once one entered, he or she would be able to make great progress in martial arts. As for how much progress one could make, it would depend on one's comprehensive ability and power. The entrance of the Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm will be open for 6 hours. Hurry up and heal your wounds. Go in with your best condition. All of the leaders called back their disciples who had entered the Hidden Dragon rank, their voices sounding urgent. Soon, all of the young warriors on the Hidden Dragon rank had disappeared, leaving only dozens of them. Yi Chen did not leave the battling platform. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed, taking out a soul-replenishing pellet from his storage ring. As for Xing, he had been wounded quite badly, so he had already left the battling platform. Under the lead of the leader of the Floating Mountain Martial School, he had entered the secret room to heal his wounds. This is a rare opportunity. I will also prepare. Tua Baku flew onto the battling platform and sat down in front of Yi Chen. He took out a huge pile of spirit medicines from his storage ring and randomly picked a few of them and put them into his mouth. Yi Chen glanced at them slightly and could not help but feel speechless. These spirit medicines were not normal, and some of them were extremely valuable, which would be hard to find in big auctions. This Tua Baku was not simple at all. A fragrant wind lingered in the air as Su Jing also arrived on the stage. She was strong, and her recovery ability was also strong. She would only get stronger as the battle progressed, so she didn't need to deliberately heal herself. They really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm would have nothing to do with them. Of course, there's also me. The replenishing spirit pellet was working. Yi Chen smiled and said, this time, there will be someone who has a 30-meter-long dragon shadow. Therefore, the appearance of the Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm is destined. Tua Baku interrupted, that is not necessarily true. 30-meter-long dragon shadow is not just about having enough dragon fountain chi. It also has something to do with the user. If you did not get the first place, then maybe the dragon shadow would not even appear, and would be stuck at 89 meters. It was Yi Chen's first time hearing about this. Time passed like water. More and more Hidden Dragon rank warriors appeared on the battling platform. Everyone kept their mouths shut and waited quietly. After 4.5 hours, all 72 people had arrived. The leader of the Sky Demon Martial School's voice was heard, this time, you will have to go through all kinds of tests. Those who do not pass the tests will be automatically teleported out of the Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm. There are only 7 days left before the Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm closes. In other words, after 7 days, everyone will be teleported out. Hurry up and work hard. Just as he finished talking, the leader of the Sky Demon Martial School said to Yi Chen, "You are the key to opening the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. You will be the first one to go in. The rest of you will be the same." Hearing him, Yi Chen did not hesitate as he stepped into the swirl in the dragon chi mouth. The swirl shook slightly, and Yi Chen disappeared. Then, Sikong, Sheng, Yan Chihua, Morong Qingqing, Tua Baku, and the rest entered one by one. The rest of them did not want to be left behind, so they extended their bodies and followed closely. Once everyone had disappeared into the swirl, the massive dragon chi head lifted up, circled around the battling platform twice, and then shrunk back into the pitch-black abyss. No one could see it anymore. The leader of the Sky Demon Martial School, sat down and exchanged a look with the leaders of the other Rank 6 martial institutions. It was the first time for them to see the Hidden Dragon's secret realm appear. As for what kind of benefits the young generation would get, no one could tell for sure. But they believed that their disciples would not lose to the others, and they would definitely get the biggest benefits, which would help them build a solid foundation for the future. On the audience seating, no one left. They were prepared to sit there for 7 days and see what would happen. Once they reached the Clasping Yuan realm, it was normal for them to close up for 1 or 2 months. 7 days was a very short time. Above the surreal space, 2 space cracks were faintly visible. "Dragon King, this is also the first time for us to see the Hidden Dragon's secret realm appear, right?" A light female voice came from the space crack on the left. "The Hidden Dragon's secret realm has appeared, which means that the luck of the South River region is on the rise. We did not waste our effort to chase the 9 Underworld Demon King for half of the continent and wound him badly. He would not be able to recover within 100 years. The voice was very old, but the power contained in the voice had even made the surreal space shake a little. His tone changed as he said, "Speaking of which, you are quite powerful. You had only reached the life and death realm not long ago, but your power was already at the same level as the older life and death realm warriors. I, the Dragon King, am not even close. Dragon King, you do not have to be so humble. You are one of the oldest life and death realm warriors. The fact that the 9 Underworld Demon King had been defeated is enough to show your power." The owner of the old voice forced a laugh. "Let's not talk about these meaningless things. Plus, we should not stay here for too long. The Hidden Dragon Ancient Place is something that even titled emperors would be afraid of. The good thing is that we have some connection with the South River region. Otherwise, we would not even come here. Yeah, when I was able to reach the life and death realm, I had more or less gotten some of the luck from the South River region. Killing the 9 Underworld Demon King was only part of it. The Hidden Dragon rank competitions have already ended. There is no point in staying here any longer." Within a blink of an eye, the space crack disappeared. Even the leader of the Rank 6 martial institutions could not sense their existence, as if they had never appeared in this world before. This was a vast world, boundless and limitless. The young generation all appeared on top of a low mountain. The mountain was connected to the ground by a flight of stairs, which was dozens of miles long. So this is the Hidden Dragon's secret realm? It does not feel different at all. Some of the young generation were confused. If the Hidden Dragon's secret realm could let you see something different, then it would not be called the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. I will go first. 7 days was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Some of the people were impatient, so they started to walk down the mountain, hoping that they would be able to find something in 7 days. Dozens of miles were covered within a blink of an eye. The people in the front had just reached the foot of the mountain when something strange happened. The ground started to crack, and the fire shot up into the sky. The burning lava was like waves of water, rushing towards the crowd. What is going on? Everyone was shocked, and they all backed out. Xianxia's eyes brightened. He had seen the existence of a poetic perspective in this scene. He did not back out, but rushed towards the lava. Flame cut. Fire dragon cut. Earth crack cut. Gold flame cut. With the long blade in his hand, Xianxia performed everything he had learned, fighting against the lava. Gradually, Yi Chen could see the difference. Xianxia's fire poetic perspective was growing at a fast speed. Towards the end, his blade art was getting more and more aggressive, and the blade light was getting more and more powerful. It seemed to have become one with the boiling lava and the cracked ground. Every time he waved his blade, it gave people a feeling that the ground was cracking and the lava was crazily rushing out. The lava disappeared. Xianxia stood still for a while, then laughed towards the sky. Good, very good. My fire poetic perspective has not only doubled, but I have also learned the earth poetic perspective. Turning around, he yelled at Yi Chen, your cloud poetic perspective is suppressing my cloud poetic perspective. But now, I have the earth poetic perspective. Combined with the fire poetic perspective, you are definitely not my opponent. The young warriors were shocked. They did not expect that Xianxia would have such a great achievement right from the beginning. Right now, he even dared to challenge Yi Chen. But judging from the looks of it, Xianxia's blade art had indeed become much more powerful. His third place in the hidden dragon rank was unshakable, and there was a clear dividing line between him and the fourth. The lava came fast and left fast as well. Soon, it had disappeared without a trace, and the cracked ground had healed up without a trace. Flying was not allowed in the hidden dragon's secret realm, so everyone had to walk. The wind started to pick up. Small snowflakes flew across the sky, covering the whole place. The next second, huge snowflakes started to fall, accompanied by the wild wind. It was obviously an extremely horrifying blizzard. Lynch, who had been silent the whole time, took out his air-shattering blade and rushed towards the blizzard. The shining blade light spread out in all directions. Lynch's blade aura was getting faster and faster, and the poetic perspective of his blade art went from weak to strong. When he waved out his blade, the blade was no longer a blade anymore, but a wild wind, a blizzard, giving people the illusion that it was unstoppable. Right then, Lynch's attacking power had increased by a small level. If the hidden dragon rank competition was held again, he would definitely be able to make a big step forward and surpass the few people who were ranked in front of him. Right after that, the surrounding area started to flood again. There were swirls everywhere in the water, and the undercurrent was surging. All of the young warriors who had learned the water poetic perspective had learned from what had happened before, so they did not panic too much. They all picked up their weapons and fought against the tide, hoping that they could make it to the next level. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. All of the people who could not fight against the tide had been sent out of the hidden dragon's secret realm one by one. Only then did everyone realize that the hidden dragon's secret realm was not only a holy place for training, but also a place to test them. Those who were not talented in martial arts would be eliminated one by one, and only those who could fight against the tide would be able to get the benefits. With this lesson, a lot of people started to hesitate. They did not know if they should challenge the hidden dragon's secret realm or not. What if they were sent out? The top-ranked young warriors sneered. If they did not become more powerful now, there would be no chance for them to challenge the hidden dragon secret realm in the future. But one thing was for sure, the hidden dragon's secret realm would only get harder and harder. If they did not prepare well in the beginning, they would most likely fail. There were all kinds of strange scenes in the hidden dragon's secret realm. Some were catastrophic, some were picturesque, some were calm, some were moving, and some were never seen or heard before. For example, the dark mentality of Murong Qingqing's martial art, where the power field was everywhere, and the universe was reversed. Once one entered it, one would not be able to tell north from south at all. Only Murong Qingqing would be able to benefit from it. Yi Chen had not gained nothing either. In the scene where movement and stillness were combined, his fast sword poetic perspective and slow sword poetic perspective had both improved, especially the slow sword poetic perspective, which had finally reached a higher level. In terms of battling, it was not that much weaker than the fast sword poetic perspective. Unfortunately, the poetic perspective in the hidden dragon's secret realm was still not enough for him to learn more. Whoosh, with a strike of the sword light could not be seen, but the surging river water was severed. Stepping on the river, Yi Chen thrust out his sword again. This time, it was surprisingly slow. The thrust of the sword combined with the countercurrent of air, so slow that it made people want to vomit blood. With a swoosh, the majestic reef in the river was pierced through by the sword and slowly sank. Look, there's another staircase leading down here. At this time, a few of the younger generation who were walking in front said. Everyone followed the voice and looked over. In their sight, there was a long staircase leading to the next level. The entire Hidden Dragon's secret realm was like a terraced field, with each level connected to the next. However, this terraced field had been magnified countless times. Without reaching the edge, it would be hard to notice. The next test should be even more difficult. Just the first level of the Hidden Realm had already eliminated more than 10 members of the younger generation. It was hard to imagine how many more would be eliminated in the second level. Who cares? We can't possibly waste our time on the first level. The young generation who could be ranked in the Hidden Dragon rank were all people with extremely strong minds. After being slightly surprised, none of them took it seriously. The scenery on both sides of the staircase was beautiful, and the airflow was gentle. Walking on it was like bathing in the spring breeze, and one's mood was exceptionally comfortable. As Yichen observed the surrounding scenery, he thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the Hidden Dragon Mystery Realm should be an illusory realm. It's an illusory realm that combines many artistic conceptions. Perhaps this illusion was recreated based on the real scene, making it hard for people to distinguish between reality and illusion. Thinking about that, Yichen was shocked. He wondered who had created the Hidden Dragon's secret realm, which was both real and fake at the same time. The poetic perspectives contained in it were uncountable. At the end of the stairs, a young warrior was blown away by the wind. He was teleported out of the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. This was the concept of wind. The concept of wind was even more terrifying than the first level. What followed was a sudden tide, drowning the 3 dumbfounded youngsters. The huge mountain that appeared in the water knocked away a few youngsters who were nearby. The speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. The intent realm has increased in speed. Yichen was deep in thought. Normally, a martial artist needed a suitable time to comprehend a state. When the suitable time was shortened, it would be a test of a person's perception and reaction speed. Gotcha! When Yichen arrived at the second level, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds roiled and lightning flashed as a terrifying gale swept down with an astonishing aura. Concept of cloud, concept of thunder, concept of wind. On the first floor, there had never been a scene where the 3 concepts were combined. Who would have thought that it would appear on the second floor? Among the younger generation, those who had comprehended one of the concepts had already taken out their weapons, fighting against the wild winds and thunder. As for the concept of cloud, it was no longer an attack. One had to comprehend it on their own. The difficulty was much higher than the concept of thunder and the concept of wind. Qin, his sword light flashed as Yichen threw out a sword attack, shattering the incoming thunder light. Sky-shattering clouds. Without activating his sword intent, Yichen used his pure sky-shattering cloud sword movement to face the crazy storm and thunder. Every single sword attack was deadly, and it was getting more and more intense. Boom! A thunderous sound was heard as a 100-meter-long, half-meter-thick thunder light struck down. The thunder light was narrow and sharp, like a twisted great weapon. It was unstoppable. Some of the young warriors who had comprehended the concept of thunder were hit by the aftershock of the thunder light. They were all thrown into the surreal space and teleported out of the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. Break! The poetic perspective of thunder and clouds evolved to its limit. Yichen threw out a sword attack to face the incoming attack. With a swoosh, Yichen was forced back for a couple of steps, and the thunder light disappeared. Such a dominating poetic perspective of thunder. Yichen's poetic perspective of thunder existed to support the poetic perspective of clouds. It was not pure, and it did not need to be pure. When it clashed with the real poetic perspective of thunder, he immediately felt that his own poetic perspective of thunder had been greatly suppressed, and it would shatter at the first touch. In the end, it was the poetic perspective of clouds that contained this poetic perspective of thunder, combining it with his own poetic perspective of thunder. Once the poetic perspective of thunder became stronger, the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds improved as well, becoming more complete. After absorbing the poetic perspective of thunder, Yichen raised his head, looking at the dark clouds. He thought to himself, I should learn a bit of the poetic perspective of clouds first. The essence of the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds is still the poetic perspective of clouds. The poetic perspective of clouds was vague and hard to learn. However, it was also the source of the power of the poetic perspective of thunder. If he did not solve the problem of the poetic perspective of clouds, it would be hard for the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds to improve. He waved out his sword attack, and the sword light was like thunder, shooting into the dark clouds. Pap! Pap! The dark clouds rolled up, and the thunder light shone in the cracks, looking like countless thunder snakes, swimming and playing. There was an indescribable murderous vibe in that nimble movement. While Yichen was learning the poetic perspective of clouds, the others were not idling around either. They all performed their best to fight against the poetic perspectives. The poetic perspectives that Xikongxing was fighting against were the poetic perspective of earth and wind. The poetic perspective of earth was contained in the mysterious sky tyrant fist art, while the sky-expelling palm art was the poetic perspective of wind. Yan Qihua was fighting against the poetic perspective of earth and fire. Li Daoxian was fighting against the poetic perspective of wind and the sharp and aggressive metal. Morong Qingqing was fighting against the poetic perspective of darkness and chaos. As for Su Jing's poetic perspective, it was a bit weird. It was a series of different forms of power, vibrating, penetrating, lifting something heavy as if it were light, and lifting something light as if it were heavy. If one were to describe it in one word, it would be the poetic perspective of power. It was an extremely pure poetic perspective, and also a necessary one. Most of the poetic perspectives would contain the poetic perspective of power, but there was no need to learn it specifically, because there was no way to learn it. Only Su Jing could separate the poetic perspective of power and form it into her own poetic perspective. The dark clouds above his head disappeared, and the thunder light faded away. Yichen let out a breath. His poetic perspective of clouds had finally reached the next level. Right now, he already had the poetic perspective of combining the 6 movements of the sky cloud sword art. The only thing he was missing was to combine the 6 movements into one, which would be the sky-shattering clouds. Looking around, Yichen realized that there were less than 40 people left. Adding the people who had been eliminated in the first level, there were more than 30 people left. Pap! The thunder-like sword light cracked the ground open. Yichen put his sword back into its scabbard, its sharp light completely gone. A few people nearby were secretly shocked. They had just been battling with Yichen, but the difference was that Yichen had been battling with the poetic perspective of clouds and thunder, while they had been battling with the poetic perspective of wind. During the battling process, they had finally witnessed the power of Yichen's sword arts from a close distance. The dark clouds in the sky had been shattered by him, and it was already quite difficult for them to fight against the wind together. Whoosh! On the other side, Yan Qihua had lifted up his blade and waved out a straight red flame light. Wherever the flame light reached, the ground cracked open. No one knew if it was intentional, but the red flame light was attacking towards Yichen's direction. The blade aura was aggressive, as if it was about to devour someone. A poetic perspective of an erupting volcano was contained within it. The combination of the poetic perspective of earth and the poetic perspective of fire is not bad. Unfortunately, I am not standing still either. Yichen did not back out. He put his right hand on the hilt of his sword, slightly pulling out his star scar sword. He released the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds, attacking towards the flame along with the sharp sword chi. Swoosh! The flame light was extinguished, disappearing completely. The remaining power of the thunder sword chi had not disappeared yet. It had forced Yan Qihua to back out dozens of steps, which had taught him a decent lesson. Yan Qihua's expression froze. He thought that his poetic perspective of earth and fire had improved a lot, and he had been able to get through all the difficult parts without any obstacles. He was planning to compete with Yichen for the poetic perspective, but he did not expect that Yichen had made even more progress than him. Before his sword had even been completely pulled out of its scabbard, Yichen had already forced him to back out. The good thing was that it was just a pure poetic perspective competition. If he used all of his power, Yichen's 70% sword intent would probably kill him within a second. Li Daoxian shook his head. Within a short period of time, he did not want to compete with Yichen anymore. Although Yan Qihua was very powerful, he still had a long way to go before he could catch up with Yichen. After the small interlude, the rest of the people walked towards the 3rd level of the secret realm. The 3rd level of the secret realm did not have any sudden incidents. It seemed to be very quiet. However, the quieter it was, the more nervous the people were. The unknown was always scary. There was a tall mountain nearby, and a heavy wind was blowing on top of it, sharp like blades. A few of them wanted to go up and observe. However, none of them managed to do so, as they were all teleported out by the wind. After that, the others also knew that this level was for them to find their own poetic perspectives, so they went their separate ways. Yi Chen had only walked a few steps before he saw that the young warriors who were not even 40 years old had been reduced by a third again. Moreover, there were people being teleported out every second. Shaking his head, he walked towards a valley in the distance. There was a lake in the valley, with green lotuses growing on top of it. They varied in size, with the largest being almost 3 meters long, and the smallest being as wide as a basin. The lake was calm without any ripples, reflecting the surrounding scenery. Yi Chen did not suspect anything, so he walked towards it. Shoo! The green lotus that was closest to the lake suddenly turned into sword chi and shot over. The sword chi was sharp and unstoppable, like an extremely powerful sword art. And the one who had performed the sword art was indeed the lake. Eh? Yi Chen activated his separating shadow flying art to avoid the sword chi. Before he could do anything, another couple of green lotuses turned into sword chi and shot out. Each attack was deadly, and the poetic perspective contained within was extremely horrifying. It was as if there was a peerless sword artist attacking towards him. Without a choice, Yi Chen took out his star sword and started to fight against the sword chi. The battle was intense, and it was extremely tiring. After blocking a couple of sword chi in a row, Yi Chen frowned. In his sight, a huge green lotus near the center of the lake was floating in the air. It suddenly turned into dozens of sword chi, which were in perfect order. The sword aura contained within them was unimaginable. Yi Chen, who was standing far away, immediately felt like he was being locked on. He had a feeling that no matter where he tried to hide, he would be hit. This is a sword movement. Yi Chen was surprised. Without time to think, dozens of sword chi had already shot over, making a swishing sound. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen shook his wrist. The star sword exploded with a bright sword light, which disappeared into the air and attacked with an extremely high speed. Ding 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 ding, beams of sword chi were cut open. Yi Chen had a premonition, so he leaned his body and flashed out. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the last beam of sword chi draw a beautiful arc in the surreal space, cutting down where Yi Chen had been. With a swoosh sound, a sharp sword mark appeared on the ground. Such a sharp sword attack. Each attack is deadly. Yi Chen still had some lingering fear as he stared at the lake and the green lotuses in it with caution. This time, the lake had been brewing for a while. After 3 blinks of an eye, 3 green lotuses floated in the air. They did not turn into sword chi, attacking towards Yi Chen directly. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, these 3 green lotuses were even more horrifying than the sword chi. The edges of the lotus leaves had been rotating, tearing apart the water like air. Sky-shattering clouds. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He performed his ace attack, sky-shattering clouds. The sword chi turned into thunder light, attacking the green lotuses in the middle. Soon, thunder light splashed out, blowing away the green lotuses on the left and right, cutting into the walls of the valley. After going through the first and second level of the secret realm, Yi Chen's thunder cloud mentality had improved a lot, and its power was very obvious. Swoosh, the 3 green lotuses had been shattered, and 6 green lotuses flew out of the lake. They did not stop at all as they attacked toward Yi Chen. It was not over yet. After the 6 green lotuses flew out, another 9 green lotuses floated in the air and merged together, forming a green lotus with a lotus on it. A killing attack within a killing attack. Yi Chen gasped. That green lotus had not attacked yet, but the pressure it gave him was way more than the previous 6. What was even more frightening was that there was a sword intent hidden within the lotus, as if there was a peerless great sword inside. Once the sword was taken out of its scabbard, it would kill immediately. Rice had to be eaten 1 bite at a time. First, he had to break the first 6 green lotuses. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen performed the sky-shattering clouds with all his strength. The strong sword aura caused the heaven and earth to change. Lightning flashed and crackled in the air. Kacha, the lightning transformed from the sword chi roared out and surged into the 6 green lotuses. The exploding lightning arcs were like crescent-shaped sword chi, riddling the green lotuses with holes. Xiao, the green lotus finally moved. With a flash, it instantly arrived 10 meters away from Yi Chen. The lotus spun, and streams of sword chi that contained sword intent shot out like rain, enveloping the entire area where Yi Chen was, leaving him nowhere to hide. Quick sword! His silhouette blurred as Yi Chen unleashed his sword art to the extreme. There was no sword light, but there was sword light everywhere, fighting against that terrifying sword chi. All of a sudden, a petal on the lotus petal fell off and slashed at Yi Chen. Break! Under the pressure, the 70% sword intent broke out of Yi Chen's body and merged with his sword aura, accurately hitting that sharp petal. The petal was way more powerful than the sword chi. Fortunately, Yi Chen's sword intent contained the immortal mentality, which made the sword chi extremely hard to destroy. However, in the next second, more petals flew over, leaving the lotus completely bare. Such a horrifying sword art. Yi Chen sighed as he formed a sword net in front of him. His left hand pointed at the lotus that had lost its lotus. It was the void-shattering finger art that he had not used for a long time. First, there was the sound of the sword net shattering. Then, a finger hole appeared on the green lotus, destroying its stem and stem. After the sword chi disappeared, Yi Chen let out a breath. It had been quite some time since he had learned the void-shattering finger art. But, this Heaven Realm finger art was too hard to understand, and it was not something that he could learn at all. Right now, he had only learned a little bit of it, and had not even touched the essence of it yet. No wonder Thunder Freer had said that Sea of Souls Realm warriors would be more suitable to train Heaven Realm martial arts. In other words, it would be extremely hard for warriors below the Sea of Souls realm to learn Heaven Realm martial arts. Perhaps, Heaven Realm martial arts were not just about poetic perspectives anymore. Once they reached beyond the poetic perspectives, then they would have the right to learn all of them. Of course, it was still early, so there was no need to rush. Looking at the lake, Yi Chen decided that if the attacks were too aggressive, he would perform his minor blood demon body separating great art. He was also ready to use the Zhen Yuan in his Zhen Qi spiral, since he did not want to be teleported out of the hidden dragon's secret realm. Shoo! 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 A rain-like sound was heard as all of the green lotuses in the lake floated up, covering the sky above the valley completely. The ones on the outside were basin-sized green lotuses, and the ones in the middle were 2 to 3 meters in size. The ones in the middle were huge and horrifying lotuses. The sharp sword aura combined together, and the valley was about to collapse. It seems like I will have to use these 2 ace attacks for real. Seeing the changes of the green lotuses, Yi Chen looked even colder. The 70% sword intent that contained the immortal mentality exploded out completely, filling up the entire sky. Inside his body, a pile of blood light kept on vibrating, which was a sign that he was about to perform his minor blood demon body separating great art. Inside the Zhen Qi spiral, a thumb-sized powerful Zhen Yuan that he had refined from the mysterious great art was moving, showing signs of flowing into his meridians. With everything prepared, Yi Chen was not afraid anymore. Unexpectedly, the green lotuses did not attack. Instead, they continued to merge together, eventually forming a small mountain-sized green lotus. There were 9 lotuses on top of the green lotus, each of which was even bigger than the living room of a rich family. There were even raindrops on the petals, which looked extremely realistic. After the huge green lotus was formed, it shrunk quickly. Then, a manual broke out of the water and flew into the sky, devouring the green lotuses. It floated there quietly. Is this a manual? Yi Chen thought of something and reached out his hand, trying to grab it from a distance. Shoo! The manual broke through the air and landed in Yi Chen's hand. Lowering his head, Yi Chen took a closer look. On the cover of the manual, there were 4 clear words, Green Lotus Sword Spell. These 4 words were not as simple as words. Yi Chen had a feeling that he could learn a powerful sword art from these 4 words. I hope it is not a Sky Realm sword art. Although judging from the power of the green lotuses, the possibility of it being a Sky Realm sword art was very small, but it would be better to be safe than sorry. If it really was a Sky Realm sword art, then it would be really depressing. He could only see it, but not eat it. Sky Realm sword arts were not something he could learn. Turning to the first page, there was a line of words, Top Rank Earth Realm Sword Spell, Green Lotus Sword Spell. It contains the martial art Green Lotus Sword Spell and the sword art Green Lotus Sword Art. When the two are combined, it will be extremely powerful. Separately, it is still the top of the top rank Earth Realm martial art. Note, this sword spell is the foundation. Warriors with great comprehension can learn the profound and make the Green Lotus Sword Spell evolve into a Sky Realm Sword Spell. It was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, which contained a martial art and sword art. Plus, it was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art that could evolve. Yichen looked very happy. The result was even better than he had imagined. Sword artists treated the sword as their life weapon. If the martial art and the sword art could complement each other, and the rank was extremely high, then the warrior's battling power would increase drastically. Before, Yichen had trained the mysterious great art, which was a martial art with no element. It did not matter what kind of martial skill he used. However, every skill had its own specialization, and balance was weak. In comparison, the mysterious great art was not as good. But now, this Green Lotus Sword Spell was obviously a martial art for sword artists to train, so it would undoubtedly bring out the full power of a sword artist. Turning to the second page, it was written, the Green Lotus Sword Spell is divided into 15 levels. The first 6 levels are the basics, and the 7th level will allow you to train 3 Green Lotus Sword Chi inside your body. The sword Chi will break through your body, and it will be invincible. The 10th level will allow you to train 6 Green Lotus Sword Chi inside your body. The 13th level will allow you to train 9 Green Lotus Sword Chi, and the 14th level will allow you to train 1 Lotus Heart Sword Chi. Generating Sword Chi inside his body, Yichen was shocked. As everyone knew, whatever martial art one trained, the chi that was released would be named after the martial art itself. 4. Example, the 5 Mountain Godly Fist art would produce the 5 Mountain Fist power, the Sky Cloud Sword art would produce the Sky Cloud Sword Chi, and the Green Lotus Sword art would produce the Green Lotus Sword Chi. However, they all needed Jin Chi to be used, so it could not be created out of thin air. However, the Green Lotus Sword Spell was obviously beyond this category, as it could generate Green Lotus Sword Chi and Lotus Heart Sword Chi inside his body. In other words, once he trained it to the 7th level, he would not need to use a sword anymore. He could only use his fingers or other parts of his body to perform the Green Lotus Sword Chi. As for the power, it should not be low, since the Green Lotus Sword Spell was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, which was only slightly weaker than the Sky Realm martial arts. Continuing to read, Yichen learned that the Green Lotus Sword Chi from the Green Lotus Sword Spell was not that powerful at the beginning, but after training, its attacking power would be even more powerful than his own attacking power. Plus, with every level up, the Green Lotus Sword Chi would have a qualitative improvement. It is indeed a martial art for sword artists. It pays a lot of attention to attacking power. Yichen sighed. He had the urge to train it right away, but he knew that it was not the right time yet. In the early stages of changing martial arts, the warrior's power would be extremely weak. He would have to wait until he was fully prepared. Halfway through the manual, the accompanying sword art for the Green Lotus Sword Spell appeared on the page, the Green Lotus Sword Art. The Green Lotus Sword Art has 9 movements in total. The 1st to 3rd movements are the basic sword movements, the 4th to 6th movements are the ultimate sword movements, and the 7th to 9th movements are the ultimate sword movements. Those who train the Green Lotus Sword Art will have a much more powerful sword chi attack. If you cannot train it, then give it up as soon as possible, in case it taints your sword art. Reading the last sentence, Yichen smiled. The owner of the manual should be a very proud sword artist, and would not allow anyone to taint the Green Lotus Sword Art. But of course, it was a fact that top-rank Earth Realm martial arts were extremely hard to train. Bing Ling was ranked 9 in this year's Hidden Dragon rank, but she had only trained 1 movement of the Icebreak Fist art, and it was not even a complete one. Most of the people before her were like that, they had only perfected the killing movement a little bit. Although I have never trained a top-rank Earth Realm sword art, but I have combined the lone peak of 13 swords into 1 movement, and the 5 movements of the Sky Cloud sword art into 1 movement. These are all my knowledge and potential. It should not be too difficult for me to train a top-rank Earth Realm sword art. It was true that Yichen's comprehensive ability was very high, but if he did not have the experience from before, he would not be able to train top-rank Earth Realm sword arts much faster than Xianxia and the rest. Everything had to go through a process from nothing to something, which was also the most difficult process. However, Yichen did not have to go through the process of nothing, and just started from the beginning to the end, which naturally lowered the difficulty. His Long Peak Kill and Sky-Shattering Clouds were both top-rank Earth Realm, and judging solely on the attacking power, they would not be any weaker than the first movement of top-rank Earth Realm sword arts. The Kill Heart attack was even more powerful than the second movement, which was a very high starting point. The poetic perspective here has not disappeared yet. Let me train the Green Lotus sword art first. Learning the Green Lotus sword art here would save him a lot of time. As for the Green Lotus sword spell, he would have to put it aside for now. The basic sword movements in the beginning of the Green Lotus sword art were called the Green Lotus 3 movements. These 3 movements were the foundation of the Green Lotus sword art. Only with a solid foundation would one be able to learn the ace and killing movements. Without a solid foundation, the ace and killing movements would also have fatal flaws. Green Lotus 1 appearance. After studying it quietly for an hour, Yichen closed the manual and put his right hand on the sword hilt, pulling out his Star Scar sword all of a sudden. Shoo, a green lotus appeared in the air, turning into sword chi and shooting out. It cut a deep mark on the wall of the valley, extending all the way to the top of the valley. Such a sharp sword chi. Yichen was very surprised. Normally, the Green Lotus sword art contained the mentality of wood and the mentality of water, so it should be relatively gentle. However, although the Green Lotus sword chi was gentle, its sharpness did not decrease because of that. Instead, it had been increased to an extreme, giving it a feeling of being soft on the outside but hard on the inside. Green Lotus Chi transformation. The second sword move was unleashed. The illusory Green Lotus flashed, transforming into a dozen or so streaks of sword chi of different shapes and sizes. They shot out with a whooshing sound, turning the walls of the valley into a hornet's nest. The last streak of sword chi even drew a stunning arc in the air, cutting through the rock walls that couldn't bear the heavy burden. Sword chi like lotus. The third move of the basic sword technique was executed, and the lotus-like sword chi swept across the lake, leaving behind a thin cut. In the end, it split the iron-containing boulder beside the lake into 2, and the 2 pieces shot out to the sides. Just the basic sword movement alone is already much more powerful than the Sky Cloud sword art. Its power is almost the same as the Sky-Shattering Clouds combined with the 3 movements of the Sky Cloud sword art. But, the Sky-Shattering Clouds still looks more spectacular, while the Green Lotus 3 movement seems more reserved. It should have something to do with the mentality. Although he had not completely mastered the Green Lotus sword art yet, Yichen already had a basic understanding of the power of the Green Lotus 3 movement. Once trained to the extreme, its power would be extraordinary. There was still a lot of time left, so Yichen continued to learn the Green Lotus 3 movement. When Yichen was learning the Green Lotus sword art, there were less than 20 people left in the Hidden Dragon's secret realm. The rest of them had all been eliminated in the process of fighting against the mentality. Most of the people who stayed had gotten a martial art, but they were all relatively simple, unlike Yichen, who had gotten a martial art that contained both a martial art and a sword art. The 7th day, Yichen, who had been quietly standing next to the lake, slowly opened his eyes. An illusory sword chi shot out from his pupils, cutting through the air. Cut. The Star Scar sword was taken out of its scabbard. The sharp sword chi was dozens of meters long, cutting the small lake in half. The lake water could not merge back together for a long time. One sword to cut the water, Green Lotus 3 movement completed, letting out a heavy breath, Yichen thought to himself, the Green Lotus 3 movement has been completed, and the mentality has been completed as well. Now, I can start to learn the ultimate sword movements. But I should leave the Hidden Dragon's secret realm first. Looking at the sky of the Hidden Dragon's secret realm, Yichen put away his Star Scar sword and walked out of the valley. On the beautiful 3rd level of the Hidden Dragon's secret realm, Yichen started walking. Boom, a huge mountain nearby was suddenly blown through, and a human figure flew out. It was Xianxia. Xianxia had noticed Yichen, who was not far away. His expression did not change as he said, "In half a year, you and I will fight again." Yichen said lightly, "I will wait for you." In the distance, there was a volcano eruption. Xianxia appeared one after another, followed by Li Daoxian, Morong Qingqing, Tua Baku, Lin Yun, Mo Yen, Bing Ling, and Gu Yuyun. Soon, Su Jing, who was wearing white, walked over as well. You have broken through. Yichen could see that the gold chi power inside Su Jing's body had increased a lot, reaching 90,000 pounds. It was already equivalent to the core disciple level of the vast expanse martial school. Yichen did not know how powerful the vast expanse martial school was. But, since Su Jing could be ranked in the top of the hidden dragon rank, and was only at the core disciple level, it was not hard to tell. Su Jing nodded. She was different from the others. The others had basically made some progress in the poetic perspective, but their basic power was still the same. However, she had learned the power poetic perspective, and her body training art that had been stagnant for a long time had increased by one level, and her battling power had doubled. The body training art had always been an extreme martial art, even more extreme than the sword artist's martial arts. The battling power that could be derived from it would be extremely shocking. Of course, it did not mean that the sword artists were not as powerful as the people who had trained the body training art. The most important thing for a sword artist was still the sword intent. Without the sword intent, a sword artist would only be a normal warrior, and would not be that outstanding. Only with the sword intent would one be considered a powerful sword artist. In this true spirit continent, the sword artist had always been synonymous with attacking power. There is still half a day left. Should we go check out the 4th floor? Someone suggested. Yichen shook his head. I have been there before. The end of the stairs to the 4th floor is just a void. I do not know where it leads to. Then never mind. Everyone had gained a lot, so they did not plan to risk their lives. Time passed quickly, and the rest of the people disappeared from where they were standing. They had been teleported out of the hidden dragon's secret realm. In the deep abyss around the battling platform, a powerful dragon roar was heard. A huge dragon chi took 2 circles in the air, its head resting on the battling platform. It opened its mouth, and a swirl slowly formed. Wu, the first one to walk out, was Yi Chen, and the rest of the people followed closely behind him. They are out. I wonder what each of us had gained. Even if we had gained something, we would not tell you. Anyway, we must have gained something. Over at the audience seating, everyone's eyes brightened as they started to discuss. The head judge let out a breath and said with a loud voice, "Everyone, we will now announce the ranking of the hidden dragon rank. Please be quiet." During these 7 days, the judges had not been idle. They had decided the ranking based on the number of points they had accumulated. Occasionally, some of the people who had the same number of points had already been challenged again. The good thing was that those who had the same number of points did not include the people who had stayed in the hidden dragon's secret realm. Otherwise, they would have to fight a few more times. In the ranking of the hidden dragon rank, Lynch was ranked 54th, and Su Jing was ranked 19th. Adding Yi Chen, it was the first time in hundreds of years that 3 people had made it into the hidden dragon rank at the same time. The top 10 were Yi Chen, Si Kongxing, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Morong Qingqing, Tua Baku, Lin Yun, Mo Yen, Bing Ling, and Gu Yuyun. The second disciple of the Sunset Martial School, Qian Yun, was ranked 11th, and the 12th was Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th in the last hidden dragon rank. After that, this year's hidden dragon rank competition had officially come to an end. Congratulations, Leader Luo. Your Skycloud Martial School has gained a lot of fame this time. You have 2 disciples in the hidden dragon rank. You are so lucky. Once the competition was over, all of the top martial institutions in the Windy Nation came over to congratulate him. Some of them were kind, some were jealous, and some were evil. Luo Xianxia held his fists together and laughed. That is because they have worked hard, and the Skycloud Martial School has benefited from it. Don't worry, my Skycloud Martial School is not like some other martial institutions. We will never be a dictator. Yi Chen and Su Jing had not really grown up yet, and Luo Xianxia did not want to be a thorn in everyone's side. That would be very bad for the Skycloud Martial School's development. After all, the Skycloud Martial School was still not as powerful as the Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy. Hearing him, all of the leaders' faces changed a little. Although in this true spirit continent, the strong ones were the most powerful ones, and promises were not always reliable. Since Luo Xinglia had said it in front of everyone, it must have some effect. They let out a breath of relief, but at the same time, they were a little jealous. Why did they not have such a powerful disciple in their martial institutions? The leader of the river martial school, Long Bai, walked over and said with a sweet smile, "Leader Luo, Long Bai is here to congratulate you." Luo Xinglia saw her and said gratefully, "Leader Long, thank you for what happened in the scorching ancient desert. You saved us from a disaster." Long Bai's identity was special, and it was known to all of the martial institutions in the Windy Nation. Aside from the fact that she had helped the Sky Cloud Martial School once, Luo Xinglia also wanted to build a good relationship with the River Martial School. At least, he could not let them be enemies. "After living in the Windy Nation for so many years, I have developed some feelings. How could I let the martial institutions in the country be bullied by others? Let's not talk about this. Where is Yi Chen? I have to take a good look this time." Long Bai had not met Yi Chen officially yet, so she was very curious. "Alright, I will tell him to come." Soon, Yi Chen, who was wearing blue robes, walked over. He held his fists together and said, "Leader Long, good day." Long Bai sized him up, nodded, and praised, "Yes, he has the aptitude of a top-notch swordsman. He has a lofty character, but no arrogance. He is indeed a piece of unpolished jade." Yi Chen was rather embarrassed. This was the first time that he had been complimented right in front of his face, and it was by a woman. Yi Chen was shocked. He could not see through her at all. Even with his powerful soul power, he could not see through her at all. What was even more horrifying was that she seemed to be able to see through his soul with only one glance. This was definitely not the power that a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm should have. It should be at least the astral-reaching realm, or even higher. Yi Chen would never forget what had happened in the scorching ancient desert. At that time, the headmaster of the South River Martial School took out a tablet with a green dragon carved on it, which was called the Little Green Dragon Tablet. Even with the power of a rank 7 martial school, the multiple mountain martial school had to give up, not daring to talk back. It was not hard to imagine that the owner of the Little Green Dragon Tablet must be someone with a powerful background and power. Now that he thought about it, Yi Chen was even more certain. But, the future is too unpredictable, and you will have to rely on yourself. Right now, it is just the beginning for you. In the future, you will be involved in a lot of things, and with the slightest mistake, you will have to face the disaster of death. Remember, the top level of this true spirit continent is 100 times more dangerous than you can imagine. As for my identity, you don't need to guess anymore. You will know what you should know sooner or later. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Oh right, did the Moon Pavilion contact you before? Long Bai suddenly asked. Yi Chen was a bit confused. It was a manager of the Moon Pavilion. Oh. Long Bai nodded and thought to herself, I thought that person had noticed him as well. But with his potential, he would be noticed sooner or later. It can't be helped. The good thing is that that person has even more martial geniuses than my great-grandfather, and there are many people with the potential of the true dragon. The two chatted for a while, and then Long Bai left. Right then, Luo Xinglia walked over. Yi Chen, the competition of the Hidden Dragon rank has already ended. Do you have any plans to go back to the Windy Nation? Leader, yes, this time I plan to go back and stay for a while. For business and personal reasons, Yi Chen had to go back for a while. The dragon fountain chi he had would only work after he entered the martial institution. Otherwise, it would only work on himself. Besides, he had to go back to his family. When he left, his mother was already pregnant with twins. Now that it had been more than a year, his little brother and sister should be a couple of months old by now. As the big brother, he had to go back and check on them. Plus, training the Green Lotus Sword spell in the early stage required him to shut himself up, and he would not be able to walk around. So, going back to the Windy Nation would be a good idea. Luo Xinglia smiled, that's good. When I get back, there is still one big thing that I need to discuss with you. By then, the Great Master will also come out. Big thing? Hee, we will talk about it later. Of course, don't worry, this thing will not affect you at all. Luo Xinglia kept him guessing. The competition of the hidden dragon rank had already ended for a long time. There were people who were greeting each other, trying to get to know each other, and even trying to figure out the bottom line. After it had quieted down, the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School started to stand up, preparing to leave the hidden dragon ancient city. Watching the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School leaving, the leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, revealed a cold smile as a strange light flashed in his eyes. The dragon-shaped silhouette would only appear on the battling platform. After leaving the battling platform, only the rich dragon fountain chi would be left. However, after leaving the hidden dragon ancient city, the dragon fountain chi would be hidden in the blood vessels, and would be hard to observe with the naked eyes and spirit power. Leaving the hidden dragon ancient city, Yichen let out a breath. On the side, Luo Hanshan laughed. A month ago, I went to Luo City for a mission. Your brother and sister are very cute, they look a bit like you. Oh yeah? A smile appeared on Yichen's face. It felt good to have a family. Even if he had to wander around in the outside world, he would not be a rootless duckweed. Let's go. The headmaster called the Wind Eagle back and yelled at the group. Let's go. Luo Hanshan said. Yeah. Yichen nodded and followed the group onto the Wind Eagle. The Wind Eagle spread its wings and carried the group into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. 10 days later, the group had traveled nearly 200,000 miles away from the hidden dragon ancient city. On a Wind Eagle in the middle of the group, Yi Chen, Su Jing, Luo Hanshan, and Zhu Mei were standing together, protected by the group of people. The fierce wind that could easily blow them away could no longer move their bodies. They were all standing on the Wind Eagle's back, as if they were rooted to the ground. Looking at the rolling clouds, Yi Chen suddenly sighed. The Zhen Qi inside his body automatically started to move, and the sixth movement of the sky-shattering clouds had been successfully merged. The poetic perspective of thunder and clouds has reached a new level in the hidden dragon's secret realm. I was planning to go back and merge some sword movements, but I didn't think that it would be so easy. Yi Chen was not too surprised. He had gained a lot from the hidden dragon's secret realm, including the improvement of the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds. Compared to the poetic perspective, it was much easier to merge sword movements. With a short period of time, he would be able to merge the 6 movements of the Sky Cloud sword art. But now, he didn't have to spend that much time, and the merging had been done naturally. Let's go back and test its power. Something happened. Yi Chen frowned. He had sensed something with his soul power. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Luo Hanshan looked over. Soon, Su Jing and Zhu Mei also looked at him. Yi Chen sneered, we are being watched. He did not lower his voice when he said this, so Luo Xianxia and the other core masters all realized what was going on. They all looked very serious. Haha. You are indeed the #1 warrior in the hidden dragon rank. You have found us so quickly. The first sky was torn apart. Thunder light shone brightly as a human figure flew down and blocked in front of the Wind Eagle. It was a middle-aged man with a black cloth covering his face. His whole body was covered with a bright fiery light. He was obviously an astral-reaching realm warrior. Judging from his Jinyuan vibration, he should be at the peak level of early astral-reaching realm, which was the same as Thunder Freer. Luo Xianxia said with a dark face, who are you? Why are you blocking our way? The middle-aged man laughed out loud, I have been paid to take care of their problems. Very simple. Take care of their problems? All the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School had a bad look on their faces. They had never thought that they would be tricked on their way back. Those people were probably not targeting them, but Yi Chen, who was ranked in the hidden dragon rank. After all, only Yi Chen was worth the attention of an astral-reaching realm warrior. Indeed, you can leave, but he will stay. The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Chen, as if he had the whole situation under control. Yi Chen flew onto the Wind Eagle. Are you that confident that you can keep me here? The middle-aged man said with disdain, although you and Si Kongxing are powerful enough to fight against normal early astral-reaching realm warriors, astral-reaching realm warriors are way more powerful than you two. If I burn my Jinyuan, killing you would be as easy as flipping my palm. Plus, I am already at the peak level of early astral-reaching realm, I can kill you without burning my Jinyuan. Now, are you going to let me kill you, Or do you want me to spend some effort to kill you? He did not take Yichen seriously at all. The so-called number one of the hidden dragon rank was only a weak sheep that could be killed at any time before he grew up. Well said. But your wish is going to come true. The surprising sky was torn apart again, and a human figure wrapped in thunder light flew down. His body flashed once, appearing right in front of Yichen. Luo Xinglia let out a breath. He said with respect, "Thunder Freer." It was indeed Thunder Freer. He was asked by Cloud Dreamer to come and protect the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Only Luo Xinglia and the headmaster knew about this. You guys step back. Thunder Freer glanced at Yichen with admiration, then said to Luo Xinglia and the others. The middle-aged man did not change his expression. No wonder you look so confident. It turns out that you have a peak-level early astral reaching realm warrior protecting you. Indeed, with my power, I would not be able to beat warriors with the same cultivation, not to mention killing you guys. Unfortunately, you will not be able to escape from this. After he finished talking, he turned his head and said to the sky, "Things are getting tricky. Come out now." Haha. I thought you did not need me. The surprising sky was torn apart for the third time and a masked man appeared. His Jinyuan vibration was only slightly weaker than the middle-aged man's, which meant that he was an early astral-reaching realm warrior. This time, Luo Xinglia and the headmaster had a really bad look on their faces. Thunder Freer frowned. He was confident that he could stall the two astral-reaching realm warriors for a long time, but in the situation of protecting everyone, any mistake would make everything go to waste. Inside his body, the blood light surged. Without hesitation, Yichen performed his minor blood demon body separating great art. Meanwhile, he took out two 500-years-old blood sun flowers from his storage ring. With a roll of his Jin Qi, the medicinal power of the blood sun flowers was extracted out and condensed into a pellet, which he swallowed. Facing an early astral-reaching realm warrior, he could not hide his real ace anymore. No time to waste. Kill. The masked man was afraid that something might happen in the middle of the battle. If another astral-reaching realm warrior showed up, then they would not be able to do anything, and they would not even be able to get the other half of the reward. Thunder Freer was furious. He opened his palm, forming a tiger claw. Mad Thunder Grab. Pap. Pap, there was a violent flash of lightning in the void, forming a huge tiger paw that completely enveloped the two masked men. Go kill that brat. I will block him. The masked man yelled as he tightened his right fist. A flame halo appeared on top of his fist as he threw out a punch towards the thunder tiger palm. Boom, the thunder and fire disappeared one after another. Thunder Freer and the masked man both backed out for dozens of meters. Brat, die. The other masked man seized the opportunity, and a 5-foot-long dark green iron stick appeared in his right hand. The iron stick was surrounded by beams of green light. He tightened his grip and smashed the iron stick towards Yichen's head. Before the stick even reached Yichen, the air had already started to collapse. In the eyes of the Sky Cloud Martial School people, this short stick was like a 1,000-foot-long tidal wave, which was extremely aggressive. Together. Luo Xinglia was planning to gather everyone to fight against the masked man, but he did not expect a huge change to happen to Yichen's body. Whoosh, a blood-red Jin Qi shot up into the sky, dyeing Yichen's hair and eyebrows red. Holding his star scar sword, Yichen did not back out at all. He threw out a sword attack with that blood-red thunder light. His whole body looked like a bloody god of war. Dang, the iron stick and the star scar sword clashed together and exploded. It was like a real wave had pushed both of them back out. Pooh, the masked man could not believe what had just happened. He puked out a mouthful of smoking blood. How is this possible? Your battling power cannot be this powerful. Yichen looked cold. There are a lot of things that you do not know. I am not obligated to tell you all of them. Since you are here, then don't even think about leaving. Taking one step forward, Yichen's aura grew even more powerful. He lifted up his star scar sword with both of his hands and attacked down. The masked man's injuries were not light. Coupled with the fact that he was slightly absent-minded, he lost the best opportunity to dodge the attack. The result of forcibly raising his rod to block the attack was that he was forced to retreat dozens of meters again. Blood gushed out of his mouth as if it was free of charge. He looked extremely embarrassed, which was the complete opposite of his previous arrogant demeanor. "This is Yi Chen?" Luo Xinglia acted like he did not know Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen was an early astral reaching realm warrior, and he had been wounded after only one attack. He did not even have the power to fight back. "Senior brother Yi is so strong." Those core disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School, who had come to watch the competition, shouted out in shock. Of course, they were not the only ones who were shocked. Lu Hanshan, Zhu Mei, and those elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School were also shocked. It was as if they had just met Yi Chen for the first time. Although the power that Yi Chen had shown in the last battle of the Hidden Dragon rank was equivalent to an early astral reaching realm warrior in his normal condition, he could only fight against him. It was impossible for him to beat him, not to mention making him puke blood with only one attack. It was obviously two different levels of battling power. In other words, in that last battle, Yi Chen still had some hidden power. Thinking up to this point, everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School secretly felt lucky. Luckily, Yi Chen was a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and he was not their enemy. Otherwise, facing an enemy with endless hidden power and immeasurable battling power would be the most terrifying thing. Who knew whether or not he would attack at the critical moment? Yi Chen's movements were very simple. They were just like thunder and lightning, fast and violent, powerful and heavy. Every sword attack was accompanied by blood-colored lightning and endless clouds. He was like a god of war in the clouds, like a thunder god with thunder and lightning on his body. He had suppressed the masked man until he did not even have the slightest bit of temper left. Wah! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. The masked man was seriously injured, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. He roared in a hoarse voice, "Damn brat, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, turn you into ashes, and burn you for me." The dark green Jinyuan outside the masked man's body rubbed against each other, bringing up sparks. The sparks were like sparks on a grassland, covering his whole body within a second and devouring him. The next second, a dark green flame appeared on his body, and his aura increased drastically. What? He has started to burn his Jinyuan already? The masked man and Thunder Freer were fighting at the same level, so he did not have the time to pay attention to the other side of the battle. He waited until the huge aura of burning Jinyuan spread out before he glanced over. What he saw made him open his mouth wide. In his sight, the masked man had been beaten by Yi Chen to the point where he kept puking out blood. He looked extremely embarrassed. If he did not burn his Jinyuan soon, he would be killed. I was too careless. This brat is 10 times more tricky than I thought. Brat Yi, well done. Kill Thunder Qianjun. Thunder Freer had also noticed what was happening on Yi Chen's side. He was shocked. Although Yi Chen's poetic perspective of thunder was not as good as his poetic perspective was obviously not just the poetic perspective of thunder, but the poetic perspective of thunder clouds. Therefore, judging from the overall poetic perspective, he was not weaker than Thunder Freer at all. The only difference was that he did not have any Jinyuan. Thinking about what he had said before, that even if Yi Chen's sword intent reached completion, he would only be able to compete with early astral reaching realm warriors, he could not help but force a smile. Yi Chen did not need to rely on the completion of his sword intent. He could already compete with early astral reaching realm warriors with his powerful sword movements and poetic perspectives, and even wound them. What would happen if his sword intent reached completion? How powerful would it be? Thunder Freer did not dare to think about it anymore, as he was afraid that he would be depressed if he continued to think about it. There was no time to lose. Taking advantage of the masked man's dazed state, Thunder Freer opened his right hand. Countless arm-thick thunder light shot out towards the masked man at a speed that was a couple of times faster than the speed of sound. Pop! 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 His protective Jinyuan was shaken up, and the masked man was blown away. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He made up his mind and shook his body. The flame on his body was extremely bright, making him look like a human-shaped torch. Only you know how to burn Jinyuan, but so do I. Thunder Freer gave up on chasing after the masked man. Electric sparks flashed on his long hair, and in the next second, the blue flame and the lightning shot up into the sky. Both his aura and Jinyuan vibration had been doubled. Two peak-level early astral-reaching realm warriors had burned their Xianxia one after another. The clouds started to gather, and even the protective screen of the surprising sky started to become unstable. On the other side, Yichen did not care about his opponent's Xianxia burning state. He held his sword with both of his hands and put it on his waist. His body leaned forward, and he shot out at a speed that was a couple of times faster than the speed of sound. His blood-colored Xianxia dragged out a blood-red chi flow behind him. Even the corner of his eyes had left two blood-colored traces in the air. Amazing. Evil. Aggressive. Right then, that was the feeling that Yichen had brought to the crowd. Zhu Mei and Su Jing, who had a good impression of Yichen, could feel their hearts beating out of their control. A strange feeling rose in their hearts. Not only them, even a few of the core female masters blushed. They thought to themselves, if they were 20 years younger, they would most likely be attracted to him. Piss off. Burning his Xianxia had made the masked man even more wounded. Blood appeared on his face. He did not dare to waste any more time, so he held his black iron stick and threw it out with his most explosive power. Clang, the waves were stirred up, and the clouds and thunder roared. A huge shockwave spread out quickly, sweeping out in all directions and clearing out a huge cloud layer. Dragging his star sword, Yichen was not injured at all. On the other hand, the masked man's face was covered in blood. It looked like countless blood-red snakes slithering down his body, looking like a ghost. He yelled unwillingly, "This is unreasonable. I have already burned my Xianxia, and my attacking power has doubled. How could I still lose to you?" Calming down his boiling chi and blood, Yichen took out another two 500-years-old blood sunflowers, sucking out their medicinal power and swallowing it. He thought to himself, battling with Xikongxing, my attacking power was already equivalent to a normal early astral-reaching realm warrior. Now that I have performed the minor blood demon body-separating great art, my attacking power has increased by at least 50%. Plus, I have successfully combined the sixth movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art. It should not be a problem for me to fight against an astral-reaching realm warrior who has burnt his Xianxia. As for being able to beat the masked man, it was because he had been wounded by me before. Brother Yi is freakishly powerful. A few of the core disciples mumbled to themselves. Luo Xinglia's tightened body and mind had finally relaxed. A smile appeared on his face. With Yichen here, they would not need to cause any more trouble. Immortal sky-shattering clouds. Without changing his movement, Yichen's aura had expanded to its peak. His body flashed once, appearing above the masked man within a second. His star sword, which had been dyed red by the blood lightning, had been thrown down heavily. Sparks flew everywhere as the masked man's internal organs had been messed up. It was no longer a matter of being badly wounded. If it was not treated in time, he might be disabled for the rest of his life, and would never be able to become a warrior again. With that thought in mind, he did not care about the dignity of an astral-reaching realm warrior anymore. He turned around and ran away at his fastest speed. Compared to his life, the dignity of an astral-reaching realm warrior was not worth anything at all. He is running away. Zhu Mei opened her red little mouth. Kill heart. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain was not Yichen's style. Right then, when he was performing the minor blood demon body-separating great art, it would disturb his mental stability. The reason why he was able to maintain this kind of stability was because of his powerful soul power. But no matter how powerful his soul power was, it would only be enough for him to maintain it. Performing the kill heart sword attack would definitely affect its power. But of course, as long as he could perform 80% of its power, it would be enough. He threw out a sword attack, the sword chi looking like a pillar. Swoosh, the masked man's burning protective Xianxia had been punctured through, and an arm-sized bloody hole appeared on his chest. After a scream, he fell down from the sky, completely dead. The masked man was shocked, Thunder Freer was shocked, Luo Xinglia was shocked, and everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School was shocked. It seemed like even the Wind Vulture was shocked, its eyeball stopped moving. Fighting against an early astral-reaching realm warrior and killing an early astral-reaching realm warrior were two completely different concepts. They could not be compared at all. They thought that no one in the South River region would be able to do it for a long time, but Yichen had done it. He had done something that no one in the South River region had managed to do in the past hundreds of years. He had killed an early astral reaching realm warrior who was burning his Jin Yuan with only a late clasping Yuan realm warrior. Once this got out, it would create a tsunami-like storm in the whole South River region. His name would also be recorded in the history of the whole region. End of chapter 293. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.